could only stand there silently admiring them. Therefore, the opposite choice was to pick the flowers. The next moment, a strange scene appeared before everyone's eyes. As Ambrina tore off the flower, it was as if she had ripped off an entire layer of an oil painting, revealing another layer. And this revealed layer was not the background of the painting, but another painting altogether. It's like scraping off one painting to reveal another. The scene here has been torn apart, revealing a different picture. This time, Ambrina didn't disappear alone like she did yesterday when no one knew about her. She was still standing there, perfectly fine. Right in front of her, an open entrance to an underground passage appeared. Everyone was stunned, as if they were statues. "Beautiful," Ronan said, praising Ambrina for doing a great job, and also praising himself for finding the right approach. Whether it's a simple reasoning problem or an artistic puzzle, Ronan can solve them all. "Let's go, the temple isn't far from us," Ronan said, and we headed toward the entrance. These words snapped everyone out of their daze, and they quickly followed Ronan's footsteps. Ronan went first, followed by Ambrina. Soon, the group descended from the surface to the underground. After a long journey, they emerged from the narrow tunnel and arrived at an incredibly spacious place. In front of us is a huge square pool, which I estimate to be over 60 square meters. In the middle of the pool wall directly opposite us is a huge bronze dragon head. The dragon's open mouth is constantly spraying water into the pool, and steam is constantly rising from the pool. Obviously, the dragon head is dispensing hot water. This is where Ambrina took a bath yesterday. The walls surrounding the bathtub are covered with murals made of brightly colored mosaic tiles. Right behind the huge bronze faucet is the only door here, a closed double door. Walking past the edge of the enormous bath, the group arrived at the door. Unlike the magnificent and grand bath, the double doors in front of them were not large. They were covered with silver arabesque patterns, still magnificent, but lacking in grandeur. However, what Ronan cared about was not that door, but that it wasn't a typical sliding double door. It also had a lock. Ronan removed the key and inserted it into the keyhole. At first, he felt that the key was too small and did not fit perfectly inside the keyhole. But in the next instant, the key became larger and even its structure changed, fitting perfectly inside the lock. Unlike the previous encounter at that ruin, this time, Ronan opened the door with a simple twist of the knob. When the door opened, everyone, including Ronan, expected to enter a huge, luxurious palace-like space. However, the reality was completely the opposite of what they had imagined. Upon entering, Ronan and his group arrived at a room resembling a living room. The room was smaller than the bathtub and could only be described as small and exquisite. This place seems to have nothing to do with the word temple. But if this is not a temple, then where is the temple? Just as Ronan was about to ask the team leader Nadi, she walked straight into another room. It seems this is indeed a temple. She knew some information about it beforehand. Not only her, but Frederick and John also walked away without saying a word. John looked around, while Frederick started rummaging through drawers and even lifting up sofa cushions. Clearly, these two had different goals than Nadi. "Young master, what about us?" Elena asked Ronan, seeing that the other party had begun to act. "No rush, they're just like headless flies," Ronan said. Ronan said this not because he didn't want to take action, but because he was literate and recognized the characters here, just like he had done in the gardener Tyrell's botanical garden before. The others were clearly illiterate. Ronan walked toward the sofa, intending to look at the book on the coffee table that Frederick had flipped through a couple of times and then tossed aside. However, just as Ronan was about to take that step, that strange feeling he had experienced in the forest returned, and this time it was even more intense. No, Ronan realized something was wrong. If the feeling before was just like the surge of magic power during advancement, then this was something else entirely. His magic power is rapidly increasing, and the amount of magic power is quickly approaching the level of the 3rd tier. It can't be said that there were absolutely no warning signs. After all, there were unusual reactions in the forest before, but who could have predicted the surge in magic power based on the anomalies in the forest? Anyway, Ronan doesn't have that kind of inexplicable ability to make connections. Now, Ronan could only pretend everything was normal, just like he had done in the forest, and continue walking toward the sofa. He had no choice. If he was discovered to be acting strangely, the other party might take action. And it was extremely easy for a magician to make mistakes when casting spells while his magic was surging, even with the so-called brainless materialization magic that Ronan was using. Ronan sat down on the sofa. He felt that his magic power had broken through the threshold of the third tier, and the rate of increase had slowed down, no longer as violent as before. Things seemed to be getting better, but the next moment, something even stranger happened. The Book of Destiny revealed that Ronan had arrived at a turning point in his life. Open the homeowner's log, and the long-dormant truth will be revealed to the destined one. Observe the etiquette of a guest, and give the leftover gifts to a friend from afar. The left side means to open the book on the table and obtain information. The meaning on the right is that if you don't open it, you will receive a gift. Left or right this time? Left. Ronan's hand touched the left-hand illusory page. He felt the gap between his head and his buttocks growing wider and wider. Ronan picked up the book on the table and opened it. Once again, the situation was unexpected. There wasn't a single word on the book. He flipped through every page, and it was all blank. Hearing the sound of pages turning, Frederick glanced back at Ronan twice, then smiled and turned back to continue searching. Chapter 77. Fate's Taunt. Leftover message. Critical moment. Looking at the blank pages, Ronan realized he had the situation backwards. The so-called truth is not in this book, so he opened it, but saw nothing. If he had been a good guest who didn't touch the owner's belongings and hadn't opened the book, perhaps it would have become a gift for him after a while. At this moment, his choice was complete, and the magic began to advance. The changes in this sword of sincerity and this shield of loyalty were like divine revelation, automatically flowing into Ronan's consciousness. His sword transformed from a longsword into a retractable chain whip sword, capable of maintaining its sturdy longsword form or unfolding into a chainsword that could be swung over a wide area, like a viper. Is this in response to his incredibly flexible and adaptable moral bottom line? His shield, however, became able to float and move freely within his field of vision. Freedom means separating your head from your ass, right? Ronan felt as if his destiny magic was mocking him. However, being mocked by fate is also a kind of honor. So many people want it, but don't have the means. It's a pity that it seems I can't have it again. Ronan muttered to himself. At this moment, the surge of magic power completely stopped, showing no sign of continuing to increase. I remember now, Ronan suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Young master, what has come to mind? Elena asked with concern. It's nothing. Let's go check other rooms first, Ronan said, standing up and walking towards the room Nadi had just gone to. He had just remembered what Yvette had told him about Dinia. Dinia had awakened her destiny magic at the age of 3, and at the same time, her magic power surged. At that time, her magic power had already surpassed the magic power level of a typical third-tier mage. Similar things had happened before, but in the past, the most people had reached the magic power level of the second tier. Perhaps this is what Gardner tier meant by the original species that brought about this phenomenon, and Ronan mutated after drinking her blood. After arriving here, he was fully activated, which is why there was such a surge in magic power. Seeing that Ronan did not answer, Elena and Alice did not ask any more questions and followed Ronan. Ambrina followed closely behind. Frederick continued searching frantically through the living room, eagerly looking for something, while the middle-aged John strolled along at a leisurely pace, carefully observing every detail of the room. Ronan and his group arrived at Nadi's room, which seemed to be the homeowner's bedroom. It wasn't very big, only about 20 square meters, and a significant portion of the space was occupied by a large bed that was much bigger than a typical double bed and a wardrobe that almost filled an entire wall. The most eye-catching thing in the entire bedroom is the table in front of the window. The table is made of wood, and the tabletop is covered with a transparent panel that looks like glass. Between the transparent panel and the tabletop, there are some clippings, photos, and several pages torn from some book. Just like the situation at the botanical garden, Ronan didn't recognize the writing at first glance, but after a moment, the writing turned into a language he could understand. It is a wrong path to make humans as free from the body as artificial intelligence, and to make artificial intelligence as confined to the body as humans. A foolish dictator cannot destroy a civilization, but a wise people can. The fact that natural science has failed to completely crush pseudoscience like social science is the biggest joke of civilization. The world needs immature heroes. These 4 passages come from a fragment of a page that was pressed under a transparent panel. Ronan had little interest in these 4 paragraphs, disagreed with them, and had no opinion on them. After all, in his previous life, he was just a minor civil servant in a small county town during the early days of artificial intelligence. What bothered him was that these 3 paragraphs were actually written on paper, which was rather outdated. But looking back, the place as a whole is very backward, at least compared to the obelisk where the gardener tier is. The bathhouse and living room are outdated. The remaining photos are of the same blonde woman at various ages, from childhood to old age. However, the photos are not arranged according to age, and they are not even in the correct positions. They are just randomly placed, which is not at all like the arrangement of this homeowner who has a very high pursuit of beauty. Page 36 finally, there are the collages. To others, these might just be pictures that have been cut up and reassembled, but to Ronan, they are not pictures, but words. These words form a paragraph. A simple numerical code is hidden in the order of the photos. Write the code on the wardrobe with a pen. The mystery of the origin of this world and a small achievement are given to the visitors who cannot meet. After reading this passage, Ronan began to examine the photographs again. After counting, there were 10 photos in total. Ronan picked up a pen from the pen holder next to him and tried to draw on the transparent board, finding that it could leave ink marks. Next, Ronan tried numbering the photos from youngest to oldest, quickly completing the numbering, and then listed a series of numbers in order from left to right and top to bottom. 306, 127, for 598. Ronan silently recited the number and memorized it. Then, he picked up a pen and wrote the string of numbers directly on the wardrobe. Soon, the wardrobe came to life. Not that it actually came to life, but it looked like it did. The wardrobe's outer door twisted and tangled, then a drawer sprouted out. It sprouted, not opened automatically. Nadia, who had been watching Ronan intently ever since he started writing numbers on the transparent board, immediately rushed forward. However, she hesitated to reach into the drawer, fearing it might trigger unforeseen complications. Instead, she called out to Frederick and John, who were busy with their own tasks. Upon hearing Nadia's call, the two immediately rushed in. Both of them stared at the contents of the drawer, but dared not take anything. Ronan stepped forward and took everything out of the room. There were 4 items in total. The first was a book with a leather cover, written in a script that Ronan couldn't understand. However, he remembered that the original Seven Saints Church scriptures were written in this script. The second was a white jar, exactly the same as the jar that Ronan obtained on the 9th underground level of the obelisk to preserve the seed. The third was a black jar, the same shape as the white jar, only the color was different. The fourth was a transparent container that looked like a test tube, containing an unknown liquid. "Give me the black jar," Nadia said. "Give me the book. I'm not the enemy," John said. "Ronan, trust me, give me that pipe, quick." Frederick seemed like a different person, his tone unusually gentle. Ronan smiled. "In that case, I have a suggestion. You two kill this woman, and I'll give you the book and the syringe. Then we'll take the pointer out and figure out how to get that old man to lead us out." After speaking, Ronan was waiting for the other party's answer when he suddenly felt a strange magical force rushing towards him. In a flash, Ronan threw everything at Ambrina and shouted urgently, "Put everything away." Ambrina didn't know what was going on, but she followed Ronan's instructions without hesitation. Chapter 78, A Formidable Foe, Scene Through, ultimately a battle. Ambrina opened the door and sucked all 4 items into her own alternate dimension. Almost as soon as she put everything in, her eyes suddenly went out of focus. The moment the door closed, Ambrina stood frozen in place like a puppet, no longer moving. "Such a quick reaction, Mr. Ronan." His voice preceded his arrival. "I've just been on guard against you," Ronan replied. As soon as the words were spoken, a few unhurried footsteps approached. When the footsteps stopped, the blonde maid who had been pushing the wheelchair appeared in everyone's sight. Unlike the previous person who had a blank stare, stiff movements, and seemed to be controlled, she now moved without any hesitation. With each step, a powerful pressure filled the entire room, and the magic became frenzied, giving everyone the illusion that everything around them was trembling. Unable to withstand the pressure, Alice knelt down on one knee. Only 2 people remained unmoved: Ronan, who had already reached the 3rd rank, and Ambrina, who was clearly under the control of the other party. Impressive 4th-tier magic power level. Ronan appeared to be speaking calmly, but in reality, he had entered a full battle-ready state. The blonde woman opposite him undoubtedly possessed 4th-tier magic power, meaning her magic power was at least twice that of Ronan. The reason for saying "at least" is that the level of magic power varies depending on the user of different spells, but fate magic is the least powerful, so her magic power was at least twice that of Ronan's. As for her magic rank, that's impossible to know, because the amount of magic power and magic rank are not necessarily related. For example, Dinia is a 5th-rank mage, but her abnormal amount of magic power cannot be measured by constants. The blonde woman beckoned with her finger, and Ambrina stepped to her side. "Do you understand the situation now, Mr. Ronan? Then you can try to control her and use her magic to take the thing out. Please go ahead." Ronan maintained his smile. The blonde woman's expression hardened. "As expected, you saw through me. She can control others, but this requires a significant power difference, and the other party being unprepared. So her first target was Ambrina, but unfortunately Ronan anticipated this the moment he noticed her. She can even control others to cast their own magic, but to control others to cast spells, she must enter a state where her soul temporarily resides in the other person's body. In that case, her own strength will drop drastically, and her mobility will become very poor. If she were to control Ambrina to cast a spell to retrieve those 4 items, Ronan would not hesitate to kill her true form during the process. Clearly, Ronan had also considered this, so he handed the item to Ambrina, putting her in a difficult situation. "Then let's change the terms. From now on, obey my orders, or I'll kill her immediately." With that, the blonde woman pointed at Ambrina. "Kill her, and you'll never get those 4 things again," Ronan said. The blonde woman remained calm. "This woman is no ordinary person. If she dies, your career will likely come to an end, and your life might even be in danger. At worst, I can just run away. The only losses I'll suffer are money and official positions. But if she dies, all your past efforts will be wasted." Ronan said he didn't care. "You think I wouldn't dare kill her?" The blonde woman retorted with a sneer. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. If you're any slower, you're a bitch," Ronan said in an extremely provocative manner. "Ha ha ha, trying to provoke me?" After the blonde woman finished laughing, she wiped her face, and her original 18 or 19-year-old face, which still had a hint of immaturity, disappeared. In its place was a mature and beautiful face in her 30s. "Elena, it's been a long time." "And Astrid." Elena was dumbfounded. She never expected to see that face again, and she never expected that after almost 10 years, her aunt hadn't aged at all. The blonde woman, Astrid, looked at Elena and said, "Elena, the descendant of the moon goddess can regain the power of the gods by drinking that substance. With the power of the gods, the restoration of our clan's glory will no longer be a dream, and you will also gain happiness as a result." "I'm doing fine. You don't need to worry about me," Elena said coldly. "For a descendant of God to willingly serve such a hypocritical and heartless man, I think you are seriously ill," Astrid said. Hearing the other party insult Ronan, Elena was instantly enraged. "Pa, you're the one who's sick, brain dead. Calling you aunt is giving you face. You rotten chickens, bitch." Before she finished speaking, Elena drew her black twin swords from her waist. "I'm going to turn your skull into a chamber pot." "Looks like it wasn't a pleasant reunion," Ronan chuckled, turning his gaze to Frederick and John. "Which side are you 2 on?" John took the saint's pendant from his pouch, hung it around his neck, and stood on Ronan's side. "God's grace endures forever, and evil gods will not be tolerated. Looks like there's no hope for my stuff, but this trip has been quite fruitful. Goodbye, everyone." With that, Frederick vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air. Ronan observed the reactions of the others. Even the blonde woman seemed somewhat surprised. Clearly, she hadn't expected this to happen either. It had to be said, this guy had kept it well hidden. With Frederick gone, the situation in the room became clear. "Reverend John, Miss Naughty is in your care. Elena, protect Alice and Ambrina." Ronan quickly explained the mission, then grabbed his sword and shield, preparing to face the blonde woman, Astrid. At the same time, the other party also released magic, or rather, had already released magic long ago. Just like Dinius said, a mage's battle often begins before the battle even starts. In the blink of an eye, the ground had turned into quicksand, and the insteps of Ronan and the others were submerged in the quicksand. Pulling their feet out, they would step on them lightly, only to find another pit. They could not move quickly at all, which was obviously very disadvantageous for a melee mage like Ronan. This is completely different from the blonde woman's magic. Needless to say, this is Nadi's magic. It seems that a meticulous battle plan was devised in advance based on my intelligence. Unfortunately, the more meticulous the plan, the less likely it is to be affected by unexpected events. Ronan thought to himself, while it may be called an accident, it wasn't a matter of chance or luck, but rather the fate that Ronan himself chose. If he hadn't chosen the left side when he was born at the second level, none of the subsequent events would have happened. At the very least, he wouldn't have gone to the 9th underground level of the obelisk. Without his experience on the 9 underground levels of the obelisk, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the 3rd level after arriving here. If he hadn't chosen the left side when he was born in the 3rd stage, he might still be facing a tough battle. Bring it on. Ronan maneuvered the shield to his feet, and he could move it freely. Now, the shield was no longer a shield, but a skateboard for him to glide across the quicksand. Come. Astrid responded by drawing the twin swords she carried on her back. Like Ronan, this magician who manipulates others is also a melee mage when it comes to fighting. Chapter 79. Defeated, but capable of winning. At peak condition, the rapidly flying shield kicked up a cloud of dust, and in an instant, the long sword collided with the feet. The long sword, constructed of pure magic, and the feet, imbued with magic, created a violent magical shockwave upon impact, filling the small bedroom with dust. Ronan, with his single sword, pressed down on Astrid's twin swords, forcing her out of the bedroom. The battlefield has moved to the living room. Finally, just when Ronan could no longer make any progress. The next instant, Ronan flew backward like a cannonball, crashing straight into the wall, leaving a huge dent and spiderweb-like cracks. Strong, really strong. Ronan slashed down from above, and his opponent blocked it with both swords. Then, even though he couldn't swing his swords much, he managed to forcefully send Ronan and his sword flying. It can only be said that, as expected of the Pavis clan, their physical bodies are naturally superior to those of ordinary humans. They are also magicians, and with the superb martial arts skills honed since childhood, Astrid is superior to him in both pure strength and swordsmanship. Ronan looked somewhat disheveled, but he wasn't actually injured. This was largely thanks to the rich experience Elena had accumulated over the years by fighting him with dual swords countless times. However, Ronan did not come away empty-handed from this defeat. At least he could tell from the fact that her physical strength was only slightly stronger than his that she was only a 3rd-tier mage. If she were a 4th-tier mage, Ronan would probably not have just made a dent, but would have been embedded in the wall. Ronan was certain they could win. On the other side, Nadi and John's battle quickly reached a stalemate. Nadi's magic summoned and manipulated quicksand, making it both offensive and defensive. John's magic was similar to a small-scale, all-around, invisible shield, with extremely strong defense but slightly weaker offense. Neither side could inflict any substantial damage on the other, and they could only trade blows. As for Alice and Elena, Alice, who was unable to participate in the battle, subdued the controlled but inactive Ambrina by grappling. To avoid any surprises, she even gagged Ambrina. Elena, on the other hand, was on high alert, ready for any possible attack that might come their way. "It seems you've lost," said the blonde woman, Astrid. "I'll give you a chance. Surrender with Elena and pledge your allegiance to me. With your abilities, you're not qualified." Ronan interrupted her directly. "I don't even want to hear your empty promises." Ronan's interruption enraged Astrid, who rushed over. Unfortunately, even with the influence of the quicksand, her speed was greatly reduced. Ronan steadily parried her left-hand vertical slash with his sword, while simultaneously maneuvering his shield to block her right-hand horizontal slash. Astrid flashed a triumphant smile, and in an instant, her other sword changed from a horizontal slash to a downward thrust, heading straight for Ronan's leg. However, this was the opportunity Ronan had been waiting for. An opening appeared in the opponent's center, and the sturdy longsword instantly disintegrated into the Viper Whip sword. The tip of the sword flashed like a vicious snake's head, striking Astrid's heart. If we're not as strong as the opponent, then we can only rely on tactics. In that instant, Astrid chose to retreat, quickly stepping back and crossing her twin swords to block Ronan's Viper Whip sword thrust. Astrid looked at Ronan. That's right. If you had waited until my sword pierced you and then attacked suddenly, I might have already been hit. It's a pity you're unwilling to pay the price. I never intended to stab you. It was just a further test of your strength. After Ronan finished speaking, he turned to the side and said, Priest John, please protect my little maid and Miss Ambrina. Elena, please hold her by one hand. To hold her off while protecting two others, you have at most 3 minutes. John's voice remained serious and rigid. He wasn't truly on Ronan's side. After personally encountering Ronan, this priest of the heretical Church of Saints had already mentally labeled Ronan as a dangerous individual who could potentially corrupt the saint. But at this moment, stopping Astrid, this heretic, is a higher priority. No problem, young master, Elena replied. Dream on. Astrid turned to face Ronan, her twin swords one in front of the other, her eyes filled with disdain. Elena couldn't possibly hold her back with just one hand. However, in the next scene, Elena's outfit has completely changed. She wears tight-fitting black boots, soft-look black stockings, white shorts that fit her body perfectly, and a one-piece white bodysuit. Her athletic figure and proud curves are perfectly outlined. Her head is also covered by a white full-coverage helmet, with only her eyes covered by red strip goggles. The next moment, Elena moved. As a first-tier mage, even with the armor's enhancement, she was still far from being a match for Astrid, but she was enough to accomplish the task of holding back one of Astrid's hands and one of her swords. On the other side, Ronan wielded his whip-like longsword, launching relentless thrusts from tricky angles. The swords clashed, sparks flew, magic surged, and waves of dust rose. As time passed, scattered bloodstains began to appear on Astrid's body, and blood continued to seep out, turning her white clothes into many blood-red plum blossoms. While being held back by Elena, even though her swordsmanship was superb and her physical strength and magic power were above those of an average third-tier mage, she was still inevitably hit. Once Ronan's attack hit her, the accompanying piercing attack would directly penetrate the magic defense layer she had covered herself, causing direct damage to her body. It seems you've lost. Ronan returned her words verbatim. Astrid maintained her steady fighting stance. 2 minutes have already passed. What difference would it make if your attacks continued for another minute? She did suffer some injuries, but they were far from serious. In another minute, she would only have a few more wounds, and there was no life-threatening danger. A minute later, John will be at a disadvantage and unable to perfectly defend against Nadi's attacks. At that point, Elena had to switch roles to deal with Nadi, and the situation became one-on-one between Ronan and her again, with her hands freed up once more. She didn't think that Ronan could beat her just because she was slightly injured. Elena, get ready. In 1 minute, you go deal with the woman wearing the headscarf. John, you just guard the other side. Ronan said. Just as Astrid had thought, Ronan couldn't seriously injure her in 1 minute, and they had to switch people after 1 minute, otherwise Alice would be in danger. Time ticked by, and when the minute was up, Elena immediately retreated and changed direction to attack Nadi, who was standing to the side. Nadi was prepared and manipulated the sand to block the attack, but unfortunately, she was only a first-level mage and could not control much sand, nor did she have enough power to suppress Elena. Page 37 on the other side, Ronan and Astrid returned to a one-on-one situation. Ronan tightened the Sword of Sincerity, transforming it back into a sturdy longsword. At the same time, he activated his bracelet, switching to armor mode. Meanwhile, as the quicksand on the ground thinned, he once again picked up his shield. Ronan at his peak has arrived. Chapter 80. A powerful curse? A severed hand? Am I a mushroom man too? Poke, block, roll. Ronan's signature whittling down combat style has arrived. Dodge if you can, and if you can't dodge, raise your shield to block. Only when there's a perfect opportunity will you poke with your sword. Never aim for a deep stab, just glancing at it, and dealing piercing damage is enough. As a mercenary, Astrid wouldn't call Ronan despicable, because mercenaries would use any means necessary to succeed in a mission. But as a human being, and as a master swordsman, she had to say that Ronan was utterly despicable. At this point, the injured Astrid no longer had an advantage in strength and speed when facing Ronan in his armored form. Although she was still more skilled than Ronan, Ronan did not confront her directly, but instead kept looking for opportunities to stab her with his sword. Unfortunately, she was completely helpless against Ronan and could only watch as new blood spots kept appearing on her body, while her physical condition continued to decline with each accumulated injury. Ronan was like a monster, switching between buzzing mosquitoes, damned beetles, and maddening fleas, biting every now and then and immediately turning into a beetle and dodging away like a flea when attacked. Astrid would rather Ronan bravely cleave her body with his sword, creating a bloody hole so she could retaliate and plunge her own sword into him, engaging in a fierce battle, than be worn down by someone who seemed to switch between mosquitoes, beetles, and fleas. Haha, you're getting impatient. While tapping away, Ronan managed to utter a few words. No, I'm furious. This is bad news for you, you damned bug, Astrid said, her breath coming out in white vapor like steam from a steam engine. Young master, be careful, the powerful curse is about to be activated. Elena offered a suggestion from the side. Taking advantage of Elena's distraction, Nadi manipulated the sand to sneak into the gap between her pants and pantyhose. Unfortunately, this armor was not a simple physical and magical defense armor, but a combination of enchanted fabric and nanoclusters. It was alive and instantly expelled the sand that tried to invade. A powerful curse. This is troublesome. Ronan frowned. He certainly knew what a powerful curse was. The powerful spell is a state that can be entered by those who use the Heavenly Oath magic. However, most people who use the Heavenly Oath cannot achieve this state, because most people will try to circumvent the oath after accepting it, whether it is through self-hypnosis, misinterpretation, or deliberate planning. It's just like Ronan's loyal city and the for your own good of the artificial intelligence Gardner Tyrell. If it weren't for this, how could the church have indirectly controlled the mainland for nearly 1,000 years? They would have been wiped out by the backlash long ago. After all, finding a believer in the church is about as difficult as finding someone who doesn't love money in a bank. Those who can truly enter a state of powerful incantation are people who genuinely believe in God. To be precise, he's a madman. The prerequisite for entering the state of powerful incantation is encountering a strong obstacle that prevents one from fulfilling their vow. This is probably an honor, Ronan said with a self-deprecating laugh. Being judged as a strong obstacle by the other party's heart and vows at least showed that he was very strong. Cherish the last moments when you can laugh. Astrid released her control over Ambrina, and all her power returned to herself. The will to fulfill her vow and the powerlessness to encounter strong resistance collided and twisted, and the powerful curse manifested, unleashing her full potential. After a powerful magical shockwave radiated outwards, Astrid's golden hair, which had been flying high, fell back down. Her pupils had now turned completely golden, and her skin began to glow with a rose-gold luster, with white steam rising from it like vapor. In the next instant, Astrid had disappeared from Ronan's sight. Although Ronan had already distanced himself and his senses had detected her movements, he was still struck in the arm by her sword. Fast, too fast. This sword strike was even more ferocious, piercing through the armor, slicing through Ronan's flesh, and even cutting a clean gash into the bone, almost severing Ronan's left hand at the root. Ronan's face contorted in pain, and his shield clattered to the ground. Elena, calm down. John, hold back the sand. Ambrina, give Elena that clear tube, Ronan shouted. The opponent's power was too great. He instantly lost an arm and could only hope that Elena, who was also a descendant of the moon goddess, would drink the unknown potion to turn the tide. Upon hearing the sound, Elena rushed towards Ambrina at top speed. Astrid bypassed Ronan's sword encirclement, knocked away the shield that Ronan was controlling, and immediately charged towards Ambrina. According to Ronan's instructions, Elena should have arrived first. However, John hesitated for a moment because he did not want anyone to drink the potion. When he finished weighing the two evils and chose the lesser one, and stopped the sand, Elena's actions had already been delayed by the sand. Astrid arrived late, but arrived first. Ambrina, who had just taken out the transparent test tube containing the medicine, was completely confused and, in her haste, threw the medicine forcefully towards Ronan on the other side. Seeing this, Astrid smiled, then suddenly stopped and turned to pounce on Ronan. With one hand already useless, Ronan posed no obstacle at this point. The miraculous medicine, once in his hands, only delayed her access to it by half a second. Astrid moved so fast it was as if time had been cut off, as if frames had been ripped out. One frame showed her turning around, and the next she was standing in front of Ronan. However, in the next scene, Astrid remains motionless, her face filled with astonishment. Looking down, a long sword is deeply embedded in her heart, and blood continues to gush out. Looking ahead, Ronan gripped the sword hilt with both hands. His left hand was completely intact, and even the black armor was fully repaired, as if Astrid had never struck his left hand. In fact, Ronan himself didn't understand what was going on, because everything happened too fast. He only saw blood-red, mycelium-like threads growing between his severed flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, his hand was healed, and then the armor automatically repaired itself and covered his skin again. The next instant, he saw Astrid rush over. Without thinking, he instinctively grabbed his sword with both hands to meet the thrust, and then plunged the sword into her heart. At this moment, Ronan looked at Astrid and found that she was no longer in a state of strong curse, and the gold in her pupils was constantly struggling and pulsating. Die! Astrid raised her twin swords. This time, she was going to cut off Ronan's head. At that moment, Elena deactivated her armor and activated her Oath of Heaven magic, a spell that could only enhance Ronan. Ronan kicked Astrid hard, instantly drawing his longsword. Astrid's slash struck Ronan's leg. This time, everyone saw it clearly. The red mycelium quickly connected and repaired Ronan's flesh and bones. John was even more shocked. He had never seen it, but he had heard of it, because the reincarnation of the saint, Dinia, had demonstrated this ability in that great battle. Everyone else thought it was her mushroom magic, but they didn't think so. This is the power of the saintess herself. Chapter 81 Sudden Change. Thrilling moment. Unexpected ending. As soon as his legs touched the ground, Ronan twisted his waist like a winch, channeling all his strength into a sword strike aimed at his opponent's neck. Unfortunately, Astrid dodged to the side, and the sword only sliced off a piece of flesh from her shoulder. Astrid showed no intention of retreating, and with a thrust and a slash, she attacked Ronan with her twin swords. As the powerful curse faded, Astrid, who was still losing blood, seemed to have turned into a mad beast. She had abandoned martial arts and ignored her injuries, focusing only on relentless attacks. In fact, she was still incredibly rational, because Ronan had not taken the vial of the divine medicine, so the medicine was now lying on the ground. What she had to do was use this madness to force Ronan to retreat, then pick up the vial of the divine medicine, retreat to a safe distance to drink it, activate her bloodline to become the new moon goddess, and then come back to completely annihilate Ronan. Unfortunately, while she remained calm, Ronan was even calmer and refused to back down an inch. I refuse to believe that you can reattach your limbs, even if I completely cut them off. Astrid's attacks became increasingly ferocious. Do you still have the ability? The wounds you can inflict on me are getting shallower and shallower, Ronan mocked, while his offensive became even more ferocious, giving his opponent no chance to pick up the vial of medicine. As for getting slashed if he acts recklessly, Ronan is a mushroom man now. Why would he be afraid of getting slashed twice? Astrid and Ronan clashed violently, and in the blink of an eye, both of them were covered in blood. However, Ronan only had blood on his body and no visible wounds, while Astrid's wounds were deepening with her vigorous movements. On the other side, Nadi wanted to use the sand to retrieve the divine medicine, but unfortunately, as a first-tier mage, she couldn't do it. Her summoned creatures, the sand, were not powerful enough, and her control over them was far from sufficient. If she tried to control the sand with all her might to retrieve the divine medicine, the sand protecting her would be insufficient, and Elena would directly kill her with 2 sword strikes at close range. All she could do was use the sand to barely suppress Elena, who could only fight with melee weapons, and John, who had just exhausted a lot of magic power. Elena continued her attacks, while John merely went through the motions, trying to recover his magic as much as possible in order to find the right opportunity to destroy the potion on the ground. Old woman, how much longer can you hold out? Ronan mocked Astrid, who was locked in a fierce battle with him. Little monster, your regenerative ability will consume a lot of mana. How long can you maintain it? Without mana, this sword in your hand will cease to exist. Astrid showed no weakness. Both of them were very calm and saw each other clearly. Ronan is now frantically depleting his mana. He already has very little mana, and each self-repair consumes a lot of mana. He can't keep this up for much longer. Astrid wouldn't last much longer either. She was covered in bloody wounds. A chunk of flesh had been ripped from her shoulder, and she had been stabbed in the heart. Every second, her life force was draining away, and she was getting closer to death. Your best option now is to surrender. As long as you honestly confess everything, you will have a chance to live, Ronan said. He always treated people with sincerity and would give them a chance if he said he would, but if the other party did not survive, then it was not his problem. Your best option now is to kneel down and lick my shoes. For Elena's sake, I might spare your life. Astrid remained sharp-tongued, gambling that Ronan's magic would burn out before her own life. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out. The one who fired the shot was Alice, while the one who was shot was Naughty, who controlled the sand. As a proper mage, the power of the pistol was not enough to penetrate the body covered by the magic shield, but it was enough to cause a huge shock, and Naughty's internal organs churned. Elena seized the opportunity to get close, and Naughty couldn't react in time. She waved her hand to control the sand to block, but unfortunately Elena had two swords. One sword was blocked by the sand barrier, and the other sword swept low, severing Naughty's toes and half of her foot. With a scream, Naughty collapsed to the ground. The extreme pain prevented her from focusing her mind on casting spells. The sand barrier couldn't protect her in time, and Elena struck again with her sword, piercing her heart directly. With a twist of her wrist, Naughty fell completely, blood gushing from her mouth, her eyes wide open, no longer moving. Alice breathed a sigh of relief. She had known from the beginning that Ambrina had a gun in her body. She had been preparing for this attack ever since Ambrina recovered, and finally she had the chance when no one was paying attention to her anymore. "Beautiful, Alice," Elena exclaimed, then plunged her sword into Naughty's neck, intending to kill her completely. It was just a small assist. Alice turned her head away, reluctantly accepting the praise. Seeing her only teammate Naughty die, Astrid knew she was about to be caught in a pincer attack and had no chance of turning the tide. "Aunt, stop now, or I'll have no choice but to take your head myself," Elena pleaded, already prepared to act. If her aunt didn't surrender, she would have to personally behead her, because she didn't want Ronan to feel guilty for killing her family. Astrid spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and let out a long breath. Oath 1, to cherish my family and friends. Oath 2, to restore my family. Oath 3, to recreate miracles. In the end, I failed to do any of them. Surrender is impossible, but I cannot die like this, much less die at your hands. As soon as the words were spoken, an astonishing magical power exploded. Thinking his opponent was about to deliver a fatal blow, Ronan raised his shield to block. The priest John, who was standing nearby, thought so too. He immediately cast a protective shield, preparing to take this opportunity to use the shield to crush the vial of the divine medicine. However, the next moment, John felt like he was flying. In fact, it wasn't him flying, but his head. Astrid beheaded John in an instant. Immediately afterward, Astrid raised her hand and controlled Ambrina. After completing the control, she glanced at Elena, then turned to Ronan. "After I die, this state will continue for another 5 minutes. Just like before, she won't have any memories of the time. I know Elena will listen to you." After saying that, Astrid gripped her twin swords in her hands, the blades sinking deep into her body. She lost her balance and fell forward, her vision blurring and turning black as memories began to flash back. She seemed to have family, lovers, and friends, yet she had none of them. The only thing she possessed was an ideal that was as elusive as quicksand. This life is so incredibly boring. These last words fell to the ground along with her body. Astrid dead. Ronan put away his sword and shield, stood there stunned for several seconds, then walked to the side, bent down, and picked up the divine medicine from the ground. Elena, this is yours. Elena stood silently, staring at Astrid's corpse on the ground, as if she hadn't heard Ronan's words at all. After many years apart, the already weak family ties had long since faded. But when someone dies, it's hard to let go of the grief even for a short time. She killed John to prevent him from destroying the medicine, and controlled Ambrina so that we could find a reason to say that you had no choice but to drink the medicine because of the emergency. Everything is to make you drink it. Whether you drink it or not is not my decision. It is your choice. Ronan said. Chapter 82 Miracle Drug, Deception. Uncontrollable Elena rubbed her eyes, bit her lip, and remained silent for a long time before speaking weakly. She has accomplices. This priest has someone behind him, and that guy who disappeared inexplicably also has a force behind him. If I drink it, young master, you will be involved in endless trouble because of me. You're saying we won't have any trouble if you don't drink it? Ronan laughed. In that case, we might as well just drink it. If anyone causes trouble, we'll just kill them all. But, young master, you still have to hold a public office, and, Elena said worriedly. It is precisely because I hold a public office that I do not care if people come looking for trouble. After all, once someone is killed, there are plenty of charges to pin on the other party. If I were a civilian who killed someone, especially a magician, it would be extremely difficult to deal with. Ronan said he genuinely didn't care if people caused him trouble because of the miracle drug. Elena took a long, deep breath. Actually, I could go far away. No, Ronan said sternly. Absolutely not. At that moment, Elena's tears, which had been lingering in her eyes for so long, finally couldn't be held back and fell. Cry. Cry. All you do is cry. You're such a grown man. Don't you feel ashamed? Ronan said with feigned disdain. Here you go. With that, Ronan tossed the divine medicine over. I'm a girl too. Why can't I cry? Elena pouted and retorted, taking the clear test tube, breaking off the cap, with tears in one eye and a sweet smile on her lips, as she drank the liquid inside in one gulp. Alice turned her face away completely, not wanting to look at the two of them. Look, even Alice thinks you're embarrassing, Ronan joked. Elena immediately stopped crying and forced a bright smile. She's just jealous. The next second, Elena's face suddenly contorted, her fingers gripping her chest tightly. She collapsed to the ground, curled up in a ball, and gritted her teeth to endure the pain. Alice quickly knelt down to check on her, anxiously asking, Elena, are you all right? She's fine, Ronan said. Elena hadn't suffered any external injuries from before until now, and she didn't seem to have any internal injuries either. Judging from the aura she was emitting, although her magical fluctuations were extremely strong, the frequency was very stable and not chaotic at all. Whether it's the part that belongs to the human body or the part that is made of magic, she still maintains a balance. Balance means nothing's wrong. Moreover, Astrid had been wanting to drink it, and even made Elena drink it at the last minute. So she must have been certain that drinking it wouldn't cause any problems, at least that the so-called descendant of the moon goddess would be perfectly fine. Elena huddled on the ground, her voice strained. I'm all right, but it feels like my bones are being pulled out one by one, then scalded with boiling water, and then put back in. You call this okay? Alice was speechless for a moment. Just hearing it made her feel pain. She looked up and complained to Ronan with a dissatisfied expression. Ronan, can't you say a few words of concern? If concern were useful, I could talk all day, Ronan replied. Page 38. After saying that, Ronan went over and carried Elena to the sofa, letting her lie down sideways. Lie down for a while. Ambrina also recovered, and looking at the corpse on the ground and Elena curled up on the ground, she was completely stunned. What happens? Ambrina asked. Her memory was completely fragmented. Initially, Ronan told her to put the things away, but she couldn't remember anything after that. When she recovered, she only remembered hurriedly taking out the vial of medicine. After Alice's sneak attack succeeded and Elena killed Nadi, the blonde woman suddenly attacked, and then she lost her memory again. Recovery is happening now. Ronan looked at Ambrina and explained, It's simple. This blonde woman went berserk in the end, unleashing all her power to try and take you hostage and force us to hand over the potion. To prevent her from succeeding, Elena drank the potion, and I successfully dealt with her. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to save her, and John died just like that. Alice was stunned after hearing Ronan's explanation. There were so many loopholes in his words. Was this really the same Ronan who was so good at making up lies? Even if Elena made up a lie, it would be more credible than Ronan's explanation. Ambrina may be naive, but she's not stupid either. In Alice's opinion, even if Ambrina lost some of her memories due to being controlled, she wouldn't be so easily convinced by such a perfunctory explanation. Indeed, the blonde woman clearly committed suicide, and John was not killed in a premeditated manner. Combining her existing memories, Ambrina became certain of one thing. Ronan's explanation was a complete lie. She hated being lied to, but she believed that Ronan's lie was for her own good and was well-intentioned. So that's how it is, Ambrina said with a hint of emotion, as if she had truly believed Ronan. Yes, Your Highness, that is so, Ronan replied. Even the most clever lie is still a lie. Rather than fabricating a seemingly believable lie, it's better to state your position directly and show that you don't want her to keep asking questions. However, Ronan was also a little surprised. He had never expected the princess to react this way. Ambrina was clearly pretending to believe it. Ronan thought that given Ambrina's experiences and personality, she should be sulking after he had clearly been evasive and deceitful towards her. As expected, the realm of a little girl's thoughts is too complex for him to grasp. Alice, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Recalling everything that had happened along the way, she wondered if Princess Ronan had fallen for her. Otherwise, why would she react like this? On the other side, Elena's breathing became much smoother on the sofa, and gradually, the painful expression on her face disappeared. Elena struggled to sit up, supporting herself with her hands. Ronan flew over to help her up, letting her lean against him. Is it necessary to be so stubborn at a time like this? Holding Ronan's hand, Elena smiled broadly. I'm all right now. I'm a second-tier mage, and Elena, who was a little too excited, had just said 2 more words when Ronan glared at her and told her to stop. All right, you should rest first. After saying that, Ronan stood up. Your Highness, after Elena has rested for a while, you can take a bath and have something to eat. Then we'll set off to leave this place. Those Sea Piper people should still be on the shore of the island. Their food should be almost ready. We can't keep them waiting too long. We need to rely on the sea flies to get back. We can't stay here too long. Ambrina nodded, then reached into the interdimensional portal within her body and retrieved the white jar, the black jar, and the book. Mr. Ronan, here you go. Ronan took the item, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and tied it with a rope. Your Highness, have you studied the language of the old empire? I can understand some of it, Ambrina replied softly. All right, let's open this book and take a look on the way back, Ronan said. If they didn't let the princess know anything, it would probably make her very bothered. Ambrina nodded again and smiled happily. Chapter 83 Sword Dance. Departure. The submarine disappears. Ronan sat back down beside Elena, closed his eyes for a short rest, and silently counted the seconds. At 5 minutes and 31 seconds, Elena suddenly had a flash of gold in her pupils. She jumped up from the sofa, took a step forward, and opened her arms. The 2 swords beside her flew into her hands automatically. With the swords in hand, Elena seemed to descend from the heavens, performing a sword dance. The blades cut through the air, creating a whirlwind. Her dance gradually approached the ultimate in power and beauty amidst the sound of the wind. In a daze, Ronan, Alice, and Ambrina seemed to be not in the living room, but by a lake under the moonlight, with a gentle breeze on their faces, watching the goddess dance under the moon. Even though Ambrina had never heard of the name of the moon goddess before, the name of the moon goddess came to mind. Just as the vision became clearer, as if Elena was about to see the true face of the moon goddess on her body, Elena's sword dance came to an abrupt stop. She looked puzzled. Her body had inexplicably performed a sword dance, but it should have been a very ordinary sword dance. How come even Ronan seemed to be captivated by her dance? No way, is it really that good-looking? After a long while, Ronan and his 2 companions finally broke free from the illusion. Amazing! Ambrina couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. She had seen countless dances since she was a child, but she had never had such a divine experience. Your Highness, she was just having a sudden lapse in judgment, Ronan said. He said that, but he knew very well that Elena's behavior just now was definitely not a lapse in judgment. However, now was not the time to investigate this matter. They would explore it slowly when they returned. Agreed, Alice echoed. Elena sheathed her twin swords. TSK. Jealousy makes people ugly, Alice. Seeing that her familiar Elena was back, Alice snorted. Humph, I knew it must have been an illusion. All right, you guys go take a shower and change your clothes. Don't take too long. I'll just lie here for a bit, Ronan said, then lay down on the sofa. Ambrina was doing all right, but Elena and Alice hadn't showered for days. Elena, in particular, had just fought Nadi, who controlled the sand, and was covered in sand and blood when she killed someone. A few minutes later, the large public bath was filled with steam. Elena hummed a melancholy tune from the north as she rubbed her skin, quickly cleaning herself from head to toe. She hadn't showered for days and had just finished a fierce battle, leaving her covered in sweat. Now she couldn't wait to wash herself clean and smell fresh. Alice's movements were much gentler, and she wasn't in the mood to hum a song. Ambrina leaned against the edge of the pool while soaking in the bath. She had already washed, and since she hadn't participated in the battle, she only had a little bit of sand on her face, so a quick wash was enough. Ambrina sized up Elena and Alice. With Elena's vigorous movements, her large breasts, now completely free from their restraints, swayed incessantly with her actions. Ambrina unconsciously pressed her own breasts against hers. The difference was truly striking. Apart from Dinia, she had never seen such large breasts. Moreover, Elena was truly beautiful. She had been both handsome and beautiful during the battle, but now, bathing, she possessed an added touch of sweetness amidst her heroic spirit. Looking at Alice, although Alice seems to be about the same age as her, she is so thin that she looks quite old. Her features are not those of a typical beauty, but she has a unique, cold beauty vibe. I am just an ordinary person, nothing special at all. Okay, all done. Elena stood up, picked up the soap and rubbed herself, then plopped down and quickly washed herself clean. She then left the bath and went to change her clothes. Soon, all three of them finished and changed their clothes. Upon entering the living room, Ambrina hesitated for a moment before taking out 3 small bottles from her body. Mr. Ronan, here you go. This is shampoo, this is shower gel, and this is essential oil. These 3 items are all things she uses herself, while the soaps she previously distributed to others were bought from the market. Thank you, Your Highness. Ronan took the items and then went to the bath. He's a grown man, so he can wash up much faster and he'll be back in no time. At this point, the 3 women were only still wet in their hair, but they had already put on their shoes and socks. Elena and Alice were still wearing black high-top leather boots, but now they were polished to a shine. They were still wearing black stockings, the same stockings but with a different feel, a cool and sweet blonde older sister and a cold and aloof young lady. Ambrina changed into a pair of boots in the original leather color, with iris-shaped leather carvings along the edges of the boot shafts. The round toes paired with white stockings gave her a gentle and lovely feel, just like a little princess. No, this is a real princess. Let's go. Ronan gestured for them to leave. Normally, he would have taken a few more glances, but he didn't have the time now. Leaving the basement that didn't quite resemble a basement, the 4 of them went outside and then entered the forest with the compass. As soon as they entered the forest, they were plunged into darkness. Relying on the compass to guide them in reverse, Ronan and his group quickly made their way out of the forest. As soon as we emerged from the forest, the sun shone brightly. When they arrived at the island's shore, the scene was completely different from what Ronan had imagined. Triska was pointing a gun at the half-masked old Heidi man sitting in a wheelchair, while several Heidi men with him stood opposite another group of Heidi men, and the 2 sides were in a standoff. Upon seeing Ronan and his group arrive, but not the others, Triska and the other 4 Heidi people instantly smiled, but then their faces were filled with worry. The old Heidi and his group did not show any signs of dejection. After a moment of disappointment, they seemed to be relieved and let out a long sigh. Just as Ronan was wondering what was going on, his gaze fell into the distance, and in that instant, he suddenly understood why they had such expressions. Damn it, the submarine is gone. Ronan immediately swore. Everyone's still here, but the damn submarine is gone. What happened? Where's the submarine? Ronan rushed up and asked. Triska lowered her gun. After you left, I don't know how much time passed, but that blonde maid suddenly seemed like a different person. Then she went into the submarine, and after she came out, the submarine sank. Then she went into the forest. After she left, the old man sent people to dive and look for her. While they were on shore again, I took the opportunity to kidnap the old man. I heard from them that the submarine had blown up into several pieces and was sinking continuously. By now, there shouldn't even be any wreckage left. Ronan was speechless. But Ronan didn't panic. If that big-nosed, bearded guy could get out, it meant that they could get out of here without going through a submarine. There's a letter left by that blonde maid in this old man's coat pocket, but we haven't had a chance to look at it, Triska hurriedly added, looking like she was grasping at a last straw. Ronan took the envelope out of the old man's pocket. Tear it open and take out the letter inside. The letter only has a picture and a sentence on it. Ronan couldn't understand the diagram. Unfortunately, you are the victors. I destroyed the submarine. Only by destroying the submarine can we prevent anyone from coming here again. 2. The Heidi people will understand. Chapter 84 Silencing, Return. Time Triska took the blueprint from Ronan, glanced at it, and then excitedly explained to him that it wasn't just one blueprint, but two. A map and an activation diagram. There was a teleportation array not far from here, but it wasn't the kind of teleportation array Ronan had seen before. It was a different kind that he had only seen in the inherited knowledge. However, he knew how to activate it, but activation required some kind of resonance magic. His speech became faster and faster, and his expression became more and more excited. Ronan felt like he was about to lose his breath just listening to him. All right, calm down, don't get so agitated. Ronan patted his hand and said, just tell me what you need, how long it will take for everyone to leave together, and where we'll be transported to. Triska stopped his rapid-fire explanation, took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself down, and said, if they come together, it can be done in an hour. If it's just the 5 of us, it will take about 3 hours. As for the location of the teleportation, that's uncertain. It should be the location of a branch teleportation array. Ronan nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I'm going to talk to Miss Ambrina about something. After saying that, Ronan walked over and led Ambrina aside. The two of them went to the edge of a reef away from everyone else. Your Highness, I have something I would like to ask for your permission to do. Ronan bowed and asked for permission. Ambrina was somewhat puzzled, especially since she was alone with Ronan. She paused for a moment before replying. Mr. Ronan, please speak. Ronan stood up straight. I separated the old Heidi man and his gang, who had only one half-mast, and interrogated them one by one. Then I killed them all without leaving a single one alive. If they were coerced, should they be killed too? Ambrina asked. Kill them. Ronan answered decisively, then explained. The location they were teleported to is unknown. If they return with us, they might be noticed when they arrive. There are too many people in those special cities who want to cause me trouble. These Heidi people are foreigners, and they will definitely seize this opportunity to launch a forced investigation. That could implicate your Highness, and things would become very complicated. Of course, the idea of silencing them also has my own selfish reasons. I don't want to be affected. Is that so? Ambrina hesitated for a moment. I don't object. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. At least this princess knew what was important. Then Ronan added, there's one more thing, Your Highness. When we get back, I will explain everything to you with Ms. Dinia, including some things related to this incident. Then, aren't you worried that because I know these things, I might tell others, or even have someone investigate you? Ambrina asked nervously, stumbling twice. But she was secretly delighted because Ronan was willing to be honest with her. Ronan gave a formulaic smile. Your Highness, you have the right to know everything and to handle everything. Hearing this, Ambrina was somewhat disappointed. What if I weren't a princess? Then I'm even less worried, because you're a kind person, Ambrina, and you'll forgive my selfishness as a villain. You definitely won't tell anyone. Ronan said with utmost sincerity. If Ambrina were just an ordinary girl, would anyone listen to her? No, Ronan wasn't worried. Hearing Ronan say this, Ambrina's mood brightened. Don't worry, I will never tell anyone about this experience. You don't need to show me that book, and you don't need to tell me about your past with Dinia. Ambrina's words caught Ronan off guard, and he could only rephrase his statement. It is my duty to let you know the truth. He genuinely intended to tell Ambrina the truth, albeit only a part of it, and even that was embellished, much like a report to a superior. The reason for doing this was that, in Ronan's view, if Ambrina was full of doubts about this experience and was curious, she would likely try to find out about these issues. If someone like her were to investigate something, it would be difficult for others to notice. If the king also found out, that would be really troublesome. On the contrary, if she knew the truth, she wouldn't do anything unnecessary. No need, I trust your character. Ambrina refused directly. Besides, I'm not very good at hiding things, and it wouldn't be good if I accidentally let something slip. Ronan was shocked. Ambrina was actually worried about not being able to keep it a secret. And what did she mean by trusting his character? He didn't have any character to speak of. Your Highness, you are like the sun in early winter. Ronan didn't know what else to say, so he could only flatter him. You don't have to do that. By the way, you can just call me Ambrina, Ambrina said. I'll call you Ronan too, okay? Okay, no problem, Ambrina, Ronan agreed. He felt that something was off about the princess, but he could only play along. After all, it was impossible for Her Highness to be acting strangely. If she was acting strangely, then it must be you who was acting strangely. Seeing Ronan address her by her name, Ambrina couldn't help but feel a little secretly pleased. Back on the island's shore, when the old man saw Ronan approaching, he immediately spoke without waiting for any questions. I only know that the blonde woman is a pirate. I know nothing about the identities of the other three. The submarine was only recently found, and the information about this place was also obtained from the submarine. As soon as I got the submarine, I was taken over by that blonde woman. I know nothing about what happened after that. They were also coerced. Don't rush, Ronan said. Next, Ronan asked Elena and Alice to help him separate and interrogate the old heady people. After some questioning, the details of the confessions of the men matched up. Apart from the fact that they, a group of sea pipers who mingled in the southern continent, were black marketeers who sold stolen goods for the female pirate Astrid, the old man's initial confession was basically the whole truth. It seems you're telling the truth, Ronan said. That's right, the old man replied, secretly relieved that at least his life was saved. Page 39. In the next instant, Ronan moved, and in a flash, 6 blood flowers bloomed in the air. When Ronan stood still again, the old Heidi people and their group had all turned into corpses. Triska and his 5 companions were completely dumbfounded. How could they have been killed so suddenly? Ronan sheathed his longsword. All right, Triska, go and set up the teleportation array. 3 hours later, the teleportation array on the island was activated, and Triska, holding the resonance stone, began to cast resonance magic. Soon, white flashes resembling breathing lights began to appear on the ground. Seeing this familiar white light, Ronan knew that this matter could finally come to an end. After a moment of disorientation, when Ronan and his group opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, they were on the top of a mountain, and in the distance, it seemed to be an island. Ronan and his companions descended the mountain and headed towards the edge of the island. Along the way, they realized where they were. They are now on Sacco Island, their original vacation destination. Upon arriving at a seaside town on Sacco Island, Ronan immediately asked someone what the date was. Chapter 85. The Charity Estate. Interpreting the text, unconventional time is impossible to tell on that island in that alternate dimension, so Ronan's biggest concern right now is how much time has passed. Upon being asked, Ronan was initially surprised, but then beamed with joy. The surprise came from the fact that the townsman told Ronan it was November 5th. Ronan and his group set off on November 2nd, only 2.5 days after they left Wright City. They encountered a submarine on the first night of their voyage and landed on the island in that alternate dimension at midnight on the second day. In other words, only 2.5 days had passed in normal time, but the 3 days and nights they experienced on the island in the alternate dimension were equivalent to only 2 or 3 hours outside. The reason for their laughter was simple. Their original plan was to spend 2 days sailing to Sacco Island, spend 2 more days there, and then return to Leyte for a total of 1 week. This means that although they disappeared at sea, no one would find it unusual, because normally they would arrive at Sacco Island around the same time, only half a day late. As for the fact that their original ship is gone, so be it. Ronan can just tell Fatty Pierre and everything will be fine. Knowing there was nothing wrong, Ronan completely relaxed and began to arrange the next schedule. I'll take you to a manor later. We can rest tomorrow, relax, and find a boat. It would be best if we could find a pleasure boat, but if not, we can have a cargo ship take us back. Before long, Ronan led his group to the right estate on Sacco Island. We live in an agricultural era now. There are many tourists, but the tourism industry is lacking, at least not in places like Sacco Island, so there are no dedicated resort hotels. Right estate used to belong to Ronan's family, but when Ronan later renounced his title, he also handed over his family property to the state, including this estate on the island of Sacco. This place, though called a manor, has actually become a charity hotel, specifically for those who have made outstanding contributions to the special city. Who are these outstanding contributors? Naturally, they are the city hall officials who have worked hard for the better lives of the citizens. As for the money needed to maintain this place, it is of course the charitable donations from the conscientious businessmen of the 7 special cities. Of course, we will invite some enthusiastic citizens when appropriate. Although their contributions are not as great as those of the officials, they are still contributions, aren't they? The interior of the manor was simply decorated, and the dinner was also simple. There were 4 dishes: scrambled eggs with butter, chicken soup, garlic shrimp, and pan-fried fish, served with bread. These scrambled eggs are pretty good, Ambrina complimented in a flat tone. Ronan took on the role of tour guide, introducing to Ambrina, Sacco chicken is a breed bred from the fat chickens of the south and the chickens of the island. The meat itself is of good quality, and the eggs are especially delicious. When made with scrambled eggs and butter and a little bit of dried shrimp bits, it is the most famous delicacy here. The meal was finished quickly. As night fell, Ronan quietly found Ambrina and called her to his room. Ronan spoke up. "Your Highness, how about we take a look at that book together? I don't quite recognize the words, so I hope you can help me." He still hoped that Ambrina could help decipher the text in the book. Ambrina hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. "Okay." Ronan opened the door and then put down a pair of slippers woven from fine linen and sewn with 2 layers of soft cloth. Ambrina sat down on the edge of the bed, took off her ankle boots, and put on slippers to make her round, white-stockinged feet, which had been walking for most of the day. She felt much more comfortable. She even subconsciously wanted to stretch, but she immediately dismissed the thought. She didn't want to show her lazy and casual side to Ronan. After Ronan lit the fireplace, he handed her the book. Ambrina took the book, glancing out of the corner of her eye, and noticed that Ronan was sitting quite far away from her. "Ronan, you're sitting so far away. Can you even see the words?" Ronan's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. He was slow-witted in some ways, but not to that extent. Would this princess be lusting after him? No way. Ronan has absolutely no interest in being the future queen's lover. He's not like some false men who enjoy being like-minded with others. "Well, I apologize for my rudeness." Ronan moved a little closer, but luckily he had one advantage. He would never get up unless he saw the legs, so it was fine no matter how close he got. Ambrina opened the book with both hands and began to read softly. "I am another division. Oh no, a descendant of another civilization, writing to this world a connection. No, a link to destiny." You misread 2 parts of a sentence. Either Ambrina's knowledge of the old empire is very weak, or the other person's word choice is too archaic. If Ronan had studied the old empire's language, he would have known it was the latter, because the word division of labor is the etymology of civilization, and the 2 words were almost spelled the same over 1,000 years ago. Ambrina continued, though she made mistakes from time to time, and there were even parts she didn't know how to translate at all. However, Ronan generally understood the content of the beginning of the book. First, there's the author. According to Ronan's speculation, the person who wrote the book came from the civilization that created the Gardner tier. Unfortunately, the author barely mentions anything about himself or his civilization. All Ronan knew was that when they discovered the fact that the 2 worlds had intersected, their civilization was actually already in a state of collapse. Their last remaining remnants of the old humanity planned to come to this world to rebuild civilization. So they tried to establish 7 relatively stable connection points to connect their worlds. The deserted, dead city that Ronan and Dinia had visited before was one of them. However, that dead city was not a city built by the author's civilization, but rather part of their city museum. Their city was far more advanced and developed than that dead city. The island is a secluded place created by the author himself, not a connecting point. As for why they didn't come directly, what exactly the connection point is, and why there was no follow-up after the connection point was established, the book doesn't mention a single word about it. There's no information whatsoever about the person who stole the original seed and is very likely the founder of the Seven Saints Church, as Gardner Tier once mentioned, or Ronan, whom Gardner Tier called the reader. After briefly describing the so-called connection point, the author suddenly changed the subject. Let's talk about your strange world. When we first came to this world, we found that the geographical environment here was very similar to our world, but there were still considerable differences. Logically speaking, such differences should have been enough to cause significant differences in the physical appearance of human individuals and the development of civilization in the two worlds. However, the differences are very small. The humans here are almost the same as we were in the past, except for magic. This is unreasonable, not because it violates common sense, but because it violates objective laws. The following content is impossible to express using the world's original phonetic script, because these words are completely incapable of accurately conveying my meaning. Chapter 86 Illiterate, The Anti-Logic Clan, The Origin of the Primal Species. Ambrina put down her book and handed it to Ronan. I don't recognize these words at the end. Ronan took the book, looked at it, and sure enough, it was that experience again where you couldn't understand it 1 second, and then suddenly the text became understandable. Your Highness, this is a bit complicated. Let me read these paragraphs first, and then I'll explain it to you, Ronan said, as he began reading the following text. From this point on, the author's entire style changes. Immediately following the previous sentence, it says, "Ha ha, finally, I don't have to write with this primitive script anymore. I almost forgot that this way of writing with a pen is very primitive. It really feels like I've come back to life. In short, this world was created by God, but of course we don't consider these beings to be gods. We call such irrational beings, those that cannot be judged by logic, the anti-logic race. Of course, if we put them in this world, even 1,000 years from now, people in this world can only understand them as gods. However, you, who are reading what I am writing, may be able to understand some of it, haha." The author describes the anti-logic family as follows. They are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. It sounds like an omniscient and omnipotent God, and yet they are also illogical. The same individual can be immortal or choked to death by a mouthful of water, much like a person with infinite power creating a stone that they cannot lift. They can create worlds, or they can be knocked unconscious with a single blow. They might be able to answer any question you ask, but they might not even be able to solve the simplest arithmetic problem. They might be right next to you, and from birth to death, they might just be a less successful friend than you, showing no special qualities. But they could also exist at any moment in the past or future, in any place, transcending time and space. Even when you think he's an anti-logic, he might not be. You may not be able to use logic to presume this existence, but that is not certain either, because lack of logic is also a kind of incompetence, while they are capable of being capable. In short, anti-logic families do not have cause and effect, only can or cannot. This can or cannot contain the logic of existence. That is to say, anti-logic families can also have logic. Your Highness, that's roughly how it is. However, what I'm relaying is my understanding, and my understanding is also a kind of logic, so it may not be a correct description of them. After Ronan finished reading it, he relayed his understanding to Ambrina in the following way. Ambrina was completely bewildered. What was all this? It was like the ramblings of a drunkard. Apart from the statement, this world was created by God, she didn't understand a single word. In fact, including the content at the beginning, such as otherworldly civilizations and connection points, she didn't quite understand them either. This was entirely within Ronan's expectations. In this world that had not yet entered the industrial age, even a group of rational thinkers like magicians could hardly comprehend such a high-tech civilization. especially since the author had not provided any detailed descriptions and had only mentioned it casually. This is also a major reason why Ronan felt comfortable letting her read this book. Maybe this is just some otherworldly demon talking nonsense after inhaling too much gas. Your Highness, you don't need to take it seriously, Ronan casually remarked. You can't say that, Ambrina suddenly and firmly denied. Ronan, you can understand his writing. He's definitely not a demon. Ronan nodded. Sorry, I made an inappropriate joke. Ronan, you must never make jokes like that in front of others, Ambrina warned with utmost seriousness. Also, never reveal that you can understand this strange script. Ronan nodded repeatedly. As Ronan continued, he discovered that the text that followed had changed to an old imperial script that he did not recognize. Ronan opened the book and faced Ambrina. Well, Your Highness, we'll have to rely on you again from now on. But you must be tired. Let's stop here for now. I'm fine. It's nothing, Ambrina said. It's getting late. Let's leave it at that for now. I'm really sorry to trouble you, Your Highness. Ronan reiterated his hope that Ambrina would leave first. It's nothing. We're friends, Ambrina said, a little embarrassed. I've been so grateful to you all along the way. This is all I can do to help you with this little thing. It is an honor to be regarded as a friend by His Highness, Ronan said, maintaining a sincere smile. If we don't say it this way, how else can we say it? Do you mean I have no desire to be your friend, Princess? You'd better hurry back to the capital, or what if your king father finds out and sends dozens of mages to obliterate me? In fact, Ronan had a pretty good impression of Ambrina. She was kind and innocent, but she was neither weak nor stupid. From that perspective alone, making friends with her wouldn't be a bad idea. But she is the heir to the throne, and Ronan really can't afford to be friends with her. Well then, I'll head back now, Ambrina said. You get some rest. Good night, Your Highness, Ronan replied. The next morning, after breakfast, Ronan did not go out for a stroll, but stayed in the house to rest. Unexpectedly, Ambrina came and knocked on his door, saying that she would continue to help him interpret the following passage. Ronan agreed. Following on from the previous article, after discussing the anti-logic family, the author went on to ramble on for a long time. In short, the connection point is dead. People from this world can't go to their world, and people from their world can't come to Ronan's current world. Upon seeing this sentence, Ronan immediately felt relieved. He only wanted to live a peaceful life as a civil servant in this world. Of course, it would be even better if he could get promoted. As for adventure and exploration, he only wanted to do it occasionally as a pastime. He had no interest in exploring the truth of the world, and he didn't want to fight with people all the time. Having discussed the connection points, the author begins to introduce what he left behind. First, there's that miracle drug. According to him, it's an enhancement potion with added original ingredients, but it's specifically prepared for construction worker Luna. If Ronan isn't mistaken, construction worker Luna is the moon goddess that Elena and the others worship. Wow, so the moon goddess is a bricklayer. Here, the author also specifically mentions the original species, which are special artificial life forms used by these old humans to purify and transform the post-apocalyptic environment. As civilization entered a period of decline, they originally intended to use advanced artificial intelligence robots to completely eliminate insurgents who called themselves revolutionaries and maintain stability. Unexpectedly, a mistake occurred during the process, and a massive number of highly intelligent robots attempted to eliminate all of humanity. Although they have long regarded artificial intelligence as a potential anti-human group, most humans have uploaded their consciousness to the network, only waking up in turns to maintain it, like gods. Artificial intelligence, however, is confined to robotic bodies, not allowed to freely connect to the internet, much like humans in the past. But Chapter 87 Explanation, Advice, and Opening the Box. However, under such conditions, the advanced artificial intelligence that defined eliminating the rebels as annihilating all of humanity still caused irreparable consequences. Afterwards, some people said that humanity's failure was precisely because those who remained on Earth began to consider themselves gods, becoming incredibly corrupt and decadent. Conversely, these highly intelligent robots possess the emotions and spirit that humans once had. They are angry, brave, and firmly believe that humans can conquer nature. God won, but humans also killed God, turning the entire ecosystem into an environment where humans could hardly survive and putting Earth's civilization into its final countdown. In an attempt to save civilization, the remnants of humanity, awakened from their devastation, created the original species in an effort to modify the environment. It's a pity I won't live to witness the day when humanity is revived, but perhaps that's a good thing. Having experienced death, I've finally become human again. Life without the stages of naivety and fearlessness and old age and death, and only having self-righteous maturity, is a terrible thing. I, an engineer, have become like a foolish scholar. This passage is the author's original quote. Having finished the digression, the author began to introduce the white jar and the black jar. The white jar contained special seeds of some high-yield crops that he had obtained. It required the use of psychic abilities to complete the initial breeding. It seems that Ronan was right. This white jar was the same one he had obtained from the gardener Tyr. Inside the black jar were the seeds of a magical plant, a variety he had cultivated from the monsters he encountered after arriving in this world. Magical plants. Ambrina was stunned when she read this. Page 40, she didn't react much at first because she didn't understand what the so-called artificial intelligence in the book meant. She was also confused about the whole short story. Even after Ronan explained it to her, she still only half understood. But when magical plants were mentioned, she immediately realized something was amiss, because all the known monsters in this world were animals. Turn the page and continue. The author suddenly becomes mischievous. This plant is similar to cotton. Although I have never tried to make it into a replica, I think it could be made into something similar to stockings. I never thought that something I saw in ancient texts when I was young would exist in this world. By the way, I also have a lot of antique picture books in my collection, but unfortunately, I didn't bring them with me. After hearing Ambrina read this sentence, Ronan couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed that this girl was a kindred spirit. Turning the page again, it was the last page. This page then turned into text that only Ronan could understand. I imagine you, who can read our language, must be quite confused about your identity, right? If you met those robots, they would think you were a reader, someone we chose. In reality, you weren't created by us, but rather born from something illogical, which unfortunately led to that idiot being killed by an antique bicycle. Of course, there is another possibility, which I believe you have already guessed. However, I hope you remember what I said before. The Anti-Logic clan may just be ordinary people. It's a pity there wasn't enough time. Otherwise, I really wanted to learn the magic of this world. Maybe I could find some clues about the Anti-Logic clan. Ronan knew what the author meant by the other possibility, that he, Ronan, was a person who defied logic. Next, the script reverted to the script of the old empire. The seeds are yours. If you're not a descendant of Luna or Tyr, you'll turn into a corpse if you drink that potion. After I leave, the things within the connection point will inevitably go out of control, so I hope you will not explore them. Finally, to say something very old, something that people who study social sciences like to say, what makes us human is that we have an ID, an ego, and a superego, which are also called animality, humanity, and divinity. I hope you don't end up on the same path as us. This sentence is the last sentence the author left in this thin book. After reading it, Ronan stood up, walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and stared blankly at the distant sea. To be honest, the author's writing is dry and lacks any sense of desolate epic feeling, like the embers of a dying civilization surviving alone. What could have been a powerful and moving piece of writing fails to evoke any empathy. It's just a collection of random thoughts, and the author even throws in a few sarcastic remarks every now and then, ruining the atmosphere. Reading any long poems by third-rate poets will evoke more emotional responses than reading this book. Any random, tattered novel would be more interesting than this one. But for some reason, Ronan felt a sense of emptiness at that moment. Is it because he is also alone? It seems so. He is also alone, unable to go back, and he can't even be sure if the hometown in his memory is really his hometown. Just then, a sudden knocking sound pulled Ronan back from his reverie, and he heard Elena's voice. "Young master, it's lunchtime. I am not alone." At that moment, Ronan said this to himself. "They're here," Ronan replied, then turned to Ambrina. "Let's go, your highness." Everyone had lunch together. In the afternoon, Ronan had Alice take Ambrina out for a stroll, while he himself stayed in the manor with Elena. As the saying goes, all the frustration of exploring and fighting monsters is just a prelude to the joy of opening the treasure chest after something happens. Ronan's treasure chest has been opened, and now it's time to open Elena's. She drank the potion and immediately advanced to a second-tier mage, and it seems she also has other special abilities. Come on, tell me about your current magic, Ronan said expectantly, much like someone opening a box. Well, how should I put it? Elena rubbed her fingers together, unsure where to begin. My vow has been washed away. Good news, Ronan said. He hadn't asked Elena about the details of her oath, but he roughly knew it was something like loyalty to him as her master. This kind of oath was troublesome. What if Ronan got into some kind of crisis? Wouldn't she have to take action? Or she would suffer the consequences. But if she acted rashly, it might have negative effects. My first-order vow has become loyalty to my lover. But the magic hasn't changed. It's still the kind of all-around buff that can only be cast on you. The second-tier oath is to worship the moon goddess, and the magic will still release comprehensive buffs, as well as the effect of restoring the body's vitality and magic power. Moreover, you can act as an intermediary, Ronan, and then release it on up to 5 other women. Elena briefly described her magic. Simply put, she went from being a single-target buff monster to a multifaceted buff monster and healer. Ronan nodded, then asked, So what does it take to worship the moon goddess? I don't know. Elena shook her head. She really didn't know. Her branch had long been integrated into the local community and didn't have any unique beliefs or customs. Wow, isn't that fun? Ronan exclaimed in surprise. If Elena doesn't know what it takes to worship the moon goddess, there are no strict requirements, and she doesn't need to worry about being harmed by the oath. Chapter 88 Divine Power, Dialogue. Dark history people really can't be generalized. Take Astrid, whom I met before, for example. Her oath was much more specific, and the more specific it was, the more difficult it was to deal with. Elena's oath, on the other hand, was completely vague. Plus, she didn't know what it meant to worship the moon goddess. Since the binding effect of an oath comes from subjective perception, her oath was practically useless. You really have absolutely no idea what it's about to worship the moon goddess. Ronan asked, This is a very serious question. I really don't know, Elena said, frowning as she thought for a long time. If I really had to say, it would be this. As she spoke, Elena made a fist with one hand and quickly moved her index finger back and forth inside the fist with the other hand, making a rustling sound. Don't joke around, Ronan said seriously. Elena pouted. I'm not kidding. I heard it from them when I was little. Let's not talk about this anymore. Ronan felt that if they continued on this topic, they might have to change their approach. Tell me about your divine power. Next comes the real unboxing. I'll use the demonstration instead. Elena tossed her blonde hair, and instead of laughing, she stood up straight, facing Ronan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, with her arms outstretched and palms open. Gradually, Ronan felt the surrounding magic converging towards Elena's palm, and even a small amount of his own magic left his body, causing him to feel an attraction. After the demonstration, Elena said with some regret, Unfortunately, I still can't properly utilize the magic power of this convergence, nor can I absorb and inject this convergence magic power into myself. It's not very effective against regular mages, but if it can be upgraded and strengthened, it should be quite effective against ordinary novice mages. Ronan said, Novice magicians don't actually use magic. They rely on the simple application of magical power. They don't have much magical power, and their physique hasn't undergone fundamental changes. If they absorb this power for even a little longer, they will weaken back to being ordinary humans. If Elena's ability were any stronger, she could definitely become a monster that wipes out mobs. There's one more move. As Elena spoke, suddenly, magic spread outwards in all directions from her center, like ripples spreading across a calm lake after a stone is thrown in. In an instant, Ronan felt a surge of magic washing over him. This move is somewhat similar to Dinia's Red Sea, except that Elena's is a very low-end version, which can only interfere with the use of magic by novice mages, making it difficult for them to use magic properly for a while. Dinia's Red Sea, on the other hand, can cause a full-fledged mage to experience a magic overload while casting a spell, resulting in either collapsing or dying instantly. Undoubtedly, this move is still a killer move against low-level soldiers. Not bad, very strong, Ronan said. Really? Elena was a little incredulous. She felt that this was really not that amazing. Was this the kind of power that her aunt dreamed of, the divine power like that of the moon goddess? The goddess of the moon, is that all? Of course, your power consumes almost no mana and has room to grow, so it should grow as you grow. Ronan said, if Elena's power were dozens of times stronger, it would be a wide-range gravitational force with a mana-draining effect, and a wide-range strong repulsion with a magic-breaking effect. To a magician, she truly was like a god. However, given Elena's talent in magic, she probably wouldn't reach that level even in 100 years. Ronan probably won't live to see that day. After all, even high-ranking mages who can stay young forever will eventually die when they reach their 100-year-old selves. Ronan gave a perfunctory reply, then got up and walked to the window again, facing the sea. Elena, if one day you discovered that you weren't human, but a character in a legendary storybook written by humans, what would you think? Huh. Elena was a little confused at first. She was a living, breathing person. I am a person. The characters and plots in the book are all written. No matter how much those third-rate novelists and Ilya claim that their characters are alive, the characters are actually chosen by the author. People are different. Even if people are not in control of their own lives, they still make their own choices. So, to put it simply, if your first half of life was fabricated, how would you feel? Would you feel like you were lying? Ronan continued. No, Elena answered without hesitation. Even if it's fabricated, the memories, emotions, and the important people around me, everyone is real to me. These things make me who I am. They are real, so I am real too. On the contrary, a person without these things, even if he is a person, is not. As expected of you, Ronan said with a smile. Elena is usually silly and sometimes even really silly, but she always manages to say something very reasonable at certain times. Then, if you were that kind of person, young master, what would you think? Elena asked curiously. Me? Ronan paused. I would only find it interesting, because I am not necessarily a character in the story. I could be the author, or I could be both the author and the character. Of course, I could be neither. If Alice were here, she would definitely say, young master, you're possessed by a demon. I'll go to the church and get you 2 pounds of holy water. Elena was different. Young master, why can't I be an author? Because you can't write books, Ronan replied. Why can't I write a book? Elena would admit that she couldn't write other things, but she would not admit that she couldn't write a book. My book, The Mad Wolf Warrior and the Battle Nun, was a huge bestseller back then. How dare you say that? Ronan was furious at the mention of this book. Back then, this lousy book was circulating all over several special cities. The bishop of the diocese was so angry that he went bald. That idiot Winston made me personally lead a team to investigate. I didn't expect that after investigating for a long time, we found out that the source was in my house. I had to clean up your mess. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have spent money to hire someone to teach you to read and write. Wasn't the bishop bald to begin with? I was just trying to supplement my family's income back then. Beef was so expensive. Elena felt extremely wronged. Ronan was both annoyed and amused. Then you can't write about nuns. If you write about a young knight and a countess, nobody will care. So you just don't understand, young master. Knights and noble ladies have been written about to death. In fact, the more taboo something is, the more alluring it becomes. The story of a nun trying to reform a barbarian and gradually falling into depravity is what the citizens love to read, Elena said. These are all lessons you taught me, young master. Besides, I can write this kind of book because I read your masterpiece back then, young master. Okay, it's all my fault, all right. Ronan didn't want to continue the topic. He was only 18 when he returned from the award ceremony. Although he was actively planning for the position of Secretary General, he was not a machine and always had time to relax. He was a self-disciplined person, but in his youth, he wrote some short stories on that subject, which Elena happened to see. Chapter 89 Morning Exercise, Symbol, Classic. Choose one of 3. 3 days later. In the morning, Ronan was half reclining in his bed, leaning against the pillows, holding Elena's blonde hair in one hand and pulling it into a ponytail, while holding a report in the other. Elena lay prone with her back arched and her buttocks raised, her head buried between Ronan's legs, her mouth constantly swallowing and spitting, each swallow trying to go deeper, as if she wanted to completely bury that fleshy hammer into her throat. Ronan's sheets were a soft, slippery plush blanket. To allow Elena to arch her head forward and inhale deeply, she had to kneel with her legs apart, using a breaststroke motion to kick her legs back forcefully. In this position, the thighs are spread apart, stretching the buttocks as well. The slightly thick black stockings covering the entire buttocks are stretched to the point of being transparent, like ultra-thin black stockings. The delicate lace pattern of the purple panties that were originally hidden in the buttocks can now be clearly seen, and the purple panties covered by a thin layer of black stockings also take on an alluring dark purple hue. From Ronan's angle, you can also see his ankles and heels. Because of the forceful pushback motion, his ankles are the original black, while his heels are a translucent black. A few minutes later, Ronan gently cupped Elena's cheeks in his hands and lifted her head. "Really, doesn't this make your throat uncomfortable?" "I'm fine," Elena emphasized loudly, then pulled down her pantyhose, pulled aside her underwear, held the meat mallet, gritted her teeth as if holding her breath, sat down with a thud, and after a long while, she slightly opened her lips before starting. Elena's movements were not something an ordinary person could withstand, because she didn't just sit up and down gently. She twisted and swayed her waist, as if she wanted the meat hammer to scrape every fold of her vaginal wall, with the frequency and amplitude increasing. The color of the black stockings changed constantly, like ripples on water, under such intense movements. A few minutes later, Ronan gently lifted Elena up and changed her position. Elena faced Ronan, her hands supporting her behind her back, her ankles held by Ronan. From Ronan's angle, Elena's feet, encased in black stockings, were clearly visible. As she moved up and down, Ronan also used his waist and abdomen strength to move up and down, penetrating to the deepest point with each thrust. His toes were spread apart, stretching the toes of his stockings, and each thrust also penetrated to the deepest point, his toes tightly curled inward, the flesh on his soles causing the stockings to wrinkle. A few minutes later, Ronan released Elena, leaned down and pinned her down, opening his mouth to suck and lick her nipples repeatedly. Elena's hands gripped Ronan's neck, her legs crossed and tightly wrapped around Ronan's strong waist, her eyes slightly closed, her lips slightly parted, entering a state of ecstasy. A few more minutes passed, and when Ronan felt it was about time, he stood up. After that, Ronan made a promise with her that even if he didn't give it to her, he would still make her eat it. Elena knelt down and hugged Ronan's thighs, while Ronan gently placed his hands behind Elena's head. With a series of violent thrusts, spurts of semen gushed in, and Elena swallowed repeatedly. Then she pulled away and gasped for breath. Just then, sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Elena's golden hair and fair face. Her flowing, tousled blonde hair shone even brighter, especially the few strands of golden hair clinging to her forehead with sweat. The recent white discharge was also tinged with the morning light, a vibrant color painted on her lustful body. Her erect penis, which had just begun to soften, stood erect once more. "Young Master Ronan." Elena smiled slightly. "No need. I have to go report," Ronan said, getting out of bed. He was never one to let personal matters interfere with official business. "Didn't we already report that yesterday?" Elena asked. Yesterday, Ronan had already recounted his experience with Ambrina to Dinia in detail. "I have official business to report on now, concerning the selection of heads of various departments in the new city hall," Ronan replied. "Although the vote hasn't been held yet, Dinia's election is a foregone conclusion, and it's time to start considering the personnel issues for the various departments of the newly established city hall." Page 41. As for the personnel for each department, Ronan had already made his decision. Of course, this still has to be decided by Dinia, since their subordinates are responsible for democracy, while Dinia, as the leader, is responsible for centralization. Each department provided 3 candidates. One who was obviously unreliable and most likely disobedient. One who was neither capable nor of good character and would probably be disliked by Dinia at first glance. And finally, the last one was the candidate chosen by Ronan and the others. Because his morning exercise had taken up some time, Ronan ate 2 sandwiches with bacon and eggs and headed straight for the right city hall. Upon arriving at Dinia's office, before Ronan could even speak, Dinia launched into a tirade. "What's going on at Right Manor?" Ronan immediately understood what was going on and said, "That place is a symbol of the incorruptibility of the special municipal officials." Dinia stared wide-eyed at Ronan, almost doubting whether she had heard him correctly. "Say that again?" "Madam, I said that place is a symbol of the integrity of the 7 special municipal officials," Ronan repeated without changing his expression. "Well done, really well done. Taking bribes and still daring to call yourself incorruptible." Dinia's fists were clenched. "Did you think you could take bribes at will just because you exploited legal loopholes?" "Madam, please calm down," Ronan said. "In the past, officials, businessmen, churches, and landowners in the special city colluded in the most unsavory way possible. That's what bribery was all about. But my predecessor, Mayor Winston, and I set an example by keeping everything within the legal framework. Before, you could just grab 10 or 8 yuan at will, but now it's safe to grab 1 or 2 yuan. Most people are still willing to take a safe $1 or $2. After all, this special city lacks upward mobility, and there is serious involution. There are quite a few people who like to report their colleagues, and the higher-ups are happy to punish us who are like prison guards. Furthermore, many young officials in the special city come from decent, but not particularly good backgrounds. After all, those who are best at taking exams are neither the poor nor the rich, but the children from these middle-class families. Many young people want to do good for the citizens, but civil servants are not lords, and their positions cannot be inherited. In particular, the channels for advancement in the city are almost entirely outward and upward. If they cannot get promoted, who would be willing to be an honest official? They are easily corrupted because they are afraid of falling into a lower social class. To ensure their integrity, we can only try to improve their quality of life and their children's education. Therefore, right estate is a symbol of integrity. After Ronan finished speaking, he bowed deeply. "There's always some twisted logic to come up with," Dinia said. "So, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Ronan handed over the documents and said, "Regarding the selection of heads of various departments in the new city hall, some colleagues and I have offered some suggestions, and we hope you can take a look." Dinia took the document, glanced at it, and slammed it face down on the table. "Don't think I don't know your tricks." Dinia crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. "A choice of 3, huh? Give me a new list as I requested. I won't pursue things like the right manner. Chapter 90 requires a feigned attack. Winning hearts and minds is paramount." Ronan now understood everything. This was a trap that had been waiting for him to fall into, with the aim of seizing power from him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this strategy is specific to Ivy, just like when Dinia first arrived and immediately brought up the issue of Blackfish Harbor. But the part about choosing one of the 3 options is definitely a betrayal by that old dog ball. "Of course, that's no problem at all, ma'am. I am your loyal assistant," Ronan replied. Ronan absolutely could not back down on personnel decisions. He has lost control of the finances. The kingdom's central cabinet approved the merger of 7 special cities into a single normal city, not to resolve any historical issues, but because they promised to contribute more tax revenue and transfer financial control. If Ronan loses his personnel authority, he will truly become a secretary, rather than a genuine chief of staff. "I don't have any special requirements. They can't be too young, too old, or lack political experience in the relevant field. They can't have a bad record. Also, to ensure fairness and avoid accusations of nepotism, it's best if your subordinates make up a small percentage of your staff." Dinia said. "Yes, ma'am." Ronan agreed. "Do you want me to have fewer subordinates? Isn't that just an attempt to reduce my influence?" After leaving the city hall, Ronan strolled around the city hall for a while, then pretended to go to the canteen for breakfast, instructing the canteen waiter to pass on a message to a few of his close associates, asking them to come over for a meeting that evening. That evening, the heads of several departments in Wright City gathered together. Ronan directly stated Dinia's opinion on the candidates for the heads of the new city's municipal government. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. They had been eagerly anticipating Ronan's appointment so they could secure good seats in the new city hall, but this was the unexpected turn of events. "Ronan, this isn't what we agreed on. If I can't get up there, None of us will have a good time either. Ronan, you should talk to the mayor again. How can you deny someone's talent just because of their background? That's unreasonable. Exactly. Whoever said Ronan was nepotistic, I'd shoot them with my musket. Ronan, did you offend the mayor? Why don't you back down? Shut up. How can you back down in something like this? Damn it, this woman is too arrogant. A group of bureaucrats, who are usually respectable gentlemen who seem to care about nothing and are dedicated to serving the citizens, immediately become no different from street thugs when it comes to issues involving their official positions. Some act like scoundrels, some become cowards, and some start swearing. Enough. Ronan said in a low voice to stop the noise. I called you here to tell you to behave yourselves for the next few days, pretend you know nothing, and leave everything to me. Then what are you going to do? Ronan calmly replied. It's simple. She didn't have any specific requirements, but she wants a low percentage of our people. So I'll give her a choice of 1 out of 10, and let's see how she chooses. Wouldn't this be going too far? Are you in charge, or am I in charge? Ronan retorted, without any politeness. Anyone who doesn't want to stand with me can leave now. Instantly, there were no more dissenting voices. Overnight, everyone worked together to produce a new list of candidates according to Ronan's instructions. All those who had been excluded were added, with at least 10 candidates for each position. Moreover, each person's evaluation report was their own original submission, not Ronan's previous document, which included an objective evaluation. The original evaluation reports submitted by these officials were, of course, all processed. They were incredibly polished, consisting mostly of superficially rational and objective evaluations, along with some seemingly subjective criticisms. Judging from this alone, it's impossible to distinguish between good and bad. In addition, Ronan left one loophole. He eliminated all the female candidates. The next day, Ronan returned to Dinia's office, where a thick stack of documents lay on her desk. Madam, this is the list compiled according to your request. Please take a look. Ronan said respectfully. Dinia didn't look at it immediately, but waited until Ronan left before calling Yvette over. The two of them looked through it together, and they got numb as soon as they started. There were too many people, and I didn't know most of them. Plus, all the resumes looked the same, and I could hardly tell who was who. Those who knew Ronan a little better were his subordinates and the department heads in Wright City. He did this on purpose, Yvette said before she had even finished reading. He's expressing his dissatisfaction. Tell me your solutions. Dinia knew Ronan was trying to teach her a lesson. Yvette fell into deep thought. She originally planned to use right manner as a starting point, but she didn't expect Ronan to be so proud of it, which made her first step less smooth. Although the second step was still launched, Ronan immediately made a strong response. However, he doesn't really want to go against you, Didi, Yvette said. He deliberately left a topic unresolved. What topic? Dinia asked. There isn't a single woman on the list of candidates, Yvette replied. In this world, although we haven't entered the industrial age and women have almost no say in the economy, the existence of female magicians means that women also wield some power, so naturally some women have become officials. After all, violence is far more effective than economics. Will it work? Dinia asked. She had known Ronan for several months and was well aware of his ability to distort right and wrong. She didn't think the lack of female candidates was a problem. It's no use, Yvette replied. But it's a starting point. Since he's throwing a bunch of documents at us that we can't keep up with, we'll keep finding reasons to get him to revise them. As soon as Yvette finished speaking, Ronan went to the door and knocked. After receiving permission, Ronan came in. Madam, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner, and we can also discuss some personal matters, Ronan said, the implication being that he was only inviting Dinia. Okay, Dinia agreed. At work, Ronan is a subordinate who is both easy and troublesome, but in private, the two can be considered friends. After all, they have been through life and death battles together and have secrets that only the two of them know. After extending the invitation, Ronan left without saying another word. Making Dinia feel a little uncomfortable on the candidate documents was just a small trick. Ronan never intended to use such methods to prevent Dinia from taking over his personnel authority. This approach won't work. If a political officer is determined to target his subordinate administrative officer, the administrative officer's overt or covert resistance is a low-level and useless tactic. The right way is to find a way to guide the officer to change his mindset. Ronan has always been a man who walks the straight path. That evening, Dinia went to Ronan's house alone. She didn't change her clothes. She was still dressed in her work attire, a modified version of a cavalry officer's uniform underneath a trench coat, tight-fitting dark brown bootcut trousers, and mid-calf black calfskin boots. Chapter 91. Inviting guests, heart-to-heart talks, and gift-giving. Elena was the only person in Ronan's small restaurant. Elena looked at Dinia. Although she had seen her many times, she had to admit that every time she saw her, she couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement and wonder if the world had made a mistake in giving birth to such a woman. Her hair was as white as snow mixed with sunlight. Her eyes were as red as rubies. Her face was like a goddess statue. Her breasts were large and firm enough to make her military uniform look full and bulging. Her waist was so slender that it would drive most women crazy with envy. Her buttocks were so perky that most people could not achieve even with hard training. And her legs were fleshy in the thighs and well-proportioned in the calves, the kind of legs that men would want to be crushed by. Despite his alluring physique, he possesses a striking and aloof demeanor, along with a strange and endearing charm that makes him impossible to dislike. "Where are the Ronans?" Dinia asked Elena. Elena snapped out of her daze. "Young master is personally preparing dinner in the kitchen." After a while, the dishes were served one after another, not many, and not particularly elaborate. There was a red wine braised beef, a typical dish of southern French country cuisine, a local specialty, cheese shrimp balls, a steamed clam with wine, a stir-fried green pepper and eggplant dish with Chinese cooking techniques, and finally, chicken soup, a standard 4 dishes and 1 soup. Ronan's family rarely invites people to eat at home, nor do they hold any parties or events there, so their usual dining table is small, with the two of them sitting opposite each other, almost face to face. Halfway through dinner, Ronan took the initiative to start a conversation. "Madam, is it all right to call you by your first name in private?" "It would be better this way," Dinia said. "Okay. Dinia, you should have noticed that there are no women among the candidates, right?" Ronan asked. "Indeed," Dinia replied. "It is actually very difficult for female officials to be accepted," Ronan said. "It can be said that there is a consensus in the current civil service system that women are not suitable for official positions." Dinia didn't speak, but her eyes said it all. "If women can't be officials, then how did I get the position?" Ronan seemed to see right through Dinia, saying, "Because Dinia, you are first and foremost a magician, and only secondly a woman. It is only natural for a magician to become an official or a member of parliament." "I don't agree with that," Dinia said. "On the contrary, I think many magicians are unsuitable for public office, including myself." "But you did it, and you did it seriously," Ronan said. "Because I want to change some things," Dinia said. "Yvette's advice to you was probably to boost your political achievements, get promoted, and then rely on His Majesty the King's patronage to get you into the central government, right?" Ronan asked. In truth, the king didn't have much time left. Of course, only Dinia himself knew this. Yvette and Ronan were unaware of it. "That's about right," Dinia replied, though she didn't really agree with it. "That's wrong," Ronan said. Dinia was puzzled, but then her eyes lit up, and she stared intently at Ronan as she asked, "Why?" "You've also read that book, Musketeers, Mages, and Civil Servants. His Majesty Oren and His Majesty Lawrence brought about 2 revolutionary upheavals, but after their deaths, no, while they were still alive, the backlash began. Nevertheless, they still brought progress to this country and indeed to the entire continent. You know what? These advancements were actually things they did on their way to the pinnacle of power. Whether it was His Majesty Oren's Magic Academy, his crackdown on the church and the nobility's civil service system, or His Majesty Lawrence's equal distribution of land and dismantling of the manor economy, these were all basically accomplished when they were still dragon slayers. Once the dragon-slaying heroes have completed their task, they are no longer a group of heroes, but a group of evil dragons. This is not due to their personal moral character, but rather their position has changed. The so-called progress of history is to move forward madly during the process of change, and then turn back after the change is completed. It's 2 steps forward and 1 step back. The step forward is completed when one has not yet fully grasped power, because at that time the brave need partners, and the support of the villagers. If you inflate your achievements and then try to implement reforms after you've been promoted, can you really make changes? You can't. Anyone who thinks about getting promoted first and then seeking change has absolutely no chance of success, but they can certainly reverse the course of things. The process is about pursuing justice and fairness. Even if you eventually become a revisionist or even degenerate into a demon, you still bring justice and fairness. The process itself is demonic. Even if you still want to implement fairness and justice in the end, you cannot bring any fairness or justice. Ronan made a long speech that leaned to the left. So, Dinia, you need to start making changes now, starting with this new city. You need me. All that has been said is for this very reason. Page 42. If Dinah is a right-wing person, then Ronan's previous remarks were right-wing as well. He doesn't care about left or right. As long as he can stay in power, that's all that matters. You're willing to support me? Dinia asked. Of course, it's not because you're my boss, but because you genuinely care about the country and its people, because I consider you a friend, and because I'm also a person with ideals. Tell me, who wasn't an idealist when they were young? Ronan is not one of them. You're right, but I can't allow you to put your own people in every department, Dinia said firmly. Dinia didn't agree with Ronan's self-proclaimed idealism. After everything they'd been through, how could she possibly believe that? Ronan was a complete realist, and sooner or later she'd teach that bastard a lesson. She agrees with the statement that change cannot wait until she actually climbs to that position. It must begin now, and she definitely needs Ronan. But Ronan must not be allowed to run rampant. How about this? After the voting is over, we'll hold an internal test, and the 3 with the highest scores will be shortlisted. Then we'll set up a review committee, with you as the chief judge, to select the heads of each department. What do you think? Ronan proposed the seemingly selfless solution of testing. The question is, does Dinia even know how to conduct such an exam? Forget about her. Even Yvette wouldn't be up to the task. Wouldn't Ronan be the one to administer it? In fact, Ronan had already drafted the exam procedures yesterday, but it would seem premeditated to bring it up now, so he didn't say anything. As long as he can control the exam, there are plenty of ways to achieve a result that satisfies him under the principles of fairness, impartiality, and impartiality. Of course, 2 positions have already been decided internally. One is the head of the Security Bureau, which is definitely Augustina, a staunch supporter of Dinia. The other is the chief of the court, which has already been promised to the old man, Alves, the former Secretary General. The Kingdom of Faz was a country that had not yet completely broken away from feudalism. So of course there was no independent inspection agency. Judicial personnel were all subordinate to the courts. Okay, Dinia agreed, then quickly finished the rest of the food on her plate. I'll be going now. No rush. I have another gift for the mayor, Ronan said. Gift? Chapter 92. Fits well, feels comfortable. More paratroopers arrive. Ronan took out a box and handed it to Dinia. Open it and take a look. Dinia opened the box. Inside was a pair of shoes. These are actually flat loafers, with a suede finish, apricot color, and no fancy decorations. They are more of a men's style. Ronan made these shoes himself. These days, shoes are all handmade, so it was easy for him to find someone to teach him. However, he didn't have the talent for it, and didn't have the time to practice. After several years, he was only recently able to make them look decent. Dinia was the first person to experience shoes made by his own hands. The upper is made of antelope leather from the South China Sea. It is soft, durable, and breathable. The shoes are also very easy to put on and take off, and most importantly, they are very comfortable to wear. You can wear them to work, Ronan explained. Of course, Dinia couldn't wear such shoes to formal occasions. For formal occasions, she would either wear women's clothing, a long dress with high heels, or modified men's clothing, such as bootcut pants and boots. Thank you, Dinia said, feeling a bit uncomfortable sitting in her boots in the office. Give it a try, Ronan said, and went to move a stool over. Dinia sat down, took off her mid-calf boots, and freed her feet, which were covered in flesh-colored pantyhose. Her slender ankles and long, thin feet were covered in flesh-colored stockings, which shimmered with a matte, silky texture in the candlelight of the restaurant. Dinia lightly stepped on the shoe and hooked it with her finger, and it was on. She stood up and took a couple of steps before realizing that the soles of her shoes were soft and light. much more comfortable than hard leather soles. The raw material for the soles of these shoes is the resin from fig trees. Ronan began to explain first. They have a long history of cultivating fig trees here. Fig trees can also be tapped to extract natural resin, but compared to rubber trees, both the quantity and quality are far inferior, so fig resin has no economic value. I cut down dozens of fig trees to make this shoe sole, but don't worry, it's just tapping some resin and it won't affect the growth of the trees. It did cost a little money for purification and smelting. Before Ronan transmigrated, he studied engineering, specifically mechanical engineering, not chemical engineering. He spent a lot of money experimenting to create such a natural rubber sole. How much did it cost to make such a sole? Dinia asked. Not many, maybe 100 or so silver dragons, Ronan replied. 24 silver dragons equal one small golden eagle, meaning Ronan spent at least 5 or 6 gold coins to make this sole. This is bribery. Dinia's voice suddenly turned serious. How could that be? I'm just giving you a sample, Mayor. We plan to promote this type of sole in the future, Ronan said. This type of sole can't be mass-produced, and the cost is high, but it's perfect for luxury shoes worn by the wealthy. It can be considered as adding a small industry to the new city. Ronan said. He wasn't doing this to make money, but to build up his technological reserves. Since there's an America, in this world, mining isn't his forte, but planting rubber trees shouldn't be a problem, as rubber is very important for industry. Ronan, after all, was an engineering student who transmigrated into another world. He still needed to advance his technological skills and develop productivity. However, he did not intend to do these things until he had enough power and force. There was no way around it. The rulers under the semi-feudal, semi-civilian system were far too ruthless. Ronan, a mere secretary-general in a remote city, couldn't possibly control them. That's more like it, Dinia said, half praising. This is what makes Ronan easy for her. He's adept at political maneuvering and also has a strong grasp of people's livelihood and the economy. More importantly, although Ronan's style was that of a bureaucrat, he was also a person who understood reform very well. This can be seen from his book, Musketeers, Wizards, and Civil Servants. He was a person who had a clear understanding of where reforms were needed and how to reform them. He seemed to be a person who had seen countless reforms and revolutions. Just like those shoes, they fit perfectly and feel comfortable. However, the troublesome aspect also stems from the fact that he is a jack of all trades, with no shortcomings in his ability to handle affairs and a profound understanding of theory. Therefore, Ronan dares to ask for power, and he does so with a clear conscience. Dinia took off her loafers and put them back in the box, then put her boots back on. I'm leaving. No need to see me off. See you later, Ronan said. After watching Dinia leave, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. With his 2 tricks of deliberately making things difficult and having a private chat, he managed to keep his personnel power. Things should proceed smoothly from here on out. To Ronan's surprise, the stability was broken 3 days later. Dinia called Ronan and Yvette into her office and delivered a series of messages. Firstly, the new city's tax chief will be directly appointed by the central cabinet after the merger. As Ronan thought, it is only natural that the tax chief should not come from the original tax system of the 7 special cities, but it would be more reasonable for the higher-level government, namely the state government, to send someone. What would be the point of parachuting someone from the central government to such a small place? Is it necessary? Just as Ronan was still trying to figure this out, Dinia told him something even more perplexing. The soon-to-arrive tax official was not originally a civil servant, but a businessman. This is a bit puzzling. But this was just the beginning. Dinia then told Ronan and Yvette that the head of agriculture would also be parachuted in. After all, they want to plant some new high-yield crops, and maybe the higher-ups are taking this very seriously. Ronan felt that he could accept it if they sent a professional agricultural official and a small team. However, Dinia then tells Ronan that the other person is just one person, and that this person, who is to become the head of agriculture, is a young military officer. Gold plating? But even gold plating doesn't have this kind of method. But the second piece of news wasn't the most surprising, the third was. Dinia's personal secretary was also parachuted in. This person was a middle-aged woman. The spot that originally belonged to Yvette is gone. Don't worry, I'll get you a spot in the secretariat, Ronan said to Yvette. Although Yvette was an accomplice in Dinia's attempt to seize power, and although she was not on his side, she maintained a proper balance from beginning to end and did not make any other underhanded moves after Dinia gave up on seizing power. Therefore, Ronan did not mind keeping her around, especially given the imminent arrival of an external enemy. Yvette didn't respond to Ronan, but instead frowned and asked, "Didi, who told you this?" Dinia pointed to the eagle pattern on the gold button of her clothes. The golden eagle represents the current royal family of the Kingdom of Faz, and Dinia's gesture means that the news was told to her by the king. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and he was very hesitant about whether to go to Ambrina. Yvette was also surprised, but she knew something Ronan didn't. The last time Dinia met the capital and the king, the second princess met with each of them. Chapter 93. Systems, Problems, Strangers. As Ronan sat in the carriage on his way to Ambrina's residence, after much deliberation, he decided to go and have a chat with Princess Ambrina, who was very likely to become queen in the future. The carriage wasn't moving fast. Ronan deliberately told the driver to slow down so he could look through a book called An Overview of the System of the Kingdom of Faz. As the local civil official, he had certainly read the book before, but he hadn't read it carefully in the past because the special city system was different from other places. First of all, the special city didn't have a council. But now, the 7 special cities have merged into one normal city, and especially now that things have gone wrong, Ronan has picked up the book again. In a normal city, a council is common, and its main function is to elect the mayor and, secondly, to enact local laws. The reason for this is probably because Lawrence, in order to build up an army, went against the grain and in theft the mortgaged magicians and other ordinary soldiers, distributing land to the great nobles. But Lawrence wasn't stupid. He couldn't let these people actually become lords and repeat history. However, if these people are not given the power to participate in politics, their positions will be unstable. So a city council was established, which essentially turned the city into a state of limited autonomy. However, there is no parliament at the state level. The governor is directly appointed by the kingdom's central government, and the governor must be from out of town. Although most civil servants in the state government are locals, more than half of the state's garrison troops are from out of town. At the same time, all local bills of the city council require the approval of the state government, and since the governor is appointed by the central government, it is practically equivalent to local bills needing the central government's approval. Clearly, Lawrence allowed his original followers and their descendants to wield power locally. In his vision, these people needed a certain amount of power and wealth to become a sustainable source of citizen soldiers and junior officers, but he did not allow them to become too powerful. Finally, at the central level, department heads may become governors, and governors may become department heads at the central level. Above that are the prime minister and the king. The king, of course, is a hereditary position. The prime minister is selected by the royal kingdom from among the heads of various departments, who choose 3 nominees, and then the election committee elects the prime minister. The permanent chairman of the election committee is, of course, His Majesty the King. The other members are the heads of the various departments at the time. The members after that are not fixed, but they are generally senior nobles, retired high-ranking officials, important members of the royal family, and so on. The king may seem to have only 1 vote, but that's not actually the case. Only he can nominate candidates, and if the elected candidate is not someone he approves of, they can only serve 1 term, which is 3 years. However, if the candidate is someone he approves of, they can serve 3 terms, which is 9 years, without much problem. This is because if the king does not propose a re-election, there is no need for a re-election. The above are the standard ones. The Kingdom of Faz also has many unconventional features, such as special cities, border provinces, royal domains, overseas fiefs, and overseas colonies. The state government had already said that in order to avoid personnel turmoil after the merger of the special cities should handle their own personnel issues. But now, suddenly, 3 people are being parachuted in. Moreover, Dinia got the news from the king, so this is a decision made by the central government. But the special cities are not particularly important places. Do they really deserve this kind of attention? Obviously not. The problem must lie with Dinia, otherwise it would be impossible to assign her a private secretary. Ronan was certain. "We've arrived, sir." the coachman reminded him. Soon, Ronan got out of the car and arrived at Ambrina's residence. Ambrina now lives at Blue Mountain Manor, located on the hillside near Harbor Head, formerly Blackfish Harbor. The scenery here is beautiful, the transportation is convenient, and you can also enjoy the freshest seafood. It was afternoon tea time, and when Ronan went inside, he saw Ambrina having afternoon tea in the courtyard, accompanied by a strange woman. She has fluffy, curly, light brown, medium-length hair, blue eyes, and a relatively soft facial contour. She wears simple, light makeup, and her skin looks quite well-maintained, with no wrinkles or nasolabial folds. However, you can still see that her skin is slightly loose, so she must be in her late 30s or almost 40. Her figure is quite good for her age, especially considering she has a relatively large frame, slightly fleshy arms, a large but not obviously sagging chest, a belly that isn't flat but not exactly a small belly either, and relatively long legs. But both her thighs and calves are a bit thick. Unlike Elena's firm, toned, and athletic build, this woman clearly shows the slight weight gain caused by sitting in an office for long periods and not exercising much. Ronan? Over here, over here. As soon as Ambrina saw Ronan, she beckoned and called him over. Ronan walked over quickly. Ambrina introduced the woman beside her to Ronan. You can just call her Mrs. Antari. Hello, madam. Ronan greeted her with a nod. Madam Antari stood up, but extended her hand as if to shake hands with Ronan. I have long admired your name, Mr. Ronan. I believe we will get along very well in the future. Ronan hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand and shook hands with the other person. Then let's work together to assist Lady Dinia and serve the kingdom. As expected of Lord Ronan, he is truly astute, said Mrs. Antari. Ronan smiled modestly. It's not that. It's just that your temperament is so outstanding, madam. You look like a mature and capable woman. It would be hard for me not to guess. Is that so? Mrs. Antari asked, feigning doubt. Of course, Ronan replied. I've never met a secretary with such poise. I've never seen such a young and handsome city secretary, Mrs. Antari replied. This woman is probably not easy to deal with, Llewellyn thought to himself. The other party might be even more troublesome than I imagined, Mrs. Antari thought to herself. Why are you holding hands the whole time? Ambrina asked. At that moment, Ronan and Mrs. Antari realized at the same time that they had forgotten to let go. Haha, how rude of you, madam, Ronan said with a smile, apologizing. Page 43, it's nothing, Mrs. Antari calmly replied. Soon, Ronan sat down at the table. Ronan, I'm going back to the capital in a few days, Ambrina said. But I will write to you. Upon hearing those words, Ronan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His face turned as white as if it had been frozen, and he wished he could sew Ambrina's mouth shut and make her shut up completely. I feel like I'm not far from being blasted to smithereens by a group of mages. The letter will be sent to her and given to you, Ambrina continued. Ronan looked at Madame Antari in astonishment, but her face remained completely expressionless. This was something she had known all along, and had even agreed to. It's obvious, she's one of Ambrina's people. I was originally planning to invite Ronan over, Ambrina said. Now that you're here, Vera, you can talk to Ronan. Vera was probably a shortened version of Mrs. Antari's name. Lady Antari crossed her arms and said, It would be my pleasure, Your Highness. Chapter 94, 3 People, 3 Rows, 3 Moves. Mrs. Antari gave a brief self-introduction. Winora Antari worked in the court system when she was young. After getting married, she quit her job. Later, her husband passed away unexpectedly. Through her late husband's connections, she got a job as an administrator in the case file management department, which had only been established for about 10 years. The job was very easy. Her past was certainly not that simple, but Ronan did not intend to ask. Then, Mrs. Antari introduced the two of them to Ronan. A young officer named Adrian, 33 years old, originally served in the 5th Army with the rank of Major and was in charge of logistics for part of the 5th Army. 10 years ago, the 5th Army was besieged on 3 sides during its battle with the Empire on the Eastern Front. At that time, our commander-in-chief was afraid of being surrounded and having reinforcements delivered without any help. He hoped that they could hold on and then march straight to the enemy's rear. However, some officers of the 5th Army surrendered with their troops, which almost led to the collapse of the war. After the war, the Fifth Army underwent 2 rounds of purges, resulting in many middle-level officers being very young. These young officers are basically the student soldiers who refused to surrender back then. Many of them like the retro ideology and advocate external expansion. Madame Antari told Ronan about the Fifth Army. Ronan of the Fifth Army was unaware of the term retro, but knew about it. While they were called retro, they were anything but conservative. They were a radical group that wanted to overthrow the church and even the rule of the nobility. Since Lady Antari has said so, then this Adrian must be a supporter of the second princess. He didn't know Princess Isabel, nor had Ambrina mentioned her. But this princess was much more famous than Ambrina. At only 15, she was already a second-tier mage and usually wore a military uniform. Of course, what truly made Ronan, in this remote little town, aware of her was something else entirely. This second princess killed a famous writer who liked to sing hymns to the church, criticize the retrogressives, and even allude to and criticize her in his novels. Although the subsequent investigation concluded that the writer had mistakenly entered a military exercise area and was killed by mistake, the more widely circulated version is that he was tied to a wooden stake and bombarded to death by 3 shots from a bronze cannon. And who is that merchant? Ronan asked. A supporter of the third princess, Lady Antari replied. What? Ronan was slightly surprised. If he remembered correctly, the third princess was only 9 years old. The queen is very fond of this youngest daughter. The queen is a rather simple person, not interested in politics, but she has high aspirations for a good standard of living, Mrs. Antari said, adding, of course, her uncles probably like her even more. Understood. The eldest daughter, Ambrina, disliked the extravagant lifestyle and had been tricked by her uncle, so the queen disliked her even more. The second daughter, Isabel, was a radical and might start reforming her own family first, so the queen disliked her even more. After all the calculations, only the third child is left. Well, the 3 of them are on different sides, but it's clear that their common goal is Dinia. You're all here for Dinia, but surely you're not here to try and win her over? Ronan asked. Dinia certainly possesses formidable military strength, but she is currently just a minor mayor, and it will take her at least 20 more years to climb to a higher position. The reason is simple. Dinia is too young. A magician of her level can live to be over 100 years old without any accidents, and she can almost stay young forever. If someone like that were to rise to the top at such a young age, how many years would she have to sit in that high position? Let alone the ministers. Even the king would find it unacceptable. Of course, all signs indicate that the current emperor will not live much longer. Dinia is a card left for his successor. It is estimated that when Ambrina comes to power, Dinia will be able to become the governor. It's too early to win her over. Mr. Ronan, you are right. In fact, my task is only to assist her in her work, and the others should also be without any special mission. After taking a sip of tea, Mrs. Antari took a deep breath and continued. For this newly established city, perhaps the arrival of the 3 of us can have some impact. But for the overall situation, our arrival is just a move made casually by the players. It may be useful, or it may not. You're right, madam, Ronan admitted, then changed the subject. But I don't agree with Madame Antari's statement that it's useless. Let's take chess as an example again. If one person places a piece in a certain place, and 2 other people also place their pieces, it doesn't mean that they can compete for the victory, but it is enough to show that they are also players in the same game. The important thing about this move is not the role of the piece itself, but to tell others that they are also players. Ronan's meaning was simple. If one of Ambrina's people came, others should too. It wasn't really about competing, but rather telling those who were watching that they were now competing on the same stage. Mrs. Antari's eyes lit up. She realized that Ronan was more perceptive in this regard than she had imagined. Oh, perhaps it's really as you say, said Mrs. Antari, her face bearing an inscrutable expression. Huh, just a wild guess, Ronan laughed, then suddenly asked, really, there's no mission? Mrs. Antari gently shook her head. No, maybe it will happen in the future, Ronan said. In Ronan's view, Dinia, a former soldier and a reformist with a tough style, was, in a sense, more like the second princess. We'll talk about that later. I'll take my leave now. I plan to visit a few other special cities. Mrs. Antari rose to take her leave. As she stood up, Ronan caught a glimpse of her calves beneath her long skirt, her men's-style leather shoes, and her ribbed knit stockings. "Do you need someone to accompany you?" Ronan asked. It wasn't that he wanted to plant spies, but rather that this Lady Antari wasn't even a novice mage, and it wouldn't be good if she encountered any security issues. Since she wasn't even a novice mage, the first thing to sense was her aura. There was almost no magical fluctuation on her. She has at most mastered meditation and manipulation, but she doesn't even know how to enhance her abilities. She hasn't reached the level of a novice mage whose physique begins to deviate from the ordinary. Moreover, judging from her dress and shoes, she must be quite wealthy, but she wasn't wearing one of those 3 types of pantyhose. Instead, she was wearing a pair of ordinary cotton-ribbed knit stockings. Female mages above the novice level generally wear pantyhose woven by magical creatures, as these serve to train their magical abilities, enhance their strength, and form a magical protective barrier. Of course, beautifying and enhancing their legs is also a function. If you're not even a novice mage, you can't wear it, because most women's bodies can't withstand the negative effects of this thing, and it will cause various adverse reactions, or even irreversible damage. Needless to say, even for men, wearing it for an extended period of time could lead to certain functional impairments, so Ronan said that it's practically impossible for men to wear it. "Thank you for your kindness, but no need." Mrs. Antari refused. She had hired female guards. Soon, Madame Antari left, leaving only Ronan and Ambrina in the courtyard. Chapter 95. Public and private interests coexist, and both can be mutually beneficial. After Mrs. Antari left, Ronan offered a few words of blessing and then also took his leave. Getting on the ship is fine, but going to bed with someone is absolutely out of the question. 4 days later, Ambrina left Wright City and returned to the capital. Before leaving, she spoke to Ronan again, saying that she would write to him. Ronan believed he had never felt powerless towards anyone in his past or present lives, but with this princess, he truly felt powerless. She seemed interested in him, yet she hadn't explicitly expressed it. Conversely, she didn't seem indifferent. Ambrina is like someone who has an intention but doesn't make a move. If she doesn't make a move, how can you counter her moves? There's no way to counter them. 2 weeks later, the mayoral election officially began. The voting lasted 3 days, and Dinia unsurprisingly won 7 votes, becoming the mayor of the new city. For the next month, until the new year, the work in the entire new city will focus on personnel changes. Aside from those pre-selected and parachuted in, many departments need to decide on their department heads, and in addition, the positions in each department also need to be selected. There are limited positions, but each position has at least 7 candidates. Organizing an internal selection exam is imperative. In the mayor's office of Wright, which was being used as a temporary workspace, Dinia was deep in thought, while Mrs. Antari had been watching her silently for quite some time. Mrs. Antari has now officially taken up the post of Dinia's private secretary. "Madam Mayor, what are you considering?" Mrs. Antari asked Dinia. Dinia twirled her pen and spoke of what she was considering. Ronan proposed that the original 7 special cities be turned into 7 districts. Except for the positions of mayor and secretary general, all other staff positions would be retained. The positions vacated by the transferred personnel would be filled by people from the original departments. The last vacant positions would be filled by recruiting a new batch of people through examinations next year. Not only that, he also proposed to add several more departments next year and recruit a large number of civil servants. Dinia originally intended to streamline the organization and reduce staff. She didn't make this decision on a whim. It was an idea that came to her after reviewing relevant information. For the past few decades, the 7 special cities have been treated as prisons, with the authorities adopting a completely laissez-faire attitude. As long as taxes are paid on time and no one causes trouble, they can do whatever they want. In special municipalities, it's possible to create several civil service positions simply by seizing any pretext. At this point, Mrs. Antari spoke up. "Madam Mayor, expanding the staff is necessary. To promote reform, we need more implementers. That's only one reason. Secondly, we have promised to establish a council. Before the council is formed, we need more civil servants to infiltrate all aspects of the process to prevent local elected members from launching a counterattack." Dinia's expression changed. and she looked at Mrs. Antari in surprise. That's what he said, isn't it? Mrs. Antari said with a smile. Dinia was stunned. Mrs. Antari was practically Ronan reincarnated. Except for a few words, what she just said was almost exactly the same reason Ronan had given her before. What do you think? Dinia asked. He makes a good point, Mrs. Antari replied. Admittedly, this is where Ronan's brilliance lies. His suggestions were genuinely beneficial to his superiors, cleverly concealing his own selfish motives within them. The expansion process also represents the expansion of Ronan's personal network, which will further expand his power. Over time, Ronan will make his superiors feel comfortable entrusting tasks to him, while the superiors themselves will only act as those who grasp the overall direction. However, from this point on, Ronan will gradually influence his superiors' thinking, thereby guiding the general direction. Ultimately, you make your boss's decision your own. Although she was well aware of Ronan's thoughts, Madame Antari had no intention of saying anything. Because she was new and had no personal relationship with Dinia, while Ronan, although he hadn't known Dinia for long, had been through a lot together and had a good personal relationship, and Ronan was the one who made the greatest contribution to Dinia's success in winning the mayoral position. Could we send it back and have him revise it again? Dinia asked. The idea of rejecting the proposal, having Ronan revise it, and finally reaching a compromise was a trick that Yvette had once demonstrated to her. Madam Mayor, this approach will only incite his rebellious spirit, especially since Mr. Ronan is a man who is extremely adept at implementing plans that please others, as if they were his own. Mrs. Antari said, Ronan not only possesses the deceitful tactics of lower-level officials, but also the vision and perspective that only high-level officials have. When dealing with this kind of person, you can't just passively take the initiative. If he wants to expand, then expand. If he wants to add departments, then add departments. Add an oversight department to catch the corrupt officials in the civil service system. Also, set aside a department to conduct performance evaluations and, depending on the department, set a certain number of bottom performers to eliminate. Those with poor performance will have their salaries reduced, and those who consistently rank at the bottom will be dismissed. Mrs. Antari offered her suggestion. That's a good idea. Dinia immediately agreed. Soon, Ronan was summoned to his office, where Mrs. Antari explained the supplementary plan to him. Ronan showed absolutely no resistance, and didn't even bother with those long, complicated sentences. He immediately began praising. This plan is absolutely brilliant, a truly invaluable solution. It's long overdue to crack down on those corrupt parasites and lazy good-for-nothings. So, what kind of people should be selected for the two departments responsible for oversight and evaluation? We can't just select from the existing officials, can we? That would be pure self-monitoring and become mere formalism. But choosing older immigrants or Haiti people would provoke fierce opposition. I have a personal suggestion. Each of the 7 special municipalities should have a Northern Reading Club, which should consist mainly of knowledgeable and spirited young people. Most of them are descendants of those who were implicated by the rebels back then, and they are not the same kind of people as the current officials, but their backgrounds are not likely to provoke opposition. Ronan said, the so-called Northern Reading Club was a place where the descendants of the fallen nobles and middle-class intellectuals who had sided with the rebels banded together for mutual support. These people had studied but could not become officials. They were new immigrants and were unwilling to associate with the old immigrants. They would gather together every day under the guise of reading to argue and criticize how officials were. Ronan's maid, Alice, is also a member of the Northern Book Club, and even its vice president. Why was Alice accepted and even made vice president? Of course, it's because these guys don't really dislike officials. They just hate that they aren't officials themselves and can't do anything about them. You agreed so readily. There must be something wrong, Dinia said. Nothing can be hidden from the wise and insightful mayor, Ronan said humbly. My Alice is the vice president of this Northern Book Club. Chapter 96. Business, Patriotism, and a Dream. Ronan believed that, given Mrs. Antari's insight and wisdom, she would certainly not advise Dinia to reject his proposal, but would instead take the opportunity to give him a taste of his own medicine. But Ronan was happy to see this happen. Madam, you've met Alice. She's a very principled person. If you're still worried, how about we have Miss Yvette join us? This way, with oversight and evaluation, We can definitely prevent the new recruits from being led astray by bad practices after the expansion and ensure they become steadfast implementers of reform. Page 44. Ronan spoke with such righteous indignation that for a moment he seemed possessed by a leftist. There's no way around it. As someone with a flexible moral compass, Ronan's skill in making a living is to dodge and weave in different directions. When higher-ups want to reform, it's like a revolutionary brick. You move it wherever it's needed. If superiors want to be conservative, they are considered reactionary and will kill anyone who disobeys. When you're an official, you have to have everything, but you can't have your pride. You really are someone who's always thinking about seizing power. Dinny sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. If you could, then never mind, I won't say anything more. Ronan chuckled and replied, What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours. The power is in my hands, which is the same as yours. As for making suggestions, that's just fulfilling my duty. That's enough. Stop it, Dinny called out. Yes, ma'am, Ronan replied reflexively. Mrs. Antari watched Ronan from the side, saying nothing and not intending to speak. Although she was essentially Dinny's advisor, she believed that she should remain silent at certain times. For example, right now, Dinny was seemingly blaming Ronan with dissatisfaction, but in reality, she was showing extraordinary trust. She was curious about what the two of them had gone through that made Dinny, who clearly disliked such cunning officials, develop such great trust in Ronan, a typical cunning official. Princess Ambrina, too, after that incident, disliked people who could lie the most, and Ronan was clearly a person who was good at lying, but this princess had a great liking for him. I'll take my leave now. The internal exam was scheduled to take place soon, and now with the expansion, it looks like I'll have to work overtime for the next week or two. After Ronan finished speaking, he left the office. Then they left the city hall. He had to deal with matters concerning two other paratroopers. The former military officer Adrian, who is about to become the head of the Agriculture Bureau, and Millard, the future head of the Tax Bureau, arrived 3 days ago, but Ronan has been leaving them waiting in the hotel in Wright City, ignoring them. It's time to go see them. At the hotel, Ronan met the two men. Adrian was a little over 1.7 meters tall, not particularly strong, and had a handsome face, even a bit effeminate. But when he stood there, he didn't have a trace of effeminacy. He had the aura of a resolute soldier. Moreover, he is clearly a proper mage. Merard, this merchant, was as thin as a bamboo pole, even taller than Ronan. He had a thin face, long arms and legs, and was so thin that he could only be described as slightly better than skin and bones. With such a physical condition, he could not possibly be a magician. After a brief greeting and introduction, Ronan said, Please follow me. We're going to a place that's very important for agriculture and taxation. Ronan brought Adrian and Merad to the experimental field. In the experimental field, wheat and soybeans were planted. Although Adrian and Merard were not very knowledgeable about crops, they could still tell that the wheat and soybeans in this field were different from ordinary wheat and soybeans. The ears of wheat and the beans were much larger and very plump than usual. Not only are the individual quality of these wheat and soybeans better, but their overall yield is also more than double that of wheat and soybeans in the current kingdom. Ronan explained. To be honest, he was a little skeptical at first, because it would be difficult to achieve a breakthrough in yield without the support of fertilizer, even with excellent seeds. But the facts are there. Ronan was somewhat suspicious that this high-yield crop might be an overproduct of the author's research on enchanted plants, capable of converting a certain amount of magic into its own nutrients. With this, agriculture here can prosper. Wheat is a staple food, which can be supplied to the surrounding cities to make a profit. Soybeans can be pressed for oil and used as animal feed to support local animal husbandry. Of course, the real contributors to tax revenue will be the seed company. Only the priests of the Haiti people here have mastered the breeding methods for these seeds. After we have planted them here for a few years and ensured that there are no problems, the whole country will need these seeds and then buy them. Ronan said, How much are grain crops worth? But you can make money selling grain crop seeds. This money may not be easy to earn, Merard said. Food is the foundation of a nation and cannot be allowed to be controlled by individuals. Ronan smiled slightly. There's no need to worry about that. Princess Ambrina will own the majority of the shares in the seed company. Oh, I have a friend who happens to be a grain merchant. I wonder if there's an opportunity to invest in him? He can contribute his sales channels, Merard said with a smile. I have a friend who is too, Adrian added curtly. Ronan put on a reluctant expression and spoke in a persuasive tone. The seed company is definitely a patriotic enterprise, aiming to ensure that more people in the kingdom have bread and oil. They never evade taxes and don't make too much money. I hope your friends will consider this carefully. Patriotism, huh? That's big business, Merard said with a forced smile. I think my friend is definitely patriotic. Adrian didn't respond this time. He didn't like Ronan, and he especially disliked the man beside him who turned patriotism into a business. This is not something I can decide on my own. It requires the approval of the mayor and Her Highness the Princess. Ronan dismissed the matter with a single sentence. Anyway, the stuff is right here. If you're so capable, go find Dinia or Ambrina. Moreover, Ronan genuinely wanted the kingdom's commoners to have enough to eat and didn't want certain people, especially the group represented by the skinny Merard, to get involved. A large-scale sampling survey has shown that about 1% of people have magical talent, but the population of the Kingdom of Foz is nearly 20 million, and the total number of magicians is only a little over 20,000. In other words, many people who had the opportunity to become magicians did not become magicians. The reason is quite simple. The Kingdom of Foz is already the most agriculturally developed country on the entire continent, but 80% of its population is still below the poverty line. With food scarce, how can one find the time and money to learn magic? Once people no longer have to worry about food, some will inevitably choose to read books and learn magic. If more people are educated and possess magical abilities, society will progress. As society progresses, there will be more aspects that need to be managed, and thus, more civil servants will be needed. Ronan's dream was to have many civil officials. This country, no, this world, should be governed by professionals like them. What king? Just be a mascot. And those feudal remnants like members of parliament should all die. Chapter 97. Eat more vegetables. Drink less alcohol. Friends, that evening, Ronan invited Adrian, who was about to take office as head of the Agriculture Bureau, to drinks, but not Millard. There are 3 reasons. First of all, Adrian will be considered half a subordinate of Ronan, the Secretary General, because Ronan's actual rank is the same as his. If Mayor Dinia is equivalent to a department head, then Secretary Ronan is equivalent to a division chief, and Adrian, the head of agriculture, is also a division chief. However, his work reports must be relayed to Dinia through Ronan, and Mayor Dinia's instructions must also be conveyed to him by Ronan. Is there anything wrong with Ronan having a lesbian relationship with half of his subordinates? No, there's nothing wrong with it. Merard and Ronan had no subordinate relationship whatsoever. Every normal administrative unit in the kingdom, from the smallest village to the largest state, was subordinate to the central government. Although in reality they were basically in cahoots with the local authorities, deceiving their superiors and subordinates. In name, the local authorities had no control over them. Inviting him to dinner was really inappropriate. Secondly, Dinah had a feud with the Queen's faction. Dinia's enmity with them is equivalent to Ronan's enmity with them, and this is something that cannot be changed by Ronan's individual will. Finally, the Queen's faction was clearly on the side of the nobility. If these feudal bastards came to power, they would inevitably increase the power of the extremely reactionary parliament, and they were not on Ronan's side. During dinner, after having some wine, Adrian, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Although it's only our first meeting, I think Mr. Ronan is someone who is inclined towards reform, Adrian said, delivering a rather explosive statement. Ronan calmly poured a drink for Adrian, saying, "This little guy from a remote place has, after all, listened to the mayor's teachings, and his perspective has improved a bit." No, Adrian was truly speaking his mind. Lady Dinia grew up in an ivory tower. In her childhood, all she did was study, learn basic knowledge, learn to use magic, learn to be loyal to the monarch. After joining the mage order, she was a pure soldier. Defending the country and annihilating the enemy were the only things she needed to consider. She is the kind of person we admire most. It wasn't until she turned 20, when she was forced to leave the Mage Guild due to endless slander and rumors, that she began to see what this country was really like. She wanted to change the country, but she didn't actually know how to change it, or even what it should be changed to. If it weren't for that, I don't think she would have been so easily fooled by you, Mr. Ronan. After saying this, Adrian froze, his eyes fixed on Ronan. Haha, you're this drunk after just 3 drinks? Come on, have some food. This cold whelk salad is pretty good, Ronan said with a laugh, handing Adrian a wooden toothpick. Adrian didn't take Ronan's claim that he was drunk seriously and continued. If I had known that there would be an oversight and evaluation department, I wouldn't have become the head of agriculture. Upon hearing this, Ronan stopped joking and became more serious. Your Excellency, Adrian, do you think that supervision and assessment can solve the problem? No, but we can periodically remove problematic people, Adrian stated bluntly. Your Excellency, Ronan, aging is both physical and mental. The same problem applies to the aging of a country. For a country, the physical body is its finances, and the managers are its spirit. As long as these 2 aspects are not in trouble, the error correction mechanism can be activated. Every country has designed an error correction mechanism, but when there is no money and no people, nothing can be carried out. As for the upper class acting recklessly, the middle class being corrupt, and the lower class being exploited, these are all problems brought about by society, which cannot be solved, and there is no need to solve them. Adrian said. Oh, Ronan showed little interest in Adrian's words. Then, I'm curious, what are your plans for the future of this country, Your Excellency Adrian? Abolish the parliament, establish an empire, completely centralize power, and then begin the reforms. Adrian was as outspoken as ever. Unfortunately, Princess Ambrina lacks the courage and ability. A real emperor? Ronan laughed. Does Adrian know what the biggest problem with the imperial system is? Adrian was taken aback. The biggest problem with the imperial system is that the descendants of an autocratic monarch cannot be assessed or selected. Once a useless person appears, the damage to the country is immeasurable. However, it is theoretically impossible not to have a useless person. To be honest, both Princess Ambrina and Princess Isabel are quite useless. But I guarantee that under the imperial system, there will be an even more useless successor than them. Ronan simply told the truth. Can the king's heir be chosen? Adrian retorted. No, but there is still a prime minister and a chief secretary. The prime minister must have served as a governor, and the chief secretary was promoted from among civil servants selected through examinations. The king still needs to consider their opinions. He is not a dictator yet, Ronan said, his eyes becoming resolute. Dictatorship is not the problem. The problem is the dictator. Now is a critical moment that requires change. We can think about the future later. Right now, the country needs an emperor. Adrian said. I don't think so. The current situation is capable of bringing about change. Ronan disagreed with Adrian's statement. Princess Ambrina is too cowardly, Adrian said. I disagree with that, Ronan objected again. It seems we can't reach a consensus. Adrian sighed. Ronan leisurely picked at the meat in the whelk with a toothpick. There's no point in reaching a consensus. I'm just a nobody, and you're no big shot either. Talking about this kind of topic is like 2 farmers sitting on the edge of a field, chewing on straw and talking about how His Majesty the King used a golden knife to spread butter on bread slices without sawdust. It's really boring. Adrian took a sip of his drink, shook his head and sighed. Perhaps so, but sometimes a country needs someone to step forward, even if he is not in a high position. Ronan, realizing that Adrian was truly drunk, got up, paid for the drinks, and left the tavern. If you can't drink, then drink less. On his way home, Ronan unexpectedly ran into Millard, this skinny guy. It was late at night, and on the same road, so it was clearly not a chance encounter. Is there something you need, Your Excellency Millard? Ronan asked directly. I have a friend who is a hotel businessman and is preparing to build a new hotel. I heard that the architectural complex and harbor was designed by Mr. Ronan. If possible, my friend would definitely be willing to accept Mr. Ronan's consulting services. I guarantee that the service fee will not be less. Millard replied. Ronan smiled. Oh, then, if I were to trouble Mr. Millard to introduce me to such an opportunity, what kind of sincerity would I need to offer? There's no need to talk about those things between friends. Just offer a little help when the time is right, Millard said. What he meant was that he would give you money, but you wouldn't have to do anything right away. I prefer one-off deals with clear prices. I'd rather forget about friendships. Ronan doesn't accept friendships that are tied up in a relationship. Chapter 98. Coercion, bribery, and a surprise seeing that money couldn't sway Ronan. The skinny Merard wasn't in a hurry. I have a friend who heard that the Secretary General of the Lore State Secretariat recently fell ill and might have to retire due to illness. Since Ronan isn't buying it, let's lure him with an official position and transfer him away. Once he's gone, I'm sure the new guy won't be greedy for money. Really? What a pity. I have a problem. If I don't eat our local seafood for a day, it feels like ants are crawling all over my body. And alcohol, too. If I drink alcohol from other places, I cough. Ronan wore a pretentious expression of regret and was also slightly drunk. Although Dinia might not see it that way, Ronan considers himself Dinia's leg now, and messing with him is like cutting off his leg. Can I cut off his leg? No. As he spoke, Ronan began to walk into a side alley. Millard followed slowly. You are truly a good official with an honest and upright style. As the chief tax official, I have a great responsibility to learn from you. Once I take office, I will definitely investigate the tax issues of certain consulting companies. Millard then added, the same old trick. If bribery doesn't work, they resort to coercion. Aren't we friends? Ronan asked. Millard smiled and countered. What do you say, Mr. Ronan? Sigh. Maybe I should go get some sea breeze and sober up, Ronan said, continuing on his way. Millard shook his head and chuckled, then followed. Page 45, he's seen plenty of bureaucrats. They're not necessarily tempted by money or envious of promotions, especially young officials who aren't short of money. But regardless of age or position, every official is afraid of losing their job. Once they reached the beach, Ronan seemed to have given up. Let's forget about changing seats. I'm not interested in leaving here, but I am quite interested in the consultation fee. Are you sober now? Merard asked. Extremely clear-headed, Ronan replied. Merard smiled. Then, Mr. Ronan, would you consider the seed company? Upon hearing this, Ronan crushed the seashell he had just picked up. Actually, you shouldn't have come to see me at this time, Ronan said with some emotion. That seems to be the case. During the day, Lord Ronan might be more lucid. Millard said. He felt that if Ronan had been awake during the day, he would have already figured it out, and he wouldn't have needed to waste so much breath. The reason he waited for Ronan on his way home was because Ronan had met with Adrian in private. His original intention was to subtly probe the situation. However, he was surprised to find that Ronan left the tavern alone. Obviously, he and Adrian hadn't gotten along, so there was no need to inquire further. So, Merard went straight to his three-pronged attack. Clearly, Ronan ultimately couldn't withstand his three-pronged attack and yielded to him. This was just the first step. From now on, he wanted Ronan to know that his money wasn't so easy to take. It's getting late. I should head back. With that, Merard turned around. In that very moment when Merard was brimming with confidence, his head flew off, severed. This feels good. I didn't expect it to be a tier 1. No wonder it's so arrogant. Ronan looked at the dead man's head on the beach, a satisfied smile still on his lips, and said, I said you shouldn't have come to find me at this time. What I mean is, there's no one on this road at this time of day. Heidi, who lived nearby, moved away to farm. You're in a very dangerous situation, understand? After saying that, Ronan dragged over an abandoned fishing boat, put the body on it, rowed it directly out to sea, then chopped up the body and threw it all into the sea. After disposing of the body, Ronan returned to shore and, while he was at it, chopped up the abandoned fishing boat and threw it all into the sea. Before long, the corpse will turn into blackfish excrement, and the bloodstains on the shore will be washed away by the tide. After leaving the murder scene, Ronan went straight to Dinia's residence. Soon, Ronan met Dinia alone, who was wearing a bathrobe. What is it? Dinia asked with a serious expression. She knew that Ronan coming to see her so late at night must be something important. I killed Merad. Nobody saw it. It was handled very cleanly. Ronan said. Why? Dinia asked. Ronan replied. He tried to bribe me to do something to you, and he also wanted to take a stake in the seed company to interfere with the reforms. I refused, so he threatened me, and then I killed him. Dinia frowned slightly. Have you thought about how to deal with this? Ronan remained unusually calm. Someone will discover he's missing tomorrow, Then we'll send people to search for him, but we won't find him. Then we'll report it, and after that, higher-ups will send people to investigate, but in the end, nothing will be done. Let it go unresolved. I'm afraid the people behind Merard will take this opportunity to cause me trouble, even without evidence. Dinius said, You're absolutely right. His backers will definitely seize this opportunity to cause trouble. They might even celebrate with champagne after hearing that Merard is dead. But aren't there two other factions? Knowing that Merard's faction is going to cause trouble, how could they allow them to do so? The investigation team will definitely include all three parties, and the final result will be no results. The person will be missing, can't be found, and that's it. Ronan said. Dinia let out a sigh of relief. Killing isn't your style. This is about taking sides, and also about removing obstacles. I think you, Dinia, know better than I do whose side Merard is on. On one hand, this is killing the dog to show the master. On the other hand, Adrian won't interfere with your reforms, but this Merard will. He's always been an annoying mosquito, and we'll swat him sooner or later. Ronan further explained. Only you knew about the murder, so why are you telling me? Dinia asked. Because of loyalty, Ronan replied. Dinia glared at Ronan. Speak like a human being. First, to avoid being caught off guard and uninformed after something happens. Second, I hope that when the investigation team arrives, you can put in a good word for me, so that they can find a pretext to deal with me instead of trying to shake your position. Ronan spoke with 8 parts sincerity and 2 parts helplessness. He treats his boss like a shrew. He was too domineering in the expansion issue before, so now he needs to act like a kept man, sucking up to Dinia and making her feel comfortable. Let your boss know your secrets, and then ask them to cover for you. This will give your boss a great sense of control and satisfaction. So Ronan wasn't joking when he said he was very clear-headed before killing Merard. How could he not kill this person who could clear obstacles while also pleasing his superiors? Dinia remained silent for a long time. To commit such a crime without reporting it is unacceptable. It must not happen again. Absolutely not. She emphasized the last word, absolutely not, to tell Ronan that she was very angry. There will absolutely not be a next time, Ronan assured, then put on a smile. I just happened to have the opportunity this time. If there hadn't been no one around, I wouldn't have made a move. That's enough, get out. Dinia was genuinely annoyed now. Before the words had even finished, Ronan had already vanished, fully implementing the leader's instructions. Looking at the spot where Ronan had just stood, Dinia sighed helplessly, but soon a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Ronan was a person who always made her both angry and happy. Chapter 99. Magical Operations. Saving money at the expense of public interest. Special talents sometimes. Things just don't go as planned. Ronan had previously predicted that after the news of Merad's disappearance was reported, the higher-ups would discuss the matter and send an investigation team. The investigation team would likely be composed of 3 factions, and in the end, the investigation team, which was formed by the 3 factions, would come to Right City and stage a farce that started out exciting but ended boringly. Ultimately, the person was classified as missing. However, more than 10 days have passed, and no investigation team has been dispatched. Finally, the state sent a special task force down. They arrived in the morning to notify the locals to cooperate, and by noon they had searched Merard's residence and found a suicide note. The perfunctory operation was so bad that even Ronan, who prided himself on his extensive knowledge, had to call it magical. The investigator entered the room, crawled under the bed, and crawled out with a suicide note in his hand. In the afternoon, the investigation results were communicated to all parties. Merard had embezzled public funds and committed suicide out of fear of punishment. The case was closed. He didn't even eat dinner that night and went straight back. As expected of state government professionals, their efficiency in handling cases is something those of us in the city should learn from. I reckon even if these people saw the decapitated body with their own eyes, they would still insist it was suicide. Ronan was convinced. Of course, the fact that no investigation team ultimately came must have been the result of a power struggle at the top, but unfortunately, the specific details were beyond the knowledge of Ronan, a nobody. In short, the story of Ronan chopping people into mincemeat and then very unprofessionally using the mincemeat to make a fishing spot on the beach ended there. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. With the new year approaching, The personnel issues of various departments have been resolved. Officials in the 7 special cities are now on holiday, and only a small number of staff are on duty in each municipal hall and department. They will not return to work until after the New Year holiday. At this time, Ronan was not on vacation at home, but was with Dinia inspecting the new city hall. With the establishment of a new city, there will naturally be a new office location. The new city hall is located between Wright and Calais, which is west of Wright. Construction began a few months ago when the merger was decided. Of course, it wasn't built from scratch. These days, if you were to build a city hall from the ground up, from digging the foundation to the final decoration, it would take at least a year and a half. The 7 special cities jointly funded the purchase of a place called Randall Manor and used it as a base for renovation and refurbishment. "Madam, how are you feeling?" Ronan asked. Dinia looked somewhat displeased. "Why are there so many flower beds? There's a fountain right at the entrance, and so many sculptures all around." Ronan replied, "Because it already exists. Demolishing it would only cost more money, which would be a waste of taxpayers' money." Dinia sneered. "Huh. What about the artwork displayed indoors, the restaurant that's more luxurious than a hotel, and the concert hall? Don't tell me the original owner sold all of these to you. It's all for the sake of making civil servants feel happy and relaxed. Only when civil servants are happy and relaxed can they better serve the citizens. Don't you think that makes sense, ma'am?" Ronan said, looking like he was making a lot of sense. "I hope you can stop being so extravagant," Dinia said. "Dinia." Ronan changed his form of address. Dinia asked. "Now, as a friend, let me tell you what the consequences will be if you advocate thrift. All the bureaucrats will wear old clothes, deliberately wear tattered shoes, pretend to eat black bread with pickled vegetables, and refuse to ride in carriages to and from get off work. Not only will they not ride in carriages themselves, but they will also never allow others to ride in carriages. They will even kill other people's horses, shut down all shops selling handicrafts, ban music and stage performances, and even allow anyone to order only one dish in a restaurant. Anyone who dares to order one more dish will be arrested, and all their property will be confiscated. That's what bureaucracy is all about, you know? Implementing the intentions of their superiors is what they love to do most. As for the citizens' resentment in the end, it will all come back to you." Ronan told Dinia what the consequences would be if she shouted "save." Dinia clenched her fists and let out a long breath to suppress her anger. "Rest assured, I have brought everything under control within reasonable limits. Moreover, there are now 2 special agencies to monitor and evaluate officials. Everything has improved a lot compared to the past, all thanks to your great, bright, and righteous decision, madam," Ronan said, ending with a standard compliment. "I'm leaving. See for yourself." With that, Dinia turned to leave. Ronan knew that Dinia probably wanted to consult Mrs. Antari about this issue, so he reminded her, "Dinia, the most important thing right now is to get rid of those big landowners, then establish cooperatives, and then have the cooperatives work with agricultural companies to achieve the goal of promoting the planting of high-yield crops. Don't let some minor details affect the efficiency of achieving the goal." As soon as she finished speaking, Dinia stopped moving. The next moment, Dinia reached out, and a giant mushroom hand completely grasped Ronan. "What's going on? Did your period start?" Ronan looked completely bewildered. "A strange magical force has gone to your area." As Dinia spoke, a pair of wings made of tiny mushrooms with a wingspan of over 10 meters sprouted from her back. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Dinia had already taken Ronan into the sky, drawing a red arc in the air as they headed towards Ronan's mansion. Meanwhile, at Ronan's home, Alice was carefully reading the regulations concerning the officials, with a notebook beside her containing numerous notes and reflections. Elena walked in and said, "What's wrong with you? It's almost lunchtime, and you're still looking at this. Anyone would think you're going to be some high-ranking official. You're just going to be the head of an action team in some supervisory department. The day you go to hell, your tongue will be ripped out," Alice replied coldly. For someone who is not yet 20 years old and whose family background is not good, this position as a group leader is already a high position. Ronan was able to enter the secretariat of the city hall at the age of 18 because of his merit in restoring order and eliminating the remaining evil forces. She must be careful and work diligently to live up to this hard-won opportunity. You're too tense, Alice. Your job is actually very simple. Arrest anyone that Miss Dinia or young Master Ronan doesn't like, and then find a way to frame them. Isn't that all there is to it? Elena said dismissively. Alice remained cold. If you don't understand, don't speak. Okay, I don't know. Okay, team leader? Elena addressed her sarcastically. She was now a civil servant, essentially Alice's subordinate, a henchman and bodyguard. There was no other way. The job Alice was to do involved being shot in the back. How could someone like you pass the exam? Alice couldn't help but exclaim. I'm a special talent, you know, Elena said with a grin. Then her eyes suddenly changed, and she immediately shielded Alice behind her. Chapter 100. Tactics and Strategies. It's time to get to it. Elena was so wary because she sensed a strange and unfamiliar magical power, and the next moment proved that her perception was correct. The door to the room where the two were suddenly closed by itself, and a moment later it opened again by itself. But at this time, they could no longer see what was happening outside the door, because there was a thick layer of strange air inside the door frame, like mist or a vortex, which completely replaced the original wooden door. Gradually, a stone mask emerged from the swirling mist. Those who have inherited the power of the moon goddess, if you want to understand how to truly wield divine power, come with me. Staying here will only drag those around you into endless trouble. The stone mask spoke in an aged yet magnetic voice. Have you had a 20-year-old stroke? Or has your impotence affected your brain and caused it to atrophy too? With your level of skill, you should go get a position at the church. There are too many fools there, and not enough swindlers to go around. They're recruiting right now. Elena didn't waste any words, just started yelling. Why don't you show your true form and see what happens? A crude attempt to provoke and stall for time. The stone mask's voice was full of disdain. Your young master and that woman might not be able to sense it, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to get here in time, not even by flying. Huh, so you're just a cowardly old codger who bullies the weak. Elena intensified her sarcasm, and one who's too ashamed to show his face. Looks like your mother must have fallen into a cesspool when she gave birth to you, which caused your facial deformity. You bastard. The stone mask's voice suddenly changed, becoming a much younger voice. Alice, did you learn it? This is the he's-in-a-hurry tactic that young Master Ronan passed on to me, Elena said to Alice with a proud look. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 iron chains flew out from the mist and rushed straight at Elena. In that instant, Elena activated her armor. The next moment, chains bound Elena, but they could not tighten them or drag her into the misty vortex gate. This level of magic is useless against me, Elena said calmly. This armor has extremely strong magical resistance, and these chains are clearly not real chains but a kind of magic, so of course they cannot work on her. Page 46. The stone mask didn't speak again, but instead emerged entirely from the mist. It turns out that this was not a stone mask, but a stone golem wearing a stone mask. The golem was nearly 2 meters tall, with a chain hammer in one hand and a giant sword in the other. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Alice hit the stone statue with her shot, but only a few pieces of stone flew off. This stone golem is exceptionally sturdy. Just when Elena thought the stone golem was about to attack her, the golem swung its chain hammer, its target being Alice. Alice stepped back to dodge the attack and reached the corner of the wall. She realized that in this narrow space, she would be hit sooner or later with her strength, and might even become a hostage used by the other party to threaten Elena. With that in mind, Alice spotted the window to the side. With her strength and speed, she could easily break through the window in an instant. Idiot Alice, don't go out. Elena shouted immediately. He attacked you to force you to go out. If Alice learned Ronan's ability to handle both official and personal matters, then she is the inheritor of Ronan's combat wisdom. That attack was meant to get Alice out. The moment Alice broke through the window, what awaited her was not fresh air, but that strange fog that could most likely take people into another space. Thanks. After thanking him, Alice pointed the gun at her temple and said to the stone man, It's obvious that you can't capture Elena in a short time with this broken stone man, so you want to capture me as a hostage. So here's the question. Can a dead person be used as a hostage? You can do whatever you want to Elena, but if you want to do anything to this incompetent little woman, I'll just shoot myself. Would a 17 or 18-year-old woman really dare to commit suicide? The magician controlling the stone golem didn't believe it at all, saying that the talk of suicide was just a squirrel putting on a show when it's in dire straits. The more you try to be strong, the more afraid you are. The stone man took 2 quick steps at a speed that was not at all like a stone man, and then swung the chain hammer at Alice. In the controller's expectation, the little girl with black hair would only tremble and be unable to hold the gun when faced with the attack, and fall to the ground helplessly in fear. But what he didn't expect was that just as the stone golem charged toward Alice, Elena, who was unarmed, slid to the side, forcibly twisted the stone golem's other hand, and at that moment used magic to draw out the stone golem's magic power, causing the magic-constructed stone golem's arm to suddenly become powerless, and finally, the stone golem's greatsword fell from its hand. He never expected Elena to have this ability. At that moment, Elena caught the greatsword that had slipped from her hand and slashed it down on the stone golem's head. "You have no skill, but you try to dual wield?" With a loud bang, the greatsword chipped, and half of the stone golem's head was smashed off. Because of Elena's surprise attack, the stone golem's chain hammer failed to hit Alice and instead smashed into the wall. At that very moment, Alice fired a shot into the fog. She didn't commit suicide. It was just a scheme to make the other party think she was faking it, that she was actually terrified, and then launch an attack on her, thus creating a momentary opportunity for Elena to launch a surprise attack from the side. Unfortunately, Elena's attack failed to break the stone golem. Her shot had no effect. She was wrong. The enemy was not hiding in the mist controlling the stone figures. Damn it. We can't waste any more time. Like master, like servant. The controller was furious and intensified the pouring of magic, instantly regenerating the shattered head of the stone golem. He no longer intended to pay attention to Alice. He needed to finish his mission of taking Elena away as soon as possible. Throwing away the chain hammer, the stone man opened his arms, and 2 iron chains appeared in his hands. Since magic alone couldn't bind them tightly or drag them away, then they would have to use manpower. According to his calculations, there was still enough time. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the sky, Ronan and Dinah have switched positions and poses. The wings made of tiny, tough mushrooms are not wings, so they can fly, but the speed is still too slow. In addition, one of the mushroom arms has to hold Ronan. So, at Ronan's suggestion, the flying prop was transformed into Ronan's shield. Ronan crouched on the large shield, maneuvering it through the air, while Dinah crouched behind him, her chest pressed against his back, one arm around his waist, the other constantly stuffing mushrooms into his mouth to replenish his mana. Ronan's own magic was insufficient to control the shield to fly rapidly at high altitudes, but Dinah's magic could. Furthermore, Dinah also releases magic power backward as a boost to accelerate. "It's time," Dinah said. Ronan's mansion came into view in the distance. Elena could not be accurately located because she was wearing armor, but being able to locate Alice was enough for Dinah. Chapter 101 Saving the Day, Acquaintances, Association. Inside the room, Elena was back to being unarmed. The greatsword was also a magical artifact, and her opponent used magic to erase it in an instant. The stone golem's speed and strength were no less than Elena's. It should be noted that Elena, who possessed divine blood and was in armored mode, had physical attributes far exceeding those of an ordinary second-tier mage. Moreover, the stone golem can freely switch between various melee weapons. While the melee weapons themselves are not much of an attack for Elena, the weapons give the stone golem an absolute advantage in attack range, making it almost impossible for Elena to hit the stone golem. The most troublesome thing is that the stone golem itself is not afraid of any blows. Even if the stone golem is injured, as long as there is still magic power to support it, it can automatically repair itself. In those few short seconds, the stone golem's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Elena took several hard blows, but her mindset became more relaxed. She taunted, "Useless thing, your attacks are getting faster and faster. You're really getting desperate." He was indeed anxious because Dinah and Ronan arrived much faster than he had imagined. It would be great if there were people to block him, but he knew it was impossible to arrange for them. Since there are only a handful of people across the continent who have encountered Dinah and escaped being captured alive, arranging for someone to ambush her would be like handing her an intelligence source for nothing. No, we have to change our target. If he can't win over Elena, he can only try Alice. Hopefully, she'll hold some weight in Ronan's heart. Their real target wasn't Elena, but Ronan. Although he couldn't be 100% certain, and although it was somewhat unbelievable, according to intelligence, he could decipher that special script. This is what the leader has always dreamed of. With this, he can have everything in this world. However, capturing Ronan is both difficult and has significant consequences. Becoming a third-tier mage is the ultimate goal for more than half of all tier mages, and the head of a city's affairs office is a position that most officials never reach in their lifetime. Of course, the biggest difficulty and serious consequences are because this scoundrel has been clinging to the coattails of Dinia. He took Elena away because she was of great value to Ronan, but that might not be the case for Alice. But I can't control that much now. With a whoosh, the stone man, chain in hand, appeared before Alice in a flash. Alice froze in shock. Was this stone man going to tie her up? But she wasn't an important person to Ronan, nor did she have anything special about her. Just as the stone man was about to succeed, a mushroom suddenly sprouted from Alice's body. In the blink of an eye, the mushroom swelled to a size larger than her head, and a fair hand reached out from the mushroom and grabbed the chain that the stone man had thrown. The mushroom was still expanding rapidly. The stone man instinctively pulled the chains back, and in an instant, he used the force to crawl out of the mushroom. As Dinia landed, she raised her leg and kicked to the side. The stone man began to crack from the waist where she was kicked, and the cracks spread all over her body in the blink of an eye, as if she was about to explode at any moment. Then, a violent magical force shook the stone man's entire body, and the next moment, the stone man had completely shattered into dust. Retracting her legs and regaining her footing, Dinia charged without hesitation into the vortex of mist that filled the entire doorway. She wanted to see who was so audacious. Unfortunately, the mist dissipated very quickly, and before she could break in, it had already vanished. Do you think you can get away? Dinia looked at the spot where the mist vortex had disappeared. The moment the mushrooms sprouted on Alice's body, she had already cast a spell on the mist. At the same time, on a deserted hill and right, Ronan watched as a cloud of mist dissipated in the distance, revealing a man whose chest and half his face were covered in dense red mushrooms. Upon closer inspection, he smiled and said, "Oh ho, I didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance, Mr. Frederick." Frederick was using his magic to resist the mushroom's encroachment, but even though he was frantically pushing himself to the limit, the mushrooms were still multiplying little by little. In the blink of an eye, countless tiny mushrooms on his body suddenly twisted together and grew wildly, turning into a giant mushroom. Then, Dinia grew out of this mushroom. Just as Ronan was about to ask a question, a door suddenly opened, and Frederick was sucked in. In the blink of an eye, both the door and Frederick had completely disappeared, just like when he disappeared from that room in that alternate dimension. This time, Ronan, undistracted, confirmed a fact he hadn't been able to ascertain in the author's room before. The magic that took Frederick away was not cast by him. "How's Elena doing?" Ronan inquired. "It's all right," Dinia said. "When I arrived, Dinia also mentioned the stone man. This is interesting. Frederick just struggled with all his might to try to dissolve your mushroom, but the power he unleashed was only at the level of a second-tier mage. However, the stone golem was still stronger than Elena. For a mage of his level, a summoned creature of this strength should be like the large armored knight to Ares before, a summoned creature of his destiny. But after you destroyed this summoned creature, it was clearly not affected at all. Only when cannon fodder is destroyed will the summoner not have any reaction. The truth is clear. The stone golem summon is not his either." Ronan analyzed, stroking his chin. After finishing his analysis, Ronan looked at Dinia, only to find her deep in thought. "What's on your mind?" Ronan asked. Dinia paused for a moment before shaking her head. "No, your analysis is very good." Did he really think he could fool him with that kind of acting? But Ronan didn't intend to expose him, and just said, "Oh, to get by." From Dinia's expression, Ronan was certain that she had clearly connected the dots. Indeed, this was true. Dinia thought of one person, no, several people. This kind of remote teleportation portal was very similar to King Lucian's magic, but His Majesty's teleportation was not nearly as powerful. And that stone man was somewhat like the magic of the deceased Duke of Lois, Lucien's second brother. But they are only similar, not at all. Ronan had already made some connections. To be honest, the fact that they were cannon fodder but not at all as powerful as summoned creatures, plus the spatial magic of remote teleportation, made it easy to associate them with a certain family. This family is the current royal family of the Kingdom of Foss, the Golden Eagle family. Moreover, judging from Dinya's behavior, she must have made this connection to her own thoughts, which is why she fell into deep thought, yet she refused to admit that she had made that connection. If Ronan remembers correctly, the only member of the royal family who wasn't a weakling, namely the current king's second brother, died 20 years ago. Was the prince actually faking his death? Or was the current king's elder brother, who is still alive, actually pretending? It's troublesome. For Ronan, there are two troubles. One is the mysterious organization behind Frederick, and the other is that he has been forced to get involved in the battle for the throne. Both of these matters involve the royal family, so they might be connected, or perhaps they already are. Chapter 102, Being Alone. Drinking. I'll take you the unexpected events that Elena and Alice encountered have come to an end. At night, at the mansion where Dinya lives. At this moment, it was just Ronan and Dinya. Augustina and Yvette used to live here, but neither of them are here now. As the future head of the city's police department, Augustina organized a large-scale training program to get to know her subordinates better, and also to let them get to know her, and incidentally, to satisfy her urge to beat people up. She estimated that she wouldn't return until the day before the New Year's holiday. As for Yvette, she is no longer Dinya's private secretary, but the head of the secretariat and Ronan's first assistant. Her main responsibilities are to arrange meetings of all sizes in the city hall, convey the city hall's instructions and decisions downwards, and compile and report various reports from below. After the New Year holiday, there will definitely be an important meeting that brings together the heads of all departments. Because of this meeting, she is so busy that she doesn't even have time to eat, so she simply lives in the office. I estimate they won't be back until the holiday starts in a couple of days. Dinya led Ronan to the bar next to her living room, took a bottle of amber-colored absinthe from the liquor cabinet, and then washed 2 glasses. He poured Ronan a glass, and then poured one for himself. Ronan could tell from the smell that it was a strong liquor, definitely over 50 degrees. He looked at Dinya with some doubt, as he had seen Dinya drink before, but it was always the low-alcohol red wine. Once you reach a higher mage rank, you can barely feel low-alcohol drinks, Dinya said, downing her drink in one gulp. This cup is at least 2 ounces. Indeed, as she said, the higher the level of a magician, the further their body is from the realm of humans. An ordinary person would collapse after taking a sip, but Dinya was completely unaffected, as if she had just drunk a glass of juice. If the leaders drink it all in one gulp, how can the subordinates not drink it? Ronan had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink it all in one gulp. It felt like he had swallowed a ball of fire and was hit on the forehead with a hammer. Good wine, Ronan said, though his words were not entirely sincere. Dinya got up, walked to the side, took out a few candies from the jar, grabbed one for herself, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Then she handed one to Ronan. A mint. It's nice to have with this. Thank you. Ronan took the candy and thanked him. After what happened on the 9th basement level of the obelisk, I didn't ask you. Later, after what you went through with Ambrina and the others, I still didn't ask you. Now, with this happening again, I feel I need to ask you, Dinya said. You know a language that none of us know, and you have a high acceptance of that kind of information, which means you are special in yourself. Are you asking me who I really am? Ronan asked. I don't want to, Dinya said. I'm just your boss, not even a friend. You won't tell me the truth. Indeed, Ronan said. However, I can tell you one thing. I myself don't even know who I am anymore. Was he just an ordinary time traveler, an android created by an advanced civilization, a creation of the anti-logic race, or even an anti-logic race member himself? Nobody knows, absolutely nothing. Page 47, is that so? Dinya sighed, then suddenly transformed her palm into a blade and severed one of her arms. Immediately afterward, fine red lines began to grow wildly from the severed part of her arm. In the blink of an eye, the severed arm had rejoined and healed without a trace of scar. I used to think that this was the effect of my own magic. Now it seems that what that strange puppet said might be true. I have a special power hidden within me, the power called the primal species. So who am I? Dinia asked Ronan. Who you are doesn't matter. What matters is living a real life, Ronan replied. That's right, it doesn't matter who it is. Dinia smiled, smiling because Ronan had such a will. So, what exactly do you want to ask me? Ronan asked. Dinia didn't answer immediately, but instead downed another glass of wine. Who I am and who you are is not important. What's important is what that alternate dimension is. Ronan also downed a drink, and he started to feel dizzy. Simply put, it's about another civilization in another world. After a very powerful civilization collapsed, some of the survivors discovered our world and established some connection points. These connection points are the places we went to before. They originally wanted to transform this world and move here, but for some unknown reason, they gave up, returned to their own world, and completely closed the passage. However, the various connection points have not disappeared. They still contain their remnants, including the highly intelligent robots they created, which were once the gods of our world. As for the original species, it is said to be a special plant that they used to modify the environment of their world. And this mysterious organization, which has only just begun to reveal itself, is probably coveting the relics left in the connection point. They probably want to use these powers for something, whether it's world domination or the pursuit of immortality. These are all old-fashioned things. Slightly drunk, Ronan talked for a long time. I see. Dinia didn't react too strongly. After all, there has never been a shortage of delusional people among the magicians throughout history. After pouring herself another glass, Dinia asked, Do you know anything about other connection points? I don't know. The author of the book that Ambrina and I found at the place we went to before clearly didn't want anyone to look for other connection points, so he didn't leave any related information. This guy, if he really didn't want anyone to know, he could have left nothing at all, but he left quite a lot of things instead, and he's like a riddle teller who doesn't say everything clearly. As Ronan spoke, he poured himself another glass. If you can't handle it, then don't drink, Dinia advised, noticing that Ronan was somewhat drunk. A man can't say no, Ronan said with a smile. Besides, if your boss is still drinking, you have to drink yourself to death to keep him company. After saying that, Ronan took another big gulp, but this time he didn't finish it because he really couldn't. What are your plans for the future? Dinia asked. Of course I'll continue to serve you well, keep my position secure, and do what a man should do in my spare time, Ronan replied. Aren't you curious about what's hidden behind this connection point you mentioned? Don't you want even greater power? Dinia asked. I'm curious, and I want it too, Ronan readily admitted, his head involuntarily drooping before jerking back up. However, we don't have the time or energy to look for it, and we don't need it at all. That mysterious organization is very likely involved with members of the royal family, and we are now also caught up in the battle for the throne. As long as I keep leading you up the ladder, we'll eventually face them head-on. Ronan's eyes were full of confidence, as if he could see the future. You're taking me? Dinia was taken aback. This didn't sound like something Ronan would say. Yes, I'll take you, Ronan replied affirmatively. Chapter 103 Drunken Talk. Arrest, Protecting Food? A hint of displeasure flashed across Dinia's face, but it was quickly replaced by a smile, because Ronan had clearly spoken his mind. Ronan looked at Dinia, knowing he was drunk and that he had just said something very out of character. He could actually fall into a deep sleep as soon as he closed his eyes and put his head on the bar. However, he just wanted to say something while he was drunk, something that was out of character for him. Moreover, drunken talk sounds very convincing, doesn't it? Without me, you would have been driven to the brink of madness by those bureaucrats. Of course, I'll be the one to guide you. Yvette is capable. She has the ability to get things done, and she understands some things, but she doesn't know how to keep her sharp edge to herself, and she's not quite up to par with those bureaucrats when it comes to power struggles. Mrs. Antari is better than Yvette, more knowledgeable, and more resourceful, but she is only capable of taking down some bureaucrats, and she still relies on power. Ultimately, it still remains at the level of thinking that honest officials are more cunning than corrupt officials. Can practice in reverse, hiccup. In short, in the game of power, the truly overwhelming force is not the skillful use of power, but the creation of power. Actually, You are at a higher level than them because what you pursue is reform and development. Reform and development will inevitably create power. You just lack the means to achieve this goal, so you need me. You should be glad you met me. If it were someone else, they would only be able to rely on the power and connections you have to carry out the measures you came up with on a whim. To put it bluntly, they would be a dog. But I'm different. I'm both a black cat and a white cat. Oh, well, that's just how it is. No need to thank me. We truly consider you a friend. I'm not a good person, but you are like the winter sun, bright but not scorching. This country needs people like you. Ronan is becoming increasingly outspoken, and his eyelids are starting to droop. Of course, it's impossible for him to say that he wants to seize more power through reform and economic development, no matter how drunk he is. After all, you can speak with your head tilted to the left, but you can't with your buttocks tilted to the right. After listening to Ronan's long explanation, Dinya only half understood, especially the concepts of reverse training and black cat, white cat, which she couldn't comprehend at all. Just as she was about to ask a question, Ronan's head slammed onto the bar, his eyes closed, and he passed out completely drunk. He wasn't pretending to be drunk. He was genuinely drunk. He drank the liquor, which was over 50 degrees, straight without even a peanut. He downed the first 2 glasses in one gulp, and the next 2 in just a few sips. It was already good that Ronan only got drunk. For an ordinary person, it would have been much more than just getting drunk. Dinya stood up, reached out and gently patted Ronan's cheek, and found that Ronan was indeed drunk. If Dinah were fully conscious, she would definitely have wrapped Ronan up in her giant mushroom hand right now and dragged him home along with it. As for whether Ronan would feel uncomfortable being held in the mushroom hand, well, it would be better if he did. But by this time, Dinya had drunk 4 glasses of absinthe that were over 50 proof and was a little tipsy. She had also heard Ronan's heartfelt words and decided to be a little gentler. First, she released the mushroom hand, then picked up Ronan, preparing to let him lie comfortably on the mushroom hand, and then she carried the mushroom up to take him home. Dinya never expected that as soon as she picked up Ronan, Ronan's hand suddenly grabbed her buttocks, and grabbed them hard. Even in his drunken stupor, Ronan was in a daze. Something was wrong. Elena's buttocks didn't feel like this. The outermost layer was clearly pants. When had Elena ever worn pants? She always wore skirts. If you grabbed hard, you could feel a layer of slippery pantyhose underneath. Going any further in isn't right either. Elena's is fleshy and firm, with a wide, firm belly that feels great to grab. This one, while also fleshy, is thicker and perkier, soft at first, then bouncy, and finally firm. Who is this? Suddenly, Ronan thought of someone and instantly sobered up. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, but he dared not open his eyes and could only continue to pretend to be drunk. He didn't even dare to pull his hand back, afraid that Dinya would misunderstand that he had been faking being drunk from the beginning. In all honesty, he was definitely drunk before he was arrested. After much deliberation, Ronan made a difficult decision. He gently stroked Dinya's buttocks again, his little finger even tracing a line between them. Dinya's pupils trembled instantly, and her eyes widened. Damn it, Dinya cursed, pulling Ronan away and throwing him to the ground. Ronan rolled twice on the ground, still motionless. He was pondering a question. Was it reasonable for him to wake up after being thrown like that? Okay, to be on the safe side, let's not wake him up yet. Ronan groaned a few times, but still didn't dare to wake up. Looking at Ronan on the ground, he clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to kick the guy, but after standing there for a long time with his fists raised, he finally put them down. Using her mushroom-shaped hand to grab Ronan, Dinya suppressed her anger and escorted Ronan all the way to his home. Upon arriving at Ronan's front door, Dinya saw Elena come to open it. With a wave of her hand, her giant mushroom-shaped hand simultaneously flung Ronan over. Elena quickly stepped forward to catch Ronan, her face clearly displeased. Hey, Mayor, is this how you treat your subordinates? Dinya didn't want to explain, so she turned and left without saying a word. Elena looked puzzled. After she carried Ronan back into the house and placed him on the bed, Ronan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Young master, what's going on? Elena asked. Ronan rubbed his temples with his fist, becoming a little more sober. I got drunk at her house, and then she picked me up, and then, in the end, that's how it happened. Elena was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then covered her mouth and held back her laughter for a long time before taking a deep breath to calm down. Young master, it's really unlike her that she didn't give you a good beating. Clearly, my months of serving her haven't been in vain, Ronan said. After all, he had made a lot of contributions to Dinia's business. Maybe you just ended up rubbing her too hard, Elena laughed. Don't talk nonsense, Ronan said sternly. Food possessiveness? Elena pouted unhappily. How can you talk nonsense? A nearly 27-year-old virgin like me can withstand being touched by a handsome man like you, young master. Although I think you are just ordinary, most women would go weak in the knees if they saw you. Anyway, I'm not growing a beard, don't even think about it, Ronan said. Who knows what she was thinking? Always trying to get him to grow a beard. TCH. Elena didn't actually like the bearded man. She just liked the age difference. She couldn't forget the time they first met when she was less than 10 years old, while Ronan was 16 and much taller than her. He gave her a feeling of being like a brother or father, and that was the feeling she liked. She's 18 now, not much shorter than Ronan, who's 25, but still looks like he's in his early 20s. Ronan rubbed his temples. I can't take it anymore. My head is still spinning. I need to take a shower and go to bed early. See you tomorrow. Chapter 104 Inquiry. Warning. Reminder on New Year's Eve. A ranch in the hilly area north of the former Wright City. Elena drove the carriage with Alice here, intending to go to the farm to buy a sheep and some lavender honey. These days, with advanced transportation and preservation technology, livestock can't be slaughtered and transported to the city. They have to be killed and eaten on the spot. Of course, given Ronan's status, he didn't actually need to send anyone to buy things. There were plenty of people lining up to deliver things to his doorstep, and they would do it for absolutely no money. Elena insisted on buying it herself and even dragged Alice along, leaving Ronan alone at home. Alice, have you made your choice? Elena asked Alice. She was asking Alice which type of magic she was going to choose. Alice was originally a novice mage who had not fully mastered the use of the 7 basic magics, but now she is only one step away from becoming a full-fledged mage. Unlike Elena, who originally lacked control and attachment, Alice lacked release and condensation. Elena no longer cared. The equipment and the potions not only allowed her to advance to the level of a full-fledged mage, but also helped her complete 2 skills she hadn't mastered before. However, her control and attachment skills were still relatively poor. On the previous island, Alice had tried to unleash a concentrated magic attack along with a fired musket bullet, but she was still a little short. However, a few days ago, when facing Frederick who controlled the stone golem, she finally succeeded. Although the bullet that entered the vortex of mist passed through and came out from the other end, it did not hit Frederick. After all, Frederick was a proper mage, and it was impossible for him to be unaware of the vulnerabilities in his own magic. Moreover, his abilities were superior to Alice's, so even if a bullet hit him, it would not be able to penetrate his magical defenses. But these 2 experiences of feeling powerless enabled the strong-willed Alice to break through. She only needs to learn one of the 3 great magics to become a full-fledged mage. Of course I'll choose the ritual. If it goes well, the element that benefits me should be the element. Alice responded. Fate cannot be chosen. It can only be awakened through self-realization. The vast majority of magicians who use fate magic do not achieve it by waiting, since no one is certain they can wait for it. They usually awaken suddenly in childhood before they have even mastered the basics. Therefore, most fate magicians are of the mind-based school. Ronan was an exception. He was the original owner of the body who had just mastered the 7 fundamentals and was originally going to follow the path of reason. But then he transmigrated and betrayed his allies, thus awakening his destiny. Alice couldn't choose the heavenly oath either, because normally, people from the kingdom of Foss would choose the 7 Saints Church to take the heavenly oath. However, she was raised by Ronan, and under Ronan's corruption, she had no respect or worship for the church or the gods. How could she take the heavenly oath in the church? Even if she had a choice, Alice wouldn't choose it. Tion sure is strong, but the restrictions are too great. Only the sacrificial rites remain. But she doesn't have a good background, nor is she a gifted person, so she definitely isn't a summoner, but an elementalist. Elemental magic is the oldest, most advanced, and most universal form of magic. Because of its numerous users, its theories have been continuously updated over thousands of years based on the experiences of countless people. It is the only form of magic that can be called a technology. In comparison, the various types of oaths differ greatly, and there are relatively few examples of each type, so the relevant theories are still at a rudimentary level. Fate, rather than magic, is more like a unique ability belonging to each individual. There is no theory behind it, because there are basically no duplicates in fate magic. Users can only figure it out themselves, and the experience gained is of almost no reference value to other users of fate magic. By the way, you didn't just drag me out here to ask this, did you? Alice asked Elena in return. Elena lowered her head and whispered to Alice, I'll tell you a secret. I have a feeling that the young master and that female mayor have something going on. Alice paused for a moment, but then resumed her usual expressionless demeanor. What does this have to do with me? Elena gave a meaningful smile and asked in return, Didn't that princess recruit you as an informant? What nonsense are you spouting? Alice said, clearly displeased. You're not blind. Besides, you're so close to that princess. Can't you tell she's interested in our young master? Elena retorted again. Whether our young master becomes the princess's lover or that woman's lover, it's a big deal. Alice paused for a moment, then said, Does it necessarily mean they are lovers? Hey, Alice, you're usually pretty smart. How come you can't even see this? How could Her Highness the Princess marry our young master? As for her, unless the young master is willing to quit his job and become a stay-at-home husband, do you expect us to allow the two of them to turn the city hall into a husband and wife business? Elena said, Alice wanted to say that she didn't think Ambrina was the type to have a lover, but she changed her mind before she could finish. I don't care about that. Page 48, don't you care? Elena asked. Alice tilted her head and asked in return, Have you ever seen a maid care about her master's affairs in this regard? Yeah. When did you start thinking of yourself as a maid? You're more like the young lady of our family, Elena said. But in any case, you bear the mark of the young master, and you've now entered the civil service system. Do you think the young master's future won't affect yours? I don't believe you're unaware of this. Alice was well aware of this, but she still thought Ambrina was very good. Clearing her throat, Alice looked at Elena. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Elena's pupils flashed with gold. Young master and that woman can be left alone, but we absolutely cannot allow young master to have any further contact with the princess. Young master, don't worry. I'm only worried that you'll become someone's spy and make that princess continue to be obsessed with you. Huh? Alice sneered. You think too highly of me. Do I deserve it? Seeing that Alice was genuinely angry, Elena quickly softened her tone. I was wrong. I was just saying. Don't look so serious, Alice. We've been best friends since we were little. Good sister? You just spoke to me like I was a suspect. Alice turned her face away, not wanting to deal with this blonde scoundrel. Let's change the subject, Elena said, then proceeded to ask what she truly wanted to ask. Alice, when do you plan to officially become the young master's mistress? Lover? And officially? Alice couldn't help but laugh. Elena's expression changed. So, are you planning to find someone to marry? I haven't thought about it, Alice denied. You're not young anymore, Elena said. I am a magician, Alice replied. In this era, most women married at 14 or 15, and noble ladies usually married at 18 or 19. However, male nobles and magicians were exceptions. Male nobles enjoyed freedom, while magicians had long lifespans and prolonged youth. Elena stopped the carriage. Don't forget who you are today because of Chapter 105, A Family, a Collective System. Only I am allowed to represent them. Alice met his gaze sharply. I've said it countless times, he thinks. I won't hesitate for a second. Elena gritted her teeth. You know perfectly well that the young master doesn't want to force you to do anything. Alice stepped down from the carriage. That's his own problem. I think you're the one with the problem, Elena said. Think what you want, Alice said coldly. She knew very well that her father's death and her mother's abandonment of her and her sisters had nothing to do with Ronan. Ronan owed her nothing. On the contrary, she owed Ronan a lot. But she didn't know why. She just didn't want to take the initiative to start a new relationship. Whatever I want. Huh. Elena's temper flared up. I think you just want the young master to play the role of debt collector, so you can feel like you've paid off some of your debts and feel relieved. You're wrong. If I take the initiative, that's what turning things into paying off a debt, Alice retorted. As expected, you see all the good he's done for you over the years as a debt, Elena said. How can you be so cynical? Is this what you call shady? I'm not like you, able to accept favors from others with a clear conscience, Alice said. Elena scoffed at Alice's argument. If it's family, if it's a lover, then I can accept it without any problem. Whether it's him or me, we've always considered you family, haven't we? One sentence silenced Alice. I'm going to buy some things. You should think about it carefully. After saying that, Elena jumped down from the carriage, settled the carriage and horses by the roadside, and walked into the pasture, heading towards the center of the ranch. Inside the car, Alice leaned back, looked up at the canopy, and let out a long sigh. The word family began to echo repeatedly in her mind. Without realizing it, Alice thought of Ronan, Elena, and herself. Ronan's father died early, and his mother fled with her brothers and sisters before the rebellion even began, leaving Ronan, the eldest son, to be forcibly placed in the leadership position by another group. If they won, he would be a puppet. If they lost, he would be a scapegoat. Elena lost both her parents at a young age and grew up with the help of relatives. Before she was 10, she encountered villains and fled alone to Wright City. All things considered, she was actually the luckiest one. Although she lost her parents, she was adopted by Ronan immediately, and Ronan never treated her like a maid. Aren't these three lonely people a family? It's ridiculous that I seem to have only just realized this. More than an hour later, Elena returned, leading a lamb and carrying a jar of honey in her other hand. After loading the sheep and honey onto the carriage, Elena handed over a flask of mead. Mead. I've had a couple of sips, it's quite good. Alice took the flask and instinctively reached for her handkerchief to wipe the spout, but then gave up, unscrewed the lid, and began to drink. Hey, drink less, I paid for it, Elena said, adding that mead is expensive. Alice put down the wine jug and let out a long, satisfying sigh. Aren't we family? I don't want to be family with you anymore, Elena said angrily, and got into the driver's seat. Alice picked up the wine jug again, seemingly in a fit of pique, and prepared to take 2 big gulps. But as soon as she drank, Elena suddenly yanked the reins, and the carriage started to move, swaying violently. Alice choked on the wine and coughed for a long time before she recovered. Are you a child? Alice questioned. You're the child, Elena retorted. In the afternoon, the two returned to Ronan's mansion. Elena went to put the sheep in the backyard, while Alice went straight to the living room, where Ronan was talking to Mrs. Antari. Seeing Alice enter, Ronan quickly greeted her. Alice, you've come at the right time. Mrs. Antari and I are discussing the details of the powers and responsibilities of the oversight department. In a few days, Augustina will help you complete the sacrificial ceremony. After the New Year holiday, there will be a joint operation so that we can free up some land to establish a collective farm and promote the large-scale planting of high-yield crops. In fact, there is no need to establish collective farms to promote high-yield crops. On the contrary, agricultural capitalists and emerging landlords are far more enthusiastic and willing to invest in new things than small farmers, who may actually resist them. But for Ronan, managing capitalists and landlords was far more difficult than managing the masses. Because it is collectively owned, the city hall can more easily intervene. Capitalists and landowners resist government intervention, so Ronan wants to eliminate some of the capitalists and landowners, as well as their protectors, before the parliament is formed. This also has another advantage. Once the parliament is established, there won't be so many members who have a say, since members of parliament in this era can speak because they can represent the people. It's all collectively owned, so what are you representing? In short, Ronan only allowed himself to represent the people of the new city. As for improving productivity and raising people's living standards, those are secondary benefits. Besides, once farmers become wealthy, they naturally want their children to study to change their fate. This way, schools will have more students, and they can also sell some houses along the way. Those who wish to change their fate will receive financial assistance plus low-interest loans. If anyone doesn't want to change their fate or buy a house, Ronan will never punish them. Instead, he will treat them well and find a way to get the Heidi people to give them some chips so that they can take the chips to the game ship and play a few rounds for free. Alice, remember, you must strictly follow legal procedures when you do things. Ronan gave his instructions. Alice frowned. If everything is done in accordance with legal procedures, how can those bureaucrats be brought down? These people are cunning to begin with, and in recent years they have all learned Ronan's tricks, making them appear extremely honest on the surface. Mrs. Antari paused for a moment, then guessed what Ronan was thinking. Ronan sighed. Alice still had some room for improvement. Anyway, mind your own business, your team, your superiors, and your colleagues. Don't worry about what they do. The head of the supervisory department is the president of the Northern Reading Club, which is descended from the rebels of the party. More than a decade ago, they were far more noble than the current officials. But now, those former vassals have become officials and are riding on their heads because of their defection, while the former officials can only vent their frustrations as ordinary citizens. It is foreseeable that once this group comes to power, they will definitely take action against their enemies without regard for anything else. This group of book club members is Ronan's knife, but only for one-time use. After they're done using her, they can see each other again, and Alice, who hasn't violated any legal procedures throughout the process, should take over. I understand. Alice nodded in response. After Ronan's specific reminder, she fully understood his intention. Good that you understand. Ronan smiled. Although he's still a bit lacking now, with a few more years of training, he should be able to become my capable assistant. Then I'll take my leave. Mrs. Antari stood up and left. Chapter 106 The Question, The Clarification, Part 1 That night, Alice asked Ronan to go for a walk with her. The two walked and walked without saying a word until they reached a lake several kilometers away, where the water was as smooth as a mirror. The lake is called Lake Tau, named after the foot of a mountain that produces clay. The locals of Wright like to make steamers out of clay and steam small shrimp and shellfish all at once. 100 years ago, a down-on-his-luck nobleman from the north improved the method by adding a little sauce before steaming. And that's how the signature snacks from Wright City to accompany drinks came about. How about we dig some soil tomorrow and make a steamer pot? Then we can perform a steamed chicken dish for you. Ronan deliberately changed the subject. Having come all this way, Ronan knew Alice wasn't here to ask for advice on work-related problems, but he really couldn't guess what she wanted to say. Alice seemed not to hear her, and asked a strange question to herself. Ronan, what am I to you? Could you make it a multiple-choice question? Ronan said, friend, servant, or tool? Alice presented the choice. Neither. Ronan denied it very simply and directly. You're not a friend, you're still a child. If I were to call you a servant, I would have fired you long ago. As for a tool, you're too long to train and you often come up with your own ideas. Do I look like someone who would use this kind of tool? As Ronan continued speaking, Alice became increasingly dejected, but the next sentence made her suddenly raise her head. If I had to name one, it would be family, a rebellious daughter, a sister who dislikes her brother. Anything goes, Ronan said, his tone completely joking. Can it be a wife? Alice asked. Ronan was taken aback. He never expected Alice to ask such a question, especially with such a serious expression. After a smile, Ronan also put on a serious expression and replied, No. Yes, that's true. Alice sighed. But it's already very good to be family. Ronan felt that Alice was acting strangely. Alice, are you all right? You're acting a bit odd today. It's not like you're having your period these past few days. I remember it very clearly, the time of your period. When Alice had her period for the first time, her dress was stained red, and she stood there like a dork, completely at a loss. It was Ronan who explained what was going on to her. Looking back, it was he who taught Alice and Elena this knowledge. You? Alice was so angry she couldn't speak. Her eyes, which were already slightly narrow and had a bit of white showing, stared intently at Ronan, and that expression of shame, anger, and disgust reappeared. TSK, that's the expression, that's more like you, Ronan teased. Alice turned her face away and stopped talking. Ronan pulled a pendant necklace from his inner pocket. Alice, look, this is your New Year's gift. Alice turned back and saw the necklace. I think a white sapphire pendant would suit you very well. Those intensely colored gemstones don't suit your temperament. This white sapphire is like a diamond, but without the gaudy brilliance of a diamond. Of course, most importantly, it's inexpensive and sturdy. If I hadn't said the last sentence, it would have been perfect, Alice muttered. I can't help it. I'm a paragon of integrity and honesty. I really can't afford expensive jewelry, Ronan said in a matter-of-fact tone, then changed the subject. I'll put it on you. Under the bright moonlight, Alice's hair was styled in an updo, and her smooth, delicate, and fair nape was fully displayed in Ronan's view. Only a few strands of hair were mischievously messy. Ronan made the mouth shape of whistling and gently blew on those few strands of hair. Alice immediately turned around and glared at Ronan with disgust. Ronan reached out and pinched Alice's lips, making them look like a goldfish's mouth. At that moment, the upper half of her face showed disgust, while the lower half showed a pout, which was really cute. Alice was really angry now and kicked out, but Ronan grabbed her slender leg with one hand. Ronan looked down. Why did you decide to wear white stockings today? But they suit you quite well. You have slender legs and small feet. Alice tried to pull her leg back forcefully, but Ronan suddenly let go. Alice fell backward instantly, but as a magician, she quickly regained her balance and stood up again. Can't you cooperate a little? That way I can rush up and grab you around the waist, Ronan said. After saying that, Ronan sat down on the grass. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Just tell me what's on your mind. Do you want to leave? Alice sat down on the grass next to Ronan, paused for a moment, and said, I want to move in with you. I won't live outside anymore. Just so you know, Elena is yelling really loudly, Ronan said. Alice gritted her teeth and said angrily, Do I really have to explain myself clearly? Before she could finish speaking, Alice was suddenly picked up horizontally by Ronan. Before she could even react in surprise, Ronan had already carried her into the sky. Ronan, holding Alice, stood on the shield and manipulated it to fly with them. His magic wasn't enough to support long-duration, high-altitude flight, but flying from here to the pavilion on the platform halfway up Tau Mountain was no problem. Alice landed smoothly. It was her first time in the air, and she was still a little shaken. Page 49. This attic was not used for living. The main house of Ronan was used to dry sausages, smoked meats, and other cured products, while the cellar served as a wine cellar. In winter, someone comes to clean and maintain the house every now and then. Ronan pulled Alice into the house, then pressed her down onto the small sofa without saying a word, and asked her the question. Neither of them had any real kissing skills. They just became increasingly confused in their intense, yet clumsy kisses. Slowly, Ronan began to move his hands, one hand reaching inside Alice's clothes through her bra to knead her breasts, and the other hand reaching under her skirt to caress her. Alice's breasts don't usually look big, but they feel very full when you grab them with one hand. The feeling of being able to hold them in one hand is even more arousing. What's more, her nipples have already hardened quickly, making you want to gently flick them with your fingertips. Ronan's other hand went even further, gently caressing through the underwear. The back of his hand felt the smooth, gritty texture of the pantyhose, while his fingers felt the softness created by the combination of the underwear and that area. Gradually, the hand felt the underwear getting wet, so it pulled the underwear aside and started using its fingers directly. Alice clamped her legs together tightly in an instant, like a pair of vices clamping down on Ronan's hand. After a while, Ronan inserted one of his fingers. Alice froze instantly, one hand on Ronan's head and the other covering her mouth to try and make a sound. It's too tight. Even with just my middle finger, I feel completely enveloped by the warm flesh, making it difficult to move forward quickly. It's hard to imagine the tearing sensation that the huge, fleshy hammer would cause her when it went in directly. After a long while, Alice, who was starting to get used to it, realized that Ronan hadn't gone any further. Why did you stop? Chapter 107 Aftermath. The Reasoning. Let's go next. Your Ronan gently brushed away the strands of hair that were stuck to Alice's forehead from sweat and replied softly, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, what I did was really exaggerated. Alice, having recovered slightly, smiled provocatively. Are you just as inexplicably confident in this area, Secretary General? I always speak the truth, Alice, Ronan said. As he spoke, Ronan stood up, took off his pants, revealing his proudly erect penis. In the dim light, the shadow of his penis almost covered Alice's entire face. Alice could hardly believe it. Elena was telling the truth, and it really was as thick as her wrist. Before Alice could recover from her surprise, Ronan grabbed her slender ankle and pulled her close, pressing her feet, encased in white stockings, against his fleshy hammer. In comparison, Alice discovered that the thing was as long as her foot, and she couldn't help but swallow as if she had seen something terrifying. "So, let me cultivate this a bit more before you say anything," Ronan said. Alice was still a bit too petite compared to Elena. "Reclaim land." Alice frowned. Ronan said, "You lie on top of me with your butt facing my face. I'll do it slowly. You just lick my thing. No need to suck it. I'm afraid you'll scratch me." This. Alice felt ashamed as soon as she heard it. She had seen some pictures, but none of them were in such a position. "Fine, don't come then," Ronan said. "Come on." Alice gritted her teeth. She was a very competitive person. Alice took off her shoes, and then, as if in slow motion, hesitated for a long time before finally turning around, her backside facing Ronan. But when she faced the fleshy hammer right in front of her, she couldn't lower her head or open her mouth for a long time. Ronan's breathing quickened as he stared at Alice's white stocking buttocks so close to his face. Alice's buttocks, encased in white stockings, were anything but plump. Instead, they exuded a firm, delicate, and youthful feel, giving him a strangely stimulating sense of guilt and transgression. Alice lowered her head, her lips slightly parted, still hesitating whether to open her mouth. Meanwhile, Ronan pulled down the crotch of her white stockings, then gently pried open her vulva with his fingers and inserted his tongue. Alice didn't have time to shut her mouth before the stimulation made her cry out, her thighs and buttocks trembling slightly. As Ronan moved, Alice completely forgot about him. With her eyes closed and lips slightly bitten, she lay there limply like a lump of mud. Soon, Ronan withdrew his tongue, then switched to 2 fingers, and after a while, switched to 3 fingers. He accelerated the 3-finger attack, and his entire palm and the back of his hand were covered in water. After a while, when Ronan felt it was almost time to get to the meat hammer, Alice had completely collapsed, her face buried in the pillow, her upper body motionless, and her lower body still trembling slightly. With a helpless sigh, Ronan abandoned the idea of entering, grabbed Alice's feet with both hands, and used her feet to clamp his penis and repeatedly masturbate it. After a long time, it finally spraying more than a dozen times, covering the entire white stockinged legs, from the soles of the feet to the tops of the thighs, with thick, yellowish white splattered everywhere. Ronan walked away, rummaged through a cabinet, and found some chocolate and sugar. He then made Alice a hot chocolate drink. Like potatoes, it was introduced from the New World in recent decades. At this moment, Alice also recovered, took the hot chocolate drink, gulped down a few mouthfuls, let out a long breath, and regained her energy. "Are you feeling better?" Ronan asked with concern. "It's all right now," Alice said. Ronan gently stroked Alice. "After this experience, you'll get used to it right away next time." Alice quickly ripped off the sticky pantyhose, crumpled it into a ball, and put it aside. "Did I look terrible just now?" "No, my Alice is the prettiest," Ronan replied with a grin. Alice took a few more sips of hot chocolate, then suddenly changed the subject. "Could you not punish them too severely?" She didn't want to, and wouldn't, ask Ronan to let the group go, but she still hoped that Ronan wouldn't be too ruthless. They were naturally referring to the group from the Northern Reading Club. Ronan said, after they came to power, they used their power to retaliate with some irregular and even illegal means. In the end, whatever the outcome, it was their own doing. If they could have remained calm, there wouldn't have been any problems. "They can't possibly be calm," Alice said. "That's not my problem," Ronan said with a smile. Alice fell silent. "I want to give you a special reminder. You absolutely must not try to persuade the president of your book club. He's an illegitimate child who thinks he's more noble than the nobility. He's read a few lousy books and looks down on this and that. Beforehand, you were his subordinate. If you advised him, he would see it as a challenge to his authority and a loss of face. Afterwards, if he was dismissed and punished, he would not reflect on his actions. Instead, he would wish that you, who might have mocked him for not listening to advice, would die. Alice, your biggest problem is that you take your friends too seriously. Before, you were just helping me with things, which was fine. Even if you made a mistake, I would unconditionally make up for it. But after the new year, you will be a member of the administrative system. I will hold you to the standards of a civil servant. If you make a mistake, there will be absolutely no chance of making a comeback, understand?" Ronan gave his advice like a father would. Alice replied. That's right, Ronan praised, adding, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll give him a leisurely position. As for the others, I'll try to lift them up high and then let them fall gently. Otherwise, there won't be anyone to act as the vicious dogs in the future." Ronan had a very clear understanding of this. If a dog bites someone, the dog must be killed, but it can't be killed too severely, otherwise no one will want to be a dog in the future. There's another problem. If he arrests a bunch of people, how will you filter out the ones you want? Alice expressed her gratitude. Those who are forced to confess through illegal means should not confess, while those who are arrested through legal means are the right thing to do. As for what is legal and compliant, isn't that up to our court president to decide? Ronan replied. All right, it's time to go back. Back home. After taking a quick shower, Ronan returned to his room in a bathrobe, only to find Elena sitting on the edge of the bed dressed in a maid outfit. Young master certainly didn't have enough fun, Elena said. You know that? Ronan asked, slightly surprised. Elena chuckled softly. Huh. Young master, if you're having too much fun, how will she be able to walk steadily? She'll have to be carried back. Ronan raised an eyebrow. So shall we. Come on, let's keep doing this from this year to next year. Elena said with a grin, walked over, loosened the belt of Ronan's robe, squatted down, held the egg in one hand and the stick in the other, and began to lick and suck it. In just a few strokes, the large meat mallet was already hard and erect. Having not been able to have his fill earlier, Ronan suddenly grabbed Elena and threw her onto the bed, saying, You're dead, Elena. Elena kicked off her round-toed shoes with the buckle on, spread her legs, and revealed that there was no underwear under her black stockings, only a tuft of golden hair faintly visible. Let me die. Chapter 108 Big Goals, Small Goals. This is bureaucracy. The New Year holiday has come to an end in the blink of an eye. A new year, a new city hall, and the first day of work is a general meeting. In other cities, the first meeting of the new year is just a matter of singing high-sounding slogans and applause. The only difference is that they repeat the same platitudes about loyalty to the emperor and the country, integrity and honesty, economic development, and serving the citizens over and over again. Some mayors feel that 1 or 2 repetitions are enough, while others feel uncomfortable if they don't repeat them 4 or 5 times. However, all civil servants in New Sea City, the city formed by the merger of 7 special cities, knew that the first meeting of the Holy Calendar in 1583 was going to be a big one. Wearing a modified officer's overcoat, riding breeches, and long boots, Dinya was the last to arrive and sat in the center of the U-shaped conference chair. There was no script, no polite opening remarks. He just started speaking with a cold expression. In the new year, I have 3 big goals and 2 small goals. The first major goal is to establish a parliament. Dinya announced its first major goal. The officials nodded repeatedly, but in reality, they were completely unmoved. As civil servants, the vast majority of people sitting here do not want the existence of a parliament. They all wish they had a large group of junior civil servants under their command who could infiltrate every aspect of society and ultimately get their approval. The councillors, however, clearly contradict their vision. Regardless of their own political views, the councillors hope that as elites, they can represent the people, become the voice of the people, and thus influence policy. This requires that the grassroots level be in a state of self-governance. However, the situation in Shanghai City is special. These civil servants are all representatives of the local powerful faction, and they will only elect their relatives and friends to councillor, so they don't care. This matter is very important, so we must study it carefully and make a comprehensive plan, with the plan to start electing members of parliament in the second half of the year. Dinya recited the lines that Ronan and Madame Antari had prepared for her. The next major goal is to establish a magic academy. This involves many aspects. My suggestion is to regularly report on the progress of each aspect. Do you have any suggestions or opinions? After Dinya finished speaking, she routinely asked for suggestions and opinions. All eyes turned to Ronan, who remained silent with his eyes closed, like a sleepy old man. At this point, everyone tacitly remained silent. Okay, next, the third major goal, to promote the planting of high-yield crops. The report on the experimental results is now in front of you. Adrian, could you give a brief overview? Dinya directly named Adrian, the head of agriculture. Adrian was in charge of logistics in the army, so he wasn't completely ignorant about agriculture. But it was impossible for him to come up with a comprehensive plan and compile all the plans into a simple and easy-to-understand document. In reality, he could only read from a draft that Ronan had set the tone for, and that other agricultural officials had worked together to complete. Of course, this plan does not include anything about collectivism or cooperatives. Adrian, full of energy, read the manuscript aloud with great intonation. Dinia nodded. Ronan immediately led the applause, and the others quickly followed suit. Those who applauded were genuinely happy. The high-yield wheat can be sold to the cities of Sama and Pro on either side. Sama, the largest commercial port city in the entire south, cannot be completely self-sufficient in food and needs to purchase it from the north. Pro is primarily a military port, secondarily a commercial port, and also a machinery manufacturing base. It is also not self-sufficient in food. Where can you buy it cheaper if you buy it directly from the city next door, even if it's from the north? It is foreseeable that the wheat sales in Shanghai City will be very good, and tax revenue will increase significantly, which is a political achievement. More importantly, they feel that they can also make a good living from it. Secondly, soybeans, which are said to have a high oil yield, can generate a considerable income. Although olives are widely grown along the southern coast, olive oil is not cheap or plentiful enough to be harvested in large quantities, which is frustrating. Now that they have soybeans that can be pressed for oil, they can extract oil from farmers and the urban underclass. They feel full of energy and can't wait to serve the people. Now that we've discussed the big goals, let's talk about the smaller ones. My first small goal is to receive a lot of real name reports. You could say that almost everyone here has been reported, and they even listed the evidence. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you. Dinia said. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's legs began to tremble, and they felt as if the air itself had frozen. They weren't unprepared. After all, judging from the newly established supervisory department and the people within it, they knew this would happen. Dinia's statement that everyone had been reported still frightened them, and for a moment everyone felt insecure. No need to look, it's all slander, and even the evidence is definitely fabricated. Ronan was the first to stand up and object, his voice very loud. Everyone was shocked for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ronan shamelessly fawned over this woman, he was still on their side when it mattered most. No, he himself wasn't clean either. If they really let them investigate, he wouldn't be able to escape. Dinia frowned. Ronan immediately backed down. Of course, an investigation is definitely necessary, but I personally believe that everyone here is a gentleman, and the investigation must comply with regulations. We can't just take people away arbitrarily. Besides, the city hall still needs to function, so we can't arrest everyone at once, can we? It's better to take it slowly. Everyone immediately smiled knowingly. The investigation procedure had to comply with regulations, and it wasn't going to start immediately. If problems were still found with this kind of investigation, then the level of competence was really too low. If they were caught, they deserved to die. They were stupid, so who could they blame? Someone has to die. It's fair that the less capable ones should die. Ronan laughed too. He was just putting on a show with Dinia. All the real-name whistleblower letters were dictated by him and written by Alice. Most of the things in them were true, but each one was more fantastical than the last. Ronan wasn't exaggerating. The average person couldn't even imagine the way these people made money. It must be said that Ronan single-handedly raised the level of corruption and bribery in the entire city. As for the signature, there's nothing more to say about things like old aristocrat Bruce Wayne or planter Clark Kent. So be it. Page 50. Dinia's words were clearly emotional, and she was acting, but not entirely, because Ronan told her that some of the things in the whistleblower letter were true. Everyone was completely relieved to see that although the mayor was a little angry, she still agreed to Ronan's request. Lastly, regarding expansion, I think it's necessary for Shanghai City to recruit more civil servants and improve their welfare benefits. Dinia said, Madam Mayor, it's wonderful that more people can participate in the construction. This is definitely a good thing for the citizens. The citizens should thank Ms. Dinia for coming. Before that, it is necessary to allocate funds to build a mayor's residence. To improve benefits, the mayor's salary should be raised first. Looking at this group of people, Ronan could only say that this was probably what bureaucracy was like. Chapter 109 Sacrifice, Shocking Change. Take a test after the meeting. The heads of each department returned to their respective offices. Some went directly back to their offices, while others left the city hall and returned to their own workplaces. The announcements at the meeting were all genuinely important matters, but they did not have a significant impact on these individuals, including the announcement of an investigation into officials. After all, which mayor in the past didn't do something similar when they came to power? They were used to it. In the past, there was always smoke but no harm. The scene looked big, but in the end, they would just arrest a few unlucky little guys whose methods were too straightforward and who happened to have recently committed crimes. The mindset cultivated by this experience was exactly what Ronan had expected, and it was precisely because he had anticipated that this group of people had this mindset that he prepared a series of surprises. At the same time, in the courtyard of Dinia's residence, Augustina had already prepared the ritual circle. She was holding a silver wine jug in one hand, taking sips now and then, while explaining to Alice, who was standing in the center of the circle, the possible situations they might encounter and the precautions they should take. Elena was also there. Ronan had asked her to come and look after Alice, but she only glanced at her symbolically before sitting down in a chair at the table. On the table were seedless tangerines that Augustina had brought as a special gift for Dinia, and she was told to help herself to them, which she did without hesitation. It's normal to feel pain during the final stage of the ceremony. Just bear with it, and you'll be fine, Augustina said to Alice. In sacrificial rituals, the parts of the body offered are not chosen by the sacrificer, but rather selected by the ritual itself. After the sacrifice, it's not that an organ is lost, but rather that it is replaced by a demonized organ. For example, Augustina is not one-eyed. Beneath her eye patch is a magical eye that grants her the ability to remotely and precisely control fire magic, which can be considered a form of enhancement. If it were just like that, it wouldn't be called a sacrifice, but a huge profit. Having a demonized organ can have side effects. A certain aspect of one's inner self will be amplified according to one's own elements, making emotions prone to extremes, and magic can sometimes get out of control. For example, Augustina can burn anything she doesn't like a fire. If she tries to control it, it will immediately cause excruciating heart-burning pain. To stabilize her emotions and magic, Augustina would often bake something to eat with her drinks, and whenever she had the chance, she would start a big fire. Over time, she developed her current polarized personality, which is usually carefree and lazy, but occasionally becomes extremely fierce. She's considered lucky. She only sacrificed one eye, and the boost came from her technique, making self-control easier. She knew a single fire mage who sacrificed his heart. When he was still at the first rank, he often became uncontrollably elementalized, losing his consciousness and rampaging through flames. He couldn't even make enough money to cover his losses. It wasn't until he reached the third rank that he was able to control himself effectively. That's about it. Stand in the middle and just channel a small amount of magic into your feet, Augustina said to Alice. Once Alice begins, the magic pillars in the four corners, representing water, fire, earth, and wind respectively, will start to overflow with magic. Whichever one is closer to Alice indicates that she is more affectionate towards that one. Most people have 2 elements, a few have 3 elements, and very few have 4 elements or a single element. A single element represents the overwhelming power of magic in one aspect. Augustina was able to join the Mage Corps at the first rank because she possessed both immense magical power and precise control. The 4 elements are stable and have no weaknesses. Only the 4 elements have the potential to reach the top and enter the 7th order. But there's no need to worry too much about these things. Generally speaking, the higher the rank of a mage, the stronger they are, but there are many exceptions. The captain is only at the 5th rank, and the only ones who can fight her are those few 7th rank old immortals. Augustina said something unrelated to the main topic to prevent Alice from feeling disappointed when she discovers that she is just an ordinary elemental being, which could affect the progress of the ritual. However, in the next moment, all 4 elements moved. Augustina's eyes widened. No way. But then, the 4 elements began to retreat again. Alice was momentarily panicked upon witnessing this unexpected scene. Don't move, Keep going, Augustina shouted, having already understood what was going on. Alice is already a full-fledged mage, but she doesn't know it herself. And she is not an elementalist, but a summoner. When the overflowing magic returned to the magic pillar, Alice found herself holding a rifle, which completely stunned her. As you can see, you are the summoner, Augustina said, waving her hand to stop the sacrificial circle from operating. But Alice still looked incredulous. You mean none of your ancestors were summoning mages, right? Augustina said. That's not that surprising. You're just the first generation. You don't look like a very good first-generation mage at all. Elena, who had just finished eating 2 oranges, added. Congratulations, Alice. You can still maintain your original fighting style after becoming a full-rank mage. Ha! You're the first generation. You'll have to figure out how to summon this creature on your own. No one can teach you anything. With that, Augustina put the flask into her pouch, stretched, and said, I have to go to work now. Goodbye. Alice and Elena left with Augustina. Augustina went directly to the police station, while the two of them returned to Ronan's mansion. On the way, Elena couldn't help but tease her again. Actually, this suits you very well. You're a great shot. Quiet, Alice said in a low voice. I'm telling the truth. Your marksmanship is indeed excellent. Elena said, as if she had been wronged. Back in the basement on that island, you turned the tide with a single shot. Will you die if you don't talk? Alice glanced at Elena. Elena didn't care at all. Only the dead don't talk. I'm alive, of course I'll talk. Alice stopped talking and silently quickened her pace. Seeing that Alice was really getting anxious, Elena gave up on teasing her any further. In the evening, Ronan returned home from get-off work and heard about Alice's magic. My first reaction was a bit of surprise, because summoned creatures created by summoning magic are generally alive and have a certain degree of autonomy. The gun that Alice summoned seemed more like Ronan's materialization magic, which was quite strange. After dinner, Ronan took Alice to do some testing to test the power of her gun. The physical attack was pretty good. It punched a hole the size of a bowl into a tree trunk that was 1/2 meter in diameter. Its magical power is even greater, capable of reducing the defensive energy of a shield of loyalty by 1/2 a unit. With such power, even a first-tier mage with high magical defense and physical strength would be instantly torn apart and even have their bones fractured from a single shot. With no recoil and good accuracy, Alice's marksmanship allows her to hit any target within 100 meters, surpassing all other firearms of this era. It fires a single shot, but reloading a magic bullet only takes 1 second. Unfortunately, Alice, like him, was also a man lacking magic. Otherwise, she could have unleashed considerable firepower with that rate of fire. At this level, Alice is best taken care of by finding a good spot and taking some sniper shots. Chapter 110 Surprise, Address, and an unexpected gift in the blink of an eye. 1/2 a month of the new year has already passed. Officials of all ranks in Shanghai City have realized that something is wrong. As mentioned in the previous meeting, investigations into officials at all levels must be conducted in accordance with procedures and regulations, so as not to affect normal work. However, this was not the case at all. Under the command of Elliot, the head of the Oversight Department, a lightning raid was launched, and people were arrested one after another. Apart from Alice's group, the others didn't follow any procedures or regulations. They brought a bunch of police officers from the Security Bureau and stormed into the house to start searching. If they couldn't find anything, they would lock the person in a room and have people come in and question them repeatedly. They wouldn't lay a hand on them, but they wouldn't let them sleep until they confessed. During the lunch break, at the City Hall tea room, Your Excellency, these people are simply lawless. They're not kicking our butts, they're slapping you in the face. Ronan, we can't hesitate any longer. Don't forget, you were the one who led the purge of the remnants of the rebel party back then. They might turn on you. I suggest finding someone to report them and suspending them from their positions. Ronan, say something. You can't just sit idly by and watch the situation unfold. A group of bureaucrats, old and young, polite and impolite, surrounded him demanding an explanation. Ronan cleared his throat, not in a hurry at all, and calmly replied, As the Secretary General, I manage everything, but actually I can't manage anything. If you want to stop them, it's simple. Go find Mayor Dinia. Anyway, she's the one who promoted them. Upon hearing this, a group of people frowned. Who would dare to go to Dinio about this? Wouldn't that be an admission of guilt? This is not just our business. Ronan, I'm afraid some people will say things that are bad for you if you do this. Yes. They got anxious and started threatening to drag Ronan down with them. Ronan remained unmoved and unhurried. If you drag me into this, then there won't be anyone left to rescue you, gentlemen. Actually, it's a good thing that many people have been forced to confess. You're all older than me. Do I have to tell you that the law doesn't punish everyone? Can our mayor replace all the civil servants, from top to bottom? By the way, the more rampant the oversight department is now, the more grounds they'll have to overturn their conclusions later. Do I need to say that? Look at this. The city hall has plenty of people, and they're not in a hurry at all. They have just as many problems as you do, but they're very clear-headed and calm. I'll leave it at that. Figure it out for yourself. After Ronan finished speaking, he held out a hand, indicating that they should leave. After hearing Ronan's words, the group of people respectfully nodded their thanks and left Ronan's residence. Although they were still a little worried, they were much more at ease than before they came, since Ronan had already hinted that he would find a way to solve the problem. Watching the group of people leave, Ronan shook his head. Anyone who called him by his name directly among those who came to demand an explanation was blacklisted without question. Ronan didn't mind people calling him by his first name in private, but it was working hours now, and these old guys wouldn't even call him Secretary General. This has drastically lowered the average quality of officials in Shanghai City. As the head of Shanghai City's administrative affairs, he has an obligation to eliminate these low-quality old guys and make room for outstanding young talents. What is excellence? Excellence is reliability, and reliability is excellence. That young man who kept addressing the Secretary General was quite excellent, though only relatively so. Truly outstanding people won't come to him with pointless chatter at this time. The afternoon passed quickly, and Ronan went home as usual. One person, Elliot Wright, is leaving get off work normally for the first time today. He is 36 years old, the president of the Northern Reading Club, and the current director of the Shanghai City Supervision Bureau. For the past 2 weeks, he has been working overtime every day to carry out the arrest and interrogation work. Elliot opened the door and went inside, immediately feeling calmer. This house was given to his mother by his former owner, his biological father. His father was a truly kind nobleman. He was not only approachable, but also often helped the poor. He was polite and humble to his servants and took great care of him, his illegitimate son, teaching him to read, write, play the piano, and paint. Yet, even such a person died in that uprising 10 years ago. Upon entering, looking at the furnishings in the entryway and the paintings on the walls, Elliot smiled with a long-lost joy. He bought all the artwork in his home. The prices weren't high, and he could easily afford them with his previous income as a school teacher. But the quality is absolutely top-notch among the artworks that can be bought at this price. There is also a painting in the room, which is his pride. It only cost 3.5 silver jiao at the time. Now the artist is a well-known painter in the entire South. Any painting he makes will cost 40 or 50 silver jiao, which is nearly 200.5 silver jiao. Upon entering the house, he took off his coat and put it away. He then sat at the head of the table, offered a prayer, and began to eat according to table manners. After dinner, he asked his 8-year-old son to play the piano to check if his son's piano skills had improved recently. Although the harpsichord was second-hand, after his repair, the tone was no longer a problem. After listening to his son's performance, Elliot first offered some rather harsh criticism, then said a few words of encouragement. He then took out the gift he had bought for his son on the way, a delicate little knife, and promised that when he had time in a while, he would start teaching his son swordsmanship, and that when the Magic Academy was established in the future, he would find a way to send him to try his luck there. The son was very happy, but his next sentence made Elliot's expression change. "Dad, I have a prettier knife." As he spoke, his son Alan walked to the side, picked up a box, and opened it. Inside was a dagger inlaid with gemstones, clearly quite expensive. "Where did you come from? Tell me," Elliot demanded sternly. "Why are you being so harsh with the child?" his wife said from the side. "It was a gift from your colleague, and there's also a doll for Mary." Mary is Elliot's youngest daughter, who is only 4 years old. Page 51. His colleagues would never have time to deliver gifts to his home. Besides, how could he, as the bureau chief, not know if they were delivering gifts. It must have been sent by an official who was about to be investigated. These people couldn't do anything about him, so they tried to target his family. Put the things away properly and don't touch them again, Elliot commanded sternly. Then, Elliot asked his wife, "Did you see who sent the gift?" A young man, probably in his 20s, with a mustache and a big nose, his wife replied, recalling the scene. Among the high-ranking officials in Shanghai City, there are only 2 or 3 in their 20s. This characteristic clearly indicates that it is neither Ronan nor the other one. Obviously, the person who came to deliver the gift is just a minor figure who runs errands, and the person in charge did not personally show up. Elliot wasn't in a hurry. He knew the person in charge would definitely come knocking on his door in the next couple of days. He would just return the items and send the guest back. He would not stop until he had thoroughly exposed and brought down all these parasites, especially those who had slandered his deceased father. Chapter 111 Situation, Stance, and feigning confusion. Sure enough, the person in question came to his door in just 2 days. Elliot returned the items to the person without hesitation and asked him to leave, even though this person was his uncle by blood, and he had been able to get that teaching job in the past because of this person. As he stepped outside, the man suddenly turned back. "Dear Elliot, you know, this so-called oversight department, we're all established under the arbitrary rule of that mayor, and there are 3 reasons why we obey her. First, she's a powerful figure with deep connections. The tax official sent down from above died under mysterious circumstances, yet the case was closed swiftly without causing a ripple. Who among us small fry would dare to disobey her? Secondly, she promised to bring a magic academy and a council, which many people are looking forward to and naturally don't want to upset her. And the third, and most important, point is that everyone knows she won't stay long because she's a big shot and very young. Look at Miss Alice, who used to be Ronan's maid. She didn't act as recklessly as you all. Why do you think that is? Because Ronan knows very well that this mayor won't be here long. Once she leaves, your department will be laid off, and you will all be held accountable one by one. It's even very likely that you will be severely punished after this matter is over. Don't think that Ronan can't do anything to you just because he's not saying anything now. So, I advise you to stop." The man said the following. His thoughts were basically those of most officials in New Sea City regarding Dinia, Ronan, and the recent turmoil. "Uncle, are you done?" Elliot said with a look of disdain. "Just like 10 years ago, you are a person who is very good at seeing the situation. So you have become one of the people who led the way in betraying us, just like Ronan. Back then, I had a wife and children." The man sighed helplessly. "You're the same now. That's not a reason." Elliot's gaze was firm and unwavering. "Think what you want," the man said and walked away. After seeing his uncle off, Elliot returned home and comforted his somewhat worried wife. The next day, Elliot invited Alice to dinner. After obtaining Ronan's permission, Alice accepted the invitation. That evening, at a reasonably priced but delicious restaurant, Alice met Elliot, who was already waiting for her. The man was as polite as ever, pulled out a chair for her, and then gestured for her to enter. But as soon as Alice sat down, the man's expression changed, becoming unusually serious. "Alice, why aren't we taking action?" "Didn't I take any action?" Alice countered. She did take action, but she followed the procedures and regulations, and unsurprisingly, she gained nothing. "You're really starting to look more and more like that man." Elliot looked disappointed. The man he was referring to was, of course, Ronan. Alice wanted to speak up for a moment, but remembering Ronan's instructions, she dismissed the idea. "Did you come with me just to say this? Have you forgotten how he persecuted those who dared to speak out for justice? Your father even died because of him." Elliot said, "I've said it many times, my father's death had nothing to do with him." Alice's face showed anger. "Just because he did you a favor, you don't care about right or wrong?" Elliot said, "He used to be the biggest parasite in Right City, and now he's the biggest parasite in the entire New Sea City." Alice stabbed the lamb chop that had just been served with a fork. "Elliot, I'll let you get away with this once, out of consideration for the fact that you're my teacher and that we were friends in the past. But if you slander him like this again, I can only say that you'll be in trouble, big trouble. Since you insist, I won't say anything more." Elliot sighed helplessly. Alice sighed as well. "If you won't tell me, I have to." Some people in the inspection team are taking advantage of this investigation to extort money from some officials who have no problems, while also accepting bribes from some corrupt officials who have serious issues. Are you aware of that? When Alice learned this fact from Ronan, she could hardly believe it. These people were all members of the book club, and some of them were even her friends. They might like to talk big, or sometimes they might be too impulsive, but they had never done anything bad. When Ronan presented the evidence to Alice, she was furious. They quickly degenerated into the very kind of people they once despised, having just acquired a small amount of power. Ronan's reaction was quite calm, even a little surprised, and he said, "It's unexpected that there are less than 10 degenerates. It seems that your friends aren't so bad after all, Alice." Going back to reality, Elliot didn't take it seriously at all. Ronan told you all that, didn't he? That guy is a habitual liar. Even if one or two things are as he says, it's just about collecting some debts. I think you're the one who really can't tell right from wrong. With that, Alice slammed her knife and fork on the table and left. Arrive home. Ronan noticed Alice's uncomfortable expression and asked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I had Elena heat up the food. You've already figured this out." Alice sat down. "After all, I was the one who invited Elliot to teach you to read and write. I know him, so how could I not know what kind of person he is? In his eyes, anyone who verbally agrees with him can't be too bad, and anyone who can't do anything to him is a villain. He's essentially no different from those idiot thugs who treat each other like best friends at the dinner table and think they're so great. The only difference is that thugs drink, eat meat, and talk nonsense, while his behavior seems more upright and his hobbies seem more refined. It's fine for such a person to be a teacher in a school, but it's unacceptable for him to be an official. He can't be a corrupt official, and he can't be an honest official either." As Ronan was speaking, Elena brought over the dishes. On a whim, Ronan suddenly asked Elena, "Elena, don't you think so?" "Yes," Elena answered without hesitation. Alice looked at Elena as if she were an idiot. "Did you hear what we said? Answer us." Elena placed the dishes on the table. "Young Master Ronan asked me if it was him, and I looked at his expression and answered yes. Is there a problem with that?" "Alice, I don't need to know what you're talking about." "Alice, do you see that?" Ronan asked. Alice was a little confused. Ronan then asked Elena, "Elena, did you hear what I was talking about with Alice just now?" "I heard it, and I didn't hear it," Elena replied. Ronan looked at Alice, then pointed at Elena and said, "Look, this is good material for an official. She has a firm stance and knows how to play dumb." "Oh, I can't do that. My head gets dizzy if I read too many words." Elena said she couldn't do it. Ronan got up and called Elena to leave together, leaving Alice alone to eat and ponder. Chapter 112, Lingering Fear. Overjoyed rejoice, and a deadly letter. Another week has passed, and more than a dozen people have been arrested. Although they were caught off guard at the beginning, those arrested were much better prepared, both in terms of destroying evidence and in terms of psychological preparation. Unfortunately, the personnel in the oversight department had all been trained by Mrs. Antari, and there were also Ronan, Old Bar, and Old Alves, the three former secretaries general of the special city, acting as traitors. In the end, all those arrested confessed to their various crimes. Ultimately, it's not that the people in the supervisory department are particularly capable. After all, they were just a bunch of bookish intellectuals who loved to talk big before. What kind of methods could they possibly have? The main problem is that the officials from the special municipality had been too comfortable in the past, and most of them had very poor stress tolerance. They had no chance of promotion in the past and were confined to one city. But because of this, they lived a carefree life in the city. Especially after learning some tricks from Ronan, they felt that they were flawless. This complacent mentality made them have the bad habits of feudal lords. They never thought that they would be really punished or subjected to methods, and they had no experience in dealing with investigations. They couldn't withstand even a little bit of rudimentary psychological tactics and fatigue interrogation. "It's time to close the net." Ronan knew it was almost time. "I feel relaxed, but also lonely." Ronan sighed again. This is just the first punch in a series of moves. Once he finishes this series, only two voices will remain in the entire New Sea City Hall. One will be Lady Sun, Dinia, and the other will be Ronan himself. After he joined forces with Dinia, none of the 7 special cities were any real contenders. The next few years will be a game just for him and Dinia. 2 days later, the whistleblower letter reporting that the Oversight Department had used illegal means to conduct the investigation arrived on Dinia's desk. Almost simultaneously, Ronan, together with the court president, Alves, and a large group of officials, demanded that Dinia re-verify the reliability of the investigation results. Under such coercion, Dinia naturally agreed to re-verify the reliability of the investigation results. Under Alves's manipulation, most of the investigation conclusions were overturned, with seemingly valid reasons. The oversight team conducted illegal investigations, fabricated evidence, and coerced confessions. Then, most of the suspended officials were immediately reinstated, and the relevant investigation files were destroyed. A few officials were dismissed from their posts and put on trial due to conclusive evidence. The officials in Xinhai City naturally accepted this outcome. After all, it wouldn't be reasonable for the mayor to take such a big step without sending a few people to jail. As for those who went to jail, they deserved it. Anyway, it's not like I'm the one going to jail. As for those who have connections with these people who are destined to go to jail, they have already begun to plan how to completely sever ties. Some of those with particularly close relationships have even started thinking about how to make these people who are going to jail commit suicide. This shows that in times of greatest danger, only old friends will ever care about your life or death. The main concern is death. If most of the investigations were deemed invalid, then it was a close call, but I still felt a little lingering fear. What happened next was something to celebrate. First, Elliot was transferred to the Customs and Excise Department, which recently merged with the former Fisheries Protection Department and added the task of combating private fishing. As everyone knows, Ronan has a lot of influence in the fishing industry, so it's easy to imagine that Elliot's future will not be easy. As for those members of the supervisory team who participated in extortion and bribery, they will all be dismissed and severely punished. Although there were only a few people in charge, more than 20 people who shared the spoils. These 20-odd people were not severely punished, but they were dismissed and ordered to return the ill-gotten gains. The vacant positions in the supervisory departments are no longer being filled, which is equivalent to reducing the staffing. At the same time, stricter regulations were introduced, and the position of bureau chief was abolished, meaning that the department's level was downgraded by 1 level, further weakening the power of the supervisory department. The bureaucrats were practically bursting with excitement, while secretly thinking to themselves that the Secretary General was indeed a cut above the rest. After everything was finished, it was time to leave work. Ronan ran into Mrs. Antari as soon as he left the city hall. "Your Excellency Secretary General, are you satisfied now?" Mrs. Antari asked with a smile, her words carrying a clear veiled meaning. "What do you mean by that?" "Everything was done according to the mayor's wishes." "I was just an actor," Ronan said modestly. Do I really have to spell it out?" Madame Antari clicked her tongue. This operation also purged a few veterans, and a few young people rose to power along the way. Don't tell me that those young people who rose to power weren't your preferred candidates. With these people plus the young people recruited later, your power has expanded once again, hasn't it? This man was truly the most skilled young man she had ever met. He always managed to accomplish his personal goals while handling official business flawlessly, achieving both objectives perfectly without leaving any room for criticism. Ronan feigned innocence. Alas, it was just a coincidence, or perhaps the gods also believe that good people should be rewarded? "Don't pretend with me. I have no intention of fighting with you," Lady Antari said, taking out a thick envelope. "A letter from His Highness to you." Ronan's eyes widened in shock. More than a month had passed since she left, and he had thought that Ambrina had forgotten him. Ronan was even thinking of going to church to thank God for his intervention. But it turned out that there was no God in this world after all, and Ambrina had not forgotten him at all. Ronan dared not refuse, so he took the letter and left. That night, Ronan secretly opened the letter alone. "For my friend Ronan. How are you? A month has passed. As I write this letter, it is the 3rd day since I returned to the capital. I slowed down my pace on the way back because I wanted to see more of this country that I knew nothing about before. I'm sorry, I borrowed the book, Musketeers, Mages and Civil Servants from teacher Dinia without informing you. I have learned a lot from this book, and recalling some of the things you have said before, as well as what I have seen and heard along the way, I think I understand what Ronan wanted to convey to me. The sentence on page 201 of this book states that a king who only knows how to wield power cannot be called a true king. A true king is one who can drive the times and create power. His Majesties Oren and Lawrence are the only two kings in the history of the Golden Eagle dynasty. The manor economy is disintegrating, and some people, probably the agricultural capitalists mentioned in the latter half of this book, are beginning to emerge. Perhaps the times have reached a point where they need to move forward again. You once said that if I were to control those people, I would have to fight against knights in plate armor with a musket. However, I still don't understand how to get a musket. I hope you can tell me someday. The letter started with a very serious topic, but soon, long passages of it turned into the girls' travel experiences and anecdotes. Ronan's reading speed also increased. Page 52, Chapter 113 Letter. Reply. I dare not speak recklessly. 1 minute it's about a certain river, the next it's about how delicious the food is in a certain place, then it's about how beautiful a certain flower is, and so on. There was also the story of her finding 2 little birds by the roadside, which alone took up hundreds of words. How did she find the bird by the roadside on a rainy day? How did she feed it? How ugly it was at first, but then it grew feathers and became so cute after a few days. After reading this long passage, Ronan could only conclude that Ambrina was, after all, still a naive girl. Although she had made up her mind to fulfill the responsibility that came with her birth and to sit on the throne, she did her best to learn and think about how to become a good king. But deep down, she still loves flowers and birds, and she loves good food. What she really wants is a quiet and peaceful rural life. Then, after she returned to the capital, Ambrina mentioned her father, saying that his health seemed to have improved a lot. She then brought up the matter of Marad's disappearance. Her mother and father had a rather heated argument over this matter, something she had never witnessed before. Then, Ambrina told Ronan that her father had told her that Marad used to help her uncle with his business, and that her uncle was the mastermind behind the cold cake incident. After recounting this matter, at the end of the letter, Ambrina expressed her hope that Ronan would reply to her as soon as possible, and that she would give the letter to Madame Antari once it was written. This is troublesome. Now it's really stuck, and I can't shake it off. Ronan looked anxious, but he dared not reply to the letter. Although this princess is a good-tempered person, after spending some time with her, Ronan knew very well that she was quite stubborn. If he didn't reply to her letter, the princess might dare to leave the capital and come here to find him and ask him why he hadn't replied. That would really mean being obliterated by the mage squad. Besides being new, there was also a small, relatively flat gift box, which is why the envelope appeared quite thick. Upon opening the gift box, you'll find a very exquisite pen, a fountain pen with a gold nib and an inscription in cursive script, "May our friendship last forever." Ronan's hands were trembling when he picked up the pen. Below the pen, there is a pansy-patterned bookmark. Pansies come in 3 colors, purple, yellow, and red, each representing a different meaning: deep thought, joy, and longing. Quite coincidentally, this corresponds to the 3 sections of the letter. It begins with some deep thoughts from Ambrina, followed by the things that made her happy along the way, and finally, she subtly expresses her longing. My God, how am I supposed to reply? Ronan pinched the bridge of his nose, momentarily at a loss for what to do. In all his decades of life, he had never experienced such a feeling of being at a loss. Based on the principle that a short pain is worse than a long one, Ronan rested for a while and then began writing a letter. The letter naturally begins with some greetings. Then he told Ambrina that if she had any questions in the future, she could write to him and he would answer them if he knew the answer, and he would do his best to give her some answers if he didn't know the answer. After finishing this section, Ronan started padding the writing. After all, Her Highness wrote a letter with thousands of words in it, so he couldn't possibly reply with a letter that was only a few hundred words long, could he? Anyway, he just rambled on about his recent experiences, and then talked about how he had finally gotten the hang of shoemaking. Then he started writing about food, saying how good their local specialty, garlic sausage, was. He lamented that Ambrina had left at the wrong time. If she had stayed another month or 2, she would have had the chance to taste it. Finally, Ronan reminisced about the brief time he spent with her, subtly hinting that he also missed her as a friend. Writing a simple letter is harder than writing a report. After finishing writing, Ronan couldn't help but complain. Throughout the entire text, he made no mention of the series of changes that occurred in the newly merged city of Shinhai, nor did he express any curiosity about the king and queen. Although he has been drawn into the battle for the throne and become an insignificant pawn, he is in a situation where he may not benefit from the outcome, but he will definitely suffer if the battle fails. But Ronan still dared not make a sound. Because the situation was too complicated, he knew too little and couldn't understand what was going on at all. The reason the situation is so complicated is because of His Majesty the current king. He was not born a crown prince. In his youth, he was a carefree and unrestrained third prince, detached from the core of power and without a political faction. At the beginning of his reign, he was humiliated by a series of wars. If Dinia hadn't led the Mage Corps to a reckless victory, the kingdom would have had to cede territory and pay reparations. Although they won, they didn't gain any benefits and instead caused financial problems. In short, the king doesn't have enough confidence or enough prestige. Otherwise, if he spent some prestige points and gathered more popular representatives who would not support his favorite Ambrina's succession. As a result, they have now split into 3 factions. The first faction is the Royalist Party, which undoubtedly has the greatest power, but its internal composition is too complicated, with all sorts of people, and it is generally conservative. A princess like Ambrina, who could be bullied even by her servants, was the ideal candidate for king in the eyes of these people. Secondly, there was the Princess Party, which supported Princess Isabel's ascension to the throne. It mainly consisted of young officials who were enthusiastic about new ideas and young officers who advocated war, making it a stronghold of radicals. The group of radicals surrounded Isabel mainly because the second princess was also a radical person. Finally, there's the Queen's faction, which supports the third princess and is superficially centered around the Queen's 3 brothers, but in reality, it's a group of capitalists. The Queen and her 3 brothers were nobles with titles, but no real power. They loved to flaunt their status as nobles, and it was perfectly normal for capitalists to gather around them. Ultimately, the personality problems of Ambrina and Isabel were mostly caused by their mother. Ronan guessed that the situation was more serious than he suspected. Ambrina didn't have any special talents. She was also chubby as a child and was sent to a church school. She couldn't endure hardship, but she also never lived a luxurious life. The nuns at the church school took good care of her, so she was very innocent. Isabel is different. She was beautiful and talented from a young age, but her life was not good at all because she had a princess mother who liked to show off and would hold some kind of event every now and then. But before her father came to power, who gave his family money? She usually had to stay at home and eat simple food. She didn't have many nice clothes. At only 4 years old, her mother repeatedly told her not to eat the delicacies that her family had spent money to prepare at banquets. Instead, her mother dragged her there like a contestant, and she had to smile and show off in front of the hypocritical faces of the nobles who praised her. They never imagined that a 4-year-old child would harbor murderous intent towards them at that time. Only the third child was better off, because she was born a princess and grew up like a real princess. Chapter 114 Collective Farms. Useless 3-pronged approach. Outcast. The next morning, Ronan handed the letter to Mrs. Antari at work, and when he arrived at the secretariat, he called Yvette over and handed her a document. Yvette knew what it was after just a quick glance. Although she was nominally Ronan's subordinate and worked under him most of the time, she was actually still Dinia's person. Therefore, she was aware of some of the things that Ronan and Dinia discussed and planned together. In addition, Ronan never hid anything from her, so naturally, she understood her task at a glance. Prepare well, there's a meeting tomorrow. Ronan only said one sentence. Understood, Yvette replied, and then walked away. Ronan nodded in satisfaction as he watched Yvette's departing figure. There are 2 things I'm satisfied with. Firstly, as an informant authorized by Dinia and tacitly allowed by Ronan, she has never deliberately monitored Ronan's actions during this period, except for occasionally asking a few more questions. It must be said that she has grown a lot since they first met and has begun to have a sense of propriety. Secondly, she is actually quite useful. As a woman in her 20s, her ability to get things done is much better than some old slackers. The next day, there was another meeting. The meeting had a very simple theme: to arrest several landlords suspected of various crimes including tax evasion, bribery, and murder. The list had already been drawn up. The officials, both high and low, had just gone through that ordeal, so naturally they had no objections. Besides, the landlords on the list were not related to them. They were not relatives or friends, nor had they given them any favors. Wait, there's not a single person connected to them. Instantly, a few people sensed something was wrong. Soon, others noticed that someone's eyes were strange and also realized something was amiss. After exchanging glances, everyone understood the problem. In their area, landowners either directly contact their relatives and friends who are officials, or they have vested interests with them. There are no landowners without connections in the city hall. If they do exist, they will immediately cease to exist. But are there any people on this list closely related to them? The reason is simple. Officials closely associated with them have already gone to jail, and some have even committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Everything became clear. The previous turmoil was merely a prelude. The mayor's true aim was to arrest these landowners and seize their land. What can we do with this land? Divide it among the self-sufficient farmers? Even if they were to divide the land, it would be pointless. The operating costs of self-cultivating farmers are much higher than those of large landowners, and their ability to withstand risks is also weaker. Other landowners don't need to use any illegal means to defeat them and then legally obtain their land. If it's not land distribution, then is it being given to them as a benefit? It's impossible. Sharing benefits is simply not in this mayor's style. What exactly is that? Soon, Ronan's most trusted secretary, Blind Seth, distributed the documents to them, and they immediately understood what was going on. The document proposes a plan to redistribute the ownership of these vacant, unclaimed lands, with half going to the Shanghai City Hall and the other half distributed equally among the corresponding farmers. Then, a collective farm was established. They didn't quite understand the details that followed, nor did they intend to. All they need to understand is the word collective. If they were simply civil servants, they would naturally accept this plan readily, as it would undoubtedly increase fiscal revenue and further increase the number of civil servants. But they are not just civil servants. More than half of them own a considerable amount of land. Although they didn't get their land this time, what if there's a next time? Opposition is necessary, but at this point, no one dares to directly oppose Dinia. Then agree for now and start dragging it out. Every possible problem will be studied and studied again. In any case, we will not take action until we have made dozens of contingency plans. Every procedure is carried out with rigor. The longest required is 3 days, and it is absolutely not allowed to be completed in 2.5 days. If things really can't be delayed any longer, they might do a good deed that turns out badly. After all, they'll still have to decide how the land is allocated. They can easily use some tricks during the process, like forcibly assigning quotas to lower levels, which will easily incite public anger. Once public anger rises, how can things proceed smoothly? If this tactic doesn't work, then we'll have to resort to the ultimate solution. Create some big events in other areas to force the mayor to shift his focus. They're all seasoned veterans at messing things up by following the mayor's instructions. What they didn't know was that Ronan, the mole, had already betrayed them. He had already told Dinia about these 3 tricks and told her not to worry at all. The matter of the collective farm will be handled by Adrian, Dinia said. Upon hearing this, everyone chuckled inwardly. This agricultural official wasn't one of their people, but the people under the Agricultural Bureau certainly were. Further investigation is needed regarding these illegal farmers, especially whether they have any collusion with people in the agricultural sector. This matter will be handled by the prosecutors and the police station under the court. Everyone's hearts sank. The so-called further investigation was complete nonsense. It meant that whoever didn't do their job properly would be implicated by the arrested landlord. This is why Ronan told Dinia not to worry. There is no such thing as a prosecutor's office in the kingdom. The prosecutor's office is subordinate to the court, and the chief of the court is old Alves, who has defected. The Security Bureau is under the control of Augustina, a confidant of Dinia. With the public security, procuratorate, and judiciary all in Dinia's hands, is it possible that these people still want to remotely control the Agricultural Bureau, sideline Adrian, and then use a 3-pronged approach? As for Adrian himself, this somewhat radical former young military officer was certainly willing to implement reform measures. At this moment, Everyone turned their attention to Ronan, their eyes filled with anticipation, but that anticipation quickly vanished. Because after careful reflection, they realized that Ronan, that bastard, was an anomaly. He had no land. He has been working at the right city hall since he was 17 and has never bought any land. Moreover, he has no relatives or friends who are landowners. All his living relatives have gone abroad, and as for friends, he has no friends at all. Is Ronan even human? Sure enough, Ronan, this young man in his 20s, sat there dozing off like a seasoned veteran nearing retirement, without saying a word. The task of coordinating collaboration among various departments is now entrusted to you, Ronan. Dinia said. In a flash, Ronan revived. Yes, Madam Mayor. The meeting ended soon after. The officials could only console themselves with the words that they had not suffered any losses and could even make a small profit, that once the parliament was established, the members would never allow the expansion of the collective farm, and that Dinia would leave in a few years. Looking at these gentlemen who could only console themselves, Ronan could only say that they didn't understand what it meant to be someone who had transcended vulgar tastes. Chapter 115 Recruiting Maids, Written Test, and Interview. With the collective farm plan finalized, Ronan had nothing else to worry about for the time being. Page 53. These past 2 days, Ronan has been planning to take care of his personal affairs. Since Alice and Elena have both started working for the government, their employment relationship with Ronan has naturally ended. They are no longer Ronan's maids, but nominally his tenants. Of course, when they were still maids, they did a lot of maid work properly. When they were young, they were mostly studying, and they were more like noble ladies than the young ladies from small noble families in the countryside. As the two grew older, Alice began to help Ronan with things that he couldn't do directly. Elena did odd jobs at home, such as sweeping, washing clothes, and tidying up the yard. Ronan would share some of the housework because he wasn't particularly busy in Right City. Things are different now. If Dinia wants to reform, it's just a matter of the leaders saying something, while the subordinates run themselves ragged. Ronan will be much busier than when he was in Right City, so it's necessary to hire 2 new maids. Ronan offered a package deal including room and board and a monthly salary of 4 silver dragons. 2 silver dragons are worth 16 silver half-cents and 48 copper muskets. 1 copper musket can buy 3 baguettes, while many poor people can only afford 1 baguette for a meal. This treatment doesn't sound very good, especially compared to Alice and Elena. You should know that Elena and Alice's pantyhose cost 2 silver dragons per pair. Although these pantyhose are magically created and are generally durable and self-cleaning, they still need to be washed. And you can't wear the same ones every season. A person usually needs to buy 20 or 30 pairs of shoes, and they will eventually wear out after a year or 2, so they need to buy new ones. So it's no exaggeration for Ronan to say that the 2 of them lived better than the average aristocratic lady. However, compared to the average person, this is not a low salary. It guarantees that you have food and shelter, and the monthly salary is enough to support another person. The interview is this weekend. The reason for the interview was that a written test had been arranged beforehand. The reason for the written test was that there were far more applicants than expected, more than 30 people, and they were all of very high quality. They were all literate and educated. Taken in isolation, this situation is unreasonable. It should be noted that the kingdom's illiteracy rate is over 70%. A complete illiterate person is someone who cannot read or write at all. Of the remaining 30%, 20% are only illiterate because they work in a certain profession and can read and write a few dozen common words and recognize the few dozen common words related to their profession. If you really want to say that, they are still illiterate. Less than 10% of people are truly literate, and men make up the vast majority of that group. Women who can read and write are extremely rare, about 1 in 100, a proportion similar to that of people with magical talent. However, when considering the actual situation, this is not so unreasonable. A group of women with ulterior motives. Yes, on this matter, Elena and Alice unusually stood on the same side. If even the 2 of them understood, Ronan certainly couldn't possibly be oblivious. None of the women who came to apply for the maid position were really interested in being maids properly, nor did they care about the meager monthly salary. They all hoped to get a government job by leveraging Ronan's influence, just like Alice and Elena. Ronan figured that almost all the girls in New Sea City who had received an education but came from poor families and who were willing to risk everything, even their reputation, to get a government job were probably here. Since they aspire to be civil servants, let's grant their request. A written exam first, followed by an interview. More than 30 people were eliminated, and only 6 people made it to the interview stage. 3 of them were among the top 3 in the written test, and the other 3 were selected because they were good-looking. The examiners were not Ronan, but Alice. The last 3 weren't chosen by Ronan, but by Elena. In her words, since they all had ulterior motives anyway, she might as well pick someone prettier, at least someone more pleasing to the eye, since they couldn't possibly be prettier than her. Before I knew it, it was the weekend, and it was time for the interviews. The 3 interviewers were Ronan, Alice, and Elena. The 6 applicants were not invited to come up one by one, but were all invited to sit together side by side. I'll go first, Elena said. My first question is, can you cook? Everyone nodded. In this era, apart from the daughters of wealthy families, it was impossible for girls not to do housework. Even if their families were better off than most people and had the means to send them to school, they still had to do housework. Their parents' goal was to marry them off to nobles, officials, or wealthy merchants, so that they could use their decent knowledge to help their husbands manage household affairs and, incidentally, support their own families. This goal is not easy to achieve, so their parents are willing to send them to Ronan to give it a try. Okay, follow me. Elena beckoned a few people to follow. The group went to the kitchen. Elena took out a basket of fresh eggs that had been delivered that morning. Make scrambled eggs with butter. Use whatever you need here. Whoever makes the best scrambled eggs will get the highest score. Scrambled eggs with butter is a very basic dish. It's easy to make. Just melt the butter, then add the egg mixture and scramble. The seasonings are just salt and pepper. But beginners will definitely not be able to make it well because it requires a high degree of control over the heat. The scrambled eggs should be soft and tender, without any burnt brown color. None of the 6 were novices, and they were confident they could produce acceptable results. But was merely acceptable enough? Only 2 of the 6 would be hired, so they needed to ensure they were better than the others. Therefore, we must add some other little tricks. Since there were only 2 frying pans, they worked in pairs. The first pair is Judy and Charlotte. Judy added milk, making the scrambled eggs smoother and more creamy, while Charlotte added some black truffle crumbs on top. Ronan, Alice, and Elena each took a spoon and came over to taste it. Judy added too much cream to her scrambled eggs, making them too tender, and Charlotte added too much black truffle, which masked the egg flavor. Besides, Ronan doesn't really like black truffles anyway. The second group consists of Zoe and Matilda. The 2 seem to have noticed Ronan's dissatisfaction with the previous 2, so they didn't add any tricks and just cooked the meal in the most ordinary way. However, Zoe added too much pepper and Matilda added too little salt. The third group consists of Chloe and Ludus. The 2 felt that it wouldn't be right to leave it without any tricks, so they decided to add something. They both chose to add bacon and then leave out the salt. Ronan could only say that the idea was good, but the 2 people in the third group were not as good at cooking as the first 2 groups. One put too little oil in, and the other overcooked the food. The 6 of them were all decent cooks, better than Elena and Alice, but not quite as good as Ronan. Let's leave it at that for now, Elena said, offering no further comment. Next, it was Alice's turn. Alice looked at the 6 of them and said, I'm not as bored as her. I have a question here, and you can answer it together later. TCH, it's like an exam, Elena muttered from the side. Chapter 116 Question, Answer, Rock, Paper, Scissors. Alice asked everyone the same question. If you were the head maid, and Ronan, as your employer, put you in charge of a task, assigned you 3 new maids, and sent an old servant who had taken care of him in his youth to assist you, but from the very beginning, your 3 subordinates only listened to the senior servant and not you, but you felt that your own plan was better, what would you do? Alice asked this question. Ronan's household didn't have that many maids, nor did it have any senior servants. Anyone with even a basic understanding of Ronan's situation, and who isn't stupid, should realize that this question isn't about how they handle family matters, but rather a civil service interview question. The translation is as follows. Your boss asks you to do something and sends a senior colleague to help. Your subordinates listen to the senior colleague instead of you. What would you do? Judy's answer to the question about adding too much milk to the scrambled eggs was, "I will try to communicate with this experienced old gentleman, express my respect for him and my opinion, and hope that he will agree with me. Do not resist, be weak." Charlotte, who had added a lot of black truffles, replied, "To get things done, I'll explain the situation to the employer. Snitching, incompetent." Next up is Zoe, who added more pepper. "During the process, I will learn a lot from the old gentleman and improve my plan. After the matter is successfully completed, I will emphasize the old gentleman's important role in this matter in my report. It's harmful to others without benefiting oneself. It's scheming." When it was Matilda's turn to put in too little salt, she said, "I will go and explain my ideas to the 3 new maids, try to get their support, and get things done." Lowering one's status, lack of self-confidence. Next up is Chloe, who put too little oil in. "I will explain to everyone that I am a young person and emphasize that this old servant is old and experienced, so that everyone can work together to get things done. They are secretly fighting amongst themselves and lack unity." Finally, there's the veteran Ludus. "First and foremost, getting things done is the priority. I'll communicate with the old gentleman and try to integrate our plans as much as possible. I'll also involve the other 3 in the process. Secondly, I'll stick to the general direction of my plan, and then..." Too much nonsense is the same as saying nothing at all. After it was over, Alice told Ronan the whole story. Ronan simply smiled, but seeing Alice's displeased expression, he asked, "Alice, what's the meaning of that expression?" "It means they're all pretty mediocre," Alice replied coldly. "I think it's all good." Ronan disagreed. "At least they all understand that getting things done is the most important thing. As for the rest, those are their personal issues. In the end, your question is too suggestive. You're implying that you want to know how they will fight against the veterans." "So it's my problem?" Alice countered. "It is indeed your fault," Ronan said. "I only hired a maid, and now you've made a mess of it." Alice's turn is over. Now it's Ronan's turn. Seeing Elena and Alice giving scores to 6 people, Ronan really didn't know what to say. The initial agreement was for them to rate everyone on a 5-point scale, but the 2 of them gave everyone the same score. Elena gave everyone 3 points, and Alice did the same. Therefore, the final choice is entirely up to Ronan. Ronan felt that the 2 of them weren't really giving each other scores, but were just throwing a tantrum. After shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh, Ronan called the 6 people to the courtyard where they had been sitting. The 6 people sat on chairs outdoors, all in the same posture, with their calves together, hands on their thighs, and similar expressions, all with their heads slightly bowed and forced smiles. It's clear this is a lingering effect of Alice's question earlier. To be honest, that question was really difficult to answer. This issue involves 3 types of people: superiors, subordinates, and senior staff, so communication is essential. However, in this problem, no matter who you actively seek to communicate with, it will at least lead to one party looking down on themselves. If you seek out your leader will look down on you. If you seek out a senior colleague, the senior colleague will look down on you. If you seek out a subordinate, the subordinate will look down on you. The real answer exists, but it's actually outside the scope of this question. That is to get one party to take the initiative to communicate with you. If it were Ronan, he would definitely try to stir up some trouble to get this veteran to take the initiative to communicate with him. In the end, it's just a boring question. Ronan thought to himself. Looking at the other 6 people, things seem to have improved. I'll ask a question too, but you don't need to answer it individually. You can discuss it and come up with an answer. Suppose there is a poor, lame old farmer without children selling oranges from a 2-wheeled cart in an unauthorized area. 2 kind-hearted women are about to buy oranges from him. You are the regulators of the agricultural market. You see this situation and, according to regulations, you should go over and confiscate the old man's oranges and his 2-wheeled cart. But when you approach him to order him to hand over his goods, the old man says that he is not selling oranges, but that he is delivering oranges to someone. The 2 women are also willing to testify for him. So what are you going to do now? Ronan asked. No need to give an answer right away. I'll go make you some tea and snacks, and I'll be right back. After saying that, Ronan left, leaving the 6 girls looking at each other in bewilderment. All 6 felt that the tricky question Alice asked was the kind of question Ronan would ask, while the question Ronan had just asked was more like a question a woman like Alice would ask. Ronan's image is quite different from the rumored image of a ruthless young man nicknamed the Sea Fox, who manipulates all sorts of schemes and tricks to torment a group of people to the point of death. From the very beginning, they felt that Ronan looked very gentle and handsome, not at all like a ruthless person or even a nobleman, but rather like the older brother next door. This impression was reinforced after he asked the question. Back to reality, this issue seems to be a matter of morality and law. The 6 people began to discuss how to handle the matter. In the end, the topic changed. The matter itself wasn't particularly difficult to handle, but it was impossible for all 6 of them to explain their discussion results to Ronan one by one. Only one person could explain it. So who will come? They were all people who dared to risk everything to come to Ronan's place as maids, and none of them backed down. They all wanted to do it themselves. Rock, paper, scissors, quick, one person said. Ronan brought this game to the world 10 years ago. Since the troops that joined the kingdom were essentially private armies, there were often questions about who should go first and who should stay behind. Everyone was a magician and was afraid of someone cheating when drawing lots, so Ronan came up with this game. Now, everyone in the South, from the great nobles to the little beggars, knows this game. Ultimately, Luda's was the luckiest. Just as they decided who would tell Ronan, Ronan returned with a teapot and snacks. The 6 people ate some snacks and drank tea. Then, Luda's began to explain their solution, while Ronan sat listening with a mostly expressionless face. Chapter 117 Pretty good, prearranged. Let's conduct a small experiment. The reason for Ronan's expressionless face was that after hearing the first sentence, he didn't want to listen anymore. Page 54. The primary reason is that all 6 girls, without exception, misunderstood Ronan's intention in asking the question. Ronan just wanted to see how quickly they would solve the problem, but they thought it was about how to complete the mission while also solving the problem for the people. Even more outrageous, they actually planned to explain the relevant regulations to the lame old man and woman selling oranges, and then, with a hint of threat, persuade the 2 women not to cause trouble. They told the old man that if he tried to play any more tricks, he would be severely punished to make him admit the truth. After the appropriate punishment, they would see if they could help the old man get a spot in the market. If the kingdom's civil servants still need to reason with the people and solve their problems, how can they complete their job duties? The kingdom is an imperialist country full of feudal remnants. The kingdom's civil servants are never, ever there to solve problems for the people. Their job is to implement and enforce various policies and regulations. In the kingdom, the lower the level, the more necessary it is to be simple and direct in order to ensure efficiency. It can only be said that although people in this era are generally precocious, and although their families have deliberately cultivated them in order to marry into an upper-class family and become the mistress of the house, they are still just 15 or 16-year-old girls. Of course, Ronan actually thought this was quite good. It's a good thing for young people to have ideas. If they were all like him, a bureaucrat, then the world should just be destroyed. Hurry up and get rid of it. If Ronan were to answer this question, it's very simple. Old man, didn't you say you were giving away oranges for free? Fine, I'll watch you give all the oranges away and even help you promote them. I bet those 2 women won't even need to say anything. They'll take as many as they can immediately. If you admit defeat, all the oranges were taken, and you probably won't dare to do it again. If you don't allow them to take it, you're deceiving law enforcement, and will confiscate the oranges and the cart without hesitation. If you then admit that you are actually selling oranges, it will confirm that you have violated the rules and attempted to deceive law enforcement, and they will confiscate them without question. The task was completed smoothly in less than 10 minutes. I can return the stroller to him in a few days. After dealing with this matter, there will still be time to deal with other people. She's a bit naive, but also a little cunning, but that doesn't stop her from being a maid. Ronan thought to himself. As for who to choose, that decision was already made when Ronan went there to make tea. Chloe, who scored first in the written test and whose appearance was in the middle among the 6, and Luda's, who was the most beautiful among the 6. Chloe has a typical villa appearance, and the geographical location of Villa is roughly the same as the location of Spain in Ronan's original timeline. She had black hair, black eyes, thick black eyebrows, a fleshy nose, slightly thick lips, and skin that was tanned but very smooth. She had large breasts and was short, at most 158 centimeters tall. However, for a woman of that age among the common people, this height was not considered short. However, she was not chosen because she scored first in the written test, but because her father was a small landowner within the collective farm experiment area designated by Ronan, and this gentleman was willing to sell his land to support the collective farm plan. Ronan would definitely choose her, especially since she has magical talent. Just like civil service interviews consider background, Ronan is also choosing a maid. As long as she makes it to the final round, Ronan will definitely choose her. As for Luda's, it wasn't just because she was beautiful. More importantly, the records also stated that she had magical talent. Luda's doesn't have typical racial features. His burgundy hair is quite rare. He has dark brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and a delicate, small nose. His facial features are soft, with dimples. He has a sweet smile, fair skin, a bust, and is about 165 centimeters tall, slightly taller than Alice. Ronan still remembered her answer to Alice's question. "I will tell everyone that I am young. Emphasize that this old servant is old and experienced, and let everyone work together to get things done." This essentially implied that the man was old and nearing retirement, and what benefit could young people gain from flattering him? They should focus on serving this young man well for their future. You could say she lived up to her name. Luda's means lotus, and she certainly had a lotus-like quality. But Ronan didn't mind. It was perfectly normal for a pretty and educated girl to be a little naive. "Yes, you are all very good." Ronan ended the interview with a bland and uninspired comment. Then, Ronan pretended to discuss it with Alice and Elena, and quickly announced the result. Chloe and Luda's are the top choices. Then, Alice took out the employment contract. "You can look at the contract yourselves. It's for 3 years, and I have the right to fire you at any time. All other rights, responsibilities, scope of service, and compensation are written here. If you think there are no problems, you can sign it. If there are problems, you don't have to sign it." The other 4 looked at the 2 selected individuals and kept repeating to themselves, "Don't sign, don't sign, don't sign." However, Chloe and Luda's only glanced at the document before signing their names without hesitation. There's also this supplementary agreement. Take it back to your parents to sign. Once they sign it, you'll officially become our maids. Remember, come back within 3 days. If you're over 3 days, the entire contract will be void. Alice then produced another agreement. The reason for signing this agreement is simple. In the kingdom, or rather in most countries of this era, women do not have full citizenship rights. Before marriage, many things, including work, require the consent of their parents. Otherwise, except in some special circumstances, they will be considered illegal. Of course, magicians are an exception. As long as you are a magician, regardless of whether you are a woman, a child, or even mentally challenged, you are a complete citizen. Just like Denia, even though it's almost a consensus that women are not suitable for being officials, no one would think she's unsuitable for the position when she becomes mayor, and no one would disrespect her, because she is first and foremost a magician, and only secondly a woman. However, for women who are not magicians, becoming civil officials is more than 10 times more difficult than for men. A few days later, Chloe and Ruda's officially became Ronan's maids and began their work. However, on their first day at work, the 2 were scolded, not by Ronan, but by Alice and Elena. Chloe was scolded because she tidied Ronan's somewhat messy bookshelf and desk, and Alice berated her for 10 minutes. "Remember, don't touch anything in the study," Alice concluded. Luda's fared even worse. She messed with Ronan's wardrobe, which Elena had always kept in charge of. It was her private property. Elena not only cursed at her, but also grabbed her wrist and pinched it, leaving a bruise. "Only I can organize the young master's clothes and express my opinion on his attire. I have the authority to manage the wardrobe, understand?" Elena said arrogantly. "It's another weekend." Ronan called Alice over. "I'm planning to have them both learn magic. You can give them some pointers when you have time." "They're a bit old," Alice said with some concern. "Being a bit older is actually just right, because I'm planning to experiment with some things," Ronan said with a smile. Chapter 118 Empiricism, Selflessness, Weekend Entertainment. Those who are born with the ability to summon magic or who awaken the magic of destiny at a young age have a basic understanding of magic. But this group is a very small minority. Most people need to start with meditation to gradually learn the basics, and the age of beginners is usually around 7 or 8 years old. That's why Alice said that the two of them are a bit too old to start learning magic now. Ronan had his own reasons, which are a long story. Meditation is a very mysterious thing. Even if you only need to know how to meditate, you don't need to know why. But people who have not studied magic can't even do it by simply copying it. Moreover, individual physical conditions will bring some differences. If there is no one to guide and correct the mistakes in the process, some irreparable damage may occur. So even if someone from an empire invented a movable type printing press made all kinds of books, including magic books, less expensive and affordable for middle-class families, parents who are not magicians would still not buy one for their children to study on their own. In Ronan's view, an engineering student, meditation is essentially similar to building a virtual machine in a computer program. Operator refers to the software installed on the virtual machine, while enhancement means that the virtual machine actually starts operating. People who are born with magic or have it from a very young age possess this machine, which comes with its own software and starts operating on its own. Therefore, the two major systems of fate magic and summoning magic do not require any basic learning. But for most ordinary people, the first step is to build such a virtual machine themselves. Over the past few centuries, thanks to the efforts of magic academies, meditation has discarded some of the mystical elements left behind by the church. Various adjustment methods for different situations have become increasingly efficient and precise, and can solve more and more problems, but it is still ultimately based on empiricism. Even now, the most fundamental concepts, meditation, operation, and reinforcement, still retain too much epistemological content. Only in the subsequent 4 items, release, condense, manipulate, and attach, which fall within the scope of operational application, is mathematical logic truly introduced. Ronan, a man deeply influenced by science, naturally didn't subscribe to empiricism. From the moment he traveled through time, he had been trying to develop a more universal meditation method, or rather, a way of building it. Once built using such a method, only minor adjustments would be needed, eliminating the need for major error corrections. Alice was Ronan's first attempt, but unfortunately, it wasn't very successful. Firstly, Ronan's theories were not very complete at that time. Secondly, Alice was too young at the time, not even 10 years old, and there were many things that just couldn't be forced into her. Now, Ronan's theory is much more complete than it was back then. Chloe and Ludas are both over 15, have a certain level of knowledge, and haven't developed habitual thinking, so they are more receptive to new ideas. That's why Ronan said that being a little older is actually just right. Of course, whether it will work or not remains to be seen. After all, although this world, due to the existence of magicians, certainly has a much higher level of education in mathematics and logic than any other country in the original timeline, it is still far behind the era in which Ronan lived. Hopefully, Chloe and Ludas can reach the level of first-year junior high students in his time. If they can, then he can teach them. After all, both of them are people with magical talent, which is equivalent to being able to open a certain program on a computer. Meditation is not about actually creating a machine, but about constructing a virtual machine within a computer program. It shouldn't be a big problem for a junior high school student to build a model. If it proves effective, Ronan's next step is to promote it on a small scale at the Magic Academy in the future New Sea City. If the small-scale promotion goes smoothly, people will naturally come to learn from it. While Ronan's method can only more conveniently and efficiently train and educate novice magicians, and doesn't have a significant impact on subsequent stages, that alone is enough. All of this was done, of course, because Ronan wanted more magicians to appear. The reason is the same as Ronan's desire to increase productivity, which is to create more middle-class people. Wizards are naturally middle-class, and more wizards mean more middle-class people. For a country, the middle class is a good source of profit. The poor have too little to eat and are prone to rebellion, while the middle class has plenty to eat and is less likely to rebel. As for the fact that there are more middle-class people, civil servants will have more to manage and their power will be greater. This is just a side effect. It's a case of good people being rewarded. Sigh. I have really worried myself sick for this country. There is no one more selfless than me in this country. I am so lonely. Ronan couldn't help but sigh to himself that sometimes having too high a moral character can be a lonely thing. Hey, Ronan, young master, Alice called out 3 times. Huh. Ronan finally snapped out of his reverie. What's the problem? No, Alice replied, her eyes half closed and a hint of annoyance in her voice. That's fine. Ronan took out a manuscript and 2 copies of the most widely circulated version of Introduction to Meditation at the Royal Magic Academy. I'll leave the matter to you. Anyway, your department won't be taking any action for a while, so you have the time. Isn't Elena even more free than me? Alice retorted. Her first 3 basic skills were purely bluffed and not solid at all, which is why she had problems with the last 2 skills, manipulation and attachment. If it weren't for a special opportunity, she would never have become a proper mage. You are different. After all, you were taught by me. Although you didn't achieve the best results because my theory was not perfect, your foundation is still very solid. Even if you are born with some lack of magic power, you will eventually be able to enter the realm of proper mages. It would be perfect for you to guide these 2 people in testing my meditation method. Ronan said some nice things. All right then. Alice agreed, seemingly not very happy, but she was actually a little pleased to hear Ronan's evaluation of her. I'll be busy again for a while. I need to keep an eye on things at the collective farm, but if you have any problems, feel free to come to me. This matter is also very important. After saying that, Ronan left to find Elena. Weekends are for relaxation and entertainment. Ronan and Elena's entertainment is simple. The afternoon's battle showed that Ronan's fighting style relied heavily on close combat, as did Elena's. Although both were mages and didn't need to practice every day to maintain their form, they would still become rusty if they didn't practice for a long time. More importantly, if they didn't practice for a long time, it would be difficult for them to instantly enter a highly focused fighting state during an encounter. After dinner, rest for a while, take a good shower, and change into a new set of underwear. Breakthroughs have been achieved in the processing of fig tree gum, resulting in the successful creation of elastic webbing. This makes it possible to wear bras and panties with a certain degree of elasticity, eliminating the need for tie-up bodysuits. To commemorate this great invention, Ronan decided to sit on Elena and give her a milk cannon as the first shot of the night. Chapter 119 begins. Holiday. Surprise. As the new week began, Ronan, as he predicted, got busy. Ronan was busy with recruitment exams. In the past, the scale of the exams in various special cities was very small because there were few openings, and they were basically only recruited from the new immigrants who made up the smallest percentage of the population. Everything was very easy and simple. Now that there are more job openings, the collective farm system requires many grassroots positions. Even if farmers are not illiterate, each collective farm must be under the leadership of the municipal government. Moreover, it is now very necessary to recruit people from the old immigrant community into the city hall to reduce the proportion of new immigrants in the city hall. Otherwise, if all the counselors and city hall staff are new immigrants, will Ronan still be in charge of New Sea City? Not to mention that Dinia will be causing trouble in the future, so it's necessary to recruit more people all at once. In short, the number of people to be recruited is far greater than in the past, and their sources are more complex. Not only that, Ronan had to take care of everything, from how the exams were conducted to what was tested and how the positions were arranged. He practically lived at the city hall for this job. Since Ronan wasn't going home, he simply gave the 2 new maids a day off. Chloe and Ludas both went home. Chloe's family was a typical farming family. The plot of land she contributed was only a portion of her family's land holdings. They also owned a pasture and a vineyard. Darling, why are you back? Chloe's mother was both surprised and worried when she saw Chloe, fearing that something had happened to her with Ronan. It's okay. He gave me a day off, Chloe replied. The mother breathed a sigh of relief. Then come in quickly. After lunch, we'll have a good talk with your father. Page 55. At noon, the whole family sat together at a long table for lunch. The father, as the head of the family, was in the absolute seat of honor. To his left were her eldest brother and his wife, followed by her second brother. To his right were her mother, then her, and then her younger sister. The eldest brother is 24 years old, has been married for several years, has a son and a daughter, and is the heir to the farm. My second brother is 20 years old and not married yet. He has no chance of inheriting the family business and doesn't have a proper job. He gets scolded by his father in public every few days. But he didn't dare to talk back, since he still needed his family to provide for his food, clothing, and other expenses. This time, he got scolded again. After a moment of silence, the second brother suddenly spoke up. "Chloe, how about you introduce me to a job?" Chloe scoffed. "Huh? Me, a maid, introducing a job to you, young master?" Despite being met with cold words, the second brother didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he said with a grin, "You're not just any ordinary maid. You're the maid of that Secretary General." It's said that although he's quite lecherous, he's actually quite nice to women. If you mention it to him, a small job shouldn't be a big deal for him. Chloe was furious when she heard this. It was clearly an accusation that she had sold her body to Ronan. Just as she was about to speak, she heard two clanging sounds. Chloe's father tapped his plate with his knife. "Shut up." The second son immediately lowered his head like a wilted cabbage and began to gnaw on his bread. The lunch ended in a chilly atmosphere. After the meal, the father called Chloe directly to his room. "Chloe, ignore that good-for-nothing," her father said to Chloe, taking out a money pouch. "Here are 20 silver dragons. You can always use them to build good relationships with others." Chloe nodded softly. Although her father remained serious and rigid, Chloe sensed a significant change. In the past, even if her second brother bullied her, her father would not speak up for her directly, nor would he give her money. The father began, "Your great-grandfather, grandfather, and I, 3 generations, have built this ranch, vineyard, and the land we just sold. But this is the limit. It's almost impossible to rise any higher because we don't have connections in government. In fact, things might even get worse. In the past, I hoped you would marry a good man, preferably an official, so that we could maintain our family farm as much as possible. But now you've embarked on a better path." But he was able to let his 2 maids into the city hall because he raised them himself. "How could I possibly do that?" Chloe said that she initially felt this approach was completely unreliable, but her father wanted her to go, so she dared not disobey. Hoping to become his maid and then a civil servant is the idea of a fool," Chloe's father said. "He wants to promote high-yield wheat and soybeans. The seeds are from the Haiti people. Soybeans can not only be pressed for oil, but the soybean meal can also be used as animal feed. If you can get even a small share, it will be a great convenience for the family. What's more, he has recently been having the Haiti people conduct closed-door experiments on the cultivation of a special crop." "I see." Chloe nodded, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, a closed-loop experiment to grow some kind of crop? She knew nothing about this, and her father didn't have any friends in official positions. So how did he know? "That's right. Almost all the farmers know," Chloe's father replied. Almost all the farmers in New Sea City knew that Ronan was planning a new cash crop. "Then I'll go ask Elena," Chloe said. She didn't dare go to Alice, who always had a fierce face. On the contrary, Elena was very easy to talk to. "Don't do anything unnecessary," Chloe's father said. "I sold that land at a low price. If the Secretary General is willing to reveal anything, you will naturally know. If he is not willing, your inquiries will only cause trouble. But if he's unwilling to reveal it, then our land is," Chloe said with some worry. "That's perfectly normal. What I did was gambling," Chloe's father said. "Let's not talk about that now. How are you doing at his house?" "It's fine. His house is small, not luxuriously decorated, and not much furnishing. There's not much work to do. There are also few people. Besides the 2 maids, there's no one else. There's no butler, no coachman, and the chef is someone from a nearby restaurant who comes on a rotating basis. The gardener only comes every few days, so there's no need to deal with anyone else." Chloe replied. Ronan's house was really small. The courtyard was a little over 100 square meters, and the main house, with 2 floors, was less than 300 square meters in total, much smaller than hers. Needless to say, Ronan lived alone. "Besides, he's a very kind person," Chloe continued. "He's even going to teach me magic." Instantly, Chloe's father's beard bristled with shock. Ronan was actually going to teach his daughter magic? He had considered sending his daughter to a magic academy in the past, but ultimately gave up. Money was one factor, but the main reason was that he was just an ordinary person, not someone who could speak up locally, and completely clueless about the outside world. "Really?" Chloe's father asked, somewhat flustered. as he could hardly believe it. Really? Chloe nodded. At the same time, in a house in the former city of Kale, a man couldn't believe his daughter's words. Ludas, did I hear that right? You said he's going to teach you magic? Yes, Ludas replied affirmatively. Chapter 120 Family, Marriage, and Work. Ludas's father smiled, a very bright smile. Great, our family may be about to produce a magician. He was a tailor, a very famous tailor in White Star City. Ronan even had a garment made by him. Although he wasn't highly educated, his years of making clothes for the upper class had given him considerable insight. He knew that after becoming a magician, income was secondary. After all, many junior magicians worked for the police force, and their income wasn't necessarily higher than his, a famous tailor. However, their social status and future potential were far greater than those with the same income. As for becoming a full-fledged mage, Ludas's father dared not even dream of it. After all, his daughter was hardly talented. The only reason she was able to attend a girls' school was because a female client wanted someone to keep her company. Moreover, starting to learn magic at that age was already too old. If she could become a junior mage at the age of 20, he would have to thank his lucky stars. What are you saying, so happy? At that moment, Ludas's mother's voice suddenly appeared. My dear, listen to me. Our daughter is going to learn magic, Ludas's father said excitedly. However, after hearing the news, Ludas's mother did not show any excitement. Instead, she had a cold face and said, What's the use of becoming a novice mage? A girl should be thinking about how to marry a good husband. Darling, you can't say that. Ludas's father was interrupted abruptly by his mother before he could finish speaking. If I don't say it this way, how can I say it? The mother retorted. Ludas was already used to this. My father was my maternal grandfather's apprentice. Because he was handsome, hardworking, and capable, he married my mother and inherited the clothing store. Later, he made a name for himself. Darling, even if our daughter is beautiful, that Secretary General would never marry her. That's what Ludas's father said. Ludas nodded silently. Actually, she had initially held a sliver of expectation. After all, she had always been the most beautiful one in the area. However, after meeting Elena, she extinguished that expectation herself. Compared to that blonde beauty whose figure and face were the envy of everyone, she was far inferior. I don't know. That guy is destined to marry a noble woman, Ludas's mother said. But our daughter works as a maid in his house, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to know a few wealthy businessmen, right? Even becoming his mistress would be a good choice. I don't want to. Ludas was displeased upon hearing this. Ludas's mother sneered. My good daughter, do you think you can marry a young and handsome young master? Don't dream. At most, you can marry a middle-aged rich businessman who has lost his wife. Can you accept that? In comparison, that Secretary General is famously handsome and is also a full-fledged mage who can maintain his youth and vitality. Can I marry an ordinary person? Ludas retorted, somewhat annoyed. Ludas's mother laughed. Heh, Chris is not bad-looking. He could easily be a teacher, but you ignored him, didn't you? I'm going back. Ludas, whose words had been ruthlessly exposed by his mother, picked up his luggage and left. Ludas's father tried to persuade her to stay, but was glared at by her mother. After a long while, after Ludas left, Ludas's father looked at his wife, feeling helpless but not daring to get angry. What are you doing? Our daughter has finally come back for a visit. Do the right thing, Ludas's mother replied without hesitation. She should go back now and find a way to take care of the Secretary General's life. That's what a competent maid should do. Only then will she have a chance to win the Secretary General's favor. Maybe one day the Secretary General can cooperate with her. What? Ludas's father didn't listen to his wife at all. What could Ronan possibly want to work with him on? Ludas's mother took out an elastic band. This is a product from a workshop. Do you think it can be used in clothing? This workshop was established with funding from Southern Doctor Consulting Company. She wasn't very clear about this Southern Doctor Consulting Company. All she knew was that this so-called consulting company was where Ronan received bribes. Almost everyone who had access to the upper class of the special city knew that some people would give money to this company in the form of consulting fees. It was said that Ronan himself only took a small portion of it, which is why he was the poorest of the original 7 secretaries general of the special city. No one is willing to learn from him in this regard, nor can they. After all, Ronan can genuinely offer insightful advice that will impress businessmen, something that others simply cannot do. This consulting firm, besides Ronan himself, also gathers various eccentric and unpopular people from the original 7 special cities, and even from Sama City on the left and right and Pro City. In addition to providing consulting services to the factory, the company also funded the establishment of some unusual workshops, one of which produced this elastic webbing. That's right, this elastic band can be used in women's clothing. Ludus's father said excitedly. The clothing store also makes women's clothing. Of course, he is only responsible for making it. Taking measurements for female customers is the responsibility of female workers. They are female workers, not female apprentices. These days, women don't even have the qualifications to become tailors. Even for some products aimed at women, the person in charge can only be a man. It's more troublesome to invest directly than to find someone to cooperate with. He knows our daughter's family background. You are the most famous tailor here, so as long as our daughter can win his favor, we can definitely expand our business, Ludus's mother said. That's right, that's right. Ludus's father nodded repeatedly, then changed the subject. You don't really want your daughter to become someone's mistress, do you? Let her do whatever she wants. Anyway, it's our son who will inherit the family business and take care of us in our old age, said Ludus's mother. She had never counted on her daughter. Could a daughter be relied on? Only a son could. That makes sense. Ludus's father nodded. Although he loved his daughter, he shared the same sentiment. Meanwhile, Ludus returned to Ronan's house, while Chloe planned to stay at her own home for 2 days before going back. After returning to Ronan's house and putting down her luggage, Ludus rested for a while before going to the city hall to find Ronan. She had nothing to do at home, so she decided to go and take care of Ronan's needs. Is something the matter? Ronan asked Ludus. I wanted to come and take care of everyone. She had originally intended to say take care of Ronan, but upon seeing the group of people, she immediately changed her mind. Go back, Ronan said coldly. Secretary General, your maid meant well. That's right. This is not a violation of regulations. Several secretaries said that Ronan had been working overtime continuously, so they had no choice but to work overtime as well. They were exhausted these past few days and couldn't even go home. They were naturally happy to see such a beautiful maid willing to take care of them. I'll say it again, get out. Ronan's voice was even sterner. Ludus had no choice but to turn and leave. After Ludus left, Ronan looked around and said, Some of you I know, and some I just met. I hope you all understand that the city hall does not allow special privileges. Blind man, go and tell the gatekeeper that no non-civil servants are allowed to enter the city hall from now on. Chapter 121 Incidentally, on the main topic, let's play the victim a little. That evening, Ronan returned home, had a simple dinner, and then called Ludus aside. Ludus was very nervous. She thought Ronan would scold her for going to the city hall, but to her surprise, Ronan didn't mention the daytime incident at all. Instead, he brought over 2 servings of baked apples and asked her to eat them together. The taste is all right, isn't it? Ronan asked casually. The apples here are crisp enough, but they're very sour. However, I quite like desserts that are hollowed out, filled with sugar, and then baked. It's delicious, Ludus replied. Although her family wasn't poor, she rarely got to taste such a sweet and luxurious delicacy. Your father was quite famous as a tailor. Ronan got to the point. Ludus nodded but didn't speak. She didn't know why Ronan had brought this up. If they wanted her father to make clothes, that would be fine. But if they asked her for her ideas on clothing coordination, she wouldn't dare say anything. She still remembers Elena's terrifying gaze. Does he make underwear? Ronan asked again. Yes, but not many, Ludus replied. Even in the city, not many women can afford to wear underwear. They usually just wear a soft cloth slip underneath. As for the countryside, a woman is lucky if she has 2 long, coarse cloth skirts to wear. Ronan finished the rest of the baked apple in a few bites. I might introduce someone to work with your father later. When the lingerie is finished, we can also take this opportunity to promote the stockings made from the plant fibers produced by the magical plant in that black jar. These 2 items are impossible for others to replicate. Making bras and underwear requires tree sap, and that magical plant cannot be grown anywhere else. The market in Shanghai City is certainly not enough, but the market in the entire South is sufficient, not to mention the large commercial port of Sama City, which can sell to other places. Vina, needless to say, is a country of merchants and has money. The kingdom of Villa was also good, but the mistake was that they fought a bloody war with the local natives in the New World for many years. Magic existed in this world, so the Spanish conquest of the Native Americans by a few hundred men could not be replicated. However, the natives were still powerless against the magic musketeers on the front lines. So the kingdom of Villa still made a fortune, bringing back a lot of gold. Moreover, because they invested more manpower and resources, they also helped even more people make a small fortune. As for the small island nation of Wieland, similar to the UK, it's not that Ronan didn't want to sell goods there, but his location didn't allow it. In the original timeline, New Sea City was roughly located in southern France, near Italy. Of course, no problem, Ludas readily agreed. I was just saying, it's not urgent. Ronan stood up. All right, I have to go back now. After saying that, Ronan left. After working overtime for several days in a row, he planned to take a good shower, get a good night's sleep, and then continue working overtime. This was his main purpose for going home, and telling Ludas about it was just a side thing. The next morning, Ronan went straight to City Hall to continue his work. Unexpectedly, I ran into Dinia early in the morning and even called him into my office. These past few days, I've carefully examined the places where we plan to establish collective farms. Those places are all plains with similar natural conditions, and they're all connected. Why divide them into 17 independent collective farms? If we merge them into one, the efficiency of using farm tools, livestock, seeds, water, and fertilizer will be much higher, and we won't need so many managers. Right now, with 17 farms, each farm needs to be equipped with managers, and each farm also needs to be allocated various tools, which increases the manpower and material resources required. Dinia immediately launched into a barrage of questions. What did Mrs. Antari say? Ronan didn't answer directly, but instead asked what Dinia's private secretary had to say. She also had her doubts, Dinia replied. Collective farms were indeed designed to concentrate production tools and manpower, and then further divide the work so that the able-bodied laborers could focus on farming without having to worry about anything else. Unlike in the past when a farmer's family had to worry about chopping firewood, fetching water, eating, repairing houses, renting oxen and horses, and so on, in addition to farming. Theoretically speaking, a single collective farm is indeed more efficient. But, Ronan emphasized, the emphasis always following the farmer's sphere of activity used to be very small. Apart from the people in their own small village, they didn't know anyone else. Once they were merged into a large farm, conflicts were inevitable. But that was secondary. The key issue was that if there was only one collective farm, problems would inevitably arise from the practice of eating from the same pot. Page 56, a communal pot of food. Dinia didn't quite understand. It's just that some people are lazy and only expect others to do the work. So everyone is lazy and the efficiency becomes even lower than before when everyone was looking after themselves in the village, Ronan explained. But if the collective farm is full of people from the original village, everyone knows each other, and there are enough people to supervise, you can't say that the problem of the communal dining system is completely eliminated, but at least the bad apples won't dare to show up easily. Although Ronan was a rightist, he always felt that the collective system was the best system imaginable in rural areas of the plains. However, sometimes taking too big a step can lead to trouble. Of course, after a few years, once everyone gets used to the collective farms, they should be gradually merged. Mayor, your vision is far-sighted and has already pointed the way for the future. Ronan said. Of course, the leader's opinion cannot be completely rejected. Dinia was already numb to Ronan's flattery. After a moment's thought, she asked, how long will it take before the merger begins? Ronan glanced at the door to make sure it was firmly closed before speaking. If I were answering the mayor, I would say 3 years. If I were answering my friend Dinia, I would say 20 years. Reforms like this require at least a generation's effort. If you're eager to achieve political achievements, it's better not to reform at all. There's no need to set up collective farms. Just win over the landowners, arrange things well with the councillors, and it'll be incredibly easy to boost your political achievements. After you're done, you'll even hear them singing your praises. Dinia sighed. Fine, I'll do as you say. 20 years. She could only serve one full term, which is 3 years. Yes, Madam Mayor, Ronan replied. How are your exam preparations going? Dinia asked again. I added some math problems and completely removed some of the extra points, Ronan replied, then explained, this is fairer. In terms of political insight, young people born into old immigrant families cannot compare with new immigrants, because in the past, almost all officials came from new immigrant families. If the majority of the questions are political, older immigrants will not be able to outperform newer immigrants. As for the special bonus points, namely the so-called talent bonus points, they are undoubtedly exclusive to the privileged class. If this is still in place, the people recruited will definitely still be new immigrants. I'm practically becoming public enemy number one in New Sea City now, Ronan said with a laugh. This is obviously a deliberate attempt to elicit sympathy. But why not play the victim if you can? Playing the victim is politics. It's not shameful. Chapter 122 2 Bowls of Noodles, A Crow's Mouth, Operation Fox Hunt. In fact, Ronan has already extended the reach of his consulting firm to the fullest extent by taking advantage of his position. Before long, he will become the leading capital player in Shanghai City and will be able to control agriculture through collective farms and seed companies. At that time, he will have control over both industry and agriculture and become the biggest progressive force in Shanghai City. Anyone who dares not to progress will be overthrown. As for Ronan making a lot of money in the meantime, well, you can't carry out reforms on an empty stomach, right? With the spring breeze of reform blowing, Ronan's wallet is bulging. Thinking about this, Ronan felt his motivation increase even more. You go ahead and get busy. Dinia waved for Ronan to leave. As soon as Ronan stepped out of the mayor's office, he met Mute Leon. He and Blind Seth were Ronan's right-hand men in the right city hall. Seth was a baby-faced man who loved to laugh. He mainly helped Ronan sort out documents and convey instructions, so he was a secretary. He was nicknamed Blind because he had the special skill of pretending not to see things and never tattled on others. Mute Leon is a sickly-looking man who is responsible for collecting and reporting information to Ronan. He is Ronan's intelligence agent. The nickname, Mute, comes from the fact that he hardly speaks to anyone other than Ronan. Something has happened to Miss Elena, said the Mute Leon. Huh? Ronan exclaimed in surprise. Since the last incident, Elena has been very vigilant. No one with strength above the third rank could possibly pose a threat to her, let alone someone like Dinia whose surveillance capabilities are ridiculously strong. Clearly, it's not that mysterious organization. If it weren't for a mysterious organization, what could possibly happen to Elena? Excluding Ronan, Dinia, and a few others, there are no more than 10 true magicians in New Sea City. Yesterday, she ate a bowl of noodles at a restaurant, paid the bill and left, but the owner suddenly chased after her and said she ate 2 bowls and only paid for 1. Then the two started arguing, and finally a police officer testified before the boss admitted that he had made a mistake. Unexpectedly, the boss was found dead this morning from the impact of magic, and his wife and children are currently causing trouble at the police station. The Mute Leon recounted the whole story in just 3 sentences. Understood. Go tell the blind man to continue working as usual and ignore him, Ronan instructed. The Mute Leon nodded and then left. Ronan immediately returned to Dinia's office, much to Dinia's surprise. Why was Ronan back again? I've become a jinx now. Here's what happened. Ronan recounted the events. It's obvious that what I just said has come true. I'm now public enemy number 1. What are you going to do about it? Dinia asked, snapping her fingers to seal off the office. Ronan calmly replied, let Augustina arrest Elena and lock her up first. Keep her locked up without any investigation, and just say to the public that an investigation is underway. Aren't you going to try to clear her name? Dinia asked. It's clearly a setup. The real culprit is probably no longer in Shanghai City. It will be difficult to find evidence to prove Elena's innocence in the short term. Even if we do find it, so what? The other party's goal was not to frame her. Even if her innocence is proven, the public will only say that I forcibly protected her. After all, stories of powerful people protecting their evil servants are too popular among citizens. In the end, they just want to damage my reputation, question my impartiality, and eventually remove me from my position as the head of this recruitment exam. In that case, let's play along and have some fun. Ronan smiled. What do you plan to do? Dinia's gaze turned cold as well. Let me tell you a story that the citizens like to hear. Some powerful people in the new immigrant class bribed me so that their children could become officials. Ronan said. That's it? Dinia asked. That's it, Ronan said. This one thing is enough to anger the old immigrant community. And then, Mayor, you suspended me temporarily and announced a full investigation into this bribery case. Dinia tried to guess. And then you go and arrest those you think are the conspirators? Arrest them? No, Ronan said. I'll personally kill a few of the most suspicious ones, and then spread rumors that it was an internal affair of theirs to avoid being implicated in this bribery case. Once I kill a few, they will naturally try their best to prove my innocence and Elena's innocence. To be honest, if they don't cause trouble, I won't have a chance to deal with them. But since they insist on causing trouble, I'll just take the opportunity to kill all the unreliable people in the city hall. Ronan said, still with a nonchalant expression, as if killing someone was as simple as going fishing at the beach. How many do you want to kill? Dinia asked. She didn't mind killing people. In terms of killing, she had killed far more people than Ronan. However, with so many bureaucrats dying, as mayor, she has to consider the impact. At most 5 or 6, not many, Ronan replied, adding. Actually, publicly arresting people can easily cause serious consequences. It's easier to deal with people if they disappear without a trace. Dinia said, give me a list of the people you want to kill first. Yes, Madam Mayor, Ronan replied with a smile. As for the preparations for the exam, Yvette will temporarily take charge. Yvette, as Ronan's nominal #1 assistant, was naturally involved as well. Moreover, she was originally a teacher, so handling the preliminary work for the exam was no problem for her, especially with the help of the blind man. Dinia nodded in agreement. That afternoon, Augustina personally led a group to arrest Elena. Under Augustina's subtle hints, Elena cooperated fully and went to prison. That night, in the area of Calais, located to the left of the former city of Wright, where no one lived permanently except for the Bellflower estate, where only the wine cellar was still functioning, there was a faint light. 9 men were drinking in the backyard of the main house to celebrate the initial success of Operation Fox Hunt. Even a sea fox, once we old hunters and fishermen come together, is nothing more than prey. However, our dear Secretary General is quite capable. He arrested the person directly, leaving no grounds for complaint. But it's no use. Whether he can prove his maid's innocence or not, once the public opinion is raised, he himself will be questioned. Do you think he might fabricate charges to arrest us? He doesn't know exactly who it is. If he makes a large-scale arrest, the impact will be enough to make everyone unite and demand his resignation. If he arrests us, he'll be courting disaster. Given his intelligence, he should have dealt with the matter of his maid's alleged murder in a low-key manner at this point, then created something else to divert attention, and finally, as a last resort, revised his exam plan. Sigh. We don't really want to be his enemy, but it's just that he's so obedient to that female mayor. It's too much. You can't blame him for this. If you could all get on the coattails of that female mayor, it would be the same for you. Haha, I'd love to hug her, but this beautiful lady only has eyes for handsome young men. Speaking of which, I recently acquired a pair of twins. Although their looks are only average, but as the alcohol took effect and they were in good spirits, the group of older men quickly shifted their conversation to other topics. Chapter 123 Rumors. Rumors, and they're still just rumors. 3 days later, another rumor replaced the 2 days much-discussed story of the Secretary General's maid murder. A group of officials bribed the Secretary General in an attempt to cheat on the civil service exam to ensure the recruitment of more new immigrants. Compared to the murder case, this incident has attracted much more attention because whether or not a murder occurred is actually irrelevant to the citizens' own interests. It's just something to talk about. However, the civil service exam is directly related to the citizens' interests. Most of the workers and farmers in Shanghai City are former immigrants. This recruitment drive has put many positions open to police officers and grassroots civil servants who will be assigned to collective farms. The former immigrants naturally want to be managed by their own people and do not want to be dominated by the new immigrants. The new immigrants, of course, are unwilling to be overshadowed by the old immigrants they have suppressed for decades, especially the large number of new immigrants who are doing very poorly and can only sell their labor. In the past, They could rely on their status as new immigrants and look down on the old immigrants along with the powerful and wealthy among the new immigrants, treating the old immigrants as natives. But if the old immigrants become officials, their sense of superiority will have nowhere to go. Without their sense of superiority, what difference is there between them and the old immigrants? Soon, more explosive news arrived. The mayor announced that Secretary General Ronan had been temporarily suspended from his duties and was to rest at home. Meanwhile, the investigation into the bribery and corruption case would be handled by the Bureau of Inspectorate. That night, the 9 people behind the scenes gathered again. You were right, they really are planning to arrest someone. Unfortunately, he has no idea who we are. If he makes a large-scale arrest, he won't be able to continue as the Secretary General. It's probably just a way to divert public attention. Those inspectors didn't actually take any action. I have a question. What if he's unwilling to back down and just keeps dragging this out? If we keep dragging it out, he'll be suspended indefinitely, which is impossible. Just wait and see. We'll have the results in a few days. To be honest, he made a bad move. He used the exam as an excuse, but when he backed down, few of the old immigrants passed. In their minds, he was guilty of taking bribes and became someone they didn't trust. It wouldn't be so easy for him to use the old immigrants to play the balance game again. Even the collective farm might face protests, and the female mayor would lose face. I didn't expect this guy to make a mistake too. He's only human. People make mistakes when they're anxious. No more talking, let's drink. After a brief discussion, the group resumed drinking. I don't think things will change any further. It's the weekend, so we should go somewhere more interesting. This dark place is really boring. That's right, it's time to find a place to relax. Bring the twins you mentioned last time as well. No problem. A group of old men exchanged knowing smiles. The following Thursday night, after having dinner with a few people at a fancy restaurant, Bonova left without even drinking much wine and took a carriage to one of his properties in the city, where he would house the twins. I don't drink alcohol to stay sober. Some things are only exciting when you're fully awake. Bonova was pondering what new tricks to play when suddenly there was a thud from the roof of the carriage. He instinctively looked up, and instantly, a sword pierced through the roof, passing through his forehead and skull, and plunged directly into his brain. Before he could utter a sound, Bonova died, still sitting, with that slightly parted, curious expression. The coachman driving the carriage was completely unaware that his employer was dead and continued driving. About 40 minutes later, the carriage arrived at its destination. The coachman stopped the carriage, got out, and placed a small stool for his employer to get off. He asked his employer to get off, but after calling him several times, his employer did not respond. The coachman thought his employer had drunk too much and fallen asleep, so he lifted the curtain. In the instant, he was so frightened that he stumbled and fell to the ground. His employer died. Meanwhile, Ronan had already answered his family's call. He killed Bonova primarily because Bonova was highly suspicious. He wasn't an official, but his son was, and his son had been demoted by Ronan. Bonova himself was a large landowner and the current vice president of the New Sea City Agricultural Mutual Aid Association. The collective farm and seed company would greatly weaken his influence, so he had every reason to target Ronan. Secondly, this man is a philanderer. You should know that women in the kingdom can marry at the age of 14, so when Ronan says he is a philanderer, he means that this scoundrel preyed on 8 or 9-year-old girls. The next day, the group, who had planned to celebrate by bringing some good stuff, heard the news of Bonova's death and new rumors. It was said that Bonova was one of the suspects in the bribery case, had a lot of evidence, and was preparing to turn himself in, but was killed by the rest of the group. The remaining 8 people immediately realized this was nonsense. There was no bribery involved. The surrender was also nonsense, and the idea of being silenced by accomplices was even more impossible. But since the person had died, they had to cancel their original celebration plans and meet again in the deserted manor. It was definitely Ronan who did it. You don't need to tell us, but we have no evidence. What do we do now? This guy might kill someone again. What's there to be afraid of? Bonova was clearly killed because he didn't get along with him. We didn't have any direct conflict with him. Do you think Ronan would come and kill us? Indeed, this guy has only been the Secretary General for a few months. He certainly doesn't know enough about things outside of Right City. We are safe. You all don't understand this person at all. If you push him too far, He'll kill everyone who's suspected, believe it or not. He'll be finished if he kills so many people. Page 57. I think you guys are completely out of your minds right now. Why don't we just find a way to pin the murder on him? That's right. He fabricated a bribery case, and we can just say that he killed the person to silence him. In an instant, everyone snapped out of their panic caused by fear. The next day, a whole new rumor emerged. Bonova wasn't killed by his accomplices, but by Ronan to silence him. In the afternoon, Dinia arrived at Ronan's mansion. Did you go too far this time? Dinia asked with a laugh. I overestimated the intelligence of those people. I really didn't expect them to be this stupid, Ronan laughed. Dinia couldn't help but become curious. Ronan began to explain to Dinia from the beginning why he said that. My channels for spreading rumors are different from theirs. I spread rumors openly through civil servants. What officials' wives say outside is easily believed by the neighbors and then spread. But some of them are bureaucrats, but they certainly wouldn't dare to spread rumors through civil servants, so they can only find some thugs to spread them in secret. And the fact that the rumors spread so quickly must mean that a lot of people were involved. If they only spread rumors once, we might not be able to catch them red-handed, but if they do it again, it's a bit disrespectful. Chapter 124. Kill again. Kill until they surrender. As he spoke, Ronan poured Dinia a cup of tea, then poured one for himself, took a sip to moisten his throat, and continued. I guess they probably think I don't know much about things outside of Right City. Sigh. I really don't know what they're thinking. Have they forgotten that the Heidi people were the ones who first created the game ships? They might not be able to find any big shots there, but finding a few petty thugs who keep spreading rumors is a piece of cake for them. Originally, I had absolutely no idea who this group of people were, and I wasn't even sure if Bonova was one of them. But now, judging from their reaction, Bonova must be one of them. And such a conspiracy would not involve strangers, and there would not be too many people involved. By focusing on Bonova and combining that with those thugs, it won't be long before we can find out all of them one by one. As Ronan spoke, the disappointment on his face became increasingly evident. How could the local officials and landlords be so incompetent? They kill someone at will, and the other side retaliates. Isn't that just admitting their own guilt? What are your plans after you find these people? Dinia asked. Kill until someone confesses, Ronan replied. There's no way we can find evidence that they framed Elena, so they'll have to find it themselves. I thought you had some clever tricks up your sleeve, Dinia said. Ronan shrugged. This is the only way we can do it. They're using all sorts of ridiculous tricks, like paying for only one bowl of noodles when you order two. It's so unethical. We have to let the people of Shanghai City know what happens to those who break the rules. I'm leaving now. You can handle things yourself. With that, Dinia turned around and disappeared. 2 days later, Ronan found a large enough estate and held a cocktail party. The first person he invited was Dinia, and he also invited all the heads of the new City Hall and the various departments that did not work in the City Hall. Everyone who was invited showed up, and none of them were good people. They knew that accepting the invitation didn't mean anything, but not coming meant standing against Ronan. If Ronan loses power, that's fine, but if he doesn't, then it'll be a big problem if no one comes. In the end, they were all glad they had come, because Dinia and Ronan acted quite intimately, not at all like they were preparing to replace Ronan as Secretary General. That night, another one of the 9 conspirators died. Alice, who had been lying in ambush, shot him in the head. The dead man was named Erd. On the surface, he was a member of the 7 Cities United Commercial Guild, and his main business was wine merchant. He also owned several taverns, but in reality, he was a gang leader. The following night, the conspiring group held another secret meeting. Of the original 9, only 7 remain. 2 of them have died, and both were members of their own group. Bonova and Ronan have conflicts, but Erd has none. He has no connection with Ronan at all. Gentlemen, we may not be fully exposed yet, but he will find out sooner or later. If he wants to kill us, we will kill him. He is a full-rank mage, so muskets are useless against him. Besides, he has been staying at home these days and hasn't gone out. Also, he wasn't even there yesterday, which means he has other mages under his command. Then send someone to kill him. If he dies, things will really get serious. None of us will survive. If that female mayor gets angry, no one can stop her. Do you think he'll let us go if we just give up? You don't think he's the kind of person who would give up so easily, do you? No way. Killing won't work, surrendering won't work either, so you have to come up with a solution. However, no one could come up with a solution. It was only then that they realized something. They thought Ronan didn't understand them, so they were in the shadows while Ronan was in the open. However, in reality, they understood Ronan even less and never expected him to take such ruthless measures, killing anyone he caught without even asking questions. Another day passed, and someone else died. This time, it wasn't one of the remaining 7 who died, but someone who was closely related to Benova, the first one to die. However, the remaining 7 were even more frightened, because this incident proved that Ronan was a complete madman who would rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. That day, they did not gather again, but went to find their own way. If things continued like this, Ronan would come after them sooner or later. The series of murders did not cause any panic, because the citizens knew that the dead were all rich and powerful people. They were not afraid, but even felt a little smug. After all, these were the people who had lorded it over them in the past. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Octave, one of the conspirators, arrived at Ronan's front door. After hesitating for a long time, he finally rang the doorbell. After a while, Chloe, dressed as a maid, came to the door and asked him about his identity and purpose through the iron bars. Octave identified himself and said he knew something about the things behind the recent rumors. Chloe left, and Octave's face showed a hint of curiosity. This maid was really different. She had neither the arrogance of servants from powerful families nor the usual etiquette of maids. In short, she was completely unlike a maid. What truly piqued his curiosity was Ronan's residence. It was incredibly small, probably less than 300 square meters. Even in the city, it was considered tiny. Not to mention the heads of municipal departments. Even minor local officials had much more luxurious and imposing residences. After a while, Chloe came over, opened the door, and led the way. It was just a few steps, and Octave arrived in the living room. "Speak, what is it?" Ronan said while eating pudding. Octave stood there and said, "Mr. Ronan, I would like to report to you those who have been spreading rumors recently." Ronan didn't even look up. "That's it. Although I'm from Phil City, my main business is in Sama City. I'm a sugar merchant, and our Chamber of Commerce has recently encountered some operational problems, and we'd like to get some consulting services," Octave said. Phil City is the leftmost of the original 7 special cities, right next to the commercial city of Sama. Most of the sugar cane from the southern continent flows into Sama City, where it is processed and then sold to various places. Octavian dared to surrender to Ronan because he was a wealthy sugar merchant who could settle in Sama City at any time. However, if he did so, it would be inconvenient for him to hire workers from New Sea City who paid lower wages. Ronan put down his spoon. "Do you think money is more important to me, or people? A person?" Octavor asked. Ronan shook his head. "It can't be about money, can it?" Octave said with some doubt. He was already willing to give money, so it obviously couldn't be about money. "Neither, of course. It's not that you're not very important to me." Ronan joked slightly. "Given that you're the first one, and the fact that you dared to come means you're not deeply involved, answer one question for me, and you'll be safe." "Excuse me," Octave said respectfully. Ronan posed the question, "Why was a priest named Eric involved in your group's conspiracy?" Chapter 125 Questions, Answers, and Deals. Octavian was surprised that Ronan was able to find this person. If there was one person among the 9 who was the least likely to be found, it would be this Father Eric. I don't know him very well," Octave replied. This was the truth. Because Father Eric was only someone they knew, not someone they were familiar with, and had no connection with Ronan, he thought that Eric was the least likely person to be found. In fact, Ronan was particularly curious about this priest because he couldn't see any connection between him and the city hall. Ronan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Your answer isn't very good. Try to think about it again. Could you give me some time to investigate?" Octave pleaded. "No," Ronan replied, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "This," Octave tensed up instantly, cold sweat pouring down his back. He was the heir to a small sugar workshop, and he had worked hard for 20 years, defeating so many rivals to finally get to where he was today. He didn't want to die. Really, he didn't want to die at all. Perhaps you should broaden your perspective. This priest has no personal conflict with me, and the expansion of collective farms and civil servants does not affect his interests. But what about other policies? Ronan added. Octavian gripped his trousers tightly with both hands, trying hard to recall everything about Eric. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed through his mind, which had been shrouded in darkness. I remember now. He was drunk that day and said the church was preparing for reform. Octave said excitedly, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He said the church was going to abolish the pilgrimage system in the southern part of the kingdom and establish a church magic academy. Ronan was taken aback, but in the next instant, he understood. The pilgrimage system is an ancient magical teaching system. The cathedral in a region only teaches one basic skill, and once you have completed 7 pilgrimages, you have finished learning it. However, this system requires a hefty tuition fee from the very beginning. If you can't complete all 7 courses, there's no refund. Most people can't even afford the tuition, let alone other miscellaneous expenses along the way. Even now, when the economy is much more developed than it was hundreds of years ago, very few ordinary people can afford it. Moreover, unless you are someone of high status, the church will require you to take a divine oath and become a priest after you have completed the 7 foundational courses. Priests used to be a highly sought-after profession, with countless people vying to become one, but that's no longer the case. In the North, if the church had been willing to reform more than 100 years ago, abolishing the pilgrimage system and establishing church schools, it could have competed with other magic academies. But that's no longer possible. There are already many magic academies in the North. If the church were to open a school now, it would absolutely be unable to compete with them in terms of student enrollment. But it's not like that in the South. Due to some historical issues, there aren't many magic academies in the South, and in places like Shanghai City, there aren't any at all. The church definitely has a lot of potential there. Meanwhile, Nusi City is preparing to establish a magic academy, which is seen as a competitor by the church. No, or rather, this reason is not sufficient. Even a magic academy in Shanghai City can't recruit too many people, so the church has no need to worry about not being able to recruit enough people to open another school. It seems that the matter still needs further investigation. Speaking of which, I still don't know what I did to offend you, Ronan asked. You're a sugar merchant. What conflict do I have with you? Octave hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Your Excellency Secretary General, a workshop funded by your consulting firm has produced whiter and finer sugar. I wanted to seek cooperation, but was rejected. After being rejected, he tried to send someone to learn from Ronan, but the attempt failed. His own factory was burned down, and many of his men were killed. He was eager for Ronan to fall from power. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Ronan remembered. Yes, there was such a thing. 2 years ago, he seemed to have just mentioned another time-space bright yellow mud water sugar leaching method, and then he didn't care about it anymore, letting those people research a method more suitable for large-scale, low-cost production. It seems that they have recently done a pretty good job of researching it. Octavian was sweating profusely. Did this Secretary General not know the terrifying economic profits that sugar could bring, and so casually said, I almost forgot. If you're interested, we can talk. How about Panax Nodo Ginseng? Ronan asked. Isn't that too much? Octave asked, a little embarrassed. I said you're 3, and I'm 7, Ronan said. Ah, well, I'm not just in charge of myself, Secretary General, Octave said. Honestly, he might as well have Ronan just chop him up. 4 or 6, you have to make some compensation, Ronan said. 200 golden eagles as a one-time compensation, then split 50-50, Octave said through gritted teeth. The golden eagle is a large pure gold coin, usually used for large commercial transactions. 1 golden eagle is equal to 4 small golden eagles, 96 silver dragons, or 2,304 copper muskets. In Ronan's original timeline, this amount of money wouldn't be much, since a bronze musket could only buy 3 baguettes. However, in that era, most ordinary families' main expenditure was on food, so the purchasing power of a bronze musket was actually quite high. Before the industrial age, you could hire people and feed them without paying them. Back to reality, Ronan spread out 5 fingers. 1,000. I'll sell you that technology directly. In the future, when you sell sugar, I'll give you 30%. I promise I won't sell the technology to anyone else. The yellow mud sugar coating technique is too simple. Once we cooperate, It's impossible to keep it a secret. It's better to just let him buy it at a high price and then take a cut. Can I pay in installments? Octave asked. Let's write an IOU. I'll pay you 100 within 10 days and the rest within 2 years. I'll give you the technology within a month. Ronan said, then shouted to the next room. Chloe, go get some paper and pen. Soon, Chloe brought paper and pen and then tactfully left. After writing the IOU, Octave wrote the names of 6 other people on another piece of paper. Afterwards, Octave left. As he walked out of Ronan's house, half his face was smiling and the other half was crying. 1,000 golden eagles. He hadn't felt this bad even when his parents died. No, when his son died young from illness. But the thought of being able to acquire that technology is 100 or 1,000 times more exciting than losing my wife. It can probably only be compared to the excitement of all my competitors dying suddenly. Ronan stood up and stretched. Chloe, have you learned meditation yet? I'm starting to get a feel for it, Chloe replied. Not bad, Ronan said with a smile. The fact that he could feel it in such a short time shows that his Luo's meditation method has great potential. You should know that, apart from some talented people, it usually takes an average person a month or 2 to feel anything when learning meditation. Once you've learned it, I'll give you a bonus. After saying that, Ronan left the mansion. He planned to report the situation to Dinia, and then asked the blind man and the mute man about the construction project of the Magic Academy, hoping to find some clues. While you're at it, go ask Lady Antari if she's interested in learning more magic. Ronan wanted to test his method to see if it would have any surprising effects on people with low magical affinity but good analytical skills. Chapter 126 Eating, Talking, and Drinking. Arriving at the city hall by carriage, it was just after get-off-work hours. Page 58. Dinia's hairstyle remains the same. A center-parted fringe and a thick braid at the back of her head. Today I wasn't wearing the modified officer's uniform. My upper body was covered by a white shirt with shell buttons, and a purple bow tie was tied over the collar. Underneath the white shirt was a very fitted, wide-necked brown wool vest. The bow tie was draped over my high, prominent chest. The wide neckline of the vest perfectly outlined the lower part of my large chest, and the tight waistline made my already large chest look even bigger. The outermost layer was a camel-colored suede calfskin trench coat. Her lower body was covered by a coffee-colored woolen long skirt, the same color as her vest. On her feet were another pair of square-toed, chunky-heeled, low-cut ivory white leather shoes that Ronan later gave her. A small patch of smooth instep covered by flesh-colored stockings could be seen, along with slender ankles and a small section of calves encased in flesh-colored stockings. As she walked, the skirt swayed, slightly revealing the upper part of her calves, arousing even more curiosity about the long legs and flesh-colored stockings beneath the long skirt. "What's up?" Dinia asked Ronan. "Of course," Ronan replied. "About the 2 bowls of noodles. Do you need me to leave?" Mrs. Antari asked. She knew about this and that Ronan was operating in secret and reporting to Dinia at all times, but Dinia had not told her, and she did not intend to inquire. "No need," Ronan said. "Now that things have come to this point, Mrs. Antari is a smart woman, and there's no point in keeping it a secret any longer. Let's go together. I've made plans to have dinner with Tina and Evie," Dinia said. Afterwards, when Yvette finished get-off work, they went to the police station to pick up Augustina, and the group went to a small restaurant. The restaurant was really small, it didn't even have a name, and there were only 4 or 5 tables. It was obviously a family-run business run by a husband and wife. A square table can only seat 4 people. Dinia and Augustina sat together, Yvette and Madame Antari sat together, and Ronan sat alone on the side closest to the aisle. The dishes were ordinary and tasted all right, but they were still inferior to those in large restaurants. However, they were much cleaner and more hygienic than many small restaurants along the docks. This place was probably aimed at small business owners who didn't want to spend more money on food and lodging, but they also didn't want to eat and live with dirty sailors and workers. However, there were 2 very good dishes. One was crispy fried pork rolls, which consisted of thinly sliced pork and ham rolled into a roll. The middle part was filled with a mixture of pork fat, shrimp, and vegetables. The outermost part was coated with breadcrumbs and egg wash and then deep fried. After frying, it was cut into sections. The other dish is spicy pork sausage. Although the seasoning is still very different from Ronan's hometown, the aroma of this pork reminded Ronan of the taste of his hometown. After finishing their meal, the group went to Dinia's house. Upon entering the house, everyone changed into slippers. These slippers, worn in relatively cold weather, were a small invention of Ronan's. The outer layer was crocheted from wool, and the sole had 3 layers: soft cloth, cork, and hard leather. Augustina wore black-ribbed cotton stockings over her black pantyhose because she wore long boots with her police uniform, and the cotton stockings prevented slipping and absorbed sweat. Like Dinia, Yvette wore flesh-colored pantyhose, but her feet were too slender, even thinner than Alice's, so flesh-colored pantyhose didn't really suit her. Her lowly-like figure was more suited to white pantyhose, but since she worked at the city hall, she always wore a suit and black high heels, so white pantyhose really didn't look appropriate. Mrs. Antari wore lace stockings, and her calves had a mature, voluptuous look. Dinia was still the same. She was a woman whose every part, from head to toe, could be used as a model. Her heels, covered in stockings, shimmered under the light, making one's lower abdomen burn with desire, as if one wanted to apply some white fluid to them. Sitting down on the sofa, Ronan began to report the situation, telling everyone present everything except that he had reached a deal with Octave. "You killed those people? Why didn't you say so sooner? I could have done it." Augustina started complaining as soon as she heard this. She hadn't even been asked to do the killing. "Ronan, are you still going to kill them or not?" "Of the remaining 6, kill 2 more besides the priest," Ronan said. "Leave the 3 with less serious offenses to manage the public outcry. Those who surrender themselves may be pardoned at the discretion of the court. For minor offenses, the crime does not warrant the death penalty. After all, Ronan is a kind and good person." "No problem. Let me carry out justice," Augustina exclaimed excitedly. "Don't harm the innocent," Dinia cautioned from the side, worried that Augustina might set the whole family on fire. "Captain, you can rest assured about my skills. Those 2 definitely committed suicide by self-immolation out of guilt," Augustina said with a smile. "There's something else. I've come up with a new meditation method. Would you like to try it, Mrs. Antari? Maybe it can help you break through to become a novice mage," Ronan said, taking out a small booklet. Augustina snatched the booklet and started flipping through it. Ronan didn't find her behavior inappropriate. After all, although Augustina seemed unreliable, she was a true academic and a technical expert among them, possessing the highest theoretical level of anyone present. "You could say this is very valuable, or you could say it's worthless," Augustina commented. "It's valuable because it's quite groundbreaking. The reason it's low in value is because children can't really learn what you're doing. It requires too much mathematical knowledge and critical thinking skills, while magicians all start as children. You are suitable for learning magic, but your affinity for magic is relatively low. You have accumulated a certain amount of knowledge, are relatively mature, and your thinking is not so simple. You have not even achieved the first 3 conditions. Or you are a genius who has accumulated strong mathematical knowledge and critical thinking ability at a young age. To be honest, both of these types of people are in the minority." "Not necessarily," Ronan disagreed. "Most of the people who can learn magic nowadays either come from wealthy families and are not afraid to spend money, or they have a high affinity for magic and are worth taking a gamble on. But if more people learn magic in the future, then I will be very useful to those with low affinity who have not been able to complete the first 3 requirements for several years." "That's true, but that's a bit far off," Augustina said. "Let's not talk about that for now." Ronan changed the subject. "I think Mrs. Antari is worth a try." "Agreed," Augustina nodded. "Mrs. Antari happens to have low affinity, and her meditation and exercise are very unstable, so she can't even do enhancement. If she can't even do enhancement, her body will remain in the category of an ordinary human. Then I thank Mr. Ronan in advance." Mrs. Antari expressed her gratitude. Although she appeared relatively calm on the surface, her heart was in turmoil. Approaching 40, she could clearly feel herself getting older. Her skin was starting to sag, and her figure was starting to gain weight. This feeling was even stronger, especially when she was with Dinia every day. "I don't ask to restore my youth. I only ask to slow down this aging process." "It's nothing," Ronan said. "Let's drink to celebrate our good news." Augustina exclaimed excitedly. "I'll go get 3 bottles of brandy first." Chapter 127 Drinking. Not drunk. Here you go. Upon hearing the word drinking, Dinia's eyebrows twitched involuntarily, while Ronan's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. Commander? Augustina looked at Dinia with some confusion. After a moment's hesitation, Dinia replied very decisively. It's okay, drink. Drink, Ronan agreed, but this time he absolutely couldn't get drunk again. Here, brandy is distilled wine with a relatively low alcohol content, around 40 degrees. They all used wide-mouthed cups, and when filled to the brim, each cup held about 4 ounces. The snack served with the drinks was a specialty from Augustina's hometown, Ham. Actually, you can tell from her name that she is a Valanian, that is, someone from the Spanish region in Ronan's original timeline. Logically, they should drink slowly and savor the experience, but Dinia, Augustina, and Ronan are all heavy drinkers, especially Dinia, who drinks like water. The pace was unconsciously sped up. Before long, before she had even finished her drink, Yvette was already a little drunk. Ronan. Oh, Ronan responded, unsure of what Yvette wanted to say. Yvette pointed her index finger at Ronan, swaying it in midair as she said, At first, I didn't like you. You were like a slick old bureaucrat, shamelessly flattering others. But after spending so much time with you, I've changed my opinion of you. You're a man of action, and you're different from other corrupt officials. You only accept bribes, you don't embezzle. Nonsense. If I were embezzling, wouldn't all the city hall's projects become just for show? Besides, what I did wasn't bribery, it was collecting consulting fees, Ronan said. The city hall's money belongs to the citizens. Ronan may be a bad guy, but he wouldn't do something like split the people's money 30/70ths and return the gentry's money in full. Even if he accepted bribes and made things easier for some businessmen, he would never allow them to act recklessly. This was the case in Wright, and it's still the case in New Sea now. Ronan took a sip. To be honest, Yvette, I didn't like you at first either. You were a bit clever but arrogant and didn't understand the local situation at all. But after spending more time with you, I've come to appreciate you. You're principled and focused on your work. You should keep up this style. Huh, you talk like you're my boss, Yvette chuckled. Am I not? Ronan retorted, raising his glass as he did so. The two clinked glasses, and at that moment, they truly reconciled. After clinking glasses, Yvette took a sip and finished the drink. She wanted to pour more, but Augustina covered her glass with her hand, saying, Yvette, that's enough. After saying that, Augustina poured Yvette a third of a glass. That's all. You should go to sleep after you finish this. When the drinking session resumed, Augustina recounted how she managed to secure her position in the police force. It sounds like a long story, but it's actually just one sentence. He said he'd beaten everyone he could, and then announced that he would apply for more police officer subsidies. In this kind of violent organization, it still comes down to raw strength. I'm telling you, Ronan, even though you're a level above me now, you're no match for me, Augustina said while chewing on ham. Really? Ronan asked doubtfully. He was a warrior among mages, and Augustina, despite being over 1.7 meters tall and wearing an eye patch, was actually a mage in the truest sense. Why don't you give it a try? Augustina beckoned with her finger. Then let's go. Ronan stood up and walked out. The two walked into the courtyard and stood facing each other, about 7 or 8 meters apart. Dinia remained seated, motionless. Mrs. Antari asked curiously, aren't you going to take a look? There's nothing to see here. It's a pure contest between magicians, and they're evenly matched, Dinia said confidently. Mrs. Antari was somewhat puzzled, but finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and went to the door to watch the battle. In the courtyard, Augustina took out a coin. The moment it lands is the beginning, she said, and tossed the coin. The coin landed, and in the next instant, their contest was over. Ronan stood motionless, shield in hand, a fireball resting on the tip of his nose. On the other side, Augustina also stood motionless, a sword suspended from her neck. Augustina's fire magic can be cast without originating from herself. Within a certain range, anywhere except another mage can be her starting point. So Ronan's shield is meaningless to her. Ronan, now at rank 3, was indeed a rank higher than Augustina. His casting speed and magical power were both superior to Augustina's, so the magical sword he conjured was already at Augustina's neck almost the instant she finished casting her spell. The above 2 points are the basis for Dinia's claim that a fight between the two purely as magicians would be a draw. With that strange armor, Augustina would be no match for Ronan at all. Impressive, your control is amazing, Augustina said as she extinguished the fire. I'm only good at single-target attacks, but when it comes to group attacks, you're definitely stronger. Ronan chimed in with a compliment, and at the same time sheathed his sword. The competition ended in less than half a minute. Back at the bar inside, I continued drinking. At this point, Mrs. Antari, having finished her glass of wine, said she was almost done, and Dinia told her to go directly to her guest room to rest. Not long after, Yvette also fell ill. Only Dinia, Augustina, and Ronan remained, continuing to drink. Captain, aren't you hot wearing that? Why don't you unbutton your collar? Augustina, who was already slightly drunk, said. Dinia glanced sideways at Augustina. If you can't speak, then don't speak. Augustina smiled shamelessly and turned to Ronan. Let me tell you, the captain used to have a terrible temper. If you teased her in the past, she would have hit you. Ronan remained silent. He dared not respond to that. They drank for a while longer. It's so hot, Augustina said, pulling off her coat, sitting on the sofa, pulling off her cotton socks and throwing them aside, and unbuttoning the top 2 buttons. At this moment, she was only wearing a shirt on her upper body and cropped overalls on her lower body. When the pant legs were pulled up, her entire calves, covered in black stockings, were exposed. Augustina was a little shorter than Elena, and her chest and buttocks were also a size smaller than Elena's, though still quite large. She had a more athletic and slender figure. Seemingly still feeling hot, she simply pulled out the shirt that was tucked into her pants, causing her overalls to slip down slightly, revealing a section of mid-waisted black stockings and a glimpse of her slightly toned abs. You bastard, Dinia scolded, then turned to Ronan. What are you looking at, you filthy thing? Augustina swayed to her feet. I didn't, Before she could finish speaking, she was completely grabbed and enveloped by a giant mushroom hand. Dinia manipulated the mushroom hand to send Augustina to her own room, then threw her to the floor. Ronan said, I'm about ready too. I need to go back. I send you. What? Chapter 128 Urging Marriage, A Promise, and Chaotic Dreams. Ronan strongly suspected he was hallucinating, but he was certain he wasn't drunk. What do you mean, huh? Can't you understand human language? Dinia said with an unhappy expression. Yes, Madam Mayor, Ronan responded reflexively. The two left Dinia's residence. After walking a few steps, Dinia suddenly said, I didn't expect you to be such a likable person. Ronan gave an awkward smile. A good person's image collapses when they do one bad thing, while a bad person's goodwill easily increases when they do one good thing. That's probably the principle. What do you think of Ambrina? Dinia asked. Ronan froze for several seconds. How did the topic suddenly shift to Ambrina? A little kid, Ronan replied. Page 59. Ambrina was not yet 17, while Ronan was almost 10 years older than her. In his eyes, Ambrina was indeed just a child. She's interested in you, you know that? Dinia added immediately. So that's what I was going to talk about all along. No wonder I had to bring it up separately. Ronan smiled and said, when children encounter something new, they may develop feelings for it for a while, but these feelings will fade over time. Besides, Her Majesty the Queen will eventually marry a prince, or at the very least, a duke's son. Dinia's expression suddenly turned serious. What would you think if I told you that she wouldn't marry some high-ranking nobleman, but someone like you? Ronan was stunned again. He subconsciously wanted to say that the joke wasn't funny, but he couldn't find a trace of a joke on Dinia's face. Don't scare me. Ronan's voice was trembling slightly. Dinia had no intention of telling King Ronan about her idea. You're not young anymore. You should find a woman to marry. I don't have a boyfriend, Ronan said. I won't even ask what type of woman you like, Dinia said. I know a few women who have a good family background, can help you advance further, are beautiful, and are also quite capable as magicians. I can introduce them to you. Such an outstanding woman wouldn't be interested in me, Ronan said, shaking his head. You're good-looking and quite capable. You've already reached this position at such a young age, which makes you quite outstanding, Dinia said. Those people are very willing to invest in a young person like you. Looks aren't that important for a man, and my strength is only average. As for getting to this position, isn't it all thanks to you? Thank you for the compliment. but I'm just an ordinary person. Ronan indicated that he was very ordinary. Also, Ronan, have no interest in being a vassal of any family, and it doesn't matter if I can't climb to the top. Really? Then promise me one thing. Dinia's tone suddenly softened. You don't mean I have to stop corresponding with Her Highness the Princess, do you? Ronan asked. Do you think I'm an idiot? That will only make her rebel. Dinia glared. What I'm saying is, if you ever have the chance to be transferred to the Central Command, you'd better talk to me first. No problem. My loyalty to you is boundless, madam. Ronan agreed without hesitation, adding, I would much rather work under you than go to the Central Command. Dinia smiled enigmatically. It's because I'm easier to manipulate, Secretary General. Ronan shook his finger. Of course not. Working with a beautiful woman like you, who is so pleasing to the eye and body, is incredibly motivating. Working with a bunch of bald old men, on the other hand, is just utterly boring. Bang! Dinia punched Ronan in the stomach, and Ronan immediately clutched his stomach and half-squatted down. I've told you more than once, you're not allowed to say vulgar things to me, Dinia said, glaring at her. Ronan clutched his stomach and said in a weak voice, This is a genuine compliment. As he spoke, he continued to look down at Dinia's calves, which were encased in flesh-colored stockings and shone with a translucent white light under the moonlight. Don't pretend you didn't use any force at all, Dinia said coldly. If you mess up the exam when you're back in a few days, I'll really punch you. Ronan stood up straight. You can rest assured that I'll handle things. I'm leaving now. Go back and get some rest. With that, Dinia turned and left. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and said with great difficulty, You've worked hard these past few days. Thank you. Before Ronan could say anything like, It's my pleasure to serve you, Dinia had already vanished in a flash. She didn't want Ronan staring at her anymore. After knowing him for so long, she had long since noticed his quirks, but she didn't intend to point them out or change them. As a shapeshifter, she could actually change her body shape, or even redesign her appearance to make herself less noticeable, but she never thought of changing it because this is how she naturally looks. For some reason, she's recently started to feel inexplicably annoyed by Ronan's gaze. Ronan shook his head. Women are so inexplicable. When Dinia returned home, she found everyone else was already asleep. After washing up, she also went to bed. In her dream, she and Ronan attended the entrance ceremony at a magic academy that was already quite famous, and then saw smiling faces at a collective farm. In the blink of an eye, the two were drinking at the bar. In a daze, Ronan was already drunk. She sat on the sofa and told Ronan that she was being transferred. Ronan walked over and shook his head, saying that he had a chance to go to the central government. As soon as he finished speaking, he staggered and fell at her feet. She smiled at Ronan's embarrassment and asked him if he would like to come with her. Suddenly, Ronan's expression changed. He grabbed her right leg, pulled off her boots, and began to vigorously scratch, rub, and lick her foot. For some reason, she froze on the spot. Ronan's assault continued upwards, and in the blink of an eye, the toes of her flesh-colored stockings were soaked, and her calves were also wet, forming a brownish color. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and clutched her chest with both hands to suppress the strange feeling. In a daze, she realized that her skirt had been lifted up. Startled, she suddenly opened her eyes and reached out to stop him. Looking down, she discovered that she wasn't wearing any underwear under her pantyhose. The thick, neat white pubic hair and her ample pubic area were separated only by the crotch of the flesh-colored pantyhose, which was already soaked. How could I not be wearing anything? It's white too. Ronan, who had been silent until now, spoke up and stretched out his hand. Court death. Dinia roared and suddenly woke up, only to find that it was already morning. She took a few heavy, deep breaths and brushed away a few strands of hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. Dinia got out of bed and hurried to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to wake herself up. Why would I have such a dream? Dinia asked incredulously. She wasn't panicked or worried. Instead, she instinctively began to think. As for the possibility that she might have feelings for Ronan, she didn't even consider it. Looking back, she was separated from boys in the orphanage when she was young. Later, she joined a magic guild, left the guild to become a princess's private tutor, and then became a teacher at a magic academy. Most of the men she knew were older, and she didn't have much contact with them. except for Ronan. Chapter 129, This is Normal. I see. Why did you lose your composure? Ronan is the only man she can call a friend so far, and he's the same age as her, something she had never really thought about before. But we're just friends. That kind of dream is a normal reaction for women, and it's normal for me to have it too, Dinia muttered to herself. She had heard people say that men dream about doing certain things to a certain woman. Conversely, it's not surprising that women have such dreams. The reason Ronan is in their dreams is because Ronan is their only male friend. Moreover, she never had an ideal image of the opposite sex in her mind, because she never thought about finding a man to live with. It was an inevitable phenomenon, plus a chance factor, that ultimately led me to have this dream. There's nothing to worry about. Dinia drew her conclusion. It was inevitable that she would have this kind of dream, and she could only dream of Ronan, which is why she had that dream before. In the end, that's all there is to it. Dinia has come to terms with it. At the same time, Dinia also made a decision. She could never have any more male friends again. Ronan alone was annoying enough. Meanwhile, Ronan was enjoying a relaxed breakfast. After breakfast, Ronan left his residence and leisurely headed to the city hall. He planned to find the blind man and the mute man to ask them about the Magic Academy. He was certain that Priest Eric was not targeting him simply because the church's magic school might compete with the Magic Academy. There must be other reasons. Ronan found the blind man and the mute man, and when he mentioned the name Eric, the blind man remembered. The story begins from the beginning. Thanks to Dinia's network of connections, the Magic Academy project was established last year. A Magic Academy of a second-rate level agreed to set up a branch school, which was already a cause for celebration. If it were just Shanghai City on its own, even a third-rate institution might not be willing to come. Once the project was established, the first thing to do was, of course, to acquire land. Ronan drew a circle on the map. The circled area was Fort Light, north of the former city of Calais. Fort Light was located at a major intersection, with Calais to the south, Sama to the southwest, and Pro to the east. The reason why the Ronan Circle is located here is because of its convenient transportation, especially for people from Sama and Pro to come to school. Wright Castle was built 200 years ago and was the castle of Baron Wright. Baron Wright was a local celebrity. He was an old immigrant who joined the Royal Guard and rose to a high position. Before Lawrence came to power, the Golden Eagle dynasty had one thing in common with the previous dynasty. Most of the Royal Guard members were heretics. Baron Wright, whose religion was unknown, was able to marry 8 wives and had more than 50 children when he died. Ronan's biological mother's name contained the word Wright, which is why Ronan's full name also includes the word Wright. That's why Ronan said there were more fish with Wright in their names in the special city than in Blackfish Harbor. Although the title of Baron Wright has long since disappeared and Wright Castle is now empty, the castle and the land remain, making the ownership situation rather complicated. The new City Hall has its eye on this land and plans to build a magic academy on the site of Lightburg in the future. But the church also had its eye on the land, and Father Eric was in charge of the negotiations. When this priest Eric arrived, he said that the church wanted the land because it was for a glorious and great cause, and he hoped that the several property owners would be able to come and have the honor. The translation is that the church wants to get something for free, at most giving a token amount of money. They wouldn't agree to that. They bought Leitberg and usually earn a little money from merchants traveling north and south for lodging and travel expenses, barely enough to maintain this dilapidated castle. They haven't earned a single bronze musket in all these years. The church makes a few words and expects them to contribute. They think they're back to the church's days of being arrogant 500 years ago. 500 years ago, they would have been willing to pay extra for their beliefs, but now, talking about faith is a waste of money. In conclusion, Lightburg and the surrounding land were sold to the new City Hall without any trouble. They couldn't afford to be displeased. Although the property owners rejected the church's proposal, they were still afraid of the church. After all, even today, the church is still quite wealthy and powerful, and it has no shortage of priests who can fight and kill. If they really angered them, they would accuse you of blasphemy and send you to see the angels. Once the property rights have been transferred, if the church still wants the land, they can go to the city hall themselves. It's none of their business. So that's it. Ronan understood now. Eric wanted to acquire the land cheaply to build a church magic school, but his offer was too low and he failed. In the end, he became angry and blamed Ronan for the failure. Having learned the whole story, Ronan didn't plan to linger in the city hall any longer. "I'm leaving now, you guys keep going." As for the church, Ronan didn't take it to heart. They were trying to reform, so they didn't really want to cause any big trouble. It was just people like Father Eric who were secretly causing trouble. Not killing him was already giving the church enough face. Of course, the church's magic school will still need to be established, which will inevitably lead to competition. But what does that have to do with Ronan? He used this opportunity to further expand his power and make some money along the way. As Ronan left the city hall, he unexpectedly ran into Dinya. Dinya changed her clothes again. Underneath, she wore a black long dress, but upon closer inspection, the black dress was covered with dark red jacquard patterns, and the workmanship was extremely exquisite and intricate. Over it, she wore a fitted purple long coat with large gold buttons. Purple, black, red, and gold. These colors exude a cool elegance with a touch of strength. Looking at her calves, she was still wearing medium-thickness black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of burgundy horsehide high heels, 8 centimeters high, making her look almost as tall as Ronan. Ronan stared in disbelief for several seconds before greeting her. "Good morning, ma'am." Dinya hummed in response. Actually, before leaving, she had planned to say something to Ronan, like, "Why aren't you looking down anymore?" She wanted to mock the scoundrel with something like, "Is there something on the ground?" But she couldn't bring herself to say it, and in the end, she just hummed in response. Dinya entered the city hall, and Ronan walked away, but the scene from just moments ago still lingered in his mind. Fuck, who says even the most beautiful woman gets boring after a while? I just got an erection. Thank goodness my pants are thick enough. Ronan never expected that, after knowing Dinya for so long, he would still have such a moment of losing his composure. Back home, Ronan inquired about the progress of his 2 maids, Chloe and Ludus, in their studies. After asking them questions, I started to answer their questions. The 2 of them had some basic mathematical knowledge, and their thinking ability was okay, but it was still too poor. In Ronan's timeline, they were still a bit short of the level of elementary school graduates. Without teaching them, they really couldn't learn Ronan's meditation method. Before they knew it, it was noon, and the 2 went to cook. After lunch, we continued. Although their skill level is not very high, their attitude towards learning is acceptable. Ronan predicts that they can master meditation in a year at most. Chapter 130, The Issue of Eating Habits, Benefiting the People, and Bizarre Accidents. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In mid-April, the weather began to warm up, with daytime temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius. The recruitment exam has ended. It's no surprise that more than half of the civil servants who were recruited were from long-term immigrant backgrounds. Ronan had already adjusted the exam content, eliminating some of the advantages of new immigrant candidates. Moreover, the long-term immigrant candidates were already carrying expectations and holding their breath. If they still failed the exam, then Ronan could only say that he had given them a chance, but they were useless. Most of these people were assigned to manage collective farms by the agricultural sector or to the police force to balance the power of the new immigrants in this violent institution. The rest are scattered into various departments, where they will definitely be ostracized. It all depends on whether they can stand out. As long as they can make a name for themselves, Ronan will find a way to promote them. Of course, these people who are scattered into other departments mainly serve as a demonstration. The original immigrants constituted the majority of the population. Although there were many poor people, there were also small merchants, craftsmen, and small landowners who could afford to send their children to school. However, many of these people were unwilling to let their children study because they thought it was useless. They believed that their children would inherit their father's businesses and that it would be enough for them to be able to read and write the words related to their trades. But things are different now. Studying more can lead to becoming a civil servant, which is much more respectable than being a small businessman or craftsman. In the past, this would just be a lackey of a nobleman, which was respectable. Meanwhile, the collective farm plan was proceeding smoothly, although many things went wrong along the way. Farmers are known for their bickering and disputes, but Ronan had contingency plans for most of these issues, so they were resolved quickly. After all, Ronan was a successor of socialism in his previous life, so he had some understanding of collectivism. When it comes to this kind of thing, without exaggeration, he was probably the most professional person in this world, bar none. Of course, the most important thing is that the wheat and soybeans grown in those white pots grew very well after being planted. Once people saw this, the problems that existed before became problems. Farmers, the government, grain merchants, and other agricultural capitalists all depended on this to make money. In this era, things like nation, ethnicity, and beliefs cannot unite people into a common front, but money can. Meanwhile, things were going very well at the sugar factory, as Octave was smiling as he handed Ronan the gold coins. Undeniably, sugar is an economic powerhouse in this era, its money-making ability exceeding Ronan's wildest imagination. However, Ronan estimated that Octave's smile wouldn't last long. He wasn't a big shot in the South, which would inevitably attract the covetousness of the powerful and wealthy. Moreover, this sugar-making technique wouldn't become a unique skill. Others could learn it just by watching a few times. This is why Ronan was willing to sell the technology to him in a manner that was almost a buyout. Page 60. Why not sell to the most powerful and influential people? Because the powerful and wealthy these days are so greedy. Most of the time, they only want to split the profits 10/0. He gets 10, you get 0. Those who think they have some skills and can get a 30-70 split with the powerful are dreaming. If you don't share your skills, we'll just kill your whole family. It's that simple. Ronan's seed company produces ultra-high-yield wheat and soybeans, crops that no one else can breed, using technology that is completely impossible to imitate. And Ronan himself is a magician, the second in command of a city, yet he still has to use Ambrina's name. This is enough to show what kind of people the powerful and wealthy of this era are. Otherwise, Ronan, an engineering student, would really be willing to delve into science and technology. In addition to the seeds of these two crops, the seeds from the black jar have grown into a magical plant that looks like cotton, and its applications have made groundbreaking progress. As Ronan initially predicted, the threads produced by this thing were already enough to make stockings. However, compared to the magical pantyhose made from the silk of the flame-patterned sea spider and the other two types of monsters, it is inferior in terms of performance. It cannot form such a strong defensive membrane, lacks the toughness and high elasticity, so it is not as durable, and it does not have enough shaping and beautifying functions. However, the side effects are also fewer, and the toxicity is not as strong. Anyone who can wield magic is enough to resist it. There are two other advantages. One is that it is easier to weave and dye, and can make thinner and more colorful stockings. The other one is that this thing is a plant. Plants can be grown on a large scale with high yields. Moreover, this thing is essentially a monster, so it doesn't need to occupy fertile land. It's perfectly fine to grow it on the mountain, and the price can be cheaper. The other three are all wild monsters, and the current artificial breeding technology is also very poor, resulting in limited production and high prices. It is foreseeable that the cultivation and processing of this demonized plant will become another pillar industry of Shanghai City. This time, Ronan plans to have the relevant companies registered under Dinia's name and give her some shares. Her name is more powerful than a princess's name. After all, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents, and she can really turn people into iron orphans with ease. We're going to benefit the people again. Ronan sighed. He is truly the savior of the people of Shanghai City. He is so great. If it weren't for the fact that religions here prohibit idol worship, the citizens would probably have already built a shrine in his honor. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Ronan's thoughts. After a come in, blind man Seth entered. Your Excellency, Mr. Lewis is dead, the blind man said. Which Lewis? Ronan asked, since there were far more countries named Lewis than Lewis. Louis Bruman, the blind man said, uttering the name. Ronan was slightly taken aback. Louis Bruman was one of the few rank 1 mages among the original 7 special cities. He was 40 years old this year and graduated from a third-rate school in the north. He was a first-order elemental mage. At 40 years old, his level was not very impressive in the country. However, in this place that had been deliberately suppressed in the past, he was a big shot. He lived a more comfortable life in the special city than many second-order and third-order mages who struggled in the capital. If I remember correctly, he was the special advisor for the construction project of the Magic Academy. In reality, He would take the design drawings and periodically check whether certain places met the design requirements. After all, he was the most idle full-rank magician in this area, and his main attribute happened to be Earth. How did he die? Ronan asked. The blind man explained that initially, 2 workers on the construction site died mysteriously, and the matter was resolved by spending some money. Upon hearing this, Ronan seriously suspected that the creator of the world was a racist because there were no blacks in this world, which was clearly discrimination against white people. If there were blacks, the 2 workers would not have died, and the other white people would not have had to pay compensation. The blind man continued his narration. After the 2 workers died, Brumman conducted an investigation but found nothing, and the matter was dropped. A week later, Brumman stopped going out, but according to his family and servants, he was otherwise normal except for locking himself in his room at night and not allowing anyone to approach. Another week passed, and Brumman died suddenly at home. These are his belongings, the blind man said, handing over a piece of paper. The paper was covered with the words, "Don't go down." And even more strangely, Chapter 131 Strange Things, History, and Uninvited Guests. Although each "Don't Go Down" message was handwritten, the handwriting was almost identical, as if they were photocopied. It seems like it, but it isn't. Ronan is certain it was written down. Even a high-ranking mage with superior control and concentration would never be able to achieve this level under normal circumstances, unless they practice for many years. But who would practice this? There must be something wrong with this. There shouldn't be any problem with keeping the news under wraps, right? Ronan asked, knowing that this kind of thing definitely needed to be kept under wraps. Those 2 workers were from out of town and didn't know many people. They've already been taken care of. Mr. Lewis is fine too. His family doesn't want the news to spread. I even told them that if Lewis died under mysterious circumstances, all the income he earned from his positions in various guilds would have to be canceled immediately. If he died of natural causes, he could receive it for another 6 months, the blind man said. Not bad. Ronan nodded slightly. Also, spread some rumors, like that some nobleman has been cuckolded, something the citizens like to talk about. There are so many people at the construction site, and the Brumman family has a lot of servants, so eventually the news will spread. Spreading some rumors will make people pay less attention. After saying that, Ronan took the paper and headed straight for Dinia's office. This matter must be resolved quickly. There must be some strange power in Leithburg. If the church finds out, they might use it as an excuse to cause trouble. Finding Dinia was simple. First, this matter couldn't be kept from her. If the situation worsened and Ronan hadn't reported it, there would be a big problem. Second, she was knowledgeable and experienced, and might be able to figure things out. Ronan explained the whole story to Dinia, but Dinia still had no clue. It seems I'll have to investigate this myself. Ronan said, it's not that he can't assign people, but if all the high-ranking mages suddenly die as if possessed, ordinary people probably can't withstand it at all. If a few public officials die, the cover-up will definitely not be able to be kept. Together, Dinia said. Ronan readily agreed. Sure, just say you went on an undercover investigation afterwards. He couldn't wait for Dinia to come along. Without hesitation, the two left the city hall, and their first step was to find Ren, who originally owned 1/5 of the property rights to Leitberg. This guy was an olive oil merchant and also a direct descendant of Baron Leitberg. In the past, Leitberg belonged entirely to his family, but after the title was removed, the family became increasingly unable to maintain Leitberg, so most of the property rights were sold off in the past few decades. He had just used the money from selling the property to pay off his debts, and everything felt much better. The reason for choosing him over the other two was that he should know some secrets about Leitberg. He took him all the way to Leitberg, and Ren basically told him the history of Leitberg. The only two things that mattered to Ronan throughout the entire history were: first, Fort Lighthouse was built on the site of a Haiti people's ruins, and second, Fort Lighthouse was the place where the Haiti people were imprisoned and massacred. Some people are spreading rumors that Leitberg is cursed. Mayor, Secretary General, please don't believe it. I can guarantee that it's nonsense. Over the years, so many businessmen have stayed there temporarily, and nothing has ever happened. Rain assured him that he was afraid Ronan would cause him trouble and make him pay up. He had just paid off his debts, but he didn't have a single extra bronze musket. What he said made some sense. If something was going to happen, it would have happened long ago. Ronan didn't believe in curses or anything like that, but it was impossible to say that Lightberg was completely without problems. Dinia shares a similar view. Unbeknownst to them, the three had already arrived at the construction site. The renovation project was still underway, and the more problems arose, the less they could stop work. Stopping would be tantamount to announcing to the outside world that there was a problem. Moreover, although Lighthouse Castle was considered small within the castle complex, it still covered hundreds of acres and contained over 100 rooms of various sizes. As a result, the construction was divided into several sections. Many workers were unaware that 2 people had died under mysterious circumstances and assumed it was an accident, since it was quite normal for someone to die during construction these days. Just as Ronan was pondering how to proceed with the investigation, a tall, handsome man, who turned out to be a magician, walked towards him. He was extremely handsome. This was the first time Ronan had seen someone whose looks were comparable to his own. His magical level should be at the same level as Ronan's, around the 3rd tier. As for which magic system he belonged to, he could only conclude that they were not the same system. "Miss Alcott, hello." The man greeted Dinia in a calm tone, but his eyes were eager. Alcott is Dinia's middle name. Her full name, like Ronan's, is also very long. The word Alcott originally means oracle, but when used as a middle name, it specifically refers to appointed patron saint, the kind appointed by the church. This title is only given to those who have made great contributions to the church, or those who are strong enough, such as a powerful magician like Dinia, or a king. If Ambrina is to succeed to the throne in the future, this title will also be added to the middle of her name. "Oh, hello." Dinia responded politely, but her poor acting skills betrayed her. She didn't know the man at all. Clearly, this guy was probably an admirer of Dinia, but Dinia didn't recognize him at all. Ronan wanted to laugh, but he held it in out of politeness and took the initiative to greet him. "I am Ronan Arts. May I ask who you are?" "Carl Knotts, just call me Carl." Carl introduced himself and extended his hand. "I'm here to apply for a teaching position at the magic school." Applying for a job? Most magic academies only offer introductory courses, and New Sea City is no exception. Basically, you only need to learn the first 3 subjects and 2 of the last 4 to graduate. Therefore, there is no need for a full-fledged magician to be a teacher. Even in very prestigious magic academies, most of the teachers are junior magicians. Otherwise, how could Yvette and Dinia become colleagues? Could Mr. Carl's intentions be any more obvious? The two exerted force almost simultaneously the moment they shook hands. In terms of magic, Ronan was slightly inferior, but in terms of physique, Carl was no match at all, and soon his hand was deformed by Ronan's grip. After pinning the opponent down, Ronan let go. Ronan then said, "Mr. Carl, you've come all this way to our little town. As a part host, I should make sure you get proper accommodations. Don't worry, it's the best hotel available, and you won't have to pay anything." "No need, I still have some savings." Carl refused directly. "Although I haven't officially joined yet, it seems Miss Alcott and you have something on your mind. Is there anything I can help you with?" Dinia was about to refuse when Ronan spoke first. "Then let's go together, but there's no payment." "It's all right." Carl's brows relaxed, and he smiled. He could never forget Dinia since he met her at the awards ceremony 8 years ago. However, he never intended to pursue her. Although others saw him as a young, handsome genius from a privileged background, he knew very well that he was not worthy of her. Coming here was just a little bit of willfulness before getting married. After helping to get the magic school up and running, he would leave and go home to marry the woman his parents had chosen for him. Chapter 132 Investigation, Opening of the Museum. Something in the stomach Rain's mission was complete. Ronan found Alan, the person in charge of the construction section where the accident occurred. Alan was Antoine's cousin. Antoine was originally one of the secretaries of the 7 special cities. His family mainly ran a loan business. He didn't get a department head position because he arrived a step later than old Alves. He is now the deputy district head. Led by Alan, the 3 of them went to the place where the 2 workers who died had worked. They searched for a long time, but found nothing. They then went to the workers' accommodation and asked other workers who had worked with the 2 men. They all said that the 2 dead men did not usually associate with them, and that they had not seen anything unusual about them in the days before the accident. Finding no clues at the construction site, Ronan gave a few instructions to the person in charge, Alan, and then left. With Carl by their side, the three of them traveled by carriage to the home of the suddenly deceased Bruman. Bruman lived in an estate which was many times larger than Ronan's mansion. The gate alone was 6 meters wide, with a guard on each side and another responsible for delivering messages and guiding the way. The 2 guards took turns on duty, which meant that he had 6 guards at home. After waiting at the door for 20 minutes, the messenger returned and told the other 2 guards to open the door for Ronan and his 2 companions. The gatekeeper led the way, and Ronan and his 2 companions made their way forward, soon meeting the mistress of Bruman Manor, who was also Bruman's wife. Bruman came from a small farming family, whose circumstances were even worse than Chloe's. He went to study in the north, graduated, became a full-fledged magician, and married the daughter of a wealthy landowner. It took him more than 10 years to build his current fortune. Therefore, even after his death, his living parents and brothers could not be in charge of the family. His wife was the one in charge. His wife is all right, and very young, definitely under 30. After a brief exchange, Bruman's wife led Luo Nan and the other 2 to his room. Entering Bruman's room, Ronan found it very clean and tidy, and turned around to ask, "Has this room been tidied up?" "No, he hasn't been moved since he died. He's remained exactly the same," Bruman's wife replied. Ronan frowned. This was strange. According to the blind man, Bruman had locked himself in his room for a whole week, with his food and drink being brought in by servants through the door. Moreover, the note he left behind clearly indicated that he was mentally unstable before his death, yet his room was so tidy, as if no one had ever lived there. The room was large, and Ronan and his 2 companions searched for nearly 2 hours, covering almost every corner, but still found nothing of interest. "It seems we can't find any clues," Carl said. "Perhaps we should go back to that construction site and investigate more thoroughly. Maybe there's something underground. After all, Mr. Blumen's primary focus is on Earth, and secondary focus is on water. He might discover something underground." On the way here, Ronan briefly described the case to him, so he knew some of the details and naturally had his own opinions. "No, there's still one very important place we haven't investigated," Ronan said. "Where?" Carl asked. "The body," Ronan replied. Carl's face immediately turned grim. Based on his upbringing, the idea of performing autopsies in a museum was really inappropriate. "Let's go," Dinius said, and was the first to leave the room. Bruman's death has not yet been announced to the public, let alone buried. His body is still lying in an unsealed coffin. Ronan and his 2 companions arrived at the dry, cold basement where the coffin was kept. Dinia went up to open the coffin lid, but Carl beat her to it, saying, "Let me do it, Miss Alcott." Dinia glanced at Carl with some annoyance. "Call me Madam, Mayor, or Aegis, it's fine." She didn't like the title the church gave her, and she disliked being called that by others. Carl didn't say anything, but lifted the coffin lid with both hands. Instantly, Ronan and his 2 companions, along with Bruman's wife who had come along, all showed expressions of astonishment. Because Bruman's right forearm was missing and the cut was very clean, yet there wasn't a trace of blood in the coffin. This is very wrong. If the deceased had such obvious abnormalities, the blind man would have told him. Was it Bruman's wife who deliberately concealed it? Ronan looked at Bruman's wife and immediately understood from her surprised expression. She hadn't expected this either, which was enough to conclude that Bruman's right forearm had suddenly disappeared after his death. After thinking for a moment, Ronan prepared to lean forward and reach out to take a closer look. Just as Ronan stepped forward, Carl suddenly spoke up. "Wait, there's something in his stomach." "Are you sure?" Ronan asked. "I'm sure," Carl answered with certainty. He was a water wind type, and he sensed water elemental magic fluctuations in Bruman's corpse. It's normal for a dead person to have residual magic, but the presence of such fluctuations was unusual. "I'll do it." Ronan conjured a sword. Since there was something inside, the only option was to cut it open. "Step aside," Dinius said to Ronan. "When you strike with your sword, who knows how many disgusting things will emerge." Dinia began casting her spell. At Bruman's level, he couldn't withstand Dinia's magic even if he were alive, let alone if he died. Soon, a bunch of mushrooms sprouted inside his body, wriggling around in his stomach. From the outside, Ronan and his companions could only see a small bulge on the stomach of the corpse, which was still dressed in a magnificent robe. and this bulge was constantly moving from side to side. Finally, the little drum stopped with a muffled poof, followed by a tearing sound. A hole appeared in his clothes, and a mushroom grew out of his belly. At the same time, the mushroom cap pushed out a key. Then the mushroom sprouted a tiny mushroom hand, picked up the key that had fallen on the corpse, and tossed it into the air. Page 61. The next instant, a giant mushroom sprouted from the ground, steadily catching the key and displaying it to everyone. Carl and Bruman's wife had no idea what the key was. Dinia felt that the face looked somewhat familiar. Ronan immediately recognized it. The key was exactly the same shape and size as the one he had obtained from the Sea Piper, but the patterns on it were different. Madam Mayor, Mr. Carl, please take this key back to the Wrightburg construction site. I'll be there shortly, Ronan said. After saying that, Ronan quickly left. It involved the Heidi people again, so he planned to call Trika, the most senior Heidi priest, to help him with the analysis. Ronan left, and Dinia prepared to return to the Wrightburg construction site as Ronan had instructed. Just as she was about to get the keys, Carl beat her to it, saying, "I'll do it." He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapped the dirty, smelly keys in it, and held them in his hand. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but show a disgusted expression. He had never touched anything so dirty in his life. "If you can't, let me get it," Dinia said. "I'm fine," Carl said quickly. Dinia didn't bother arguing with him and left. Carl quickly followed and politely apologized to Bruman's wife. Chapter 133. Eating, exploring, and missed a step. More than an hour later, Dinia and Carl returned to where Lightburg was located. Another hour passed, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, Ronan finally arrived, accompanied by the old priest Trika of the Sea Pipers. In addition, Ronan also used his shield to float in the air as a vehicle, bringing over several large boxes and a large steamer. The box contained seasonings and ingredients. He brought this over because he and Dinia hadn't eaten for most of the day. They hadn't eaten since they left for the construction site in the morning. Carl was a little better off. He probably had lunch nearby. But given his noble young master's character, he probably wouldn't eat more than a few bites of the food prepared for the merchants. Ronan borrowed a large earthen stove from the construction site used for cooking large pots of food and began preparing the meal. Ronan wasn't planning on anything complicated, just 4 simple dishes. One dish was steamed ray liver. This ray liver was originally intended by the Setiers to be given to Ronan, but he happened to come across it and took it. The second dish is steamed chicken, with the main ingredient being Sacco chicken, a specialty of Sacco Island. The third dish is steamed lobster. The last dish was shrimp ball soup, which was simply steamed. No need to consider the staple food, just a baguette. Half an hour later, all the dishes were ready, and we started eating. Steamed ray liver, add some minced ginger and garlic, pour over some hot oil and sizzle, then add some homemade compound soy sauce. This compound soy sauce is made by simmering soy sauce with onions, carrots, celery, dried shrimp, and white sugar, resulting in a fresh, sweet, and mellow flavor. Ronan has conducted many experiments over the years to develop this soy sauce. Carl was stunned when he took a bite. This was a culinary experience he had never had before. First of all, the fish liver was very different. As a nobleman, he had eaten chicken liver, duck liver, and goose liver, but those were rich and creamy with a fatty aroma. This fish liver was different. It was crisp, tender, and soft. He had never tasted this sauce before. The steamed chicken amazed him. It was so fresh that he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of sauces are on the fish liver and the chicken?" "The fish liver is drizzled with homemade compound soy sauce, and the main umami flavor comes from oyster sauce," Ronan replied. Oysters are also produced here, but compared to the western coast of the kingdom, the quality and size of the oysters here are far inferior, and they can't fetch a good price at all. However, they are perfect for making oyster sauce. Chicken marinated with salt, sugar, pepper, oyster sauce, and white wine, then steamed, is incredibly delicious. Carl didn't ask any further questions about what the so-called compound soy sauce and oyster sauce were or how they were made. He figured those were definitely trade secrets. He was right. Ronan did intend to commercialize this, especially the complex soy sauce similar to Worcestershire sauce. Carl had tried the lobster soup, but the shrimp ball soup was just average, so he didn't bother to comment on it. He's quite good at cooking. The last few times I've been drinking with him, He's been the one making the snacks to go with the drinks, Dinia said casually. The last few times he drank with him, he prepared snacks to go with the drinks. These two sentences made Carl imagine a lot of scenes, and he suddenly felt a little dizzy and numb. Actually, I'm also somewhat interested in alcohol, Carl said casually. Oh, Dinia replied perfunctorily. Let's not talk about that now. After we finish eating, we still need to investigate the situation thoroughly, Ronan said. He was more concerned about the anomalies at the Wrightburg construction site. He wouldn't be able to rest easy until that was dealt with. After dinner, Ronan didn't need to clean up. Ronan took the cleaned key and showed it to Trika. Trika immediately recognized that the key was related to the Heidi people, but he said that he had never seen such a key before and did not remember any record of it. It seems we can only search slowly. This key has a sensor, so let's see if there's a special door here, Ronan said. Trika, with the resonating stone in one hand and the key in the other, began walking back and forth along the construction section, while Ronan and the other two followed behind carrying oil lamps. After a while, when Trika walked to a wall, she exclaimed, "Here it comes, the key is working." Ronan, Carl, and Dinia all showed varying degrees of surprise. The wall was just over a meter thick, with nothing around it inside. Outside the wall was the main road. So underground? That doesn't quite make sense either. From the beginning, Ronan and his companions had considered the possibility of secret underground structures, since Brumman's last words were "don't go down." So, they used magic to sense the entire surface area, but they didn't detect any underground structures like basements. Ronan and Dinia almost simultaneously thought of the same possibility: teleportation. There is some kind of portal here. Trika stopped quickly and tapped a stone brick in front of him with his finger. There's something wrong with this brick. Ronan quickly came over and took the key and the resonant stone, and Dinia and Carl followed. The bricks here all have decorative patterns, and the style is very similar. The patterns between the bricks are also connected. At first glance, there is nothing special about them. Only by comparing them very carefully can you find that the pattern of the brick that Trika just touched is slightly different from the pattern of the other bricks. "This is our script, a variant script," exclaimed Priest Trika, who came over to read it carefully and then began to decipher it. "Use the key to follow the traces of the words, and the path to the land of slumber will open naturally." After Trika read the passage aloud, Ronan immediately understood. To be honest, when Ronan was a child, he liked to run his finger along the carvings when he saw them. In elementary school, he also liked to use a pen to run along the carvings left on the old school desk. However, Ronan did not believe that the two workers opened the passage by chance, but rather that some force was influencing them. That force was also the root cause of Brumman's sudden death and his dying words, "Don't go down." In less than a minute, Ronan used his key to trace the lines that others saw as patterns, but he saw as characters. The lines on that piece suddenly turned cold. They might not be clear during the day, but they were especially noticeable in the darkness. However, no door or anything like that appeared. Taking a step back, Ronan materialized a longsword and tried to probe the brick with it. The longsword sank directly into the brick without any resistance. He tried poking it in another spot, but the result was the same. It was as if the wall had become ethereal, and the external image did not actually exist. Ronan sheathed his longsword, reached out, and his hand slid in without any resistance. He kicked it, and then did the same with his foot. Just then, Ronan noticed that the light on the pattern was gradually fading from right to left, as if a timer was shrinking. "Get ready to follow me. Quick, Priestess Trika stays outside." After saying that, Ronan tossed the key to Trika, then plunged headfirst into the wall and disappeared. Dinia followed closely behind and went inside. As soon as Carl saw Dinia go in, he followed immediately. As soon as he entered, Ronan lost his footing. He hadn't expected there to be a hole beneath his feet, and he fell straight down. Ronan immediately summoned a long sword at his feet and plunged it into the cave wall, stopping his fall. Chapter 134 Landing, Decryption, and finished with a bang. Ronan was saved from falling vertically by his sword. Before he could give a warning, Dinia, who was right behind him, also lost her footing. However, she reacted faster than Ronan. In an instant, she twisted small but tough mushrooms into tentacle-like things and pierced into the surrounding stone walls, while also sending some of them to suspend Ronan. At the same time, A mushroom hand grew from her back and caught Carl, who had also lost his footing. And so, under Dinia's magic, the three of them began to descend little by little, finally reaching a dark but spacious underground area. The vertical pipe is estimated to be 100 meters deep. If those two dead workers had come in, they would probably have been smashed to pieces upon landing. But they both died mysteriously outside, which means the two workers probably didn't come here. The only person who successfully made it here is the magician Bruman, who left behind a strange suicide note. You don't need to activate your heightened senses. If there are any unexpected situations, I should be able to guarantee your safety, Dinia said. The surroundings were pitch black, and it was almost certain that some terrifying entity existed here. Otherwise, Bruman wouldn't have written the dying words, "Don't go down." Naturally, it was necessary to keep his heightened senses active to guard against any potential threats, but heightened senses consumed mana. This little bit of magic is nothing to Dinia, but it does matter to Ronan and Carl. Ronan is used to clinging to powerful figures, so it doesn't bother him. He has a quantum stomach. He can digest hard rice and enjoy soft rice as well. But Carl seemed a little embarrassed. What do you mean, Shut up, Dinia snapped coldly. If they were still in the Mage Guild, she would have silenced him with her fists long ago if he tried to express his opinion. Carl said nothing more and silently held up the oil lamp for illumination. This obviously man-made underground space is quite large, with a height of over 6 meters and a width of over 20 meters. As for how far it extends, it is impossible to judge. Carl, who had never been to such a place before, couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Who could have built such an underground space? Ronan and Dinia were used to it. Compared to the place where Gardner Tier was, this underground space was nothing. The only thing that struck Ronan as odd was that there were no devices or items placed here. In fact, there was absolutely nothing. If this place was simply a passageway, there was no need to build it so wide. They walked forward for about 200 meters before finally arriving at a huge stone gate. Illuminated by a lamp, a line of Heidi script appeared, which no one could understand. Strangely enough, there was also a line of old Empire script below it. Ronan only recognized the numbers 4, 2, and 3. He didn't recognize any of the other words. 4 minus 2 multiplied by 3, the balance of the 4 elements. Just an ancient elemental magic ceiling problem. Carl's voice came from the side. Can it be solved? Ronan asked. If people 1,000 years from now can't even solve the problems left by people 1,000 years ago, then this world is really unfortunate, Carl said with a smile. He was an academic elemental mage, and his school's motto was the wisdom of the present must surpass the strength of the past, and with a finite body, explore the infinite truth. Carl handed the oil lamp to Ronan and placed his hands on the heavy stone door. All right. With a light, casual voice from Carl, the door began to slowly open. As the three entered the door, Ronan became even more vigilant. This place was related to the Heidi people, yet the door bore the writings of the old empire. It was hard not to think of the very brief account of the Heidi people defeating the old empire's army long ago. The history of the Heidi people claims that they defeated the army of the old empire, but Ronan later consulted relevant historical records, which did not mention the Heidi people at all. They only stated that the old empire dominated the Mediterranean, and the area where the Heidi people lived was one of their territories. In other words, according to the empire, they brought the territory of the Heidi people under their rule. This makes sense, since all the countries on the continent believe they are the legitimate imperial powers. If the CP people really had a record of defeating the old, powerful empire, they wouldn't be seen as backward natives who only know how to dive and fish. After walking for a while, finally, there was light, the kind of disc lamps that had appeared in the passageways of the Heidi Man ruins. They're here, lots of them, Dinia said. Ronan and Carl immediately became alert. Just seconds after Dinia's warning, Ronan felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. In the distance, rhythmic, orderly sounds came from afar, as if the oppressive feeling of an approaching army was becoming clearer and closer. Each rumble and tremor increased the rate of his heartbeat. Half a minute later, the thing that had caused the tremor finally came into view. The mecha weapons resembled a symphony of illusions, but were much smaller, only about 2 meters tall. However, their numbers were astonishing, stretching as far as the eye could see, and they continued to approach. When the people in the front row got closer to within 5 meters of the three of them, Ronan had a clear sense of their presence. This mecha weapon, shaped like a symphony of illusions, is unmanned. There is no one inside. Dinia and Carl also sensed this. That's easy, just fight your way through. Dinia revealed a somewhat ferocious and excited smile. Step back. Dinia transforms into a 5-meter-tall red giant composed of countless tiny, tough mushrooms. These tiny, tough mushrooms resemble red and gnocchi mushrooms in shape, but their texture is more like metal wire. The giant is covered in full-body red plate armor, also composed of dense mushrooms, and his head is adorned with a full-coverage lion face helmet. The red giant wields a massive meteor hammer. The giant meteor hammer swung, unleashing countless small illusory symphonies like a tidal wave. It was as if a frail peasant soldier had encountered a giant, and a single blow swept away an entire area. This small, unmanned phantom symphony has weak magic resistance and even weaker physical resistance. It also doesn't have the ability to shoot white light. In the blink of an eye, the first few dozen units in the front row were smashed to pieces. They advanced relentlessly, occasionally catching a few who slipped through their net, which Ronan and Carl then dealt with. Only when he truly faced this thing did Ronan realize the gap between himself and Dinia. Dinia, transformed into the red giant, swept away more than a dozen people with a single blow, while it took Ronan half a minute to deal with just one. Carl is much stronger than Ronan. He is an elemental mage, so he doesn't need to progress. Moreover, he is a dual elemental mage of water and wind. The wind in Ronan's name is just a translation. It could also be translated as air. His signature move is a combination of water flow and lightning strikes. The range and power are not very large, so it is not very effective against a lone mage in an open area. However, in this kind of confined space, against a semi-mechanical, semi-magical robot, his move is extremely lethal. As long as the lightning strikes, it can paralyze a robot in a few seconds. Carl's physical abilities were still lacking, while Phantom Melody was extremely agile. Even before being paralyzed by the attack, it was able to launch a swift attack and pounce on Carl. If Ronan hadn't used the shield to block for him, he would have already been hit. Thanks. No need, we're teammates now. Chapter 135. The battle ends. The magic-suppressing domain, and 2 more people. After an unknown amount of time, the battle finally ended. Behind the three, the entire path they had come from was now littered with piles of broken and wrecked debris, stretching for hundreds of meters. Dinia returned to her normal human form and stood there as if nothing had happened. Ronan was behind her, bent over with his head hunched, his hands gripping his thighs as he gasped for breath. His ribs swelled and shrank like a blower. Carl stood still, not panting heavily. His hair was just a little messy, but he was actually just putting on a brave face. His condition was actually worse than Ronan's. Along the way, the two of them, one at a distance and the other at close range, worked together to take down nearly 100 small, unmanned phantom melodies. Ronan had about 30% of his magic power left, but more than half of his stamina was used up. Carl, on the other hand, had more than half of his magic power used up, and his stamina was almost gone. In fact, Carl, who was using ranged attacks, used much less stamina than Ronan. However, Ronan's physical attributes were stronger than the average person. He had taken enhancement potions and was practically a mushroom man. His stamina was better than that of some 4th-tier mages, let alone Carl. Page 62. Dinia turned to look at the two of them and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. In her eyes, Ronan had solid fundamentals and was focused and cautious in battle. Such a person would definitely be a good opponent in a one-on-one fight with other mages, a true arena fighter. But he was really not good at fighting in a group battle like this. If it weren't for that, Ronan would have consumed less energy. Carl was even worse. He was a typical person with no actual combat experience. All he knew was to cast spells like he was shooting at targets. He cast spells on every single target and didn't even know how to use enemies to hinder them. The real enemy hasn't appeared yet, but the two of them are already exhausted. Dinia rolled up her sleeves, and 3 mushrooms grew on her arm. She plucked them and threw 1 to Ronan and 2 to Carl. Ronan took the mushroom and started eating it right away. As he ate, he explained to the somewhat puzzled Carl, This can replenish mana and restore stamina. It's like the lady transferring her magic and life force to us. This, Carl hesitated for a moment, then said, one plant is enough for me. Dinia's face immediately turned ugly. Are you a noble lady? Why are you being so awkward? Are you trying to hold us back by not eating? Ronan patted Carl on the shoulder and said, dude, don't mind her. That's just how she talks. You'll get used to it. To be honest, although he had only known Carl for less than a day, Ronan thought he was a good person. He was just a bit arrogant, but otherwise he was all right. He was brave and determined, and dared to get involved even though he knew things were complicated. He was also upright and did not deliberately hold back his strength in the battle. Seeing that he had come all the way here and was scolded, Ronan felt a little sorry for him. It's all right, it's my fault, Carl said, looking self-reflective. Ronan gave a slightly embarrassed, which sounded a bit like a sycophant statement. Stop talking nonsense, Ronan. What do you think? Dinia asked. The dead Brumman definitely didn't encounter these magical machines. With the strength of a first-level mage, it would be difficult to kill 2 or 3 of them, and there would be no way he could run back alive. But if he didn't see anything, he wouldn't have gone crazy and left such a strange last message. Ronan shared his opinion. As they delved deeper into their investigation, the mysteries not only remained unsolved, but actually multiplied. A mediocre elemental mage might not be able to open that door. Carl interjected, then realized he was being too arrogant and added, what I mean is, he might not be able to read the old Empire script. Although elemental magic is the oldest form of magic, nowadays, apart from some advanced academic books, introductory textbooks generally no longer use the old Empire script. Carl's words gave Ronan some ideas, but they were just guesses. Let's go first. We need to keep moving forward. The enemy must be very strong, and we won't find any help if we turn back now, Ronan said. If it weren't for Dinia, Ronan and Carl, both Tier 3, would have had to run away from that large group of small phantom symphonies. Let's go, Dinia replied, and continued forward. The 3 continued forward, walking for a short while until they came to a door. Unlike the huge, heavy stone door they had seen before, this door was just an ordinary double iron door. Ronan went up and pulled it open. Looking from the outside into the room, it is a square cubic space. At first glance, there is nothing but 4 walls and ceilings. If you look closely, the texture of the walls and floor is the familiar texture of magic stone, somewhere between stone and metal. Ronan and his 2 companions naturally couldn't just rush in. Dinia tried to cast a spell from outside, but it was no use. The mushrooms wouldn't sprout at all. Carl cast a spell from outside, but his water flow quickly went out of control and vanished without a trace as soon as it entered the room. It's obvious that it's a magic-suppressing area inside. Once you go in, you won't be able to cast spells, and you can't damage it from the outside. Shall we go in? Dinia asked Ronan. Go in, Ronan agreed, then looked at Carl. Mr. Carl, you should go back and find someone named Yvette at the City Hall. Tell her about it privately, and she will know how to handle it. There's clearly something wrong with this cube-shaped space inside. Once you go in, you might not be able to get out anytime soon. Someone has to go out and report back to stabilize the situation. Carl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He wanted to stay, but along the way he also realized that Dinia trusted Ronan, and based on some details, the 2 seemed to have gone through similar situations together. Whether out of trust or experience, he should be the one to go out and deliver the message. Carl turned and left quickly. Since he couldn't stay, he was determined to fulfill his mission. Ronan watched Carl's retreating figure and remarked, "This Mr. Carl is quite something." "It's time to go," Dinia urged, stepping inside. Ronan followed, and the 2 had just entered when the door connecting the inside and outside closed in the next instant. The next instant after that, the door disappeared, and the space became a completely enclosed space. As for the fact that magic can no longer be used, that was expected. The 2 were not worried at all, because all of this was being orchestrated by a mastermind who had not yet shown himself, and this mastermind's purpose was definitely not to kill anyone, since Brumman had managed to get out alive. Moreover, this kind of magic-free space must have been built by the Heidi people, and may even be related to the Gardener tier. Is it necessary to go to such great lengths to create such a fancy killing trap? Moreover, Ronan and Dinah had already made arrangements for their backup plan. "What do you think this place is?" Dinia asked. "That brick says, leading to the land of sleep. So there must be something important hidden deeper inside. Right now, this place should be a place that the sea flute people can easily pass through, but outsiders will be continuously trapped. It's like a checkpoint, and this checkpoint is magic-free to prevent anyone from forcibly passing through. Probably to prevent the people of the old empire from doing so." Ronan analyzed. "It's been running perfectly for 1,000 years. Hopefully, this Zenith technology won't explode again this time." Chapter 136. Guess the number. It's a sensation. It's poisonous. The two stood in the middle of a cube-shaped space that was neither too big nor too small, measuring 5 meters in length, width, and height. "According to you, this cube-shaped space is a midway checkpoint, so there must be an exit leading to another place. But here there are only walls, not even a door or any information," Dinia said, a hint of urgency appearing in her eyes. Ronan remained very relaxed. "There will be bread, there will be milk. We've seen these structures called magic stones before, which can display text and transform. They can give us information at any time and open doors at any time." Less than a minute after Ronan finished speaking, text appeared on a wall. It was neither the script of the old empire nor the script of the Haiti people, but the kind of script that only he could decipher. Clearly, this anti-magic space was not created by the technology of the Haiti people. The level of these artificial humans is at most that they can only do some applications. They have not mastered the core technology. Most of the illusory melodies that the three of them encountered in the passage were imitations. Compared with the real illusory melodies, those little things are far inferior. Upon closer examination, it's possible that the Haiti people harbored rebellious intentions long before they defeated the old empire. With a great god like the gardener Tyr above him, even if Ronan were the priest at the time, he would never have had any thoughts of expansion. Forget about expansion. He would have killed this god first. Dinia already knew that Ronan had the ability to decipher this kind of writing. "Stop staring blankly. What does it say?" Ronan explained. "It's a number-guessing game. 1 through 6 represent 6 walls. If you guess correctly, the door opens. If you guess incorrectly, the wall you guessed wrong will release something threatening. You can't guess consecutively. There must be a 10-minute interval between guesses. At this moment, patterns have appeared on each of the 6 walls. There is a dot under your feet, 6 dots on the ceiling above your head, and 2 to 5 dots on each of the 4 sides. This game is very interesting. If a group of people come in, the person who makes the decision will definitely be blamed if they guess wrong." Ronan laughed. "The probability of guessing 6 numbers correctly on the first try is not high. If the leader of a small team guesses wrong a few times, he will definitely be blamed." "Guess," Dinia said. "Okay, I'll go first." "Next time you come, we'll take turns guessing," Ronan replied. "Let's start with 6. You have to do me a favor and touch the corresponding wall 3 times in quick succession when you choose a number. The reason for guessing 6 is that 6 is the most difficult number. If an average person doesn't have the tools, they can't even touch the 5-meter-high ceiling." "No need. I'll do it," Dinia said. After saying that, Dinia jumped up from the spot, easily leaping more than 3 meters, and punched the ceiling directly. The moment he landed, he crouched down like a spring contracting and then jumped up again, completing the triple strike in the blink of an eye. 2 seconds later, the 6 dots on the ceiling corresponding to the number 6 disappeared, and a large red cross appeared. You guessed wrong. Soon, the entire ceiling turned as red-hot as a branding iron, and the entire enclosed space was enveloped in red and yellow light, rapidly heating up. They had to wait 10 minutes to guess the number again. Less than a minute later, Ronan was so hot that he took off his jacket. Dinya didn't last much longer than Ronan either, and she took off her jacket as well. 2 minutes later, Ronan unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. "Madam, you don't mind, do you?" "Suit yourself," Dinya replied coldly. Ronan took off his shirt, leaving only his pants and shoes, revealing a well-defined, but not exaggerated, upper body. This was thanks to his persistent training since his transmigration. Ronan was quite satisfied with his body. The only thing he was somewhat dissatisfied with was a tuft of abdominal hair that extended vertically to his navel. However, Elena loved it, especially when paired with his clearly defined 8-pack abs. She even said that it would be great if Ronan had a tuft of hair on his chest too. The temperature was still rising. Ronan estimated it had already exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. Even with her magic regulating her body, Dinia was starting to sweat. Although she wasn't wearing the kind of corset-style bodice that was most popular among wealthy women of this era for the sake of work, but rather a regular one-piece bodice dress, and it was pink and white, so it wasn't very noticeable. She was big-breasted. Even a relatively loose bodice could still create a tight-fitting effect. With the sweat, her outline became visible, and you could even faintly see the lace trim at the edge of the bodice. At the same time, Dinia lifted her skirt and gently fanned herself. Occasionally, with slightly larger movements, Ronan could even see her knees covered by thin, flesh-colored pantyhose. But it stopped at the knees, leaving no trace of her thighs, which only intensified his desire. Her shapely, straight calves were fully displayed, bathed in warm red and yellow light, which gave them a dark golden sheen that made one's breath catch involuntarily. On her feet were a pair of ivory-white lace-up mid-heel leather shoes. Ivory white and flesh-colored pantyhose were a perfect match. The originally masculine shoe shape, with the addition of a square mid-heel, was given a certain feminine element while not diminishing Dinia's heroic spirit at all. The slender ankles encased in flesh-colored stockings evoke a strong urge to gently grasp and slowly knead them. For some reason, the high temperatures seemed to have become less unbearable. At this moment, Dinia had already noticed Ronan. Not only did she notice Ronan, but she also noticed his pants, which were simply an eyesore. In this situation, if she were to reprimand him, she would only embarrass herself. Dinia clenched her fist, took a step forward, and stomped hard on Ronan's foot before turning away. At this moment, Ronan realized that he had lost his composure and quickly turned around, deliberately changing the subject. "It's been a few minutes. I just stopped counting." He had been silently counting the time, but he was interrupted when someone stepped on his foot. "How should I know?" Dinia said irritably. "It's been about 4 minutes. Almost there," Ronan said. Time passed second by second, and after turning around, Ronan felt that every second was extremely long. People were practically melting away. Finally, this period of separation was over. "We can guess now," Ronan said. Although it's now possible to guess, the previously incorrect guess for noodle number 6 hasn't recovered. It continues to release heat like a hot iron. Dinia took a deep breath. "Then let's go for the simplest one this time." She stomped her foot on the ground 3 times. Immediately afterwards, another large red tea leaf appeared on the ground, another mistake. White smoke began to rise from the ground. At first, the two did not notice anything unusual, but they soon realized that the white smoke was poisonous. Fortunately, Ronan, who was already at the 3rd rank, was no longer human. He could resist the poison entirely through his magical defense layer. As for Dinia, she was even less of a human from the beginning and was least afraid of poison. The poison itself wasn't the problem. What was unbearable was the persistently high temperature. Ronan felt the temperature was already well into the 40s, almost 50. A normal person would have collapsed on the ground and wouldn't be able to get up by now. Dinia simply closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down. Ronan, on the other hand, continued to wait, silently counting down the time until his next chance to guess the number. There are 4 numbers left, and the probability of guessing them correctly is already quite high. Chapter 137 Logic Problems, the Surefire Method. It never ends. Another long 10 minutes passed, and Ronan's pale face turned white. He finally made it through this period, and now it was his turn to guess the numbers. Ronan walked toward wall number 2. Perhaps because his blood flow had been a bit too fast just now, the inexplicably accelerated spread of toxins caused his steps to become somewhat unsteady. "Are you all right?" Dinia asked with concern. "If you feel any strain, just tell me." "I'm fine," Ronan said, indicating that he was all right. After knocking on wall number 2 3 times, wall number 2 suddenly changed, and a door suddenly appeared. Dinia picked up Ronan's coat and threw it to Ronan. She then grabbed the coat and rushed to the door, pulling it open. The scene that came into view was one that made one want to swear. The door opened, leading to another identical cubic space. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Dinia went in first, followed closely by Ronan. After the two entered, the door disappeared again in an instant, leaving only a wall. Ronan plopped down on the ground. Let's rest for a bit. Dinia nodded. Although her body was regulated by magic, she couldn't truly unleash magic in this anti-magic zone. After being tormented by the high temperature of over 40 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes, she was also feeling very uncomfortable and wanted to take a break. 3 minutes later, the magic stone ground suddenly split into blocks like tofu. Then, several magic stones floated in the air and reassembled into a cube robot. The robot's shape was exactly the same as the small cubes that shot white light in Gardener Tier's botanical garden. Ronan and Dinia instantly became alert. If the robot made any unusual moves, the two of them would immediately take action. With their physical strength, they could deal with a single cube without magic. However, the robot remained motionless in midair for a full half-minute. Just as Ronan was beginning to consider whether to do something, the robot suddenly spoke up. "Hello, let's play a game. If you win, I will open this door. If you lose, please stay here for another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you can continue to challenge." The robot was speaking the kingdom's language, and its vocabulary and grammar were completely different from the ancient language. After saying that, the robot took out 3 coins. The rules of the game are very simple. First, let's talk about the conditions for winning and losing. Here are 3 coins, 1 for heads and 1 for tails. When the game starts, the 3 of us will put our coins on at the same time. If all 3 of us get the same number of heads or tails, you win. If they don't get the same number of heads or tails, I win. There are 9 rounds in total. If you win 5 rounds, you win. Then, you two can choose one of them. At the start of the game, before the first round officially begins, I will tell him whether I will get heads or tails in each of the 9 rounds. But the other partner cannot know this information. If I believe you are cheating, then I will stop for half an hour, and after half an hour I will switch games. All right, you can discuss how to play now. There's no time limit for discussing. Come and tap me when you're done. After he finished speaking, the robot fell into a deathly silence. Dinia understood the rules, but she couldn't figure out how to ensure victory, so she could only look to Ronan expectantly. Ronan stroked his chin. Winning 4 games is very easy, but winning 5 games, I'll have to think about it. How do you win 4 games? Dinia asked curiously. First of all, it is most likely to be 5 negatives and 4 positives, or 4 positives and 5 negatives. Ronan did not answer directly, but made a judgment. Page 63. Why? Dinia asked. It's a probability problem, Ronan replied. If it's 6 heads and 3 tails, then I just need to tell you now that if I play heads in a row, it's an indication that this is the structure. You just need to follow my lead in the first round. No matter what it plays in the first round, I just play heads. It will have at least 5 more heads after that, and we've already won, right? The reverse is also true. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, not a certainty, Ronan added. Dinia nodded. Ronan nodded. It seemed that Dinia was not stupid after all and could understand what he was saying. He then said, similarly, if it is 5 heads and 4 tails, or 4 heads and 5 tails, then if you follow my first round, you can only be sure of winning 4 games. Dinia frowned, grabbed Ronan's hand, and wrote in his palm, "It will never be able to tell if I'm cheating." Ronan laughed. Dinia, you've got one thing wrong. If we win, it will definitely say we cheated. What? Dinia was first surprised, then her face turned angry. It's very simple. It's saying that it believes we're cheating, and we are cheating. So once this game starts, we are bound to be cheating. Don't forget what the purpose of this place is. This place is to trap intruders. The game is just an excuse. Ronan explained the principle to Dinia. To put it bluntly, once this game starts, it's destined to be accused of cheating by the bots. That broken robot is really bad. Should we just smash it? Dinia asked. Smash it, and there'll be another one, Ronan said. There's only one way to crack it. Don't start the game with it, but tell it our winning formula, how to guarantee 5 wins. That way, its logic can't possibly accuse us of cheating. Let me think about it, Ronan said, sitting down and falling into deep thought. Dinia replied softly. After thinking for a while, Ronan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I've got it. The sure win method. First, you can play whatever you want in the first round. The key is the second to fourth rounds. I will use these 3 rounds to tell you what to play next. In the second round, you follow my moves from the first round. In the fourth round, you follow my moves from the third round. That way, We've already won at least 2 of the first 4 rounds, right? After 4 rounds, you'll know which one is more or less. I'll definitely bet the same one as it. You just need to bet the one that's more prevalent. Ronan has finished his commentary. Impressive, Dinya praised. This was the first time Ronan had ever heard Dinya praise him so sincerely, without a trace of sarcasm. No problem, Ronan said. After saying that, Ronan went over and woke the robot up, then told it his sure win formula. Haha, you win. The robot laughed, then broke into small cubes and reintegrated into the ground. Then, a door appeared and was opened. Fuck your mother, Ronan cursed out. Outside the door was another cube-shaped space. This was just going to go on and on. Ronan and Dinya put their coats back on and prepared to go inside. Seeing Ronan's annoyed expression, Dinya said to him, "Don't worry, my preset timed activation magic was activated 10 minutes ago. It won't be long before it completely infiltrates. This cube is the last one." This is Dinya's backup plan, the exact same tactic as when she entered the anti-magic area of Gardner Tier last time. "Let's go then," Ronan said with a smile. Chapter 138 Anomaly, Writing on the Neck. Choose the wrong answer within the third enclosed cubic space. Less than 10 seconds after entering, straight cracks of uniform length and spacing appeared on all 6 walls, dividing the 6 sides of the entire cube into a grid of small squares. From the grid-like cracks, a transparent, water-like liquid seeped out at a uniform speed. Water dripped continuously from the ceiling, flowing down the walls and into the ground. Water then bubbled up from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the water on the ground had submerged Ronan and Dinya's heels. If the seepage continues at this rate, the entire cubic space will be completely filled with this liquid that appears to be water in less than 15 minutes. Dinya crouched down and tried touching the liquid with her finger. The moment the watery liquid submerged her finger, she felt a stinging sensation similar to being stung by a bee when she was a child, but the pain only lasted for a brief moment before disappearing. Dinya stood up and looked at Ronan. "Give it a try." Ronan tried touching it, and the pain was definitely worse than sticking a wet finger into an electrical outlet and getting an electric shock. He jolted, and not only did his finger feel numb, but several cuts appeared in his skin. From within the cuts, those fine, red, mycelium-like lines reappeared, pulling at each other to repair the wound. At the same time, a silvery white liquid was also present, repairing the wound while fighting against the red mycelium lines. However, it was quickly suppressed and swallowed up by the red mycelium, eventually disappearing without a trace. "Did you see that?" Ronan asked Dinya. "Of course," Dinya replied. "It's obvious that this silvery liquid is a force trying to transform the body. It gives me a familiar feeling, but it's not exactly the same as that feeling," Ronan said. Dignani didn't quite understand what Ronan was saying. Ronan activated his bracelet, entering a fully covered, one-piece tight-fitting armor mode. He wore a black helmet with strip-shaped goggles covering his eyes, making them invisible from the outside. His upper body was covered in matte black tight-fitting muscle armor, with arm armor covering his forearms, and white armor on his lower body, with pants and boots that were one piece. This design is strikingly similar to the security guard that Dinya once fought on the 9th basement level of the obelisk. What I mean is, the feeling I got from that silvery white liquid just now is somewhat similar to how I feel now that I'm in armor mode. After saying that, Ronan deactivated his armor mode and returned to his original appearance. After getting to know Ronan better, Dinya could tell from his tone that he was probably thinking about something. "What's your guess? Just say it." Looking back now, everything that hindered us along the way was a replica of the Heidi people. The replica of the Phantom Melody, the intelligent robot from before, and these liquids we're encountering now that should be able to modify the body. All of these originate from the technology brought by Gardner Tier. Perhaps those Sea Pipers are creating these replicas not only to increase their own power, but also to crack Gardner Tier's technology and find her weaknesses. The ultimate goal is to accomplish the feat of slaying a god. Ronan shared his guess. Unfortunately, the Heidi people ultimately failed and did not manage to kill the Gardner Tier, but only crippled her. During the time Ronan and Dinya were talking, the water had already reached their knees and covered their calves. As the one who carried the original species, Dinya didn't react much, but Ronan was in a worse situation. If you were to compare him to a vampire, he was a second-generation vampire, incomparable to the progenitor. His calves were constantly cracking and repairing, and soon this reaction would probably spread throughout his body. Although the liquid couldn't penetrate Ronan and wouldn't cause any real change, the pain from the constant healing of the reopened wound was truly intense. However, the 6 walls have yet to provide any rules for passing the level, and without rules, it is impossible to open the passage. Seeing Ronan wince in pain, Dinia patted her own shoulder and said, "You can ride on my neck first." Ronan hesitated for a moment. "Are you like that guy before?" Dinia retorted irritably, referring to Carl, who was somewhat obsessed with saving face. Ronan gave a wry smile, walked behind Dinia, pressed down on her shoulders to help her up, and straddled her neck. Dinia grabbed his legs with both hands to maintain her balance. Riding on Dinia's head, Ronan quickly recovered. Looking down at Dinia's snow-white hair with a hint of pale gold, he couldn't help but secretly touch her braids with his hand. Dinia's expression changed instantly. She tightened her grip, her fingers digging deep into Ronan's calf muscles. "If you touch my hair again, I'll break your leg." "It was an accident, really." Ronan quickly tried to excuse himself. "I don't care whether you did it on purpose or not," Dinia said coldly. As time went on, the water level continued to rise. If Ronan felt so agonizingly slow in the first cube that he wished time could speed up, now he felt time was moving faster than he could have imagined, and he wished it could stop. In the blink of an eye, the water had reached Dinia's waist and showed no sign of stopping. "Looks like we'll be able to swim here soon," Dinia said, rarely joking. "I'll come down first," Ronan said. "I'll carry you," Dinia said. "You're in such a state that you probably won't even be able to float later." The constant cracking and repairing inevitably put Ronan in a tense state, and when a person's muscles are tense, let alone swimming, it's difficult to even float. So after a while, she had to carry Ronan to prevent him from sinking to the bottom. When the water level reached 2 meters, Dinia carried Ronan on her back and floated on the surface of the water. At this point, both of them were soaked to the bone. When the water level reached 2.5 meters, which is halfway up, the wall finally changed. The wall directly opposite us when we first entered began to show text. Strangely, the text is in French. Question: Who is Tyr? 1. God. 2. Servant of God. 3. Man-made weapon. 4. Demon. Confirm your choice. Tap the corresponding wall 3 times. If correct, the door will open. If incorrect, you can try again in 10 minutes. 4 is definitely wrong. The answer to this question should be 2, right? Dinia asked Ronan. Dinia also learned a lot from Ronan. She knew that for the original Heidi people, Gardener Tyr was a god, but in reality, Gardener Tyr was something brought by visitors from another world. The option of servant of the god seemed more accurate. As for option 3, artificial weapon, it could only be said to be barely related. Gardener Tyr had some combat power, but she was an agricultural robot. As for option 4, it was completely unrelated. 4 is completely wrong, so let's choose 4. Ronan said. Dinia looked surprised. What do you mean? She didn't think Ronan would not know the correct answer, so his deliberate choice of the wrong answer must have a deeper meaning. Choose 4 first. If you're wrong, the worst that can happen is you'll get soaked for a while. Ronan didn't explain directly. Okay. Dinia agreed. She wasn't someone without her own opinions, but at this moment, she trusted Ronan more than herself. Chapter 139, The Leader's Disease. It's all wet, and you're called Tyr? Dinia carried Ronan and swam towards the wall corresponding to option 4. Once they got close, Ronan reached out and tapped the wall 3 times to confirm option 4. After confirmation, the door appeared a few seconds later. Option 4 was, in any case, the answer furthest from the correct one. Although Dinia knew that Ronan must have ulterior motives, and although she was mentally prepared for what unusual situation might occur next, she was still briefly overwhelmed by a sense of disbelief when she saw the door appear on the wall. However, after a short while, Dinia's feelings turned into relief and even a little pride, which naturally stemmed from the fact that she had chosen the right person. It has to be said that after sitting in the leadership position for a while, under the constant influence of Ronan, a seasoned bureaucrat, Comrade Didi finally contracted the occupational disease of leadership. It is still in the early stage, and the symptoms are: if my subordinates are capable, It proves that I have chosen the right person to be the leader. As expected, this problem was neither set by Gardener Tyr himself, nor by the Sea Piper. Ronan said. When Ronan first saw that the text introducing the problems and rules was in French, he felt something was wrong. After thinking about it, he realized a possibility. This place was originally created by the Gardener Tyr's technology, and later the Heidi people modified it, but now it is controlled by the mastermind who has not yet appeared. This question wasn't set by the Gardener Tyr, nor by the Sea Pipers, but rather by the person behind the scenes who wanted to test Ronan and Dinia's understanding of the Sea Pipers. Another possibility is that the person behind the scenes doesn't even know who Tyr is. After observing Ronan and Dinia's previous behavior, he is convinced that the two have a deep understanding of the Heidi people and is trying to get the correct answer for free by asking this question. Given this, Ronan would certainly not choose the correct answer. Anyway, it's highly likely that the door will open no matter which one he chooses. Of course, he might be overthinking it, but the facts have proven that Ronan wasn't overthinking it. I'll talk to you now. I'm going to dive down and open the door. Dinia said. The water level is already over 3 meters, and the door is now completely underwater. Although there are gaps, the amount of water flowing out is far less than the amount seeping through the walls. The water level is still slowly rising, so the only option is to dive down and open the door. Dinia plunged into the water. It was really difficult to pull the door open underwater, so she switched to a simpler and more direct method. With one punch, she punched a dent in the middle of the iron gate, and with another punch, she punched through it. Instantly, water rushed into the hole she had punched, and soon, Dinia ripped the iron gate open. The water rushed towards the door, and Ronan, without any effort, easily reached the doorway, then went outside with Dinia. Now, it seems to be both good news and bad news, Ronan joked with a smile. Dinia did not respond to him. She understood what Ronan meant. The so-called good news was that the repeating cube was over because a passageway had opened up before them, and the anti-magic field had disappeared. The bad news was that the magic she had set to activate at a predefined time did not seep through as expected, meaning that there was no easy way to break through the gap. Let's go. The target should be showing up soon, Ronan said, and before he could take a step, Dinia had already walked quickly ahead of him. Dinia's shoes were wet, and she made a squelching sound as she walked. Ronan was behind her, his gaze moving from her Achilles tendon to about a third of her calf. Her flesh-colored stockings had changed color from being soaked. The skin that was originally slightly thick had now turned into a brownish color with a slight sheen. But what really made Ronan lose control was the skirt clinging to her buttocks after it got soaked. The loose long skirt suddenly became a close-fitting buttock skirt, making her buttocks stand out even more. The black skirt became slightly see-through after getting wet, as if it were covered with a thick layer of black silk. Her incredibly perky buttocks swayed from side to side with her steps, accompanied by a slight tremor of the flesh, which was almost enough to make one's eyes pop out. Dinia suddenly stopped and turned around sharply, catching Ronan's unwavering gaze. Ronan chuckled dryly. I think as your subordinate, I should go first. Don't you think so, ma'am? Dinia raised her clenched fist, then lowered it again, ultimately saying nothing. She was even more surprised that she had forgotten she was soaking wet and that Ronan had been staring at her for quite a while. After walking for a while, Dinia could clearly sense something ahead. With a snap of her fingers, she was instantly enveloped in armor formed from tiny red mushrooms, partly as preparation for battle. Soon, a burly figure slowly emerged, and as they approached, the two men could see the figure clearly. He had wild, long, golden hair, golden eyes, and a body of bulging, explosive, sculpted muscles. His entire body was an inverted triangle shape. His arms, shoulder blades, and calves were pierced by extremely thick iron spikes. Although the iron spikes were not rusty, there was no blood in the holes they had made. The iron spikes had completely grown into his flesh and bone. The end of the iron spike was connected to a chain, and the other end of the chain was securely locked to the walls on both sides. Hello, it's a pleasure to have you here. The blond, golden-eyed muscular man spoke in French, the language of the kingdom, with a distinct southern accent and a hint of Vanayan. Before I greet you, I have a question, Ronan said. Excuse me, the man asked politely. Who are you? Ronan asked. Page 64. My name is Tyr, and I am the god of the Haiti people who live here. 1,000 years ago, I was attacked by a group of priests who betrayed the god and sealed here. However, in the legends of the outside world, I may be called a demon. The blond man introduced himself in a hoarse, deep voice, his weathered and melancholic eyes seeming to tell a tragic story from the long river of history. Ronan almost couldn't help but laugh. The gardener Tyr was a thin, blonde woman, while the man before her, with his muscular physique, was more like Thor than Tyr. It must be said that if Ronan hadn't met the gardener Tyr and known the history of the Haiti people, he might have been fooled by this highly skilled actor. Just as Dinia was about to expose him, Ronan suddenly grabbed her butt and broke her fall. Dinia's eyes widened in anger, and she was about to lash out when she saw Ronan looking very serious, so she immediately suppressed her anger. "You have no evidence," Ronan said to the man impersonating Tyr. The blond man smiled slightly, but did not answer immediately. His original plan was to gain Ronan and his companions' initial trust by helping them when they encountered difficulties and were in dire straits, and then guide them little by little, just like he had done with the middle-aged magician before. He hadn't expected the white-haired woman in front of him to be so incredibly powerful. The mechanical golems were slaughtered like chicks in front of her. The man was no pushover either, easily defeating the cube that posed the question. However, he was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was delighted and excited. Chapter 140. Similar, yet unlike. Force is a prerequisite for communication. The original plan has undoubtedly failed completely. However, failure is failure. In any case, the whole set of tricks and charlatans is nothing more than a little trick to deceive the weak and fools. The two people in front of him were neither weak nor foolish, so there was no need for him to play these boring little tricks that he would never have bothered with in the past. What? Is there no way to prove it? Ronan asked again. In his mind, the only way for this impostor to prove his identity would be to bring out some of the lost techniques of the Haiti people. Ronan was quite interested in these technologies. Forget it. Let's end this boring drama, the man said, the desolation and loneliness in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by an arrogant calmness. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Uluz Osiris Vanaya Fasnicus. Ronan and Dinia were both taken aback. This is a typical name of someone from the old empire, and it is quite famous. The name of the kingdom of Vanaya actually originated from him. More than 1,400 years ago, Osiris Vanaya was the first mage in history to reach the 7th rank. The old empire is very similar to Rome in another time and space, and this man is somewhat similar to Caesar in another time and space, but he is stronger than Caesar, yet he does not have Caesar's good fortune. Vina was of lower birth than Caesar. As the second son, he had no right to inherit the throne and no access to political resources. However, in a world where magic existed, he won the favor of the then ruler with his superb magical skills and extraordinary abilities, and rose to power step by step. However, he was not as low-key as Caesar in the early stages, so Ronan only said that he was somewhat similar to Caesar. These are two completely different people. At the age of 50, Vanaya finally became the governor. At that time, he was still at the 5th rank, but during the 10 years he led his army on expeditions to the Foss region. Until he completed the conquest of the Foss region, he had reached the 7th rank. Therefore, it's not surprising that he speaks French. Before returning to the army, at the age of 60, he still looked like a robust 30-year-old. Everyone understood that when he led his army back to the country, he would usher in a new era and become the ruler for life. Even if he didn't want to be the ruler, he had no choice, because several of his confidants eagerly hoped that he would become the ruler for life, and then, after he grew old, they would naturally go further and become a dictator. However, he died on the eve of his return journey. It's incredible, because magicians of his level are practically forever young, only starting to age as they approach their death date. Moreover, they have very long lifespans. Even in that era, when the application of magic was not yet mature, someone of his level could easily live to be 80 years old. Historical records indicate that he died suddenly from illness. However, many later generations believe that he died in a conspiracy, that his confidant, the later founder of the Vina Empire, joined forces with domestic opposition forces to kill him. But the problem is, who could defeat such a powerful mage at the time? Forget about assassination or poisoning. Those things are completely useless against a mage of this level. It seems that my name is still known to everyone, even after 1,000 years, especially to the Foz people. The man who called himself Vinaya spoke in a seemingly casual tone, yet with an undeniable air of arrogance. Excuse me, I'm not strictly speaking a Foz person. My ancestors were from the island of Wieland, Ronan said with a smile. This was no joke. Ronan's name was not a typical Foz name. Vinaya smiled and said, "It's not easy for a wise man like you to be born among the barbarians on that small island. Let's get back to the main topic. Logically speaking, you should already be dead." Ronan steered the conversation back on track. Vinaya breathed a sigh of relief. The Haiti people live in the area near the Mediterranean Sea. Many merchants in our country buy grain from them. According to these merchants, they are a group of people who are good at farming and have little fighting ability. My original intention was to conquer them along the way, but I didn't expect their military strength to exceed my imagination. I am a politician, a general, but even more so, a magician. I think if you were me, you would also be intensely curious about the origins of these powers. In the end, I merged into this body and was sealed here, unable to leave on my own. After decades of research, I have mastered quite a lot, but for some reason, I had to fall into a deep sleep. About half a year ago, I finally woke up. I never expected that this sleep would last for 1,000 years. Vina skipped over how he became this way and didn't mention a word about what he had mastered. If you let me out, I will conquer the world, and you will be qualified to be my right and left hands. Vinaya said this without any pretense. He disdained to lie to the strong. Even if he was naturally invincible in the world, he would still need helpers to complete such a conquest, and the man and woman in front of him had already gained his approval. Ronan looked at Dinia, indicating that he should go with her decision. But Dinia showed no interest whatsoever and coldly refused. No interest. It doesn't matter. Vinaya didn't seem to mind at all. I got to that position because I respect everyone who is qualified to speak with me. What do you want? If I want it, can't I just take it myself? Dinia retorted. Woman, I admire you, Vinaya said. You have a kind of spirit that many men lack, which makes me even more interested in you. Dinia simply emphasized one word. Boring. Ronan still had a smile on his face. Your Excellency Vinaya, I have a suggestion. You can show us what you have. Maybe we'll be tempted after seeing it. If you can successfully arouse our greed, greedy people are willing to do anything, including helping you get out. Vina blew away the long, golden hair that was obscuring her vision. Young man, in this world, there is no rule about giving out rewards before the battle has even begun. But the world is never short of generals who don't give out rewards after the war, Ronan added. It seems necessary to tell you a fact, Vinaya said, pulling the thick iron spike from her right hand with her left, and then pulling it from her left hand with her right. I only said I couldn't get out on my own. I never said my power was sealed. In fact, Ronan finished speaking for him before he could finish, saying, In fact, your power is completely undiminished, and even stronger than when you were alive. After all, your current body is no ordinary one. This guy has been in charge of everything. If he loses his power, how will he control things? With golden hair and golden eyes, it was clearly an artificial divine body created by the sea-pipe priests based on Tyr. Their purpose was the same as that of those imitations of the illusionary music, on the one hand, as a fighting force, and on the other hand, to try to understand Tyr's weaknesses during the imitation process. This body is definitely stronger than that of an ordinary human. I've always believed that people shouldn't use force against each other, but should communicate properly. But sometimes force becomes the prerequisite for communication. Vinaya seemed quite helpless. Dinia looked at Ronan. Mind your own business. By this time, Vinaya had removed all the iron spikes from her body. Chapter 141 Appreciation. Battle. Everything is a cunning strategy. The last iron spike clattered to the ground, and Vinaya looked at Dinia. Let me see just how much time has progressed. Before the words were even finished, a short spear pierced through Dinia's neck from behind, the entire spearhead protruding from her neck and pointing directly at Vinaya. At some point, Vina's neck was twisted 3.5 times by 2 mushroom hands that grew from her shoulders, making her neck look like a pretzel, with her face completely turned backward. If an ordinary person had their neck pierced or twisted, they would have died long ago, but both Dinia and Vinaya are alive and well at this moment, and even quite calm. Veena straightened her neck with both hands, and her twisted neck suddenly flowed like a semi-liquid before returning to normal. "You're not bad. I actually couldn't defend against your magic." Dinia reached out and grabbed the protruding spear tip, pulling it straight forward and tearing the entire spear out. She then casually tossed it aside. "It's been a long time since I've encountered someone who could hit me without me noticing." With a snap of his fingers, Vinaya summoned a woman beside him. She wore a feathered helmet, had a sculpted face, and was dressed in a breastplate. She held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, and wore a long dress and Roman sandals. "My summoned spirit, Minerva," Vinaya introduced. Upon seeing this unique summoned spirit, Ronan's eyelids twitched. Was this guy really the legendary magician Vinaya, whose name was recorded in history? "Relax," Dinia said to Ronan. Ronan understood, and in the next instant, Dinia had already turned him into a mushroom. She reached out and grabbed the mushroom Ronan had become, sucking it into her hand, and then swallowing it whole. Ronan was not strong enough to deal with either of the two individuals, whether it was the original body or the summoned spirit. She could only turn Ronan into a mushroom and swallow him to ensure her safety. "I've never seen magic like this before. It's beautiful." Vinaya's gaze was one of pure appreciation for something extraordinary. As a person from 1,400 years ago, when he was still active on the stage of history, the magic of fate did not exist, and the oath of heaven had not yet taken shape. At that time, there were only elements and summoning, not to mention the transformation system of the magic of fate. The magic that Dinia cast was the first time he had ever seen it in his life. How delightful and exciting it was. In the instant that Vinaya was stunned, Dinia's fist, wrapped in a red layer of magic, came flying. The summoned spirit moved forward on its own and raised its shield to block, but the uppercut shattered the shield. The fist landed squarely on Vinaya's chin, shattering her jaw and cracking her entire face. Almost simultaneously, Vinaya delivered a sweeping kick to Dinia's waist, the violent force shattering Dinia's ribs and rupturing his internal organs. Meanwhile, mushrooms had already crawled all around. In the next instant, Dinia was reborn behind Vinaya, her hand like a sharp blade, piercing directly into his internal cavity from behind and tearing his heart apart with her outstretched hand. At the same time, Dinia's back had been pierced by a spear. Vinaya's ruptured heart seemed like a mere decoration. He could still almost effortlessly unleash a back kick, striking Dinia like a battering ram. In almost 0 seconds, Dinia's body, like a spring, arched backward in a bridge-like motion, dodging Vinaya's back kick. At the same time, she turned around, opened her mouth, and aimed at Minerva, unleashing a pillar of red light composed of pure magical energy. However, the summoned spirit Minerva did not use her regenerated shield to block the attack, but instead dodged it, as if by teleportation. Having missed her first attack, Dinia once again used mushroom teleport to create distance. Their physical strength is extremely high, their body structure is inhuman, and they possess incredible regenerative abilities. Their summoned spirits are incredibly fast and have amazing reflexes. Their attacks are so unpredictable that they are almost impossible to dodge. We can't keep using this kind of single-target attack to wear them down. Dinia analyzed the two enemies in her mind and instantly decided to change her battle strategy. At the very moment of inner turmoil, the magic was activated, and countless red spikes stormed towards Vinaya and the summoning spirit Minerva. The space here was vast, even larger than where they had first landed, but in the blink of an eye it was completely enveloped in red. It could no longer be called a red storm, but rather a red tsunami that directly swallowed up Vinaya and his summoned spirit. Under such intense saturation force attacks, dodging becomes pointless. In the blink of an eye, the summoned spirit Minerva's shield and armor shattered, her clothes torn, riddled with holes. Vinaya simply turned from a sieve into a shapeless meat paste. If it weren't for his powerful regenerative abilities, he would have long since turned into scattered bits of meat. At the same time, everything in the entire space was swept away by Dinia's terrifying magic. The iron chains as thick as an arm had long since turned into iron slag. The ground, the ceiling, and the surrounding walls were covered with countless straight scratches, and some strange devices and machines in the distance were also smashed to pieces. A few minutes later, seeing Minerva finally disappear and Vinaya completely turn into a puddle of liquid, Dinia stopped the magic, let out a long sigh of relief, and realized that the spell had consumed at least 1% of her magic power. At this moment, Vinaya, who had been a puddle of liquid, reformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he had transformed back into the blonde, muscular man he once was, without a single wound on his body. Before Vinaya could speak, Dinya said first, "You're trying to say I've been tricked, aren't you?" "Huh. I'm liking you more and more." Vinaya laughed. "That's right. You broke that sealing device that I couldn't even get close to. Now, I can go out." Dinya showed no sign of frustration at being tricked. "If I hadn't used such an attack, I'm afraid he and I would be stuck here with you." "That's right. Single target attacks can't do much real damage to me. Here, I can extract the power of all the magic stones to repair myself. If we fight by exhausting our resources, there will only be one result. Your magic power will be completely depleted. In the end, the outcome was already decided the moment you and he arrived here. If you are weak, I can't do anything to you, because weak people cannot destroy those devices with their own strength. I must guide them to operate them in order to break the seal. If you are unwilling, then I really can't help you. Unfortunately, you are very strong. All I need to do is force you to fight me." Vina kept talking. He wasn't a talkative person, but he had been holding it in for so long. Even though he spent most of his time sleeping, the time he spent studying and waking up a few times in between was almost 100 years. After such a long time, he had so much to say when he met a living person. "Now, my conditions remain unchanged. Come with me, and I'll take you to conquer the world. I'll give you whatever you want. I admire you. It's okay if you don't become my woman. That somewhat intelligent young man is your lover, isn't he? You can be my general, and he can be my advisor. I can be your officiant at your wedding. How about it?" Vina extended her hand, extending a sincere invitation. He genuinely admired Dinya. "First, I'm not interested. Second, he's just my subordinate," Dinya said. Vina raised an eyebrow. "Huh. See you again sometime." Chapter 142. If you disagree, if you can't reason with them, then do it. After saying that, Vinaya spread out her left hand, and a pillar of fire shot straight to the top of the sky. Then she spread out her right hand, and a tornado grew from small to large. In the next instant, the tornado had completely shattered the scorched ceiling. Moonlight streamed directly through the hole in the ceiling. A wave of water rising from beneath her feet carried Vinaya out of the cave and onto the surface. Just as Dinya was giving chase, a bolt of lightning struck down from the hole, and Dinya almost couldn't dodge it in time. This person actually broke the rules and mastered 2 kinds of magic. He not only has summoning abilities, but he also possesses elemental magic. After dodging the lightning strike, Dinya leaped up and out of the cave, landing on the surface. She then spat out a mushroom and dispelled the magic on it. In the blink of an eye, the mushroom turned into Ronan. Just now, Dinya was about to explain what had happened when Ronan reached out and interrupted him. "I know, he's free." Page 65. Upon seeing himself on the ground, Ronan could easily guess what his current situation was. "What do we do now?" Dinya asked Ronan. "Let's catch up and see," Ronan replied. Soon, the two blocked Vinaya's way again. Vina looked at Ronan and Dinya. "Is it necessary? Since you're not interested in joining me, I don't think you have any reason to stop me. First, I am very interested in some things about the Haiti people. Second, as a kingdom official, I cannot allow such a dangerous person as you to move freely outside. Third, and most importantly, I do not believe you will let us go so easily. After all, we already know of your existence." Ronan gave his reasons. "The stuff is still down there. Go get it if you're interested. As for danger, do I look like the kind of person who would wantonly cause destruction or kill people?" Vinaya retorted with a rhetorical question. "As for the last point, I'm not worried about you spreading things about me. In fact, I look forward to you spreading the word about my existence. After all, in any era, it's too difficult for an unknown person to start from scratch." Ronan disagreed with the first point because he wanted to keep the Haiti people's things for himself, and who could guarantee that the man wouldn't come back to take his fruits after he left? He disagreed even more with the second point. This man from over 1,000 years ago certainly wouldn't cause destruction or kill people indiscriminately. But if he were allowed to leave like this, he would definitely build up his power after becoming familiar with this era and start an unprecedented war. If he were to start building his power in Vinaya, once he succeeded, the region where Ronan was located would be the first to be affected. Ronan still disagreed on the last point. In his view, Vinaya's strategy would be to make others think he was Vinaya through certain actions, but he would not admit it. Because people like to elevate a dead person to a divine status, but they absolutely will not allow the dead person on that divine status to come back to life and step down to rule them. Just like when Dinia returned in triumph. She was rumored to be the reincarnation of the Holy Spirit, and then she was kicked out of the mage corps and dismissed from all public office. Even though the king tried his best to protect her, he could only let her be the princess's private tutor. I like a stable order, and you will disrupt the current order. Ronan said, that's only because you're an official. What you really crave is power. Follow me, and you'll have power too, Vinaya said. Fine, I'm tired. Since reasoning won't work, I'll have to use force to make you submit. Dinia explained Vinaya's abilities to Ronan, who was standing next to her. This guy is dual elemental. In addition to summoning spirits, he is also an elemental mage, a 4-elemental mage. However, since he left the cave, he should have lost his power support. He can no longer ignore damage as before. Also, his summoned spirits are quite damaged. If he summons them again in a short time, they will not pose much of a threat to you. As long as the original body remains, the summoned spirit can be restored, but this takes time. I really underestimated you. Vinaya sighed after hearing Dinia's words. It seems I gave you some wrong impression just now. After leaving the underground cave, he no longer possessed that near-infinite regenerative ability, and his summoned spirit was indeed quite damaged. However, did he ever use his true strength in the underground cave? No. The main reason Minerva was damaged was because he did not give her a real battle command or allow her to use her special abilities, so as not to let her interfere with Dinia's spell casting and destroy the entire sealing system rooted in the ground. Otherwise, how could a summoned spirit of her level be damaged like that in such a short time? He himself was completely passive throughout the entire process, never intending to fight the two to the death. His goal was to escape, not to fight. But now it seems that battle is inevitable. Fusion Summon. Vinaya used the signature spell of a summoning mage, merging with the summoned spirit. Thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky, obscuring the moonlight, and lightning struck continuously within 100 meters. As the lightning dissipated, a giant over 20 meters tall appeared, wearing an old imperial-style mane and feathered helmet. His eyes had no whites or pupils, only shimmering white-gold lightning. His golden-ringed armor was covered with a layer of soft, iridescent blue light. He held a large black shield in his left hand and a flaming sword in his right. This is his strongest form after he acquired a new body, learned elemental magic, fused with summoned spirits, and gained all 4 elements. Dinia sprouted red tentacles from its back and bound Ronan to its back. In the blink of an eye, endless mushrooms enveloped the two of them, and a red giant rose from the ground. The next instant, a red giant over 20 meters tall appeared opposite the armored sword and shield giant. Come. Vinaya attacked Dinia. Superior. Dinia went straight to meet him. The battle began, and instantly, the surroundings resembled an apocalyptic catastrophe. The wind and waves raged, the earth cracked, and trees fell one by one. Every strike stirred up towering dust. The armored titan's flame sword severed the red titan's arm, but the arm regenerated rapidly. It punched the armored titan in the chest, but it was like punching the surface of the sea, only causing a ripple. The armored titan was not only not injured, but it didn't even lose any strength. From the front, the armored titan's eyes were wide open, and 2 beams of lightning pierced through the red titan. The red giant extended its long legs, which transformed into claws that grabbed the armored giant's calf. With a sweeping blow, it knocked the armored giant to the ground. The moment the armored giant fell, it triggered an earthquake, raising dust several meters high. The red titan overpowered the armored titan and began a frenzied barrage of blows to its head. Each violent strike shook the earth, causing the ground to crack into countless massive, tortoise-shell-shaped clods. The armored giant, who had already been punched 100 times in an instant, used a horizontal shield bash to send the red giant flying. He stood up and sprinted forward. Before the red giant even hit the ground, he swung his flaming sword, and in an instant, a huge charred wound appeared on the red giant's abdomen. The red giant ripped off the charred part along with the surrounding tissue and threw it aside. The mere sight of this charred piece of tissue hitting the ground sent up a cloud of dust several meters high, snapping and crushing a grove of trees. Both are evenly matched in strength, but in terms of speed, skill, and agility, the Red Titan is far superior to the Armored Titan, and the latter lacks regenerative abilities. However, the Red Giant's attack power was too weak to inflict any damage on the Armored Giant. Chapter 143. I lost, precisely because of this piece of trash in my brain. Dinah remained calm inside the Red Giant's body, as her offensive capabilities had always been her weakness, and she had anticipated this situation. Give it to me, Dinia said to Ronan behind her. Ronan instantly understood what Dinia meant. My magic can't hold up. I will continuously supply you with magic, Dinia said. The next instant, the Red Giant held a long sword and a huge round shield. Seeing this change, Vinaya, one of the armored titans, smiled excitedly. Interesting, very interesting. There's even such magic. He could tell that the magical aura emanating from the sword and shield was completely different from that of the Red Giant. So it was obvious that the sword and shield were that man's magic. The two of them joined forces to cast a spell, and once again he witnessed something he had never heard of before. Hold on tight, Dinia whispered to Ronan. Sword and shield against sword and shield. Both the Red Titan and the Armored Titan moved with even greater ferocity than before, their speed no less than that of their own bodies. In an instant, their figures became indistinguishable on the land, with only a huge red ball and a huge gold ball constantly colliding, separating, colliding again, and separating again. The golden shield, the flaming sword, and the gigantic magic sword and shield clashed repeatedly, creating turbulent magical energy, scattering earth, rocks, and flames like a meteor shower. In an instant, countless lives were ravaged, the cracked earth was shattered into pieces by the meteor shower, and the forests and grasslands were transformed into a sea of fire. At the Church of Sibylla, a kilometer away from the battle zone, a group of priests, awakened by the collapse of the church walls, were watching the sudden and fierce battle from the top of the church's bell tower. In their hearts, they did not want to believe that this was a battle. They hoped that it was just an inexplicable natural disaster, divine punishment. However, they were all magicians and could sense magical fluctuations coming from afar. It's simply unimaginable what kind of powerful mages were fighting to cause such a catastrophe-like scene. I have no idea why such powerful mages would engage in battle here. In this area, located at the border of Wright City to the north and Doak City to the south, there were only a few farms and a group of farmers outside their church. Soon, some bold farmers living near the church also came over, staring in disbelief at the spectacular explosion in the distance. At this point, both Dinia and Vinaya had already abandoned their shields. One of them was used to using area of effect magic to clear the field, while the other mainly relied on summoned spirits. Neither of them had systematically learned sword and shield skills. In such an intense battle, holding a shield in one hand would be a burden, so they simply abandoned it, gripped their swords with both hands, and didn't bother with any techniques, just hacking away. No, slashing is not enough to describe it. Both of them were directly attacking with their swords, as if they were using hammers instead of swords. Another violent clash ensued. The armored giant's armor remained intact, but blood oozed from the gaps between the armor plates. The red giant also had dozens of charred scars on its body, which Dinia tore off along with the scars and threw aside. I don't believe you can regenerate indefinitely. You're almost at your limit. Vinaya's voice came through the armored giant. You're badly injured too, aren't you? Dinia replied. Previously, she was unable to inflict any real damage on her opponent, but Ronan's sword had a piercing effect, allowing her to strike directly through defenses. With your magical prowess, you should know very well that you have already lost, Venus said. His injuries were not minor, but they were much less severe than Dinia's. Dinia could suddenly twist and extend her arms at incredible angles to stab and wound him with her sword, but that was the only way she could hurt him. He had gradually become accustomed to her attacks, and in the same amount of time, Dinya was able to hit him less and less. And Dinya still can't dodge his flames and lightning. The reason is simple. The red giant is too big a target, and the red giant's defense is far inferior to his. Even if you have regenerative abilities, doesn't regeneration consume mana? Of course, you can still submit to me now, but given your performance, the conditions have changed. You have to be my woman. I don't mind that you were used by that young man. Venus said. Dinya didn't respond to the other person, but instead asked Ronan, I'll send you out first. Don't worry, I have enough power to get you far away from here. As he spoke, the red giant swung his immense strength, deflecting the armored titan's sword strike. Vinaya will not stop attacking just because she admires Dinya. It's always the leaders who run away and the subordinates who cover them. Never the other way around, Ronan chuckled. At this moment, he was holding Dinya tightly, his hands around her waist, his hips pressing against her buttocks. This guy is right. We can't beat him in this form. You run away first, and I'll deal with him, Dinya said. I'm confident I can take him down. What are the odds? Ronan asked. 50%, Dinya replied. As she spoke, Dinya twisted her body to dodge the lightning, but the red giant's shoulder was still struck by the lightning, and a piece of her shoulder was torn off. Let's forget about it then. That old lecher has his eye on you, Ronan said. As a subordinate, I can't let my boss take that kind of risk. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? What kind of garbage is in your head? Dinya angrily questioned, swinging her arm to deliver a solid elbow strike to Ronan. Perhaps it's because I'm a bit of a nutcase that things have taken a turn for the better, Ronan said, releasing one hand and pointing ahead. Look down ahead. As Dinya lowered her head, she was momentarily distracted, and the red giant was pierced through the head by the flaming sword. Fortunately, the two of them were located inside the red giant's spine, so as long as the sword didn't reach that point, Dinya only suffered some pain and lost some magic power. As she looked down, Dinya saw something. The Book of Destiny, but not hers. It belonged to Ronan. This surprised her, because Ronan had only recently become a third-tier cultivator, and his magic power was barely above the passing grade. His magic power could not possibly reach the minimum standard for the fourth tier. Without sufficient magic power, the Book of Destiny could not be opened. After your magic was transferred to me, a portion of it became mine, and it raised the upper limit of magic power. I think this might be because I also turned into a mushroom person, Ronan said. Dinya was puzzled, but it seemed to be the only explanation. She had replenished the mana of many people, but only by feeding them mushrooms. This was the first time she had ever experienced someone so tightly bound to her, and she didn't want it to happen again. In this short battle alone, Ronan had captured her at least 20 times and attacked her 10 times. Be true to your true self, and the blessing of desire will descend upon the things you desire. Be true to yourself, and the harsh reality will take hold of your heart. These are the two choices facing Ronan. Ronan understood the meaning behind both, but Dinya was slightly puzzled. Chapter 144 Choice, Another Defeat. Give your body to me outside. The headless red giant blocked her with a horizontal sword strike, determined to cut her in two. The gaping hole was wide open, and the armored giant delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Instantly, the red giant slid backward, dragging 2 deep trenches in the already plowed earth before finally regaining her footing. Ronan spoke up. I'm going to choose the path of staying true to myself. Be true to yourself, and the blessing of desire will descend upon the object of desire. This means following Ronan's own inner desire for challenge and for someone else, and fighting this old relic to the bitter end. If he chooses this option, his magic will be enhanced in defense after it advances, but this defense will be used on others. Being true to oneself and being realistically embodied in one's heart means being realistic, prioritizing escape and survival. Choosing this option will enhance the offensive capabilities of one's sword. In a different scenario, Ronan would choose the latter, because increasing one's own attack is not as good as increasing someone else's defense. But at this moment, Ronan was determined to choose the former. Dinya didn't speak. She understood what it meant, but the phrase "things of desire" sounded a bit strange, and she had a feeling that something odd might happen. Ronan made his choice, and instantly, he advanced to become a 4th-tier mage. At the same time, detailed information about magic was directly injected into his consciousness. Relax, don't resist, Ronan said to Dinia. The next instant, Ronan unleashed his magic. Ronan emitted a beam of light that scanned Dinia from top to bottom, then vanished from the spot, transforming into scattered, cold, piano-black armor pieces in midair. Helmet, breastplate, arm guards, gauntlets, skirt, knee pads, and boots. Then the parts further disintegrated, and then Dinia was put on. Finally, they were reassembled and fitted together. As soon as the armor carrying powerful magic approached, Dinia's coat, dress, and even shoes instantly shattered and scattered. Even the upper part of her bra was torn into pieces. Only the flesh-colored pantyhose, which was a magical creation, and the underwear inside the pantyhose remained intact. The waistband of the pantyhose is slightly darker. The perfectly rounded, upturned buttocks stretched the slightly thick, flesh-colored pantyhose to an almost completely transparent state. With the wetness, they became even more translucent, making the white panties underneath look like they were covered with a layer of light gauze. The wet panties had sunk into the middle between the two halves, forming a deep slit that outlined the peach shape even more clearly. The pantyhose on her plump thighs were less transparent, revealing her amazing waist and legs. The next second, the armor formed from Ronan's own power adhered to Dinia's body, bringing not the coldness of metal armor, but rather a warmth close to human body temperature. It was this temperature that sent a shiver down Dinia's spine. She felt as if Ronan had completely penetrated her. At the same time, the Red Giant also donned his armor on the outside. Page 66. Now, what are the odds of us taking him down? Ronan asked, his voice as gentle as a tickle in Dinia's ear. Dinia shook her head to dispel those distracting thoughts. 70%. Let's go, Ronan said. The Red Giant, clad in magical armor, could almost effortlessly block the flames emanating from the flaming sword and the lightning shooting from its eye sockets, provided it expended its magic power. The magical armor did not hinder the Red Giant's agility. In the blink of an eye, after several fierce attacks, the Red Giant had already suppressed the armored giant. So that wasn't your full strength just now, Vinaya laughed. He hadn't expected the armor to suddenly appear and make up for such a major weakness. After all, not wearing armor before a battle was something only a fool would do. Unfortunately, that wasn't my full strength either. He was only using his strongest form. He hadn't yet used the special abilities of his summoned spirits. Before the words were even finished, the armored titan, who had been suppressed, attacked again, hitting the Red Titan with a single blow. The Red Titan swung his sword backhand, but the armored titan easily dodged it. For several rounds in a row, the armored titan was hit every time, while the Red Titan could not hit the armored titan at all. A smile emerged from the armored titan's body. This is to be expected. His summoned spirits can interfere with people's memory and sense of time. Although the opponent has high magic resistance, it still has some effect. This effect, combined with another super-fast movement ability, is enough to make the opponent feel that he is constantly jumping through space, and time seems to be taken away. His attacks change suddenly and are completely unpredictable. At this point, Ronan and Dinia were in a state of semi-shared perception. In Ronan's eyes, Dinia's reactions were slow and her predictions were wrong time and time again. Was this still her? Give me your body, Ronan shouted to Dinia. Dinia got infected, but he didn't. Dinia was unaware of the situation, but once again she chose to trust Ronan and handed her body over to him. Now, Ronan is the one controlling the Red Giant. As soon as Ronan reaches out, the Red Giant reaches out in unison, and the shield flies back to its hand from the ground. The battle resumes, this time with Ronan facing Vinaya. After just a few rounds of attacks, Vinaya noticed something was wrong. The Red Giant was no longer affected by his abilities, and his fighting style had changed from charging and attacking relentlessly to turtling and ambushing. This time it was a change of spellcasters. Vinaya cast the spell again, but to no avail. How did he manage to do that? Even if he's replaced, how could he remain unaffected? He was unaware that Ronan was no longer human, but a host. He and Dinia were one, and yet not one. No matter how much Vinaya's magic worked, it could only affect Dinia, not his consciousness. What's wrong? As a general, haven't you honed your martial arts skills? Ronan scoffed. As long as there are no strange magical influences, Ronin has never been inferior to anyone in the realm of one-on-one combat. While mocking her, Ronin also secretly thrust out his sword, piercing Vinaya. Enraged, Vinaya unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, which Ronin blocked with a roll and his shield. Damn, Dinia's body is so useful. This power is giving me an amazing thrill. Ronin couldn't help but sigh. With Dinia's body, her speed and agility were practically like she had a speed boost. Vinaya began to think. Even when he wasn't strong enough, he was a renowned tactical mastermind. However, he hadn't really thought about combat for a long time. He had undoubtedly suffered from the times. In his era, there were too few strong people and magic was not as diverse as it is now. So, since he reached the 5th rank, most of the time it was pure crushing, and he didn't need to consider tactics at all. The consequence of not thinking for a long time is that when he wants to pick it up again, he suddenly finds that he can't think of a strategy to deal with it. The battle was still ongoing. Ronin used the same old 3 methods: stab, dodge, block, never greedy for hits, never giving any chance, just whittling down the opponent's health until they died. Old man, you've disappointed me a bit. Ronin continued with his conversational tactics. He wanted to provoke the other party and create more opportunities for him to steal the knife. Chapter 145 Escape Route. Unexpected absurd ending. The armored giant's armor was undamaged, but the seeping blood had stained most of it red. After acquiring this body, Vinaya unexpectedly learned elemental magic, but he has been here all this time, relying only on the remaining fragments of his memories of elemental magic, and is unable to study it in depth. His elemental magic level was very low. Otherwise, he would never have been unable to deal with Ronin's turtle shell tactics. For a moment, Vinaya considered giving up when he had no way to win, but he dismissed the idea immediately. The red giant was no slower than the original body, and if he canceled the fusion state and returned to his original form, there would be no way he could escape. There is only one solution left. The armored titan launched an even more ferocious attack, forcing Ronin's red titan to constantly dodge and defend, with no chance to launch an attack. Although he could only retreat, Ronin felt that victory was getting closer and closer, because if things continued like this, Vinaya in the armored titan would run out of magic power before him and Dinia. Having achieved the suppression, the armored titan suddenly retreated, and Ronin dared not pursue it immediately. The armored titan took a step back, causing a section of the ground beneath its feet to collapse. The armored titan shot out like a sharp sword, as if a scene had been pulled out of the middle of the frame. One moment, it was still in the same place, and the next it was already in front of the red titan. With magic pushed to its limit, the 4 elemental magics flowed together, and the 4 forces were forcibly twisted into one, detonating an extreme magical bombardment right in front of the red giant. There was no way to avoid it, and even the huge magical shield could not completely block it. The explosion came too fast and too violently, and the armor's own magical repair speed could not keep up with the speed of its breaking. The thick flesh and blood on the red giant's body were scattered, revealing the red skeleton inside. The skeleton was cracked in many places, and a section of the spine was also broken open. The figures of Dignani and Ronin could already be seen. The skeleton, which had lost its flesh and blood, was like a brick house without brick walls, leaving only a wooden frame. It was too light to withstand the aftershocks of the shockwave and was directly blown away. As the foundation for the direct detonation of power, the armored titan fared even worse, exploding and shattering into pieces that flew in all directions. The Vina inside was also blasted apart by the explosion and flew in the opposite direction from the red titan. At this moment, Vinaya's body was severely damaged. The explosion had consumed most of his magic power, and the last bit of magic power was used to ensure his flight trajectory. But a smile played on his lips, for he was flying along his planned escape route. Soon, he will fall into that cave, and then he will hide in the cube-shaped space labyrinth, where the 2 of them will have no chance of finding him. He admitted that he had been careless, but it was only a temporary setback. Once he recovers, he will make a comeback. This woman alone is no match for him, and this man can be dealt with a wave of his hand. As long as they don't enter that combined state, he can easily take them both down. He doesn't believe that the 2 of them can maintain that combined state day and night. In the end, I am the winner. Just as those words flashed through Vinaya's mind, with a soft whoosh, the tip of a sword imbued with red magic pierced through his brow, shattering his skull and destroying his core. His body was modeled after the gardener Tyr, and so were his vital organs. Vinaya never imagined that Ronan had the ability to use long-range flying swords. The flying sword carried Vinaya's corpse far through the air, all the way to the distant horizon. The body fell from the sky, breaking several tree branches before landing headfirst on piles of cow dung, startling a few dung beetles who quickly ran away. A legendary figure, Osiris Vinaya, the regent of the Old Empire, commander of the expeditionary force, and the first seventh-tier mage in history, was born in 1586 and died in 1583. He died in a pile of cow dung, and his last act was successfully scaring away a few dung beetles. On the other side, Ronan put one of Dinia's hands on her shoulder and helped her walk over. After a fierce battle, Dinia was in a state of complete exhaustion of magic for the first time in her life. The Red Giant's injury was equivalent to her injury. Although her body was constantly regenerating and reconstructing, the accumulated injuries were too severe, to the point that Dinia was having difficulty moving and could only be supported by Ronan to move forward with difficulty. Ronan, on the contrary, was in very good condition. He was not injured much from beginning to end, and even improved his rank. Even in the last move, he mostly used Dinia's magic. After a while, Ronan and Dinia arrived at Vinaya's body. At this moment, Vinaya's body had begun to dissolve, and even her head was reduced to half, just an empty shell, just like the gardener Tyr had been before. You tell me, was it just good luck that we beat him? Dinia asked Ronan, looking down at the corpse. Ronan disagreed. You can't say that. It's an inevitability built up from a series of coincidences. You were strong enough on your own. Not long after we arrived here, we entered that obelisk, and then I went to that island. Because of these things, I was able to turn my fate around again after we merged, and work with you to deal with this old relic. Without a doubt, our past shapes our future. To be honest, if this legendary figure hadn't been thinking of making a comeback at the last moment, but had simply run away, he probably would have already escaped. In that situation, I simply couldn't pinpoint his flight path, Ronan said. I can only say that I made the right bet. Didn't you say he would definitely fly to that location? Dinia asked. I used a confident tone so that you would listen to me and go all out. After all, once we throw that last punch, we've basically won. If I don't use that confident tone, what if you hesitate? As soon as Ronan finished speaking, he let out a cry of pain, ouch, and squatted down, clutching his groin. Dinia had just kicked Ronan hard, saying, this is the consequence of slandering your superior. A few seconds later, Dinia became a little impatient. All right, stop pretending. You didn't use any force at all, and you even used magic to block it. If you don't get up, I'm really going to hit you. Ronan slowly stood up. Dear Mayor, please find another place next time. Dinia turned her head away and ignored Ronan. The two guarded Vinaya's body until it completely dissolved before turning away. By then, Dinia was naked, her body covered by a layer of mushroom armor. How about I go back and get you some clothes? You won't look good going back like this, Ronan said. Dinia snatched Ronan's coat and put it on. Ronan's coat was already a long trench coat, but it was even longer on Dinia, completely covering her thighs. That's it, Dinia said. At that moment, only Ronan knew that she was wearing nothing underneath her long trench coat. After walking for a while, Ronan saw a church in the distance. Let's go borrow a horse to go back. A church with horses? Dinia asked. Large churches are usually built in densely populated urban areas to attract more believers and hold events. These remote places are usually small churches. The priests of small churches sometimes have to go to the cathedral, and they need some kind of transportation. These days, there are hardly any priests who walk to the cathedral. It's good enough if they don't take a luxury carriage, Ronan replied. Chapter 146 Borrowing a Horse. High level, hard-hitting nowadays. Priests are called ascetics if they eat bread without butter. If the Holy Son were to truly be resurrected, he would probably lift the lid of his coffin and exclaim, "Damn it! How did the church become like this?" The church has lost its former power, but the living standards of the priests have not decreased but increased. It can only be said that collecting rent and lending money are indeed two good sickles for harvesting wheat. No wonder kings from all walks of life are vying to be filial sons, one after another, and in all sorts of ways. You promote Protestantism, I establish another pope, he forcibly crowns me, and we both have a bright future. After walking a few more steps, Ronan and Dinia finally reached a flat road. The previous road had been destroyed in the battle with the Red Titan and the Armored Titan, and was covered in mud. When we were still a couple hundred meters from the church, for priests had already come to greet us. The four young priests recognized Dinia at a glance, bowed their heads, and bent their arms in greeting. "Hello, Madam Messenger." Dinia was, after all, an apologist of the church, and although she had no real power, she held a very high nominal position. As for Ronan, he merely nodded politely. This is normal. There aren't many people in New Sea City who can recognize Ronan, let alone this place. Being able to nod to him is already a favor. Just then, a priest with a long face, bald on both sides of his forehead, and a gentle appearance, walked up from behind. "Hello, Lord Ronan. You can call me Deacon Eric." For the 7 holy churches of the Kingdom of Foz, the term priest broadly refers to anyone in the church, while in a narrower sense it specifically refers to someone who belongs to the church but has not yet officially assumed a position. Deacons are essentially secretaries, handling miscellaneous church-related matters for clergy at various levels, especially those involving money. In typical rural churches like these, there's usually only 1 or 2 pastors and a few priests. The pastor here isn't even qualified to have a deacon. It seems that this Eric must be the Eric who failed to acquire the land. "Hello, Eric, we're a little thirsty," Ronan said. "Really? Please follow me." Eric smiled and led the way. Dinia followed, and Ronan and Eric chatted like long-lost friends. On the way, Ronan learned his and Dinia's current location, the northern border area of Right City. The 4 young priests were all puzzled. Did the two know each other? But if they did, why would Eric introduce himself? Dinia was also confused about what Ronan was doing. Wasn't he here to borrow a horse? Why hadn't he mentioned the horse after all this time? The group entered the church, and Eric asked Ronan to go with him to fetch water. The two then went their separate ways. The Seven Saints Church has a tradition of building its chapels based on water sources. It is said that more than 1,000 years ago, the Seven Saints Church, which was driven out of the big city, built its foundation by digging wells and building canals to mediate water disputes among villagers, thereby building credibility. However, some records say that the villagers felt divine grace and therefore voluntarily obeyed the priest's arrangements, which makes one somewhat doubtful. Ronan and Eric walked in silence to a square well. "That one just now?" Eric suddenly asked. "The red giant wielding a sword and shield is a combination of me and her," Ronan replied. To others, even if there were no obstructions along the way, a giant over 20 meters tall would only be a point in the distance, even if they were 1,000 meters apart. But Eric was a second-tier mage, and both of them were releasing enormous amounts of magic every second, so he was able to capture some things and form a blurry image. When Ronan said that, he understood, or at least he thought he understood. "These two are stronger than ever before," Eric murmured. As for who his opponents were, that was no longer a concern for him. "There's nothing much to say about that," Ronan said, waving his hand. "Let's get down to business." Although the battle just now was definitely not something like Kobe and I combined for 81 points, Ronan, a person who is humble by nature, would not be complacent about such a small amount of work. The main topic? Eric's eyes lit up. It would be perfectly feasible to build another school around the location of Fort Wright, Ronan said. Ronan was so blunt, so Eric didn't mince words either. No money. Buying land and building houses costs too much. Page 67, fundraising, Ronan said. Donating to magic schools doesn't benefit the poor, Eric said. If something doesn't benefit the poor, they won't donate money. Later, the money from the gentry was returned in full, and the idea of splitting the money from the common people 30/70ths was no longer valid. The rich donate money, the poor take out loans, Ronan said. Everyone can have a bright future. Of course, the poor people he and Eric were referring to were not the urban underclass or rural farmers, but rather small vendors, artisans, and skilled craftsmen. In the current world's conventional discourse, the urban underclass and rural farmers are not even considered human beings, so they are naturally not considered poor. I think the church's magic school should find some organizations to participate in its operation. Since it's operating, it should pay taxes, Eric said. And while it's at it, it should also pay any taxes that haven't been settled in previous years. But schools are all for the public, so we should introduce some tax exemption policies for school-related projects, Ronan said. By the way, we should allocate funds as subsidies and scholarships. Of course, they need to be reviewed by a specialist before being distributed to those who need them. Eric smiled. Secretary General Gao. Ronan simply smiled. Butler tough. Father, you are high and hard, they both said in unison. It turns out there is no God in this world, at least not the Seven Saints Church. Otherwise those two rotten things would have been struck dead by lightning long ago. After a while, the two men returned to the church hall carrying buckets of water. After taking a couple of sips of water, Ronan spoke again. We're planning to borrow a horse to get back. Alas, we don't have any horses here. We usually rent them, said the priest who had just arrived. Of course, they didn't pay for them. Alfonso, go to the farm over there and rent a carriage. No need for a carriage, a horse will suffice, Ronan said. Late at night, in those days there were no streetlights on the road, and the coachman couldn't see the road clearly either. It was really unsafe to drive a horse-drawn carriage at night. Nothing will happen between him and Dinia riding horses. More than half an hour later, the young priest and another person rode to the front yard of the church. Ronan and Dinia mounted their horses and set off back. Soon, the two returned to the vicinity of the construction site. You should go home first, Ronan said to Dinia. And you? Dinia asked. Ronan sighed. Such a big incident has to be cleaned up. We need to send people to seal the hole that was punched tonight, and we also need to block the news about it. It will probably take several days to deal with this. We can't leave this to anyone else. I probably won't be going to the city hall for the next few days. Fortunately, there's nothing important. You can discuss it with Mrs. Antari. The life of a male secretary is so dull and boring. He does all the work and there's no follow-up. Chapter 147 Aftermath, Harvest. Harvest night. It took Ronan a week to get everything sorted out. The area where the red giant and the armored giant fought was already on fire, so no one dared to approach it that night. Instead, the church organized people to dig fire breaks. The next day, several hundred Heidi people went to plug up the hole in the cave ceiling and completely seal the land above it to prevent anyone from using it to go down into the cave in the future. They also found several hundred more people to level the land that had become a mess due to the battle, but it was only a rough leveling, since there was really no decent engineering equipment at that time. As for the plants that originally grew here, they have long since been burned to ashes. The wall at Lightfoot that leads down to the crypt doesn't matter, since you can't get in without the key. After all that, outsiders could no longer enter this underground cave. Ronan could only say that the lockdown was a great boon to the people, as it prevented some people with ill intentions from taking advantage of the situation. If someone causes trouble, to avoid leaking secrets, Ronan will have no choice but to kill them. On the other hand, regarding the death of the first-tier mage Bruman, Ronan introduced several sellers who bought Bruman's assets, mainly a manor, several plots of land, and a textile factory. These days, most people with a little wealth only own this much. His wife and her family were also pleased to see this, since with the death of Bruman, the head of the family and a magician, these assets would be lost. During the process, he only charged a 5% commission on the transaction price. Ronan felt that his conscience was so great that his entire chest could hardly contain it. While the business was being discussed, Bruman's funeral was also taking place. The contract was ultimately signed in the church where the coffin was kept, which is probably what is meant by adding to the sanctity of the contract. In another month or so, the Bruman family will move out completely and start a new life in a different place. They didn't know anything to begin with, and once they moved away, no one would find any clues because of them anymore. The only outsider left who knew about the whole thing was Carl. Ronan believed that Carl wouldn't tell anyone, and even if he did, it wouldn't have much of an impact, since he had only seen those magical mechs and didn't know about the existence of Osiris Vinaya at the deepest level. While maintaining the blockade, Ronan also brought in the Sea Pipers to conduct research and see if they could come up with anything of value. As a result, those damaged replicas of the Phantom Melody were beyond repair. Fortunately, Ronan hadn't been expecting these things anyway, so there was no real regret. After all, The sudden appearance of unmanned weapons of this level would bring endless trouble, and if the Haiti people had sufficient military power, there would inevitably be disloyal individuals emerging. Ronan's real hope was to find some information about the technologies of the Haiti people's past civilization, preferably basic teaching materials. These things must exist here. Otherwise, Vinaya, this old relic, would not have been able to learn how to operate the various devices in this cave. Unfortunately, after passing through the cube to another large room, no information was found inside. It's conceivable that after learning something, this old-fashioned Vinaya destroyed all the materials stored here. That's inhuman, but it wasn't without its rewards. First, there was a large box of resonant stones, then 3 machines specifically for breeding, and 2 looms. After all that, it's still about farming. It's better to have something than nothing. After taking stock of everything, the biggest gain from this trip is that I've leveled up again. Ronan sat on a chair in the courtyard and couldn't help but sigh. Just then, Elena brought over a plate of freshly baked milk cookies and a pot of black tea. The milk cookies were sprinkled with a few grains of sea salt, and the slight saltiness made the milk and sweet flavors even richer. Paired with black tea, it was an absolutely delightful experience. Ronan disliked the overly sweet pastries paired with bittersweet coffee that the northern nobles adored. Elena placed the cookies and tea on the table and plopped down next to Ronan. She had never acted like a maid before, and now she considered herself the mistress of the house. Of course, she knew very well that she could only enjoy the role of mistress until Ronan got married. "Aren't you going to work again today?" Ronan asked Elena. After the 2 bowls of noodles incident, Elena was reinstated, but 3 months' salary was deducted. Elena picked up a small cookie with her fingers and brought it to Ronan's lips. Ronan took the cookie with his mouth, and Elena replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "We don't have to catch anyone anymore. I have nothing to do anyway. So what else would I do if I didn't go home?" "You still have the nerve to talk back?" Ronan reprimanded her not too harshly, reaching out through her skirt to pinch Elena's thigh near her buttocks, where the fleshiest part was, but unexpectedly, he accidentally grabbed her suspender strap. Seeing Ronan's gaze, Elena deliberately lifted her skirt, revealing garter stockings. For Ronan, these were very retro black stockings with thick, opaque black stockings without any patterns or decorations around the straps, followed by ultra-thin, pearlescent, semi-transparent black stockings. These are stockings made from the threads of exotic flowers grown from seeds in those black jars. In the past, the stockings made from the silk of those wild monsters were mainly targeted at the northern market, so they were only available in 3 thicknesses: very thick, medium thick, and slightly thick. There were no thin or ultra-thin thicknesses. Ronan reached out and gently stroked them. The thick stockings felt smooth and soft to the touch, while the thin stockings had a slightly rough and sticky feel. Upon closer inspection, the warp and weft threads were clearly visible. As you touch her, you start to grab her. Elena's thighs are thick, with firm and taut muscles. When you grip them tightly, you can feel the obvious bodybuilding, which gives you a feeling of conquering a wild horse. He added, "You're in charge of oversight, so you need to take initiative. It's not that you're not allowed to directly investigate officials, so you have nothing to do. Try to find ways to conduct undercover investigations. You can always find something to hold against those businessmen. Once you have something to hold, it will come in handy one day." "Young master, aren't you the mastermind behind all those unscrupulous businessmen in Shanghai City?" Elena asked. Ronan smiled slightly and moved his hand between his legs. "That's right. So I can help you find dirt on those officials who are profiting from their own businesses." Ronan took a sip of tea and continued. "Anyway, periodically arresting 1 or 2 who don't want to be respectable will earn you merit, and I'll also eliminate unstable factors. Don't just focus on the people in the city hall. Go and see what's going on in the local areas." "It turns out it can still be like this." Elena nodded excitedly. She didn't care whether she caught anyone or not, but the thought of making a contribution and showing off in front of Alice was wonderful. By this time, Ronan was already thinking about what would happen that night. Of course, if Alice joined in, changing into white stockings, she could simply tear open the pantyhose and go inside. This is another advantage of pantyhose made from exotic flower threads. They can be torn. Actually, the previous pantyhose could also be torn, at least for a magician of Ronan's level. It wouldn't be difficult at all, but those things were too expensive. Ronan couldn't afford to tear them. Chapter 148 Night. Socks. Pain Night. Ronan's bedroom. Moonlight spilled across the floor in front of the window, and the dim yellow light of 2 oil lamps illuminated half of the room. Another reason Ronan didn't like living in a big house was that it was pitch black at night. At this moment, Ronan was standing naked on the carpet, Elena was squatting in front of him, and Alice was leaning against the wall, looking at the two of them with some confusion. From Alice's perspective, Elena was crouching, wearing only a onesie and black stockings, her body slightly leaning forward, with only the balls of her feet on the carpet. The stockings around her ankles were pressed into obvious wrinkles, and the muscle lines on the sides of her calves and thighs were particularly prominent because of this posture, full of power. The ultra-thin black stockings had a pearly, oily sheen under the light, adding an ultimate layer of sexiness to this sense of power. The squatting posture made Elena's already broad and fleshy buttocks look even bigger, and her fair skin appeared even whiter under the moonlight. So white and fleshy, it was almost as if one was afraid that her underwear would burst or her suspenders would snap. Her breasts, mostly encased in a bra, were full and swollen, with a prominent cleavage in the middle. This was a wild body that could ignite a person's primal desires just by looking at it. Yet Elena was anything but rough. Her skin was beautiful, delicate and fair, and her face was exquisite and gorgeous. Of all the paintings and sculptures Alice had ever seen, only Dinya could surpass her in appearance. At that moment, Elena's beautiful face was pressed against Ronan's ugliest spot. She swallowed it deeply, then gently tilted her head back and spat it out, leaving a glistening trail between her mouth and head. Ronan held her blonde hair in a ponytail with one hand and supported her cheek with the other. After a while, Ronan's penis was erect, almost touching his abs. Elena held her already wet penis with one hand and stroked it while gently sucking and licking the 2 egg-sized nipples. Soon, the two stopped, and Elena stood up and walked towards Alice with an evil smile. Alice instinctively backed away, but Elena grabbed her and pulled her into a hug. She kicked wildly in midair, losing her shoes and her white stockinged feet dangling. Finally, Elena threw her onto the bed. Ronan went straight over, bent over, and pressed down on Alice's slender legs, which were covered by white stockings. Ronan buried his head between Alice's legs and began, through her white stockings. Alice instinctively tried to push Ronan away, but she couldn't lift her hand at all. In the end, she just gently gripped the sheets. It wasn't because Ronan had done her a favor, nor because Ronan was her support, but because deep in her heart, Ronan had noble blood and was an excellent man. It was too low for Ronan to serve her with his mouth now. Haha, our Alice is still so cute. Ronan couldn't help but laugh as he watched Alice clutching the sheets with her eyes closed. Elena leaned over Ronan, continuing to stroke him as she said, "This guy's secretly pleased." In no time, the crotch of the white stockings was soaked and transparent, and the lace trim on the edge of the panties was clearly visible. Ronan reached out and tore open the white stockings. After a few rubs, he inserted his head directly into the stockings. Alice immediately covered her mouth with one hand to stop herself from screaming, and instinctively pushed Ronan's chest muscles with the other hand, trying to pull away, while her legs kicked the sheets hard. But then Elena pulled a trick, shoving Alice from behind, and Ronan's 20+ centimeters of penis went all the way in. Ronan didn't back away, but instead pulled Alice into his arms. "It's okay. Relax, relax." Alice gritted her teeth and endured it without uttering a sound. Her fingers dug into Ronan's back muscles. Her legs clamped tightly around Ronan's waist, and her toes clenched together. Ronan glanced at Elena. "Can you stop making a scene? It's better to have a short pain than a long one," Elena said with a chuckle. After a minute or so, Ronan finally felt Alice relax a little and began to try to move her gently. Alice's white stocking buttocks began to tremble slightly. After the gentle movements lasted for more than 10 minutes, Ronan withdrew. Alice lay motionless, her body like a hole in the red soil from which a carrot had just been pulled out, unable to close for a moment. Already soaking wet, Elena eagerly mounted him, and the passion instantly intensified, beginning a new round. At the same time, in a hotel, Carl lay in bed, unable to sleep. A week has passed since he arrived in Shanghai City, but the Magic Academy will not officially open for several months, and he is somewhat confused about what to do in the world for the rest of the time. He originally thought that although he couldn't become a teacher immediately, he was, after all, a third-tier mage with considerable knowledge, and there would always be ways he could help Dinia. But now it seems he can't be of much help, because he doesn't quite understand the situation in Shinhai City. Furthermore, Dinia had Ronan by her side, a person who could manage everything in an orderly manner. Despite causing such a big incident, there was no lingering impact whatsoever, as if nothing had ever happened. On the other hand, he wasn't stupid. He could see that the relationship between the two was definitely not just a simple superior-subordinate one. Perhaps I should take a look around Shinhai City and see what's really going on here. Carl silently muttered to himself. At the same time, at Dinia's residence, Augustina pushed open the door and went to the bar. Seeing Dinia and Yvette drinking, she couldn't help but complain. I'm exhausted from keeping the news under wraps these past few days. I'm more tired than you, Yvette said. A lot of things that should have been his responsibility were dumped on me. However, I didn't come away empty-handed. Augustina placed her handbag on the bar, opened it, pulled out a stack of paper packages, and took out a pair of stockings. This is it. Augustina even spread them open with her hands to show them off. They were a pair of ultra-thin nude pantyhose. Isn't this what Ronan concocted using those strange plants? Yvette said, as if she already knew. You know? Augustina said, slightly surprised. Yvette smiled. Don't you think about it? Knowing that guy's character, where would he send the first new thing to? Augustina immediately understood. Ronan had something good, so of course he would send it to Dinia. Augustina sat down at the bar and poured herself a drink. A camisole or pantyhose? Page 68. Yes, we have them all, Yvette replied. And some special colors as well. Oh, Augustina asked curiously. Let's not even talk about black and white meat. Gray, brown, and red. Have you ever seen purple? Yvette said, but Didi probably wouldn't wear it. Indeed, only those nobles in the capital who like to decorate themselves like colorful chickens would like such flashy things, Agutina said. In her memory, the group leader usually wore black or flesh-colored clothes, and occasionally wore a gorgeous long dress with white stockings on certain occasions. Dinia was getting impatient and slammed her cup down. Have you finished talking nonsense? Chapter 149 Principles, Misconceptions, Production, and Life. The next morning, Ronan opened his eyes and sat up, looking at a pair of black stockings with dry, hard clumps hanging off the edge of the bed, a pair of tattered and torn black pantyhose, a pair of white pantyhose with holes in the crotch, and a pair of white stockings with dry, hard toes. The madness of the previous night began to replay in his mind. After the first time, he sprayed it onto the black stockings. The second time, they started by stacking on top of each other, taking turns thrusting. They changed positions several times, and finally, he made Elena swallow it. The third time, they lay side by side with their legs raised, thrusting left and right a few times. Finally, he coaxed and tricked Alice into sucking it. Seeing her conflicted expression and inexperienced movements, Ronan couldn't hold back. She choked and spat out, coughing for a long time. The fourth time, only Elena could still move. This round was the most violent. The black stockings were torn. Finally, Ronan grabbed Alice's small feet, tore the white stockings, and rubbed them directly between her soles and the stockings, spraying it all into the stockings. The two woke up at noon. After lunch, Ronan began to give them their business. Elena's mission was already explained yesterday afternoon, so there's no need to repeat it. Mainly Alice's side, Ronan said. Have a few more people in the inspection team keep an eye on the heads of the various collective farms. Are you worried they won't handle it well? Alice asked. There are so many young people, and this is the first time we've had a collective farm. Mistakes are almost inevitable, and that's not your business, Ronan said. You need to keep an eye on them. It's fine if they use their positions to seek personal gain, but if they embezzle public funds or disrupt the operation of the collective farm, investigate them secretly. If they're colluding with landlords to secretly control the collective farm, don't arrest them, just have someone kill them. Abuse of power for personal gain can be tolerated. Corruption will be dealt with internally. Collusion with landlords will be punished without exception. These are the principles that Ronan set for the collective farm project. The civil servants who go to the collective farms are all old immigrants. while the landlords are all new immigrants. They shouldn't be colluding, right? Even if they were, they wouldn't dare to openly sabotage things. Alice asked in a low voice. New immigrants have been oppressing old immigrants for decades. Hatred is nothing in the face of interests, and besides, the old immigrants who can pass the civil service exam are not the kind who are directly oppressed. Ronan said, his tone becoming a little heavier. As for collusion, that's too simple. The best way to undermine a policy is not to do evil, but to implement it 200%. Keep a close eye on those people. If anything goes wrong, you'll only be dismissed. Yes, Alice replied. Ronan stopped wasting words. Some things only need to be said once. Alice is capable, but she has a poor eye for people and sometimes doesn't think about the worst in people. In summary, Alice is not well suited for her current position, but loyalty is the most important criterion for this supervisory role. Ronan has finished giving his instructions. Meanwhile, Carl arrived at the collective farm. He was quite surprised to see a group of farmers queuing for lunch. Queuing wasn't unusual. Many workshops had queues for meals. What surprised him was that the farmers were eating lunch. Carl knew that it was not the season for planting or harvesting wheat, not the busy time for farming. When it was not the busy time for farming, farmers would usually eat a little in the morning and a little more in the evening, and the day would be over. Carl was proud to know this, because many nobles didn't even know what wheat looked like, let alone the planting and harvesting seasons. Curious, Carl watched from a distance, but before long, a person in charge of maintaining order walked towards him and asked, "Sir, do you have any instructions?" Although he didn't know Carl, this person could tell at a glance that Carl was a nobleman. "Nothing. I'm just looking around," Carl replied casually. "Okay, please follow me." Carl's "just looking around" was interpreted as inspection. The person in charge of maintaining order led Carl to the open-air canteen. Carl glanced at the food and discovered another surprise. There was wasabi mayonnaise. "Wasabi mayonnaise?" Carl asked. "Yes, but we produce very little mustard here. So this is specially supplied to the production team that had the highest labor score last week." The person in charge replied with a fawning expression. "What is a production team?" Carl asked. The person in charge was in a bind. Did the leader not know about the production team? But then he realized that the leader wasn't unaware of it. He was testing him. A production team is a group of people drawn from different areas. Among them are people who do different jobs, and those who do the same job are in the same work group. After the work group completes its work, it divides the score equally according to its performance. The person in charge replied that he was not a civil servant and could only barely read a few words. At first, he was confused by this system, but after a while, he roughly understood it. "As for why we do this, I'm not entirely sure either," the person in charge replied. He was merely an executor under an executor. The source of all this is, of course, Ronan. There are many kinds of work in a collective farm. If there are only production teams, one of which specializes in engineering and the other in farming, the farmers and the engineers will not have the same total score. If the total score is different, it will be unfair, and people will oppose collective labor. Therefore, a production team consists of people doing various jobs, such as farming and manual labor. They do not work together, but rather with their team members. However, when it comes to receiving materials based on work points, they calculate together with their team members. In this way, Ronan broke up the original village community structure on the one hand, and on the other hand, forced these people to integrate into the collective and work hard. Because if you get fewer work points when you come back, the people in your production team can only blame you. They can't find anyone else to blame, since the people in your work group are in other production teams. So you have to be serious when you work and force yourself to work hard with the people in your group. Otherwise, you will face the blame from the same team. To avoid a situation of eating from the same pot, a system where everyone works together without sharing resources, Ronan made a sweeping decision to forcibly separate production from living arrangements. You work with your team members and live with them. If work groups compete with each other and production teams compete with each other and everyone gets involved, wouldn't life get better? And another thing, isn't it the busy farming season now? Why are we eating at this time? Carl asked the question that had initially piqued his curiosity. Because we need to grow kiwis. Although kiwis don't require much care, are valuable, and don't have many requirements for the soil, so they can be grown on hillsides, it is quite labor-intensive. Since it is labor-intensive, Of course we need to eat our fill. The person in charge explained. Carl finally understood. By the way, may I try some of this mayonnaise? Of course, the person in charge replied, quickly preparing a clean plate, slicing some cucumber, and drizzling it with mayonnaise. Chapter 150. Different yet same. Taking too big a step can lead to trouble. Carl tasted it, and could only say it was edible. But then he thought that what was edible to him must have been an unparalleled delicacy for the farmer. Soon, the real leader of the Beta Collective Farm arrived. He was Rogers, a minor civil servant under the Agricultural Bureau of the New Sea City Hall. Of course, to the temporary workers and farmers here, he was already a very important official, equivalent to a landlord of a small estate in the past. Rogers introduced himself and then inquired about Carl's identity. He could tell that Carl was a nobleman, and a nobleman of extraordinary birth. But it was precisely because Carl was an extraordinary nobleman that his eyes held a hint of suspicion. This was because New Sea City, or rather the original 7 special cities, did not have any respectable nobles. The few larger nobles with higher titles had either been wiped out 10 years ago, or were like Ronan, who had rebelled and voluntarily applied to have their noble status revoked. Carl hesitated. If he really revealed his identity, the other party probably wouldn't know, and he didn't want to reveal his identity. After thinking for a moment, Carl said, "My name is Carl, and I'm a friend of Ronan's." Upon hearing this, Roger's voice trembled. "So it's you. What can I do for you?" "There's no way around it. Ronan's name has too much of a deterrent effect on the civil servants of Shanghai City. After these past few months of chaotic events, anyone with common sense has figured it out. They know that Ronan is a cunning and ruthless person. If you try to outmaneuver him, you can't win. If you try to outsmart him, he'll just chop you up." "I was just browsing," Carl replied. "What would you like to see?" Rogers asked obsequiously. Carl was getting annoyed. He really had only come to take a casual look around. "You don't need to follow me." "Okay, I'll roll right away." With that, Rogers rolled, and really rolled. He tripped and fell, rolling once on the ground. Carl was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to laugh or not. He had just thought this place was quite different from other places, but now he realized that in some ways they were not so different, such as the officials, who were all the same. For the next few days, Carl stayed at Beta Farm, because he learned that the other farms were the same, so he settled down and carefully observed the farm. At first he just watched, but later Carl started taking notes with paper and pen. The more he recorded, the more excited he became, almost forgetting his original purpose for coming here. Dinya's image no longer appeared in his mind. They worked together with people they didn't know before, and after the work, they returned to the production team's house and lived with the team members. Everyone was full of energy, and it was hard to associate them with those dirty, ignorant, lazy, yet cunning farmers. For example, in a small water conservancy irrigation project, there is a group that digs the soil, another group that builds the bricks, and different groups that do different tasks. They are not familiar with each other, but they can work together well and actively with just 2 or 3 people directing them. There is no need to whip them. After it was all done, everyone went back to their own homes and went about their lives. People in one production team could take a bath every few days, and the different production teams took turns doing it. Taking a bath is too much of a luxury for ordinary farmers, but a large public bathhouse can spread the cost and make bathing no longer a luxury. This little thing alone was enough to greatly shock Carl. Although he was born into a noble family, he was actually a progressive person who was ideologically close to the retro faction. The reason he was only close was that many retrogressives only talked about the church and the nobles' old and stinking scandals every day. They would openly oppose the church and constantly talk about overthrowing the nobles. The more radical ones would shout for the complete confiscation and liquidation of the church's land and property, the downgrading of noble titles, and that each son should get a share. And to conclude, this will make the country strong and the people happy. Bullshit. Carl thought that simply overthrowing the old order would only plunge the country into turmoil, and with a power vacuum, the next step would most likely be for a dictator and his henchmen to come to power. Ironically, Carl also believed that the current church and nobility were terrible, and if things weren't changed, the country might really collapse during the next war. But he had no idea how to change them. However, it was in this place called the Collective Farm that Carl found some inspiration. It could even be described as a glimmer of hope. In fact, At the same time, there was someone even more excited than him. Adrian, the current director of the new Sea City Agriculture Bureau. This former young military officer, a supporter of the Second Princess, and a proponent of the retro movement, looked at the thriving collective farm and seemed to see a bright future ahead. In that bright future, everything will belong to His Majesty the Emperor. The church and the nobility will completely lose their control over the grassroots. Cities will develop commerce and factories, and the nobles will make some money from it. The church will be responsible for mediating civil disputes, and the countryside will be like the collective farms we see today. These collective laborers, with their disciplined farmers, would all be excellent soldiers if they were well fed. With such good soldiers, there would be no need for the minor nobles who bore military obligations. Several times, Adrian suggested to Ronan that they should simply stop dividing the collective farms into so many and merge them into a few, so that human and material resources could be more concentrated and efficient. He was eager to achieve results and showcase them to others. Unfortunately, Ronan disagreed, saying that taking too big a step could lead to trouble. Not only that, but they also made a lot of excuses such as, Shanghai City is handling this as a special case. The Kingdom of Faz has its own national conditions. A small local achievement cannot explain the overall situation. The ancestral laws cannot be changed, and the laws of our great France are the best laws. Adrian finally understood that Ronan was only interested in power and had no patriotism at all. But he couldn't understand why such an unpatriotic person could easily come up with, and even execute, methods that patriots like them could never even imagine. Why? Sometimes he really wished he could dig out all the ideas in Ronan's head and put them into his own. On the other hand, Carl didn't have that idea, but he really wanted to have a good talk with Ronan. While these two were preoccupied with the collective farm, Ronan paid no attention to it. To him, the collective farm was nothing more than a tool for consolidating power, a political achievement for increasing tax revenue, and a base for providing raw materials for products. So as long as it could continue to operate, that was enough. He was currently in the City Hall lounge, eating snacks while looking at the progress reports on various projects at the magic school. The reports were so crudely written that civil engineers would weep and cost engineers would vomit blood on the spot, but it was better than nothing. It's 3:30 p.m., time to leave work. The fact that people can leave work so early is because it is still the early days of agricultural capitalism. Although the government is not as idle as it was in feudal times, it does not have much daily work. In addition, transportation is not good these days, and most officials take at least an hour to get home by horse-drawn carriage. Ronan had just left City Hall when he unexpectedly ran into Carl. Chapter 151, Diligence, Factions, Sparks of Hope in the Carriage. After a few greetings, Ronan casually asked about Carl's situation these past few days. Carl sighed before revealing that he had been at the collective farm for the past few days. Oh, interesting, Ronan replied half-heartedly. Aren't you curious about what happened? Carl asked. Not curious, Ronan replied. To be honest, I was amazed, Carl said. I'm not like those people who live on plantations but have never seen a farmer, but I've never seen farmers like those on a collective farm. How should I put it? They are incredibly hardworking. In Carl's view, this was the biggest difference between farmers on collective farms and farmers elsewhere. Oh, Ronan remained nonchalant, but to play along with his friend Carl, he added, Who do you think is the most hardworking person? Ronan knew very well that the diligence Carl spoke of was the diligence defined by aristocratic young masters like himself, not the diligence of working people. Craftsmen, Carl replied, especially factory workers. I think it's small vendors who don't own their means of production and whose income is limited. They can never be truly hardworking, at least not in the way you think of them, Ronan gave his answer. Small vendors don't have much capital, but they can't be said to have none. Most of their shops are rented, which puts pressure on them. But as long as they work hard enough, their lives will always see a visible improvement. Now the farmland belongs to their collective, so they have a little capital, just like small vendors. Farm tools, seeds, and other materials are all rented or bought with loans. They are under a lot of pressure, just like small vendors. They can't afford not to work hard. And when they work hard, their lives improve objectively. So they are very hardworking. It's that simple. There's nothing more to say. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Ronan's words were just a casual remark, a way of expressing his intention not to delve deeper into the conversation. How could a collective farm be so simple? Just the issue of arranging enough farm work is something that most people can't solve. If there isn't enough work for the farmers, what's the point of a collective farm? For example, if some countries at certain times also implement collectivism in some mountain villages in a one-size-fits-all manner, the result will only be a joke. And because of the previous jokes, the collectivism in some good places was also abolished, which is a joke within a joke. Those who say collectivism is about eating from the same pot are bad, and those who think collectivism is suitable for every place are stupid. However, this statement is also a joke because it is based on the premise of setting aside other factors, especially political factors, but all problems are inseparable from political factors. I think I understand now, Carl said. That's what they say, but Carl still felt that there were many profound things hidden in the small collective farm, but Ronan didn't seem to want to tell him. Since Ronan didn't want to tell him, Carl also abandoned the idea of asking further questions. It was not the behavior of a noble gentleman to pester his friend about something he didn't want to talk about. Page 69. Then the two fell silent until the carriage stopped and Ronan prepared to walk home, when Carl suddenly spoke again. I was just thinking about something, Carl said, looking thoughtful. Speak, Ronan said. Ronan, you have a deep understanding of land, economy, people's livelihood, and even politics. Otherwise, you could not have created the collective farm. Perhaps some people think that this is just about removing landlords and gathering farmers together to redistribute jobs, but anyone who has actually seen the countryside knows how difficult it is. Now, throughout the North, the nobility is decadent, the church is corrupt, and the people are oppressed. This country has reached a point where change is imperative. Your talents should not be confined here. I can recommend you to others, Carl said with deep regret. Ronan smiled. Thank you for your praise, but I am just an ordinary official, an executor. My job is to carry out the mayor's instructions. Do you know something? Carl asked. Ronan responded with silence. Sigh. Carl sighed. He thought Ronan probably felt that now was not the time, and the situation in the capital was still too unclear. At this moment, Ronan spoke up. Carl, my friend, I have a small request. I hope